In the past life, due to staying up late and working overtime without restraint, I died suddenly. Now I have crossed over to become the deputy chief of the Demon Slayer department. I have only one wish, which is to work from 9 to 5 and leave work on time. And I also have a system for leaving work on time. As long as I and my subordinates leave work on time, I can gain different levels of cultivation. So not long after, there was a rumor in the martial arts world that a lunatic had appeared in the Demon Slayer department. Fierce at work like a demon, but holy like a Buddha when leaving work. Any monster who dared to delay the lunatic from leaving work would end up in a very tragic situation. In the Anchi County of the Dali dynasty, a tea house, several officials from the Demon Slayer Bureau gathered to drink tea, in order to welcome a new demon hunter. 3 old hands all greedily eyed the melon seeds in the plate, like squirrels spotting hazelnuts. As soon as I reached out to grab a handful, the 3 big hands immediately reached into the plate like hungry tigers, pulling towards themselves desperately. I immediately scolded. Are you starving ghosts reincarnated? Leave some for the new guy. The young demon hunter seemed to be seeing this scene for the first time, hesitated for a moment, and quickly waved his hand. I don't need it. You guys can have it. An old hand smiled and pushed the remaining plate towards him. Take it. Our leader is famous for taking care of his subordinates. Your parents are no longer here, so take charge of the Demon Slayer division as your own home. Treat the leader as your own brother. With him providing the meat, you will definitely have the soup. Follow the leader, and you will enjoy a good life, with regular work hours. This regular work hours means the opening and closing of the yamen. Another person also chimed in. That's right. A month ago, the old chief resigned, and his subordinates who had been exploited for years were all eagerly waiting for our leader to be promoted to chief, and to implement the 4-hour work system throughout the entire Anchi County Demon Slayer division. They finally got the good days they were hoping for. I sighed and said, their good days have not arrived. Not only that, our good days may also be coming to an end. The cheerful atmosphere came to a sudden halt, and the 3 old hands looked puzzled. Boss, what do you mean? I shook my head and said, since the emperor formed an alliance with the demon country and took a demon fox as his consort, he has become increasingly tolerant of demons. In recent years, first they complained that the word slay in the Demon Slayer Bureau was too aggressive, suggesting that it should be renamed the Demon Refinery, claiming it was to refine the demons' hearts and make them more humane. Then they demanded that demon hunters not kill minor offenders among the demons at will, emphasizing education and rehabilitation. With the demons having this endorsement, they have been committing crimes recklessly, and when caught, they resist arrest, taking advantage of the fact that we can no longer swiftly deal with them as before. As a result, the time taken to handle cases has been prolonged, inevitably leading to extended working hours. The others nodded in agreement, their faces showing concern. Next, the most direct relationship with you is that I just received a notification from the higher-ups that the new general flag of the Yenyao division in Anchi County is not me. The old general flag did not recommend me to take over, but invited someone from above to be airdropped. He has always protected me, and I also know that he is worried that a lazy person like me taking over as the general flag will likely conflict directly with the Baihu Lord. But this time he really did a good deed. The new general flag, Wei Qinghan, will arrive tomorrow at Maoshi. When the new official takes office, she will probably pick someone to establish authority. Notify the brothers. It's better to get up early tomorrow to welcome her, so as not to be caught and used as an example to warn others. A demon hunter smirked and said, Boss, I think in the eyes of the new leader, you are the chicken she most wants to catch. Just afraid she can't handle it. I yawned speechlessly. What time is it now? It's almost the hour of you. We're about to finish work, boss. I smiled. Feeling sleepy in spring and tired in summer. Tidy up and hurry back to rest. At this moment, a rider came galloping from a distance, announcing before arriving, reporting to the Lord. There is a humanoid monster causing trouble on Yanshui River Street, currently in a standoff with several brothers. It is cunning and sly, so I have come to ask for the Lord's guidance. My face darkened slightly. Monsters and demon soldiers cannot shapeshift. This fellow is at least a leader level. Have any of our brothers been injured? Lord, we cannot discern its cultivation level and dare not act rashly. Fortunately, the monster only stole some valuables. Knowing its crimes do not warrant death, it only begs for mercy, pleading for us to let it go, without resorting to violence. Our brothers are unwilling to let it go, leading to a stalemate, and then it unexpectedly what? It unexpectedly grabbed a knife from a nearby melon stall and threatened that if we insisted on taking it to the demon refining factory, it would commit suicide. I smirked coldly. Suicide? Ha ha. Those who truly want to die will quietly end their lives. The more ostentatious, the more they fear death. The monster hunter delivering the message turned and smiled. Does the adult want to let it go? That might not be a bad idea. as it can prevent it from becoming desperate and turning against us, and it won't delay the adult from getting off work on time. I shook my head and said, no one can stop this official from getting off work on time. At this moment, there was a loud bang, followed by the muffled sound of a wooden stool hitting the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look over, only to see the newly joined demon hunter, Chang Dan. 10 years ago, a demon had entered his home to steal, but was discovered by his parents. This led to burglary turning into robbery and murder, ultimately leaving him an orphan. As a result, he harbored a deep hatred towards demons. Upon hearing about the demon causing trouble, he had prepared to follow me to the scene to slay demons and eliminate evil. However, upon hearing our conversation, he seemed to fear the formidable opponent and worry about affecting his own punctual departure from work, thus allowing the criminals to escape unpunished. Enraged, he couldn't help but slam the table. All eyes suddenly turned to him, and I stared at this new subordinate. What are you doing? Chang was just momentarily hot-blooded, but now that our eyes met, his momentum suddenly diminished. My apologies, sir. I just feel that as a demon hunter, protecting the people in the jurisdiction from the invasion of demons is a matter of course. How can we fear to advance just because the opponent is strong, even if the enemy is fierce like a wolf? As long as you give the order, I will work together with my brothers to fight until the blood flows. I frowned and interrupted him. How much is your monthly salary? Chang lowered his head and said, 3 taels of silver. I pondered. 3 taels of silver, equivalent to 3,000 copper coins. What kind of life are you playing with 3,000 coins? The old hands burst into laughter. Even if you want to play with your life, you should have a monthly salary of over 10 taels of silver, which is over 10,000 copper coins. Once Chang lowered his head, he clenched and then released his fists. In the blink of an eye, he felt the sensation of a young and spirited newcomer to society being harshly struck by the cruel reality. Feeling disappointed, resentful, yet helpless, to care for subordinates, to treat them as family, just a bunch of cowardly bandits. Finally, he made up his mind, took off his waist knife and placed it on the table. Sir, Chang requests to resign. I laughed for a moment. What? Do you think that we can't work together because of different beliefs? Or do you think that this official cannot tolerate someone like you who is full of jealousy and hatred? The demon refining factory needs talents like you. But you, this ignorant person, need to learn more about how to get along with others. At the very least, you need to understand human language. Didn't they say that if you want to play hard, you have to let those who can handle it play? Chang suddenly frowned and pondered deeply, suddenly enlightened, his blood boiling. So the adult wants to dispatch high-paid demon hunters to solve this demon before the end of my shift. I am foolish and misunderstood the adult and several big brothers. I deserve to die. I didn't expect that the big brothers have only been in office for a few years, and their monthly salary has already exceeded 10 taels. I wish the brothers success and smooth capture of the demon. The old hands shook their heads repeatedly. 10 taels? If I can have 7 taels, I would be happy. Nowadays, the finances of the Great Li dynasty are tight, and expenses are being cut everywhere. In our Anshi County Demon Slayer division, apart from the retired general, currently only one person earns more than 10 taels a month. When Chang pupils suddenly dilated, he looked at me incredulously and said, could it be that the one going to fight the monster to the death is? I stood up, shook off my cloak, and took out 9 copper coins to pay for the tea and melon seeds, saying, then it must be me. Regarding the matter of the top boss personally going out to meet the enemy, the old hands did not seem as surprised as Chang Dan. Obviously it was a common occurrence. The monster hunter who delivered the message even directly brought his mount and asked me to mount up. After I took the reins from his hand and urged the horse forward, he even sat directly in my seat, picked up the melon seeds from the plate and started eating. While opening a bet, there is less than a quarter of an hour left. Come on, guess whether the boss can leave work on time this time. The 3 old hands instantly became excited. I bet 500 copper coins that the boss cannot clean up the monster before leaving work. I bet 1 or 2 silver coins. 2 silver coins. The next line is plain text. Li Yan looked at the crowd and was helpless. The people of the Great Li dynasty love to see this fault. Seems to be born, cannot be changed. After realizing that the demonic creature had no intention of hurting anyone and did not seem to be a threat to them, it immediately advanced instead of retreating and surrounded the scene, tasting it, forcing Li Yan to only take a deep breath. He spoke with his tongue. The demon beheading division is handling the case. Idle people make way. This sound, like a plow turning over the ground. Raleigh arched a path from the crowd directly in front of him. The small flag officer Sunbuki and the others who were confronting the demon breathed a sigh of relief while saluting Li Yan, who dismounted from his horse. Your Excellency. Li Yan handed the reins of his horse to a demon hunter, and then surveyed the demonic creatures that were causing trouble. This demonic creature was transformed into a man around 30 or 40 years old. bald head, long face, beckoning ears, few eyebrows, small eyes, pitted nose. It looks like a defective product made by Manhwa when she cut corners in the creation of man. At this moment the watermelon knife it held in its right hand was across its waist, and the blade was already 3 times into the flesh, dripping with blood. Seeing Li Yan's entrance, it hissed, "Yin only stole a few eggs and did not harm anyone. Why are you all so bitter?" Sun Buki explained to Li Yan in a low voice. This guy called himself Yin Shiping, and he didn't say exactly what kind of demon he was. It seems to have sneaked into the back kitchen of the restaurant by digging a tunnel and stealing quite a few eggs. He was about to run away when he came across the chef going to prepare the food, so he had to hide on the spot. Unexpectedly, the chef noticed that the red bricks under his feet were shaking unsteadily, realized that there was a thief, and shouted to make it disappear. It also deserves its bad luck. My subordinates happened to be patrolling here, and I heard the sound and rushed to surround it. My lord, the editor-in-chief of the Anchi Diwan has been mingling with the crowd of onlookers, and this case needs to be handled with care. A chieftain-level demon that can take shape and sneak into the back kitchen of a restaurant just to steal a few eggs? Li Yan's heart fluttered. Where's the loot? Here it is, my lord. A demon hunter held up a bag of eggs, about 20 or 30 of them. Li Yan reached out and picked one up, shaking it hard in his ear a few times. Born. A cool breeze blew by, lifting Yin Jiping's tunic and revealing several shocking scars. Li Yan's gaze was fixed. You should not be a first-time offender, having committed at least a few similar cases in other states and counties. In the end, they all threatened the Demon Chopper Division with self-mutilation and managed to escape sanction. Right? Yin Shiping was taken aback and mumbled. I've heard that the north side of this county, in the Morning Wolf Mountain, which is located at the border of 4 counties, has been very busy lately. It seems that a great demon used the hairy egg as bait to gather tigers, leopards, wolves, insects, and other demonic creatures for a sermon. You stole the eggs to collect giveaways for that great demon? Yin Shiping's color changed several times. Put down your weapons and let my subordinates put the demon traplock on both your hands and return to the demon beheading division for interrogation. This officer warns you, don't delay us from work or to the demon refinery? I'd rather die. Yin Shiping's face was grim as he gripped the watermelon knife across his waist, gradually exerting force as if to cut himself off at the waist. My lord, stop it from killing itself. Sun Buki's heart was burning with anxiety. The editor-in-chief of the Anchi residence newspaper, who claimed to be obedient to the emperor's orders and sympathetic to demons, had written an article touting the idea of His Majesty's acceptance of demons into the society of the Great Li dynasty. This guy has always regarded the Li Yan-dominated demon beheading division as a flooding beast, and when he catches an opportunity, he uses his pen as a sword to verbally attack them. In case this demon really committed suicide, Sun Buki could already think of the headline on the first article of tomorrow's residence newspaper. Deputy General Li of the Demon Beheading Division is savagely handling the case. Just for stealing a few eggs, the poor little demon was forced to commit suicide. Just as he opened his mouth, Li Yan had already moved. There was a clank, and the blade was sheathed. Between the lightning and the flames, the sword was like the Milky Way hanging upside down. The crowd only felt a flash of light. Fixing his eyes and looking over again, Li Yan had already returned the sword to its sheath. Put. Only then did Yin Shiping spill gurgling blood from head to tail. Then, one to the left and one to the right, fell to either side. It was actually chopped in half by Li Yan from top to bottom. Gazing at the demonic creature on the ground that gradually lost its human form and transformed into 2 halves of a dark red fleshworm, Li Yan all but thought, as expected, this guy is an earthworm monster. Really want to let it gurgle suicide. Afraid of not by it divided to escape. A life of 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 10 miles peach blossom. That said, what is the plan of the great demon who sprinkled eggs all over the place to collect disciples and preach? Never mind. This case is to be investigated, but it should not be today. He turned his head and ordered his subordinates, successfully prevented the perpetrator from committing suicide, just in time to call it a day and go off duty. You leave work on time. Cultivation plus 100, 25, 100/30, 000, peak martial artist. Your subordinate, Sun Buki, leaves work on time and provides you with 10 cultivation, 25110/30,000. Your subordinate, Chang Erden, leaves work on time and provides you with 5 cultivation, 25115/30, 000. Your subordinates. Chapter 3, come to the right place. When he died suddenly overtime 3 years ago and crossed over to the Dali dynasty, Li Yan killed himself. His long-cherished dream of working only 8 hours a day from 9 to 5. I can't believe it will be reached after the crossing. with the help of the system, of course. Shortly thereafter, discovering that his subordinates commuting on time would likewise increase his cultivation, Li Yan immediately realized, it's better to be happy alone than to be happy together. So not only do they set an example, but they also strictly monitor their subordinates and immediately reprimand those who are found to be working overtime. At first, when I heard him say that he would only go to the court on the 5 obsidian days of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and that he would only work on the 4 hours of the 6th, and 6th, the demon beheading division's cadre of people, from Elder Bannerchan down to the ordinary demon hunters, all thought that he had been seriously injured and on the verge of death in that brutal battle to round up the alpha-level demons, and had been too stimulated to be afraid of playing with his life from then on, so there wasn't much comment. However, by the time he became more aggressive, and even demanded that his subordinates do the same, the contradiction became apparent. The demon hunters under his charge were happy to see it happen, but the direct troops of Chen's old flag are full of complaints. After a few arguments and knockdowns, the situation was finally finalized, except for Sunbuki and a few other demon hunters who had some backgrounds and were too lazy to camp for promotion. Risking the face of the general flag, they followed Li Yan rigidly. Most of them still do the hard work of going out early and coming back late, even going out at night to work on cases. Closing his eyes and checking the panel data in his mind, Li Yan was satisfied. Beside him, Sunbuki was jaw-dropped, his mouth open as if he could stuff down 2 eggs. My lord, what's wrong? Li Yan looked at him. Oh, you're trying to take credit, right? Are you trying to say that you actually saw that this guy was an earthworm monster? And that you couldn't be fooled by it, and that's why you spoke up to remind me to stop it from killing itself? Sunbuki cried and laughed. No, my lord, I'm trying to say, if you do this, do you count it as stopping it from committing suicide? Let's just say it succeeded in killing itself or not. Sunbuki, what lord, said makes so much sense that I'm actually speechless. People are not connected in their grief and joy. When Li Yan and the others returned to the entrance of the demon beheading division, they were seeing Cheng Erden and the other 5 people waiting in anticipation. Learning that Li Yan had exterminated the demons at the limit and got off work on time, the reporting demon hunter cheered and Cheng Erden worshipped. The 3 old greasers looked at Li Yan but their eyes were full of grudges. What's that look in your eyes? How come it's like I owe you a few taels of silver? My lord, you really caused us to lose several taels of silver. An old greaseball sobbing accusation. What's going on? Cheng Erden couldn't help but tell the 4 of them about the opening of the gambling house. Li Yan became furious and blared at the informer. Lousy went to play with his life. How dare you make a bet with this? The most hateful thing is that it also won 3.5 silver dollars. Listen to the music at the hook tonight. Your treat. Who's in favor and who's against when I'm done talking? The smirk on the informant's face immediately shifted to the faces of the old greasers. That night, the hookah yard lay flat after the boss. Quick, quick. The boss invented these new words really interesting. At first listen to inexplicable, think carefully. Wonderful. Take for example this word lay flat. Everyone knows that sitting, standing, and walking cannot be prolonged, and that they will get tired after a long time. The only thing that does not get tired is a long lie, and it is most comfortable to lie flat. Li Yan laughed. In our line of work, the head hangs on the belt. Today for the knife and chopping board. May one day encounter a strong enemy, turned into fish and meat. Since you need to play hard to get to work, then you have to play hard after work. What the boss said. It's just a shame that the good times didn't last. Tomorrow the new chief banner takes office, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to lie down again. There is no need to be so afraid, right? Sunbuki tilted his head back and drank the fine wine, putting down the wine goblet, thinking about when we followed the boss. That was even refuted the face of old General Flagchen. Even if this way is a strong dragon, he can't suppress us snakes. If I say so, let's go to work as normal tomorrow morning. She's early, so let her wait. The crowd clapped their hands in unison as they listened. Li Yan, however, laughed lightly and shook his head. This is not good. To start off with a full-on facepalm and put people up and down. Isn't that forcing them to have a firefight? Take your time. Tomorrow you will still have to get there early to meet them. Sunbuki was depressed. What about you, boss? It's only natural for me to show a little courtesy. Li Yan smiled and pointed to the hat on his head. When the show breaks up later, old son, you take this hat of mine, Mr. Li, home with you. When you greet the new chief banner tomorrow, you hold it and treat her so and so. Sunbuki listened with glowing eyes and couldn't help but clap his hands, as expected of an adult, always coming up with new tricks. Just then, a song was sung on the stage, and the drums and music were suspended. The singing dancer stepped off the stage and walked towards Li Yan in a graceful manner. Since Li Yan came back from the Ghost Gate 3 years ago, the whole person's temperament has changed greatly. For the most part, his change is a good thing. No humility to the top, no condescension to the bottom, even to the practitioners of the lower 9 streams. He has no contempt for them and gives them full respect. So this Danish actor was also very close to him. Of course, this is not the main reason. These subordinates of Li Yan also treated her with respect, but none of them were as good looking as Lord Li was born. All people have the desire to love beauty. Every time she saw Li Yan's handsome face, she felt incomparably eye-pleasing. Thank you, Lord Li, for coming to support us. With a flourish, she took the initiative to go forward and pour wine for Li Yan. Li Yan didn't excuse himself and laughed. Flowers and beautiful butterflies arrive. And the song is good for the soulmate to come. The girl sings well. I don't listen to it for a day. My body is prickly and scratchy. Everything else is good in this world but the lack of nightlife. For Li Yan, who is used to cleanliness and does not like whoring and gambling, there is no other place to go except to eat and drink in restaurants and listen to music in hookah bars. Don Jiao snorted a laugh. Lord Li speaks in a literal manner. My concubine had thought that you would be able to mingle with those literati. Today, I realized that your excellency has a fierce reputation in their eyes. After making fun of the situation, she was secretly resentful in her heart. Lord Li, the delicate flowers have bloomed. You butterfly, why don't you come to collect nectar from afar? Oh, what do you mean by that? Before your excellency came, an official in charge of the compilation of the Anchi Residence newspaper had already come first to hold the occasion. I heard him say that the first article in tomorrow's Residence newspaper is quite unfavorable to your lordship's reputation. Sun Buki and the others instantly changed color. This bunch of murderous, rotten bastards. What did they make up about my lord again? My lord, my concubine is only relaying. If you are angry, don't be angry at my concubine. Li Yan was unconcerned. Just go ahead and say it. Dan paused for a moment. I heard that officials say that the main headline tomorrow will be, Li Yan goes on the warpath, and not an inch of grass will be left. Subtitle, Earthworms split in half vertically and eggs shaken loose of their yolks. Li Yan. At first glance, it seems like it's not really half a lie. That is, the main title is slightly exaggerated. Sun Buki was furious. This bunch of turtle grandchildren. Their kung fu of taking things out of context is really pure. 10 sentences pinched to tell you 8 truths that are very different from the truth. My lord, this cannot be tolerated. Let's go and raid their lair. No need. I'd like to think that it's a good thing. Li Yan waved his hand. Don't you think, if my fierce reputation spreads, it will be a great deterrent to those demons who intend to come to this county to steal chickens and dogs? They don't dare to come and commit crimes. We save our energy and commute on time. Isn't that great? When Sun Buki and the others thought about it carefully, it was indeed true. But those bastards are really hateful. No harm done. This diaspora headline, though intended to be bad, was nevertheless executed well by them. So, the people were drinking and having a good time, and they drank until late at night before they dispersed. Anchi County, South Gate. Daylight slanted over the ground, evaporating the coolness of the night with a hint of it. Ta-da! Horseshoes rise. The 2 riders came from a distance, snapping their fingers to the gates and strangling their horses. On the green-maned horse, a person was wearing a green robe of the general flag of the Demon Beheading Division, wearing a sword on his waist, with a valiant appearance. It was the new chief flag of the Anchi County Demon Beheading Division, Wei Qinghan. On the date red horse at her side was her adjutant, Golden Bell. Gazing at the vast array of demon hunters in front of her, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Where is Li Yan, deputy chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division? The crowd shrugged. A few moments later, Sun Buki stepped out holding a hat. Sun Buki, a small flag under Vice General Li's command, has been ordered to wait here for a long time. Vice General Flag Li cannot be there in person, and has ordered my subordinates to deliver the message on his behalf. He raised his hat. Li had courtesy. Greet the chief flag. Wei Qinghan's smile faded as he turned his head and exchanged a glance with Jianlinger. Both picked up the same meaning in the other's eyes. The comber is not good. Chapter 4, The Prick. My lord. Goldbell's small face was suffocatingly red. The local demon hunters are so rude. This Li is clearly going against you. Hearing this, Wei Qinghan's smile that had originally disappeared suddenly resurfaced. Is this the talent that Chen's old flag has always returned to, and asked me to be more accommodating even after he left office? Interesting. Goldbell bit her lip. She was an orphan, adopted by the Wei family since she was a child, and grew up with Wei Qinghan, a sisterly love. Now that the young lady had just assumed the position of Anchi County Demon Beheading Division, she was being ridden by this local snake named Li Yan. Can this be tolerated? She pressed her hand to the hilt of her sword. Go straight to that Li's house and make a preemptive strike? Wei Qinghan's head shook slightly. Suzier, calm down. Just hold back a hand for now and wait and see what happens. Get into town. The government office of the Demon Chopper Division. Wei Qinghan sat in front of the hall, observing the dozens of demon hunters on both sides. Sun Xiaoqi, Vice Chief Flag Li has asked you to bring a message, and has not come in person, but is it because of a physical ailment? Back to your excellency, Deputy General Flag Li is in good health and has no injuries or illnesses. Oh, then why didn't he come to greet this official in person? Could it be that he was chasing demons and had no time to spare? That's not true. Vice President Flag Li is still sleeping at home. Wei Qinghan nodded. Before she ran to Anxi, the former General Banner Chen had told her implicitly, Li Yan, the deputy chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division, was not a good character to deal with. In his eyes, once Chief Flag Chen had paid his respects, the position of chief flag of this Anxi County Demon Beheading Division was his. Now that the cooked duck has flown away, Li Yan's heart is decidedly discontented and sees her as the usurper of the gene pool. Think with your heels and you won't give her a good look. If you work with him in the future, you will inevitably be tripped up by him, so be prepared in advance. But he has no major problems other than being a bit lazy, so please be more tolerant for the sake of his predecessors. Wei Qinghan readily accepted good advice. Countless scenarios have been projected on the road. For example, the other party is being masculine and abetting his men to do their work, holding a sick person out, or excusing himself to go out to hunt down demons and intentionally absenting himself from the welcoming ceremony was to be expected. But she never thought that the other party would even bother to pretend for a moment and sleep at home. Interesting. Clank. Goldbell sheathed her belt knife. Bold. Her beautiful eyes rounded, knowing that your lordship is arriving at the hour today. He actually slept at home. Is he seriously disregarding his excellency? Suzaku, what are you doing? The sword of the Demon Beheading Division has always been directed at foreign enemies such as demons. What's the point of being in the same room? Wei Qinghan coldly scolded Jean Linger. Staring at Jean Linger as she sheathed her sword, she turned her face and gazed at Sun Buki. Listening to old General Bannerchen, Vice General Bannerli has always thought that this position of General Banner of Anxi County is in his pocket. Now that I have been snatched away by this official, an outsider, it is inevitable that I will feel resentment. If you think about it, it is justifiable that he deliberately did not come to greet this official. If this official were to blame him for this, he would appear to be a bit small-minded. Although I am a woman, I still have the capacity to tolerate others. Sun Xiaoqi, please go to Vice Chief Flag Li's house and invite him to discuss official matters. Wei Qinghan said these words politely, but unexpectedly, when his eyes balked, he found that the gang of demon hunters all had strange faces. Lord Wei, you may have misunderstood. Sun Buki laughed. Vice General Flag Li is not targeting you. The subordinate is saying, he is not harboring a grudge against you, my lord, for failing to become Chief Banner, and is deliberately neglecting you. As for asking my subordinates to go and call Vice Commander-in-Chief Li here, this is too difficult for the villain, let alone me going to invite. Even if you yourself, my lord, go there, I am afraid you will not be able to get him out of bed. Mr. Li, the deputy chief of the flag, worked only during the 4 hours of the day, SI. Noon. Not yet. And Shen, he won't come until it's time to go to court. No one will go. Jean Linger said angrily, eating the king's salary and being loyal to the king. Only 4 hours of labor a day? Who gave him the right? Your Excellency doesn't know, but this has been the case for the past 3 years with Vice General Flag Li. Flag Officer Chen tacitly approved of this as well. As for why, that's a long story. Sun Buki narrated the story, telling Wei Qinghan about the gruesome battle 3 years ago that rounded up the alpha-level demons. So the real situation is that this Vice General Flag of ours, Li, almost lost his life due to being seriously injured by a demon during the Great Battle. Too much stimulation. Since then afraid of playing life. Therefore can less work. Sneak and wait for death? Goldbell had a look of contempt on her face. That's not true. Yesterday we had a chieftain-level demonic creature causing trouble here, and the brothers didn't dare to act rashly, but it was the Vice Chief Flag Lord himself who went into battle to eliminate it. Goldbell. She was really a bit confused about this Li Yan now. Wei Qinghan, however, fell into deep thought. So it seems that this Vice General Flag Li is a rare talent. My lord? Sun Buki looked at her teasingly. It is only the hour now, and it will be more than an hour before the Vice Chief Banner goes to the court. Are we going to wait here for him the whole time? Wei Qinghan pondered for a moment. Vice General Flag Li is the second chair of the Demon Beheading Division. If he did not come, many matters could not be negotiated to a conclusion. In that case, why don't we disperse and wait until the 6th hour to gather again? After saying that, she swung her cloak and led Golden Bell away. What next? My lord? Goldbell was indignant. Suzaku was in no hurry. Wei Qinghan said with a smile, when Elder General Flag Chen communicated with me before about this Vice General Flag, although his mouth was full of complaints, reminding me to be prepared to be at odds with him sooner rather than later. but outside of the words, it was an effort to defend and excuse him. On top of that, his group of men were extremely loyal to him. As far as I can see, this Lordly is a talented person with a temperament and at the same time a great deal of skill. It's better to be tolerant of talent. What does your honor mean? Just let it go? Then we won't have any prestige here anymore. Wei Qinghan shook his head. The first order of business is to test whether this Lordly has any real talent or not. If he is really a talented person with courage and resourcefulness, then I may not necessarily be unable to acquiesce to the old rules, to follow the rules of the old President Chen's flag, and let him maintain his status quo ante. But if you try and find out, he's nothing more than a silversmith. Ha! There will be no room for sand in this official's eyes. What is your honor going to try? Doesn't he not work until the hour? Then give him a reason why he must go out to work. Goldbell was unsure. Your honor is thinking? If a demonic creature commits a crime in the neighborhood of his house at a time other than the 4 hours of C. Wu, Wei and Shen, without another demon hunter present, Wei Qinghan revealed a smile. If he makes a move, he will reveal his true skill. If he doesn't make a move, then it proves that most of those battle records of his are blown. Goldbell looked confused. That sounds like a good plan, but where to find demons, and obedient ones at that, to carry it out? She was thinking hard, and when she looked up, she saw Wei Qinghan staring intently at her, seemingly smiling. An obedient demon is far away, but close at hand. Chapter 5. Pleasant Inn. The best inn in Ancestry County. In the upper-class guest room, Wei Qinghan's left hand exerted force and pressed down on Jean Linger. Don't move. Your makeup is going to be smudged. Goldbell was uncomfortable. Miss, is that necessary? If you ask me, why don't you just cover your face? How many times have I told you to claim your position out there? Wei Qinghan couldn't help but reach out and flick her little brain. Masked in broad daylight. You might as well just go ahead and assassinate Li Yan and force him to do it. Goldbell was thinking of something else. My lord, I always feel as if there's no point in us pretending to be a demon and making a mess to force his hand. It would be best if he was stupid and lazy and cowardly and never made a move. But I don't think so. He has been here for 3 years in the 4-hour work system. If there is really watching the demon rebellion and refused to take action, how can the DD newspaper let such a big news not report? So this time, he'll be sure to step in as well. My lord, you say that as soon as he strikes, it will break his custom of working only 4 hours a day? If I were him, I would only use the subject as a pretext to accuse His Excellency of sending someone to impersonate a demon to test his subordinates, and that his heart is punishable. Listening to Jean Linger's analysis, Wei Qinghan couldn't help but show a pleased smile. Gu, not bad. You're a girl with an organized way of thinking. It's not bad, and I also think the odds are that Li Yan will do it this time as well. So, what is your honor going to do about it? Simple. First you make amends, then you desperately try to crank up the heat. I'll tell him. When I first came here, I heard rumors that the deputy chief flag of the demon beheading division, Lord Li Yan Li, was cheating and slacking off in his work. When it's not time to go to the court, even if you see demons seeking to kill people, you choose to look on coldly. I don't believe it, so I sent my subordinate to pretend to be a demon to test Lord Li. As expected, the rumors were vicious and slanderous. Lord Li is concerned about the safety of the people. See the demonic disorder and work overtime is really the luck of Anchi County. I also hope that Lord Li will cooperate with this official in good faith and work together to maintain the stability of Anchi County. In my opinion, this Li Yan is a stubborn donkey. To deal with him, you can't be tough. You have to run with the hare. Jean Linger drifted off. Your Excellency is treating him like this. Face and steps have been given. If I were him, I would have lamented your lordship's broad-mindedness and bowed my head. Remember your identity, a demoness who has cultivated into a spirit and covets the young energy of human men. As long as we make a big enough commotion near Li Yan's house, I don't believe he'll still be able to sleep. Wei Qinghan's mouth spoke, and his hands kept moving. Soon, it transformed Goldbell into a demonic and evil woman. Checking out her masterpiece, she couldn't help but reach up and pinch the other woman's cheeks. Golden Bell's pretty face was scarlet, like a ripe peach. The eyes that looked at his own adult were dainty and shy, causing Wei Qinghan to cry out that he couldn't stand it. The end is charming and I feel sorry for you. Suzaku, you're such an abrasive little goblin. I seriously doubt it. If you go to commit a crime with this face, Li Yan may not be ruthless enough to make a move on you. My lord. Goldbell was full of disbelief. Gu, say you're fat and you're still wheezing. The pot was so loud that it made me tingle. Set out. This officer will marshal the line for you. Greenstone Lane. In the small courtyard that was only 2 walls away from Li Yan's house, a well-built woman with a tiger's back was shouting at the top of her voice towards the house. It's late in the day and you're still in bed. Lazy ass. You think you're Lord Li of the demon beheading department, and you get paid for sleeping? I was so blind to follow such a no-good poor guy like you. In other families, the man is in charge of the house and the woman is in charge of the home, with the big laborers doing the work and the women doing the housework. What about us? It's all up to my mother to go out and earn money. You loser. You can only pick up things at home and be a womanizer. This drink scolding like the winter wind, so that the man in the room feel even more cold, so more tightly wrapped in the blanket, refused to get up. The woman's anger increased as she saw this. Taking a look around, she copied a bamboo pole and was about to rush into the house to wake up her husband's sleeping mind. Right then and there. Ma'am, is your man here? A pleasant, flirtatious voice came from the front door. The woman turned back in consternation, only to see an extremely good-looking woman who was born like a fairy in a painting. No, a goblin-like woman, standing in front of the door with a smile on her face. Her mind was on alert. What do you want with my man? It's nothing important. I just want to borrow some yang energy from him. The woman immediately raised her eyebrows. Where did that come from? How dare she come to the door to seduce my man? Woo sledgehammer. You crooked hanging day. When did you hook up with this kind of vixen? The goblin-like woman grinned. Your ladyship is so good at seeing that I am a vixen at a glance. But I'm not here to seduce your man. I'm just borrowing it. I'll throw it back to you when I'm done, if he's still alive. After saying that, her face turned cold, and the jade hand that was holding on the door gently grabbed it. Ka-ching! The thick wooden door was actually crushed and grabbed off a piece of it by her. The originally aggressive woman suddenly turned pale, stomped and retreated a few steps, and sat on her butt on the ground. I feel that this is a female goblin who robbed a good woman and man in broad daylight. She winced. The party woke up as if in a dream as he watched the leprechaun walk past him and head straight for the bedroom. The one who lives between the two walls is the deputy chief flag of the demon beheading division, Lord Li Yen Li. Good vixen. You wait for me. I'm going to call Lord Li to clean up your tie hooves. Just waiting for the goblin's figure to disappear inside the house. She immediately got up, rolled and crawled and rushed out of the yard, heading straight for Li Yan's house, shouting as she ran, Lord Li, help! A vixen is trying to steal my man. Woken up by the noise, Li Yan was very upset. Sister Wu. He looked hopelessly at the panting woman in front of him. A clean slate. What are you looking for from me in this kind of matter? No, it's a real vixen. Wu's sister-in-law even gestured. It's that kind of fox-turned-demon spirit that wants to capture my man to suck his young energy. Oh, Li Yin frowned, feeling that something was not right. Vixen? Robbing women? Normally, shouldn't it be seduced by beauty? And this vixen, she's so stupid or something. Instead of robbing men in the outlying villages, they go to the crowded city. What was even more outrageous was that the location of the man snatching happened to be only 10 or so steps away from the home of the vice-chief flag of the demon beheading division. On purpose, or by accident? Chapter 6, Dharma Phase Golden Body, Heavenly Eye Insight. Seeing Li Yan sitting on the bed without moving, sister-in-law Wu immediately recalled the rumors about this vice-presidential flag. The office went up at 6 o'clock and was dismissed at 5 o'clock, and it was unchanged every day. Outside of his work hours, he didn't bother with all the demons committing crimes. For the past few years, it had been General Banerjee who had led people around putting out fires and wiping his ass for him. Thinking of this, she immediately flung herself to the ground and began to wail. Lord Li, neighbors for a while, you can't just ignore it. Okay, Li Yan cried and laughed. Please go out. I'll change immediately and go to your house. Sister-in-law Wu immediately withdrew her voice and nimbly ran to the door. Within a short time, Li Yan appeared in front of her fully clothed and hooded. Many thanks, my lord. And please, your excellency, hurry. That vixen, I'm afraid, is in my bed right now, using force on my man. Pust. Li Yan couldn't help himself. Don't worry, Mrs. Wu, your family man will be fine. While talking, the two had already arrived at the door of Mrs. Wu's house, just in time to meet the beautiful vixen with the picturesque face, carrying the fainting Wu de hammer in her hands. Li Yan looked at her fixedly and spoke slowly. Let go of that man. Someone from the demon beheading division? Jean Linger, who was pretending to be a fox spirit, pretended to look up and down at Li Yan's attire. Auntie needs yang qi to nourish her body. Let go of the man and let you? Or is it? She drew out the short sword Wei Qinghan had given her for defense. Do you want to try if this precious sword of mine is sharp? Li Yan almost didn't strain himself. In his 2 lifetimes of experience, especially in light of the great woman-watching techniques that the old greasers have instilled in him over the past 3 years, this vixen, a glimpse of the Real, identified as a chick, a virgin with absolutely no experience in that area, robbing women and men for their masculinity, and it also happened to pick on a neighbor of the vice-presidential flag, of the demon chopper division? The motive was wrong and the place was even worse. Taken together, there is only one possibility. This vixen is Wei Qinghan, The new boss who took over today. For the sake of testing yourself. It's a fishing expedition. Now, seeing himself show up, did the other guy get a kick out of it? Feeling like he'd hooked himself into a warbler? The corners of Li Yan's mouth turned upward madly. Let him go and I'll stay with you. My sword has not been unfavorable. The most glorious battle. The wilderness. A night of 7 stabbed wolves. Golden Bell's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she listened. It always felt like something was wrong. My sword is not unfavorable? 7 spiky wolves in one night? Doesn't he use a knife? Doubt flickered and she quickly turned her mind back to the task with a cold grunt. Never mind. My aunt is not very comfortable with demon hunters. Now I'm going to take this man with me, and you either get out of the way and let me go, or you die. Which of the 2 paths do you choose? Li Yan smiled. I've said it before, let him go. Golden Bell's eyes contained fury as she raised her hand and threw Wu De Hammer to the side. Are you determined to make a move against your aunt? Li Yan shook his head. Just release the people. It's not time to go to the court yet, so I'm not going to do it. You hurry up. Once it drags on until I go to the court at the 6th hour, then I'll have to get my hands on you. Ha! Golden Bell sneered. You want to give up without a fight, and you want me to return empty-handed based on your words alone? I'm afraid it's not up to you whether you move or not, he said, making a move to pounce. Li Yan's eyes stared and he whispered, Lord Wei, is it really true that you want to force Mr. Li to work overtime? Golden Bell's heart jumped, but her mouth said, what Lord Wei? Look at the move. Sharp short sword, stabbing straight towards Li Yan's face. Li Yan did not dodge. Seeing that the other party really didn't make a move, Jean Linger's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. I was hesitant to withdraw my hand when I heard a clang. The sound of gold and iron was like a bell, but it was his own short sword, stabbing at a layer of golden shield. The Dharma golden body? She changed color in horror and retracted her sword, only to see Li Yan's body around him. Golden light shone. The Dharma golden body behind him resembled an ox, not a cow, and a horse, not a horse. Vaguely seen labor, contract, protection of the law and other gilt letters around. How is that possible? Most of the demon hunters of the Demon Beheading Division were martial artists who had entered the Tao with martial arts. How did this Li? How did he have the Dharma golden body protection of a high-grade Buddhist master? You martial artist, you've actually practiced the secret arts of Buddhism on the side? Dharma? Li Yan smiled slightly. Is that short for the Buddhist Work Protection Act? It's aptly called that. Why did Lord Wei bother? This Dharma of mine, although merciful, will still punish those who force me to work overtime accordingly. Punishment? Goldbell cried out in secret. She's only a samurai of the 3rd level, facing Li Yan, who possessed the Dharma phase golden body. There was no chance of winning, and so on. This guy just kept calling himself Lord Wei. Obviously, this was also a smart man who had long seen what his lordship was up to. The only thing that was smart about it was thinking of himself, a pawn, as the main general. But anyway, now that he's decided he's his top man, the so-called punishment is nothing more than verbalized anger. With that thought, she returned her sword to its sheath and clasped her hands to her chest. Oh, how does Lord Li want to punish me? Before the words left her mouth, she only saw the circle of light around the Dharma phase golden body suddenly expand, instantly enveloping her entire body. Above the midair, a huge eye hovered in it, emitting a piercing beam of light. As Jean Linger was in a state of shock, she only heard Li Yan open his mouth. Ta Jin Wei, this Heaven's Eye Cha, ahem, Heaven's Eye insight technique of mine, is similar to the Buddhist His Heart's passage. I can spy on those who force me to work overtime and find out their illegal and unethical behaviors, so that they have nothing to hide. If Lord Wei has not done anything wrong since he was a child, he has nothing to fear. Tathagata? Goldbell's body was covered in sweat. Right at that moment, the beam of light released by that giant eye, he projected a portrait in front of the two. The portrait is dense and charming. Instead, it was 2 people bathing in a hot spring. Just by sweeping a glance at the 2 men's appearance, Jean Linger almost fainted. Those 2, in fact, were her and Wei Qinghan. Just then, the 2 people in the portrait unexpectedly moved. Clean me up some, Belle. Alas, by the time we take office in Anchi County, we won't be able to enjoy the beauty of this hot spring bath. Also, can you restore the dialogue from that time as well? Goldbell's jaw dropped. Her face was as red as blood as she twisted her head to the side to look at Li Yan. Seeing that the other party was also staring and watching, he couldn't help but crack. Denizen, shut your doggone eyes. Otherwise, she wanted to threaten death, but her heart was ashen in the turn of a breath. This is his domain. There was nothing she could do about it. There was absolutely nothing to stop the lecher from feasting his eyes on the lady's moving curves. No, that's not right. It's just 2 people helping each other with their baths. What kind of illegal, backstabbing scandal is this? She was about to angrily scold Li Yan, asking him how this evil heavenly eyes insight technique could be compared to the Buddhist other mind portrait. But suddenly her voice came. The curve of this ass, miss, is so picturesque. Not only that, the chest is even more magnificent. I don't know which stinky man will be cheaper in the future. Alas, it would be so nice if the young lady could spend the rest of her life without marrying and spend the rest of her life with me. Unfortunately, miss, you will never know how I feel about you. Goldbell's entire body was struck by lightning. She was. Heartbeat? That works too? Beside him, Li Yan's odd gaze looked. So you're not Lord Wei, but the one who covets Lord Wei's beauty, Miss Suzaku? No. Goldbell went limp and collapsed to the ground in a state of disorientation. Chapter 7. The Wei family has a daughter who is good at mixing things up. Not far away on the roof of a private house, Wei Qinghan's mind was full of doubts. What was happening in front of me revealed infinite strangeness. Jean Ling Air's bait plan to forcefully rob a civilian man looks very successful, and soon recruits the main man, Li Yan. What happened next was just as she had expected. Golden Bell was intentionally aggressive, causing both sides to talk it over and proceed to do it. She didn't expect her subordinate and personal maid, who only had a samurai cultivation level, to be able to take advantage under Li Yan. No matter what, that was a ruthless character who dared to fight the alpha-level demons to the death. Even because of the leniency of the enemy, worrying that Li Yan's cultivation was too high, he killed his own maid instantly with a single slash. She also purposely picked out two of the several powerful treasures that her father had given her to protect her body and asked Golden Bell to bring them with her. That was a treasure that was strong enough to withstand the full force of an innate martial artist level expert. It's foolproof any way you think about it. That was why she was relieved to let Golden Bell take the initiative to provoke an attack. However, just as Golden Bell launched her attack, it seemed to have been stopped by an invisible obstacle. Obviously, this Vice President Li's cultivation was a bit beyond her imagination. Surprisingly, he had cultivated an invisible shield that only an innate martial artist could possess. This surprised Wei Qinghan a bit, but that's not all. What was even stranger to her was this: it was clear that she could hear the two conversing at first. Suddenly, only two people's mouths opened and closed, but their voices were half empty. Seeing that Jean Linger was emboldened in general, she clasped her hands to her chest and theorized with Li Yan. Unexpectedly, he didn't say a few words, but then his face looked horrified and he fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. What the hell? Could it be that on that Li Yan's body, there was some powerful magic treasure, and the gap between the treasure he had given to Suzaku was too great, making her feel desperate, so desperate that she thought even she was too late to save her? Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate any longer and shouted, "Stay under the knife." Just after the last word human was shouted out, she herself had already jumped up and down twice, leaping to Li Yan's body. Vice General Flagley, this vixen is, in fact, one of my men in disguise. I apologize for any offense. The moment she saw her land on the ground, Goldbell's entire being snapped out of its stupor. Looking at the young lady who stood in her way, her eyes were filled with bitterness. There is no greater bitterness in mourning. The young lady's cultivation was profound, and her eyes and ears were far beyond her own. Those images and heartfelt words just now naturally could not escape her eyes and ears. Since this kind of dirty mind has been known to the lady, my life, too, ends here, doesn't it? She thought mournfully. Then he heard a compliment from his lady. I didn't realize that Vice General Flagley not only has a high level of cultivation, but the magical treasures on his body are also so powerful that it's smacking. A magic treasure that could isolate sound was rare in this world. I don't know where Vice Commander-in-Chief Li got it from. Soundproofing? Golden Bell's eyes, which had originally lost their vigor, suddenly lit up. Miss thinks that Li Yan used a sound isolation magic treasure? Doesn't that mean those nasty heartfelt words of one's own? Simply, not a word of them reached her ears? No, it should be more than that. It's not just that the heart wasn't heard by the lady. The exquisite view of the two bathing together in the hot springs was similarly unseen by her. Otherwise, with Mrs. Nature, how could she sit back and watch Li Yan? This denizen, look at her wonderful body from top to bottom? Thinking about it, she finally had hope to live. With one bone, he got up from the ground and came to Wei Qinghan's side. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Li Yan's voice came first. Ta Jinwei, you've gone to great lengths to pull off this whole stunt just to force someone Li to work overtime? Wei Qinghan's face stagnated. Goldbell, however, was alarmed. She knows that all too well. This glib remark is by no means out of the mouth of the people. Rather, it is the murmur of an evil spirit from the infernal hell. All the lady had to do was answer yes, and she would immediately suffer the same fate as herself. So she immediately opened her mouth, ready to speak up. Your Honor, Suzaku girl. Just after uttering two words, he was interrupted by Li Yan's opening. You don't want your lady to know that you're treating her that way, do you? Goldbell was immediately silenced. Wei Qinghan frowned slightly, realizing that things were a bit uncomplicated. Looking at the situation, it seemed like Suzaku had been caught by the other side in something? What kind of blackmail could make Suzier, who had grown up with him and was loyal to him, and even to the entire Wei family, too, scared enough to do that? I'm sure we'll have to do some serious questioning afterward, she thought in her heart, and her mouth smoothly returned. Not bad. This official is trying to use this method to break the practice of Vice General Flag Li not working overtime. Before the words left her mouth, her pupils suddenly tightened, only to see Li Yan's body around him. Suddenly golden light shone. The Dharma golden body? You've practiced Buddhist secret arts on the side? Sort of. Li Yan laughed. Lord Wei, in my life, I hate it when people force me to work overtime. The practice of this Dharma automatically imposes punishment on those who force me to work overtime. Punishment? Interesting. I'll see what you've got up your sleeve. Wei Qinghan, his heart was on guard, but his mouth was hard, only to see that the circle of light around the Dharma phase golden body suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping her entire body. Above the midair, a huge eye hovered with a blinding light. Wei Qinghan was like a great enemy, and with all his magic treasures, he was about to resist with all his might. Ta Zhen Wei, this heavenly eye insight technique of mine is similar to the Buddhist his heart's passage. I can spy on those who force me to work overtime and find out their illegal and unethical behaviors, so that they have nothing to hide. If Lord Wei has not done anything wrong since he was a child, he has nothing to fear. Without waiting for her to activate the treasure, the beam of light released by the giant eye had already projected a portrait in front of the two. In the scene, a powdered, beautifully sculpted female child with a pilgrim's braid is holding a brown clay bowl as she stumbles toward a middle-aged man not far away. Father, have some tea. The person she called Daddy had a white face, ringed eyebrows and leopard eyes, high nose and wide mouth, and was a handsome and dashing man. Seeing his daughter at such a young age, he knew how to serve water to honor himself, and the man was very relieved. His left hand wrapped around the girl child and his right hand took the clay bowl. Worthy of being my Wei Qianlong's daughter. So good. As he said that, he looked at the clay bowl in his hand and was a bit puzzled. Nui, this bowl, where did it come from? I made it yesterday, out of yard mud. Let it dry and wash it clean with water many times. The tea, mother, made it by hand and poured it into a bowl. Wei Qianlong came to a realization. Forget it, at my level of cultivation, I can't hurt my intestines by swallowing knives or drinking boiling water, so why should I be afraid of a mere yellow mud? Dirty is as dirty as it gets. After all, it's a daughter with some filial piety. Thinking of this, he spread his face and smiled, and with his head held high, he drank the tea in the bowl in a single gulp. The tea hit his throat and he settled. The smell, why is it weird? He looked at his daughter suspiciously, a bad feeling gradually rising in his heart. Nui, your bowl is quite pretty. Can you make one for Daddy? The girl child nodded frantically. Yes, Daddy, but gotta, wait a minute. I'm now, not peeing. Wei Qianlong's face suddenly changed, and the tea that had long been in his stomach instantly surged up his throat. Then, it flew down 3,000 feet. After vomiting no more, he glared, copied the girl child, and slapped his big hand hard at her ass. You ungrateful daughter. Pissed off old me. The moment the image appeared, Wei Qinghan felt bad. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about stopping Li Yan. The demon slashers were trying desperately to get at him, but they were all blocked by the shield. Whether it's a threat or a plea, all of them were rejected by Li Yan with the sentence once the eye of heaven is opened, I can't stop it. Thus, she could only blush like blood, together with Li Yan, passively recalling that period of childhood past. When the image disappeared, Wei Qinghan only felt uninterested, but she was ultimately a tough-minded person, and quickly regained her composure. Recalling how Golden Bell had behaved just now, she immediately realized, these images and sounds should only be heard by her and Li Yan, so he looked at Li Yan with hatred. Lordly, good skill. Li Yan seemed to smile. Ta Zhen Wei has overpraised. Where there are people, there is a jungle. Where there is a jungle, there is conflict. Being good at compromising and reconciling conflicts is a necessary unifying skill for those at the top. If we want the Anshi County Demon Beheading Division to function properly in the future, we'll have to rely on Your Excellency's ability to smooth things over. Shut up. Chapter 8. On the way back to the Uli Inn, Wei Qinghan and Jean Linger were like two defeated hens, hanging their heads in shame. There were no words along the way. Back in the guest room, the two men sat opposite each other in east and west, but their gazes were parallel, one to the south and one to the north. Ryoko, Suzaku, what were you exposed to in that Li's heavenly eye insight technique? Hearing the young lady ask this fateful question, Golden Bell's face changed several times. Finally, she clenched her teeth, eased to her knees, drew the whip, held it up, and bent her head. I'm sorry, my lord. I can't say. The only thing I can guarantee is that I have never done anything to betray His Excellency or the Wei family. Please punish me, my lord. But she didn't wait for the imagined punishment. Wei Qinghan didn't remove the horsewhip, not even a word of rebuke. The whole person, as if molded in clay, remained motionless for half a day. I don't know how long it took before I heard Wei Qinghan sigh. Get up, I believe you. This time, the two of us have fallen in succession. It's not incompetence. It's just that our opponents are too cunning. Goldbell's hanging heart finally dropped, got up and came to Wei Qinghan, asked in a low voice, adults, although I do not know that the lecherous thief surnamedly has mastered what secrets you have. Before the words left her mouth, she steeply felt the temperature in the room plummet, like falling into an ice cellar. It's a matter of who asks who. Anyway, no more questions. Do you hear me? Golden Bell was terrified, her head nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. Understood, my lord. My subordinate is trying to say, in the future, we'd better deal less with that Li. He doesn't want to work overtime, so let him be, lest he. Speaking of this, she seemed to recall something unpleasant from the past, and not only did her body tremble, but even her voice trembled. What do you need to say about that? Wei Qinghan was equally low. My lord is more worried than working overtime. Will he blackmail us with our secrets? Wei Qinghan pondered for a moment. If I were him, I would most likely take advantage of this good opportunity to get more for myself. Stand firm from the beating and be willing to bet. We took the initiative to attack, but we lost the battle. It is inevitable to make certain compromises. Money, power, it's all negotiable, as long as it's not excessive. Anymore, he's a guy with real skills. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on him if we run into tough opponents in the future. These days, the most expensive thing is talent. However, if he is so arrogant and domineering, I am afraid that he may not listen to your orders in the future. My lord. Wei Qinghan was silent for a moment. People with ability, temper is normal. He looks like he should be a person who eats soft but not hard, and moving out the old man may not work. Really cannot. This official slightly put down some of the stature. Good words to invite is. At 6 o'clock, the Anqi County Demon Chopper Division. Li Yan was the last one to step into the courthouse and arched his hand towards Wei Qinghan. Lord Wei. Wei Qinghan's face was expressionless. Not even looking at him. Lord Li, please excuse yourself. Have a seat. Li Yan didn't care and turned to take his seat. After all the twists and turns, the new bosses, the old men, finally come together. Yesterday, Li Yan had instructed Sun Buki and the others that no matter what happened today, they just needed to wait quietly, even knowing that Lord Wei was going to personally go to his house to find trouble. And don't come over in advance to give notice, let alone help, not even from a distance to watch and pry. If he doesn't listen and insists on being a poolfish, he won't stop him from watching the gates of the city go up in flames. Under such exhortation, the main and deputy chief flags encounter at Wu's sister-in-law's house, a group of demon hunters, when really none of them knew about it. Yet there was no shortage of people in the hall, though the two supervisors were just exchanging some simple pleasantries. Cleverer. Immediately from this, Wei Qinghan party left, must have gone to Li Yan to find trouble, and it got deflated. Lord Li. This official is new to the area and is not familiar with the situation in Anqi County, coupled with a lack of experience. We will have to rely more on Lord Li for the affairs of this division in the future. Wei Qinghan took the initiative to speak. Lord Wei's words are a disgrace to Mr. Li. Li Yan laughed. All the brothers know that I, Li Yan, am a lazy man who prefers to sleep late and wake up late. Therefore, every day at 6 o'clock on time on the yamen, at 5 o'clock on time to dismiss the yamen, close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black. And the brethren under my command, such as Sun Buki, Sun Xiaoqi, and more than a dozen others, are also tainted with this problem. As long as Lord Wei doesn't force us to change this rule, we will naturally fully support you. Wei Qinghan looked at him without joy or anger. I have heard that this rule has been in existence for 3 years. Since it had failed to affect the functioning of the Anqi Demon Chopper Division for 3 years, it meant that it had some rationality. In that case, why should I add to the confusion? The crowd in the hall was in an uproar, exchanging words in whispers, worthy of being Li Yan. Lord Li, the strongest local snake in our Anqi County. I told you, she's a pussy, she'll just be easily handled by our boss. Toast. The boss has already instructed us to make an exception and come over early to greet her, but she's still not satisfied. She has to go to the boss in person to have a go. Now that's a lost cause. Compensated for the lady? You mean, this Wei Tajian was given that by our boss, tied to be the pressured lady? Metaphors, get the metaphor? Stupid. Those affiliated with Li Yan's faction rejoiced. The hearts of those who originally watched and did not know whether to adhere to Wei Qinghan or switch to Li Yan's door were similarly energized. Silence. Seeing Wei Qinghan's face becoming more and more ugly, and Jean Linger's appearance of wanting to eat someone, Li Yan opened his mouth at the right time. The crowd was silent. Ta Jinwei. It is a pity that old General Flag Chen retired due to injury and could not come to hand over to you in person. I wanted to help, but I was not familiar with any of his ministry. Since I have a heart, I'm afraid there's no point in staying here. Why don't you take your men on patrol first? How about you communicate with them here? Wei Qinghan sighed in relief. This guy, however, was not a person who was unforgiving. Knowing that staying here would only make him look worse, he left of his own accord. Also still available. Please go ahead. Lord Li, you're forced to work overtime. No training bonus today. Your subordinate Sun Buki went to work early and was unable to provide you with cultivation. Your subordinate, Chang Erden, went to work early and was unable to provide you with cultivation. Your subordinates, one after another. The news surfaced in Li Yan's mind, causing him to sigh contently. Never mind. It's all a necessary price to pay. It's a good thing you only lost a day's worth of cultivation bonus. Just then, you have successfully fought for the right to commute to and from work on time in the future for yourself and your subordinates, and have gained 5,000 cultivation points. You have successfully advanced to the rank of innate martial artist, elementary, 215/50. 000. Acquisition of Bull Demon Power Fist, high-grade fist technique. Acquired Tiger Bone Vajra Claw, high-grade claw technique. Get double cultivation card, lasts for 1 week. Li Yan's eyes gradually widened. What a great reward. Chapter 9. Lord Li is tall and hard. There are 9 layers of Bull Demon Power Fist. Each layer enhances the attack power, life defense, self-healing and own strength. And you can obtain the power of 9 oxen when you reach the 9th layer. Tiger Bone Vajra Claw. 2 layers, each layer enhances attack power, evasion and strength, up to 2 tigers strength. Effects of each level of Bull Demon Power Fist. Attack power increased by 50%. Life limit increased by 10%. Healing speed increased by 10%. Defensive head increased by 20%. Defense of other parts of the body increased by 10%. Strength increased by 1 bull, about 2,000 pounds. Effects of each layer of Tiger Bone Vajra Claws. Attack power increased by 20%. Evasion increased by 20%. Strength increased by 1 tiger, about 3,500 pounds. Whether or not to infuse cultivation to enhance the technique? Remarks, current remaining cultivation level is 90215. Li Yan scrutinized the 2 high-grade Gongfu descriptions with ecstasy in his heart. During these 3 years, he himself worked more than 200 days a year and gained 100 cultivation per day, saving a total of more than 60,000 cultivation. The subordinates contributed a little less, but still a little 50,000. Cultivation will automatically level up once you acquire a certain amount. However, knife skills, boxing and kicking kung fu, and all these, could not be improved automatically. Manual perfusion is required. The reason he was able to cleave the alpha-level earthworm monster in 2 with a single slash, it was for spending 20,000 cultivation infusions to raise the demon hunter's only martial art, the demon slaying blade technique, to the great perfection. The remaining 90,000 or so cultivation levels have been suffering from the lack of a better Gongfu infusion. Now there is finally a use for it. System, please help me fill them up. Hard. You consume 45,000 cultivation points and cultivate Bull Devil's Power Fist to the full level of 9. You have consumed 30,000 cultivation points to cultivate Tiger Bone Vajra Claws to the full level of the 2nd tier. Current attack increased by 85%. Life cap increased by 90%. Healing speed increased by 90%. The defense of the head is increased by 18%. And the defense of other parts of the body is increased by 90%. Dodge increased by 40%. Strength increase, 9 oxen and 2 tigers strength, about 25,000 pounds. Moving his muscles and bones, feeling the surging power surging around him, Li Yan was magnificent. In this case, when floating a big white, he couldn't help but pull out the wine gourd on his waist, take a sharp drink, and let out a loud shout. Come on! The sudden shouting and yelling baffled Sun Buki and the others, who drew their swords and looked left and right. What happened? What happened, my lord? Li Yan also realized that his voice came a bit suddenly, so he had to make up awkward nonsense. Didn't I just, feel all out of energy? Thinking that a drink should refresh you. As the old saying goes, wine is grain essence. The more you drink, the younger you get. No, a sip of wine is all it takes. So then, one didn't hold back and shouted. So it is. It dawned on the crowd. 3 days later, to Nami. In the past few days, in order to avoid embarrassment, Li Yan every day at 6 o'clock on time after punching the card, then take his subordinates out on patrol. maintained a tacit understanding with Wei Qinghan that the king did not see the king, but there are times when there is no escaping a meeting after all. Like right now. County Magistrate Sun Yifeng personally presided over a meeting that was closely related to the work of the Demon Beheading Division. The content of the meeting, related to the migration of the demon people, was a matter of great importance. As we all know, small meetings for small things, small meetings for big things. So for this meeting, there were not many attendees. Excluding the number of people from the county magistrate's party, there were only 5 participants here in the Demon Beheading Division. They were Wei Qinghan, the chief banner, Li Yan, the deputy chief banner, and the junior banners Jean Linger, Sun Bufu, and Gao Liang, Lord Li and Lord Wei. Regarding the matter of the demon people moving to Dali, after a pilot run of about a year, the court has now come to a conclusion. The states and counties have opened up the matter of migration to accept the designated demon people one after another. According to His Majesty's decree, the first batch of types of demon people allowed to be naturalized in the states and counties were cattle demons and horse demons. The highest cultivation level was no more than the chief level. There are no restrictions on the race or cultivation level of the disciples of the demon folk that each clan accepts. We don't have a clan in Anchi County, so what we need to discuss today is how to settle the upcoming demon folk, as well as matters of management and restraint in the future. County Magistrate Sun Yifeng spoke the main theme of the meeting in a cloudy manner. Jean Linger raised her willow eyebrows. Magistrate Sun, the chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division is my family's Lord Wei. What are your intentions in placing Vice Chief Flag Li in front of her? Hey, little flag Jean. The magistrate has a discerning eye and can see that the real person in charge of the Demon Beheading Division is our Lord Li. So what's wrong with advancing him? Sun Buki immediately cut off the conversation. Jean Linger was furious. Surnamed Sun, Lord Wei is in charge of the entire Anchi County Demon Beheading Division. Who are you to dare to defy your superiors like this? I'm not much of an onion. And in terms of birth, my father, Sun Yifeng. Sun Buki made a big stab and scowled at the magistrate. Speaking of defiance of superiors, although my father is a civil official, he is nominally the hand of Anchi County. How dare you, a small flag of the Demon Beheading Division, question the magistrate. What a big bully. Goldbell smiled coldly at her words. I said, why do you dare to be so arrogant? So it's because you have a father who is a magistrate. She steeply slapped the table and stood up. If you really want to fight for your father, who doesn't have one? Your lordship's own father. Also my righteous father, surnamed Wei, first named Qianlong. Have you ever heard of this name? The originally calm and collected Sun Yifeng's face changed dramatically. Lord Wei, your father is the one known as the #1 expert of the Great Li dynasty, the former King Ying, and the current Duke of Dong. Wei Qianlong? Wei Qinghan nodded lightly. Sun Yifeng was suddenly drenched in sweat, a cold sweat cinching his forehead, hurriedly getting up and saluting. I didn't know Lord Sheriff had arrived. Please forgive me. Li Yan and the others also looked sideways. Half the time, this Lord Wei Qinghan Wei turned out to be a county princess. County Magistrate Lord, please excuse me. Qinghan is here on official business in his position as the chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division, not to tour the mountains in the name of the county magistrate. Sun Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded his head. That's a very good point. Lord Wei, your excellency, don't worry. We, the Demon Beheading Division's group will be fully assisted since. With that, he turned his head and glared at his own son. Sun Xiaoqi, you must not cause trouble for Lord Wei in the future. As long as Ta Jianwei is in need, he must be at your beck and call. Is that clear? Sun Buki was completely dumbfounded. It just felt like my life was going to be gray from now on. He didn't blame his own father for being overly capable of seeing the wind. Simply because this Lord Chief Banner, the relationship is too hard. That was the #1 expert of the Great Li dynasty, the powerful Duke Dong, Wei Qianlong. Who can afford to mess with that? Bad. He suddenly remembered something and a chill ran down his spine. I'm afraid this woman purposely didn't reveal her identity and background earlier in the day in order to hook the boss, the prick, out of the picture, right? Now that his identity has been revealed, I'm afraid he doesn't want to press the boss to the ground and use his face as a shoeshine pad. Rubbing it fiercely? Don't have to think about it. For sure, she might have spared a minor character like herself for the sake of the magistrate, but a prick like Li Yan, whose status was second only to hers, would never be spared. It's over. It's all over. He looked at Li Yan in despair. Boss, my little brother can no longer follow you to lie flat. Just then, Li Yan spoke. Magistrate, you have more things to do and need to focus on people's livelihood. We'll take care of the demon slaying division ourselves. He turned his head to look at Wei Qinghan. Lord Wei, we've already spoken a few days ago. My people, following me towards the Simuyu, has become a habit. My lord, you don't want to be told that you talk like pissing or farting, do you? Hearing that he dared to say such vulgar words as peeing and farting to Wei Qinghan in public, the crowd was dumbfounded. Golden bell on the forehead, veins exposed. Angry eyes. However, think of their own handle in its hands. Bulking, not dare to go forward. Wei Qinghan, face red over the ears. Lightly hummed, although this official is a woman, but also believe in a man of a word. A team of horses cannot catch up. Lordly, Sun Xiaoqi, etc. Just work according to the original routine. I will never go back on my word. The crowd froze again. In the midst of Sun Duqi's ecstasy, his admiration for his own lord was like a torrential river, unceasing. Pops has a high skill at steering the ship. Is General Wei's relationship hard enough? Oh, not even as good as our boss. Tall and hard. Chapter 10, Preferential Treatment of Foreigners, Putting the Cart Before the Horse. Lord Wei is a man of his word, a woman of his word. Mr. Li admires him. Li Yan slightly arched his hand before turning to Sun Yifeng. Lord Sun, please continue. It took Sun Yifeng a long time to come back to his senses. No, is this the same thigh that my own son fell for? Facing the daughter of the Duke of Dong, and still being able to be majestic and unassuming. Hard enough to force the Lord Chief banner to soften and hide with a red face? Sure enough, it was thick, hard and long-lasting. He gathered up the thousands of feelings in his heart and began to introduce the follow-up work in an organized manner. These two outskirts of the city are the places that this county has provided for the cattle demon and horse demon tribes to live in peace. They originally lived on the prairie and had little housing requirements. So all that is needed is to organize some craftsmen to build a group of simple huts for them. As for food, including grass, soybeans, etc., a portion of it, purchased with funds from the county office, is subsidized. On the other hand, it is up to them to find their own employers to work for and earn money to buy their own. With regard to the problem of conflict between the demon people and the people of Dali after their migration, the higher-ups demanded that the treatment be as lenient and light as possible, and that no knives be used as a last resort, and that short sticks be used at the most. Li Yan frowned as he listened. Which one of these brain-deficient guys has encouraged His Majesty to come up with this series of wisdom-quenching operations? Wisdom extinguished? Lord Li, please could you explain it in passing when you come up with a whole new word? Sun Yifeng was helpless. By wisdom quenching, I mean brain jerking. It seems that Lord Li is very unimpressed with the matter of the demon people's migration. Wei Qinghan said. Could it be that Lord Li thinks that the Great Li Dynasty Hall, from His Majesty, down to the 100 officials, are not as brainy as Lord Li, and that he is netting some decrees that do harm but no good? I would say that the decree is quite good. I didn't say it wouldn't do a little good. Li Yan shook his head. There is no profit to be made. The court passed this decree, naturally seeing the benefits embedded in it. Yet giving preferential treatment to foreigners is really putting the cart before the horse. Oh, what's Lord Li's insight? I'm all ears. Li Yan was not modest and spoke slowly. The clan recruits demon folk as disciples, regardless of race or cultivation, naturally to supplement the high-end battle force. The selection of Minotaur and Horseface demons to be naturalized in various states and counties is, at first glance, a move to fill the labor force. The Ox demon is powerful, and its ability to plow and carry far exceeds that of the common people, and it can be used to fight for 10. Horse demon is light and fast and can be useful in transportation and mail delivery. Other than that, other features that will be developed slowly over time. The words were heard by the crowd, who nodded their heads frequently. Wei Qinghan smiled and said, since there are such benefits, why does your excellency disdain this decree? You only see the good, but not the bad. Li Yan raised his fingers one by one. First of all, a large number of migrating demon people to be naturalized and given a large amount of subsidies will greatly consume the finances of the Great Li Dynasty. Secondly, the naturalized demon people will drastically squeeze the space for the survival of the aborigines. Let's take our county as an example. As you all know, in addition to doing business and farming, the people of this county also have the means to make a living by doing short-term labor, hard labor, and so on. For example, helping merchants carry and unload goods, or pulling carts with manpower to earn some hard cash. Now that the cow demon and the horse demon have moved their domiciles, when it comes to lifting and unloading, can an ordinary man match the mighty Minotaur? In terms of footwork, a rickshaw can outrun a horse demon pulling a cart? How do you expect them to make a living once their jobs have been replaced by cowpokes? Subsidies from the Ministry of Revenue? No, the subsidy will only go to the demon people, not the human people. What do you say, when they can't live, do they go out of their way to steal and rob? The crowd was silent. After a long time, Wei Qinghan opened his mouth. What Lord Li said is not unreasonable, but, in my humble opinion, the job being replaced is not all bad in the long run. She stood up. Just as the advent of the loom and the art of printing led to a large number of weavers and scribes losing their means of livelihood, the increased efficiency necessarily comes at the cost of fewer rice bowls. those affected have had to look for other alternatives. Over time, new occupations will be created to reabsorb manpower. After the pain, there is faster development. What does Lord Li think? The loom and the printing press, although they led to the abolition of weavers and scribes, also required manpower to manipulate and manage them, thus creating new positions. Dare I ask if this cow demon or horse demon needs a coward or horseman to pull and drive it? Forget it. I don't want to argue with you anymore on the topic of means of livelihood versus long-term development. It's pointless. The fastest coming, and the hardest trouble to solve. But it's about to fall on our demon chopper division. Li Yan said in a deep voice. Let the demon hunters leave their swords untouched and take on the Minotaur. The horse-faced demon? It's a shame they thought of it. Wei Qinghan's eyebrows knit slightly. Forgive this official for speaking frankly. This rule is, in fact, for people like Lord Li who are good killers. I've heard that the day before I came here, you split an earthworm monster in half vertically for merely stealing a few eggs. Li Yan laughed. Lord Wei, in the face of demonic creatures that resist arrest, are you banking on good words and using a 3-inch tongue to convince them to behave themselves and go to jail? That can't be so barbaric. Has Lord Wei ever seen a demonic creature that faked its death or swindled its way down? Wei Qinghan was stunned. I've seen it. Li Yan said to himself. When I first joined, as an ordinary demon hunter, I followed Little Flag to capture a rat demon. As soon as that rat demon saw us, it immediately rolled up its white eyes in fear, stiffened up and fainted. Little Flag joked with me, while this guy is worthy of his name as a rat demon. Cowardly as a rat. While crouching down, he prepared to tie it up with the demon binding rope. However, in the next moment, the fainted rat demon suddenly stormed up and clawed off Little Flag's throat before fleeing. Wei Qinghan was speechless for a moment. I'm sure Lord Wei has never seen a bull fight before. Two bulls meet, if each other do not see eye to eye. Deadly fight. The surrounding agricultural tools tanks, and even thatched eaves, brick walls, easily knocked down. Unusual constables, fewer and fewer people can't control it. If they were replaced by demon soldier level, or even chieftain level ox head and horseface, they are thick-skinned, with horns like sharp knives and hooves like mounted lances. He forced himself to look at Wei Qinghan. Lord Wei, the only thing the demon hunter relies on is the demon-slaying blade on his body. But those minotaurs and horse-faced monsters, there was not a single part of their bodies that was not a weapon. Let's enforce the law more gently in order to improve our image in the eyes of the demons and be the good guys in their eyes. I get it. But, good people deserve to have knives and guns pointed at them? Your honor is right. Sun Buki followed up in an impassioned tone. If our brethren honestly follow orders and don't move their swords, the short stick hit the bull demon and horse demon without pain. But how many of the brethren can resist the bull's horns and the horse's hooves? This is not bullying the honest people. Chapter 11, Asses in Trees Can Hurt. Li Yan and Sun Buki both sang in unison, disliking Wei Qinghan and rendering him speechless, but she refused to admit defeat. Those who have agreed to move into my Great Li dynasty are relatively docile demon folk. Among the oxen and horses, there are some short-tempered people, but the moderates are in the majority. Lord Li is too alarmist to generalize with one example. An example? Be wary of the sea of individual cases. Li Yan went toe-to-toe without budging. Ta Zhen Wei, Ta Zhen Li. There's something to talk about. There's something to talk about. County Magistrate Sunny Feng hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Lord Wei's side represents the court's decree, and it's only right that he should be more tolerant of the newly migrated demon folk. You have to know that those demon people were promised by the court that after joining the Great Li dynasty, they would be great ionized people, regardless of whether they are pure demons. Human demons, father is a human, mother is a demon. Or demon humans, father is a demon, mother is a human. This dynasty will treat them generously. If the demon beheading division turns on them after they've been here for a short time, not only will it chill the hearts of the demon people, I'm afraid it will also ruin the court's grand plan to assimilate the demon race. Wei Qinghan listened and nodded frequently, casting an approving glance at him. Li Yan couldn't hear it. He was about to retort out of his mouth, but he saw Sunny Feng raise his hand to signal him to be at ease. Lord Li is in no hurry. When I say that Lord Wei has a point, I'm not saying that Lord Li is wrong. It is not true that the demon folk should be treated slightly more favorably, but not overly favorable. One does not suffer from scarcity, but from unevenness. If one is biased in favor of the demon race when conflicts arise between humans and demons, it will surely cause dissatisfaction among the human people, and in the long run, there will be trouble. As for the means of enforcement, Lord Li is right. Those demon folk are equivalent to carrying their own weapons and armor on their bodies, and I'm afraid that it would be difficult to effectively intimidate the offending demon folk without the use of swords. Li Yan then nodded in satisfaction. That's right, there are only three things that the guys are for. Fair, fair, or fair. It was Wei Qinghan's turn to be unhappy. She changed her previous approving attitude and glanced at Sunnyfang with dissatisfaction. Lord Sun has spoken for half a day, but the feeling is that he is serving water and doesn't want to offend anyone? My father had a saying he used to hang on to, wallflowers don't end well. Sun Yifeng sweated. Where did Lord Wei say this? This official. Li Yan also interfaced and added, always writing the wall. Beware of ripping your balls. Sun Yifeng glared helplessly at Li Yan. He sort of saw it. These two in front of me represent the two extremes. Centrists are getting harder and harder to mix. Wei Qinghan was the daughter of Duke Dong, a hallowed county princess, so she naturally couldn't afford to mess with her. However, although Li Yan is nominally under his control, the Dali dynasty honors martial arts. I have yet to see a civil official from any county who could overpower the head of the Demon Chopper Division. What's more, he's extremely prestigious in Anchi County, and even his own son follows him? Finally, he made a decision. Persuade what? You guys can argue all you want. Master is tired. Two lords, this official is nominally the head of a county, but regarding the matter of apprehending demon criminals, he does not want amateurs to lead the insiders. Whether you're tough on the law, whether you're forgiving, this official has no comment. Anyway, my words have been put into place, and it is up to you to decide how to put them into practice. Just don't get this official involved if you get into trouble. Dismissed. With that, he got up and whisked away, leaving Li Yan and Wei Qinghan speechless. Sun Buki instead secretly gave a thumbs up for his own old man, seeing how coy he was just now in front of Wei Qinghan. I didn't expect to end up putting down such hard words. Unlike his own heartless subordinate, Li Yan was speechless. He naturally can see, Sun Magistrate is due to be sandwiched in the middle of a sinewy two-blocked, cannot stand it directly open pendulum. There was a long silence. Li Yan stood up. Since the magistrate has said so, let's go our separate ways. Yeah, let's each do our own thing and not interfere with each other. Sun Bujie smartly made an addition on behalf of his boss. In exchange for a slap on the head, told you to read more. You keep putting it off. To each his own. The yes to right and wrong, not the event to event. It means each one does what he thinks is right. Sun Buki covered his head and laughed nervously. Understood, boss. I'll go back tonight and pick the lamp to read at night, trying to finish that book you compiled, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Then bumblingly, he followed Li Yan's pace. Lord Li, Wei Qinghan called out to Li Yan. Let's talk alone? Li Yan didn't push back. Then let's talk. Autumn winds and cold cicadas. Li Yan and Wei Qinghan walked side by side on the street. From a distance, it looks like a pair of people. But only when you get close can you perceive that water and fire incompatibility between the two sides. Lord Li, everyone does what they think is right, and without unified planning and coordination, it's bound to lead to chaos. Does Lord Wei mean to force the bull's head to drink by force? Li Yan carried his hands behind his back. Whether a cow drinks water or not depends on its volition. Forcing it to drink water will not achieve its goal. This official certainly has no intention of forcing Lord Li, but only wants to make a last-ditch effort to reach a certain consensus with Lord Li. The Demon Beheading Division becoming a demon refinery is imperative. Please, Lord Li, have the greater good in mind and don't get bent out of shape. Li Yan stopped his feet. Wei Qinghan similarly stopped. The greater good is the greater good? May I ask Ta Wei, what is the greater good? Could it be that conforming to the absurd will of the court is the big picture? Oh, it's also true that Lord Wei comes from a royal family and his brain is naturally on the side of the nobles, as long as it is in the interest of the princes and high families. As for the assholes people, whatever. He turned his head to stare intently at the other man, his eyes burning. How about this, Lord Wei? In the future, you will lead one part of the demon refinery. I will lead one part, and go our separate ways. On your side, it's called the East Chamber. On my side, it's called the West Factory. In the future, if there is a demon that breaks the law and violates the prohibition, you will be the first to bring the East Chamber to deal with it. If the matter can be resolved smoothly without resorting to violence, naturally everyone will be happy. If you can't solve it, then, split the East and West factories? Lord Li, you might as well make it clearer. Oh, it can be. In a word, if the East Chamber can't control the demons, I'll control them. I'll kill the demons that the East Chamber doesn't dare to kill. Is that clear enough? Chapter 12, Dad's Chi Exposed, The Way to Death. Seeing Wei Qinghan's two eyes gradually widen, her small mouth pouting, and her fists clenching, Li Yan's heart was secretly happy. In his previous life, Li Yan liked the actor Chicken, who played the factory's father, Yu Huatian, always found his explanation about the West works to be overbearing. Now that I'm telling it in person, it's a real pleasure. I'm sure this pampered Miss Wei has never been so wronged, right? How else could you be so angry? He was emboldened to look at his huffing and puffing beauty boss in front of him with a smile that was as divine as it was amusing. Then he saw that Wei Qinghan stomped his foot fiercely. You're overbearing and rude, and so unreasonable. I ignore. When the words came out of her mouth, she seemed to realize that something was wrong and hurriedly reached out to cover her mouth, her eyes as panicked as a frightened deer. Li Yan had a head full of questions. Why does that sound weird? Lord Wei, what are you doing? Wei Qinghan's head shook wildly. It's nothing. Lord Li made a good point. I was speechless for a moment. It's not that simple, is it? Li Yan looked at her suspiciously, suddenly thinking of a possibility. His eyes stared and poised. You, could it be that you are not the real Lord Wei? The real Lord Wei, on his way to his office, encountered hemp, fox bandits and was brutally killed. You vixen pretended to be her and came to Anqi County for your appointment. Yes or no? This time it was Wei Qinghan's turn to froth. Lord Li, what nonsense are you talking about? Still weaseling. That little daughterly look you just had with your beak and stomping your feet is clearly a petulant gesture that only a vixen can put on. Demon. I can tell at a glance that you're not human. Gird your loins. Lord Li. Wei Qinghan was angry and ashamed. How could I possibly be a vixen? You don't want to mess around. But let me explain. Li Yan steeply returned to his senses. No, she could never be a vixen. The system's heavenly eye check has already spied on her unfilial act of peeing in mud when she was a child, and making a bowl to hold water to bring to Wei Qianlong to drink. How could I have forgotten this? He didn't move to disengage his attack stance. His mouth remained aggressive. Fine. This official will listen to your explanation. If you can give a reasonable explanation, Li will make amends to you. Otherwise, this official can only arrest you as the vixen who assassinated Lord Wei. Wei Qinghan glared at him helplessly. It was a long time before she hung her little head coyly and kept twisting her fingers around her cloak. Lord Li's tone and content of speech, as well as that unquestionable, flighty stance, are almost indistinguishable from my father's. This official was not aware of it for a moment, and in a trance took you for him, so, couldn't help but spill the beans. At the end of his words, his voice was like a mosquito, barely audible. Li Yan was dumbfounded by what he heard. No, buddy, I'm still smug from my domineering speech. How come you're the one who turned it into something else? Dad's full of gas? Not far away. Sun Buki, who had been adorning the back and following, rubbed his eyes and stretched out his elbow to tip Gao Liang. Hey, am I mistaken? Why did I see that Lord Wei stomped his feet in front of Lord Li, as if he was pampering himself? Gao Liang nodded his head and was about to reply when he heard a clank beside him, but it was Golden Bell who threatened to show her sword. Lord Wei is a golden branch. Would she not pander to a coarse martial artist like Li Yan? If you dare to speak any more nonsense, don't blame me for being merciless with my sharp blade. Gao Liang was silenced. Golden Bell pressed back her belt knife, but her heart turned over in shock. What's going on with the lady? Obviously, he was threatened by that Li's use of demonic methods to probe certain secrets, and he should be hated to the bone. How does it look? Enjoying yourself? She was puzzled. This side of the Demon Chopper Division's main and deputy chief banners. After the initial embarrassment, Li Yan coughed lightly. Duke Dong is powerful. His martial arts skills are world-class, and his temperament is far from extraordinary. I'm just a country bumpkin. How dare I compare myself to Mr. Dong? Then again, listening to Lord Wei's words, it seems that Lord Dong's attitude towards the demon folk is a bit similar to that of Li. Somewhat? He changed the subject unobtrusively to avoid both sides continuing to be in an awkward position. More than a little similar? It's almost like the same thing. Wei Qinghan hurriedly took over the conversation. Like you, he has always adhered to the idea of the people of the human race being supreme and opposed the transfer of the demon people, claiming that it was a move to vacate the cage and replace the birds, and that it would be a scourge for 10,000 years. He advocated severe punishment for demonic creatures that sneak into the Great Li, as well as those that break the law and violate the prohibitions. Every time I argued with him, I told him, there are bad people among the human race, and there are good demons among the demon race, and that we should not default to the original sin of demons when we see them, but that we should carefully scrutinize them, and change them if we have them, and make up for them if we don't have them. He would all tell me impatiently, trying to do what you envisioned would require the consumption of extremely large amounts of manpower, material resources, and energy. It's impossible for the Great Li dynasty to hold up that kind of burden. Whenever I tried to argue with him, citing examples of good demons in various diaries, he began to be unreasonable and rebuked me, saying that those diaries were all false news. It's really exasperating. She sighed. I'm sure you've been wondering, how could I, Wei Qinghan, a county princess, come to this remote place of Anqi County to be a tiny demon beheading division chief flag? Hearing her talk about it, Li Yan then realized it as an afterthought. It's a little off. That's the daughter of the Duke of Dong. Even if you are no longer interested in literature and martial arts and want to become a military official, there is no need to run to this poor countryside, right? was a little skeptical. May I still ask Lord Wei to clear up Li's confusion? Wei Qinghan was silent for a moment. My father and I do not share the same philosophy and have had repeated arguments in recent years. He treats me well, but he's too bossy and headstrong. It's hard to avoid a gap when you've been arguing for a long time. A month or so ago, I had the worst argument with him. The result is to turn on each other. He said that I did not know the plight of the people, but only knew how to talk on paper. If one had personally traveled to the border demon-infested states and counties and seen the threat they posed to the common people and even the Great Li dynasty, would absolutely understand him. I said back to him that I would now ask my uncle to find me a position as the chief flag of the demon beheading division in a remote county, to see the world, and then gag him with facts. He was furious, called me an ungrateful daughter who didn't know anything, and kicked me out on the spot. And then, Li Yan's entire body went numb as he listened. I understand. Father-daughter connection. After being away from home for so many days, after the anger subsided, thoughts of his father gradually lingered in his mind. If not, how could you recognize me as Lord Dong in a trance? Wei Qinghan looked at him with complicated eyes. You quite understand it. It was night, Wei Qinghan's residence. Recalling the events of the day, she snapped the brush in her hand and pressed it down hard. Aha! Why did that asshole named Li suddenly exude an aura like the old man's? Damn it! I've made such a fool of myself. He already has a way to die. After Wei Qinghan finished speaking, he drew his short sword and poked at the white paper on the table, which was filled with the words Li Yan. Chapter 13 Work Injuries. A few days later, under the personal supervision of County Magistrate Sunnyfeng, the simple dwellings equipped for the Minotaur and Horseface demon clans were finally successfully completed. Anxi County, too, had successfully welcomed the first batch of demon people who had migrated, 100 Minotaurs and 100 Horseface demons, on the day of the naturalization of the demon people. Although there were no gongs and drums or firecrackers, for fear of frightening the calves and foals, there were no red flags, either the color was too solid for the Minotaur. But it can still be said to be crowded, with 10,000 people in attendance and a great deal of pomp and circumstance. Is that the bull-headed demon? So sturdy. Yeah, it's unusual for a man to be 8 feet tall already. These adult Minotaurs can easily start at 10 feet. If horns count, it's even more impressive. The point is they're not just tall. They're big. Look at all that tendon. I feel like their waists could change me 5 or 6 times. It's just short legs. That's right. In comparison, I think the Horseface demon has a better looking physique. Look at their legs. Long and strong. TSK. Okay, I know you like legs. Warn you not to talk nonsense or I will sue you for libel. Unlike the curious and excited people, each of them led a group to line up on the east and west sides of the road, just like the East Factory and the West Factory. Li Yan and Wei Qinghan, who were responsible for maintaining order, did not dare to be careless for a moment. At this moment, the gazes of the two men, as well as their beloved henchmen, were all focused on the respective patriarchs of the Oxhead demon and the Horseface demon and the Strong-Aged demon folk, carefully examining them back and forth. What do you think? Unchained? Li Yan asked in a low voice. Boss, visually, among these 200 demon folk, only 2 of them, the Minotaur clan chief and the Horseface demon clan chief, are at the leader level. There were another 10 or so strong male demon folk of the demon soldier class each. The rest of the females and cubs are all demonic beast level. Li Yan nodded slightly in approval. Nice vision. Boo Hui. I remember that you're about to step into the threshold of the 4th tier of martial masters, right? Hearing this, Sun Buki immediately puffed out his chest. Yes, boss. Boss, are you trying to teach your subordinates? I'm going to have to be the only one to help you in the future. Need to voluntarily take on the duty of playing for your life when it comes to the 2 matriarchs causing trouble? Li Yan was dumbfounded. The first half guessed right. I was trying to get you on your own to save my old man from having to do everything. But want to play with the 2 patriarchs? Save your breath. The Minotaur and Horseface demon were physically strong, and if they were to fight one-on-one at the same level, they could break bread with top-tier demonic creatures such as the Tiger Demon. Unless one had reached the peak martial master stage, it would be best to retreat. With your current cultivation level, you can at best suppress their clansmen. Know what I mean? Sun Buki nodded his head as if pounding garlic. Got it. He drew out the Demon Chopper Division's new short stick. If any of the unenlightened demon folk spread their wild ways in Ansai County, I'll invite them to eat my old son's stick. Hearing this, Li Yan's smile stuttered. What's up, boss? Noticing that his smile froze on his face, Sun Buki, who was good at reading people, immediately sensed that something was wrong and spoke out to inquire. Li Yan's face sank slightly. Careless. I said that you could suppress all the demon folk except the 2 matriarchs. It's based on you performing the demon-slaying blade technique at full strength. but now we're being asked from above not to use swords, only sticks. It amounts to a pure fight for punch resistance and endurance, using your own shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. You may not win over the demon soldier class minotaur or horse-faced demon. The rest of the brethren with even lower cultivation levels, I'm afraid, are also. When he reminded him of this, Sunbuki and the others clamored. Yeah, how did we forget about that? How can this be? Meat-eaters despise and fail to plan far. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Those high and mighty guys, with their heads in the sand, come up with such stupid tricks. It's almost like making us dance in shackles. A bunch of people are complaining, until Li Yan raised his hand to signal silence. The brethren need not be overly pessimistic. Didn't Mr. Wei say so? If these demon folk cause trouble, the East Factory will handle it. East Factory? What East Factory? Sunbuki couldn't make sense of it. Li Yan pointed to Wei Qinghan, who was arrayed on the east side of the road, as well as Jean Linger and Gao Liang. Aren't we going to change our demon beheading division into a demon refinery? On the question of whether the demon folk should be dealt with by beheading or refining. The other day I had an argument with Mr. Wei, and neither of us was able to convince the other. In the end it was decided that each would take a step back. When it comes to cases, she and her subordinates go first and try to persuade, educate and sensitize them with warm law enforcement. If those tactics don't work, it's our turn. When the time came, even if the tactics were a little more drastic, she would have nothing to say. At that time, the argument was a bit heated. Words rushed, and told her that why don't we just lead our brothers to go our separate ways. Her side called East Factory. My side called West Factory. Sunbuki was dumbfounded by what he heard. Boss, is this stuff something you can talk about in plain sight? He turned his head to look at his equally incredulous brothers. The boss is crazy. He said he's going to start a new demon chopper division. How can it be that bad? Li Yan laughed and kicked him in the ass. Lord Wei has also agreed. She's still our superior in the open. But privately, she goes her way and I go mine. We'll still have to help her out when we really need it. Ha ha, boss, calm down. I'm just kidding. Li Yan watched the Minotaur and Horseface Demon clan enter their respective camps. So brethren, remember, in the future, when you encounter Minotaur or Horseface demons committing crimes, don't deal with them on your own first. Just push the matter to Lord Wei's side. Understood. The crowd replied unevenly. This was followed by a bit of hemming and hawing. In my opinion, this group of Minotaurs and Horseface demons shouldn't cause any trouble. After all, they were the two hand-picked from a herd of cows and horses by the higher-ups after research and study. Makes sense. The way you look at them reveals an untainted clarity. The ones who will cause trouble are basically male demon folk, and there aren't many of them. I see that the female demon folk are tame. Look at that one, the black and white heifer. She looks so pretty. Yu, Lin Barbarian, have you been a bachelor for too long? The matter of the demon folk entering the camp went smoothly, and Sun Yifeng, Wei Qinghan and the others were greatly relieved. At lunchtime, each of them took a meal and rested without mentioning it. On Li Yan's side, as usual, he went to a tea house to drink tea. Unsurprisingly, he'd take a nap after tea and then muddle through the remaining hour or so to get home from work. Yet before the bowl of tea was finished, his heart skipped a beat. Your subordinate Chang Erden was injured during working hours. Cracked tiger's mouth. Slight concussion. Classified as a 10th degree light injury. The system will pay 3 taels of silver for the workers' compensation insurance. Please pass it on. Li Yan. People have a fortune. Air Dan. Your name is not so good. Chapter 14, quick and easy. Rested enough? Get up when you've had enough. Li Yan got up and gave orders to Sunbuki and the others. Sunbuki was scrambling with the old greasers for Li Yan's plate of melon seeds and peanuts, when he suddenly saw his own boss ordering to stop resting, and could not help but be stunned. He then heard Li Yan turn his head to question Barbarian Lin. You've been in charge of bringing up the newcomers for the past few days. Which area is Chang Erden patrolling today? Chang Erden? Barbarian Lin scratched his head. I've placed him on standby to patrol on the demon folk side. Boss, didn't you say that we should leave the Minotaur and Horseface demon side alone and pass it on to Mr. Wei and the others? If they can't manage it, they'll send Chang Erden, who's in charge of liaison, to find your excellency. Sure enough, Li Yan sighed. Let's go. To the demon folk. Sunbuki and the others were still baffled. What's up, boss? It's nothing. My eyelids are jumping all over the place and I always feel like something is happening. Chang Erdan, as you know, his parents were both killed by demons, and he hates demons to the bone. Just afraid that when he meets the demon people offense, the excuse to help communicate personal revenge. Lin Barbarian tensed up as well. What the boss said. Look at my brain. Why did I forget about this? In the twinkling of an eye, several people left the table. Upon arriving at the demon folk camp, Li Yan sought out Chang Erden, who was lying on the ground at first glance. Beside him, a fellow demon hunter subordinate to Wei Qinghan's commander had just finished bandaging his right hand. Li Yan walked up and glanced at his forehead. A bulge the size of an egg was raised so high that it looked rather funny. My lord. When Chang Erden saw him, a hint of panic and shame appeared on his face, and his eyes averted. What's going on? Chang Erden hesitated for a moment and cringed as he told the truth. Your honor, when my subordinates were patrolling, they found that the Minotaur clan chief, Niu Jin, and the horse-faced demon clan chief, Ma Shang, were having a big fight over trivial matters. Jin Xiao Banner, under Lord Wei's command, spoke kindly and tried to persuade both sides to stop fighting. However, that oxhead and horseface totally disregarded her. You topped me, I kicked you, and fought. The subordinate really couldn't look at it, so he came over to help Jin Xiaoqi set up his position and ordered them to stop. Seeing that they still wouldn't listen, he couldn't help but pull out his short stick and strike, knocking the stick on top of that bull's head. And then that's it. Li Yan instantly understood how he got his injuries. A bull's head is already as hard as iron, let alone the head of the alpha-level Minotaur patriarch Bull Jin. This stick went down, Niu Jin unharmed, not to mention, the powerful shock not only made Cheng Erden Tiger's mouth cracked, popped up the short stick as his forehead knocked out a big bag. He glared at Cheng Erden breathlessly. No-brainer, dumbass. Hold out your left hand. Cheng Erden's neck shrank as he was admonished, and when he saw Li Yan ordering him to stretch out his intact hand, he only thought that the boss was going to use a short stick to strike him on the palm of his hand as a punishment. Ever since the day he joined, Li Yan stopped him from playing with his life and went forward on his own. He was convinced of Li Yan, so without hesitation, reach out. Then one felt a sinking, cold feeling in the palm of his hand. Looking up in shock, he did not see the short stick of punishment, but only a piece of creamy broken silver. Take these 3 taels of silver and go home and get well. No work until you're healed. Your honor. The corners of Cheng Erden's mouth twitched slightly. Subordinate, cut the crap and get out, Li Yan said in a good-natured manner. The corners of Cheng Erden's eyes were slightly moist, and he got up and left with his head bowed. The demon hunter of Wei Qinghan's lineage who was helping to bandage him on the side had envy in his eyes. When Sun Buki and the others saw his envious eyes, they felt even more proud of themselves, and they all puffed out their chests. That look, it seemed like showing off and mocking. You're envious, aren't you? It's because your vision is not as good as ours, and your bones are not as hard as ours. If you had been as determined to follow Lord Li as we were earlier, you would have been treated the same way. A few people are proud. Suddenly Sa Li Yan has already walked toward the wooden sword of Niu Jin. Ma Shang. He hurriedly put away his bragging mind, while pressing his hand on the hilt of his sword, and followed behind Li Yan with a murderous spirit. Lord Li, stay back. A crisp gulp came, successfully blocking Li Yan's advance. It was Wei Qinghan who had also rushed here urgently. Lord Li, don't forget what we agreed upon. Wei Qinghan quickly caught up and looked deeply at Li Yan. Li Yan was silent for a moment. Then I will learn from Lord Wei's tactics of wistfulness here. Wei Qinghan sighed in relief and walked straight to Niu Jin and Ma Shang. Why are the 2 patriarchs fighting? Golden Bell immediately explained. The son of the ox patriarch and the son of the horse patriarch played and fought. It was originally a child's fight, but the fight got too intense, and the 2 patriarchs went down one after another, and it became like this. Wei Qinghan, what's all this? She forced herself to bend over and looked amiably at the half-grown calf and foal beside the 2 matriarchs. Why are the 2 young gentlemen fighting? Only to hear the half-sized calf beside Niu Jin speak. Ma Bao kicked me first before I topped it. Beside Ma Shang, the little pony scolded indignantly. If you, Niu Huang, hadn't scolded me first, how could I have kicked you? Wei Qinghan only felt that his head was too big. She patiently and gently asked the calf, why did you scold him? Oxalis? Oxalis replied, because it cursed me yesterday. Ma Bao exclaimed, I scolded you yesterday because you stole my tender grass the day before yesterday. Wei Qinghan, she frowned. Well, there's no need to talk about it. Now I only ask the 2 patriarchs to stop fighting immediately, and I ask you to give me face. Striking the war is fine. Niu Jin muffled his voice, as long as Matriarch Ma apologizes to us with his son. Ma Shang was furious. Apologize? Don't even think about it. Those who don't know would think that I, Ma, am afraid of your iron head. My ox family's iron head kung fu was as solid as iron. You would not have been able to carry a single blow. My Ma's Vajra legs are no slouches either. Not apologizing? Then keep fighting. Fight until you admit defeat. Come on. Am I afraid of you? In the midst of the clamor, the 2 patriarchs had already greeted each other with a head and a leg. Thump. Wei Qinghan was furious. It only feels like that iron head and Vajra leg are not competing against each other. Instead, they were slapping her hard in the face. She took a deep breath. You guys need to stop fighting. Not far away, Li Yan, who was idly bored and pulled a grass stem in his mouth, couldn't help but look up at the sky. It doesn't seem to be raining either. Plus, there's no dance studio in the neighborhood. Wei Qinghan's yelling obviously didn't have half the effect. At this point in the battlefield, Niu Jin's red eyes and Ma Shang's snorting nose were both hot-blooded, completely disregarding the face of her, the chief flag of the demon beheading division. Since the two of you are so disobedient, I won't blame this official for taking action. She angrily drew out the short stick at her waist, and in a flash of lightning, she had already struck two moves, which respectively went straight to the necks of Niu Jin and Ma Shang. Bang! Bang! A low, muffled sound came from it, like defeating leather. Wei Qinghan forced his grip on the numb tiger's mouth and looked at Niu Jin and Ma Shang, who continued to fight like no demons. His heart was appalled. She had used 80% of her strength just now. These two chieftain-level clan leaders had defense as terrifying as this. Isn't there, no way to stop them? Lord Wei. In this kind of case, there's really no need to waste time tracing the roots. Setting a mutual assault is. If you want to cut through this mess, you have to use a fast knife. In his ears, Li Yan's voice came quietly. Chapter 15, Copper Head and Iron Hoof. But nothing more. Wei Qinghan turned his head in a Hu manner. Lord Li, please come to my aid quickly. Li Yan was silent. Wei Qinghan was half helpless, half pleading. All I ask is for Lord Li to hurry. Why does that sound so familiar? Li Yan had a bad chill, walked to Wei Qinghan with a grass stem in his mouth and whispered, Lord Wei, how can you beg me to come down in public? Let the onlookers seem to think that I am bullying you in some way. The most crucial thing is, from now on, you'll be discredited in our demon beheading division. Wei Qinghan secretly sped a mouthful. Shameless guy, there is no bullying this official. You have no count in your own heart? Her heart grumbled, but her face was clouded. The first order of business is to stop the two patriarchs. If we don't talk them away soon, in case someone gets hurt and sees blood, I'm afraid that these two groups will directly break out into a large-scale vicious fight. She couldn't help but shiver at the thought of dozens of minotaurs and horse-faced demons mingling. Li Yan didn't care about any of this. All he knew was this: his subordinates ordered the demon folk to stop, and the other side wouldn't listen. Instead, it shocked him. That's enough. He was about to plunge straight into the middle of the two demons, Niu Jin and Ma Shang. Lord Li, wait! Wei Qinghan called out to him again. Don't use your sword. Please give your saber to this official for safekeeping for the time being. Being armed with a sharp weapon, the killing mind is self-inflicted. She was really afraid that Li Yan would pull out his sword in anger because of his subordinate's injury, killing and injuring the lives of the demon people, attracting an attack from the DD newspaper and punishment from the top. Since it could be solved with empty hands, there was no need to use a knife. She believed that Li Yan could do it. After all, when they first met, she couldn't even break Li Yan's defensive shield when she swung her sword with all her might to slash. Li Yan cast a sidelong glance at her. You're teaching me things? Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Editor-in-Chief Jia and the others are watching. If you have to make a move and cause bloodshed, I will not necessarily be able to protect you even if I move out my old man. Take my advice. Okay? Just kidding. I wasn't actually going to use a knife in the first place. Li Yan smiled slightly. It's the truth. He was eager to see what effect the bull demon power fist would have against a bull's head and the tiger bone vajra claw against a horse's hoof. Kill a chicken without a knife. Kill a cow without a knife. Ta Jian Wei. This sword. I'll trouble you to help keep it. He unsheathed his belt knife and tossed it towards Wei Qinghan, then drew his short stick and entered with a big stride. You two cows and horses. Stop it now. This roar of his is implicitly combined with the tiger bone vajra claw mind method. Sounds like a tiger roaring. Niu Jin, Ma Shang, two demons caught off guard. At the same time a shock. Both separated. The nearby minotaur and horse-faced demon, whose cultivation was far lower than the two of them, were even more horrified. The old, the sick and the handicapped even warred in both strands and wanted to go first. When the two patriarchs who had regained their senses noticed that the one who had terrorized them was actually Li Yan, the deputy chief flag of the demon beheading division, they successively turned from shock to anger. Even your chief flag Wei Qinghan had to speak kindly to us. How dare you call yourself son to us? At that thought, the two men looked at each other. Surnamed Ox. Again. Looks like you haven't been taught enough by Iron Head. Just as the two demons were preparing to deliberately ignore Li Yan and continue the war, Li Yan suddenly struck. Thud, a stick smashed on the head of Ma Shang. Iron Head Kung Fu, right? This stick was powerful and heavy. Directly, Ma Shang smashed his eyes and covered his head with his hand. In a flash, it realized, this Lord Li is far stronger than Lord Wei. After the initial shock, it forced down its anger and explained, my lord, I'm not Iron Head Kung Fu. I'm Vajra Leg. It's the... Dang. Another stick landed on its head. Iron Head Kung Fu. Ha! Ma Shang stomped 2 steps back. anger from the heart. He was about to have a seizure, but he saw that Li Yan had already turned towards Nyo Jin and swept a stick on its calf. Vajra legs, right? Nyo Jin stumbled and grimaced in pain, reaching out to touch his leg. My lord, I'm Iron Head Kung Fu. It's the Vajra leg. Bang! Vajra kick, huh? Seeing this absurd and hilarious scene, the onlookers of the demon hunters burst out laughing. Not bad for a boss. Laughing my ass off. Two fools, can't you see by now that the boss is deliberately amusing them? Even Wei Qinghan couldn't help but laugh, but after the light laughter, they began to worry about Li Yan. By the time the two matriarchs realize that Li Yan is toying with them, they will surely go on a rampage. At that time, they might even discard their former suspicions and join forces to attack him. I wonder if he can block it. Then she saw the scene she had feared the most. Nyo Jin and Ma Shang glanced at each other, a fierce light flashing in their eyes. Sir, namely, you're deliberately playing the fool. It's disgraceful. Dare you fight against my Iron Head Kung Fu? If you have the ability to take my Vajra leg head on. Otherwise, even if I die, I will definitely not submit. Li Yan sneered and lazily threw the short stick back, spreading his hands. Yeah, come on, get it together. I'm in a hurry. Sun Buki and the others were immediately shocked. My lord, are you mad? Catching their Iron Head Kung Fu and Vajra kick with your bare hands. Isn't this looking for death? Don't be a hero, boss. Boss, are you trying to be cool in front of Lord Wei? Don't bother. The sky is the limit. It's not just them. Even Wei Qinghan couldn't believe it. That's too much to ask, isn't it? Lordly, there's no need. Without waiting for her to finish her speech, the two patriarchs had already made their move. Left bull gold. Savage rushes. Iron head a go-go. The right horse wins. Hooves sound like thunder. Whip leg sweeps across thousands of troops. They attacked towards Li Yan's left and right temples respectively. In that instant, all people and demons held their breath almost simultaneously. While the crowd could not take their eyes off of him, Li Yan did not panic and did not dodge. Swing your head to the left to greet the head of the bull, stretch your paws to the right to meet the hoof of the horse. Dang! Ka! The heart-stopping crashing sound caused a crowd of people and demons to suck in a breath of cold air. The timid even closed their eyes and dare not look any further. The air lapsed into a lasting silence for a moment, until they watched as the Minotaur Patriarch foamed at the mouth and threw himself backward on all fours. The horse-faced demon patriarch sat down and rolled on the ground in pain, holding his right leg that was gushing blood like a fountain, leaving lurid finger holes even in the hard horse's hooves. Li Yan's faintly disdainful mockery came from his ears. Ox family Iron Head Kung Fu? Ma's Vajra leg? But, did I read that right? Sun Xiaoqi? Lin Barbarian swallowed hard. The boss went toe-to-toe with that Minotaur Patriarch and head-butted into unconsciousness, and at the same time meeting the horse-faced demon patriarch's adamantine leg with his bare hands and clawing holes out of its hooves? Sun Buki's eyes were as wide as bronze bells at this time as most of the demon hunters. It was only when he heard Barbarian Lin ask him that Fong came back to his senses. Turns out I wasn't the only one who thought I wasn't looking at it the wrong way. The way he looked at Li Yan was like a god. My Kamehameha. The emotional boss has been hiding. The power of his claw is at least at the level of an innate martial artist. Chapter 16, Sell Your Head. Shun me. Not far away. Wei Qinghan and Jean Linger looked at each other, both showing an expression of "it's really like that," only to see Li Yan walk over to the fainting Nyo Jin, whose limbs were twitching. Reaching out his foot, he stepped on its abdomen and stomped hard. Wei Qinghan's face changed. This guy, isn't he really afraid that Editor-in-Chief Jia and the others will use this as a pretext to impeach him for mistreating the demon people? Thinking of this, she rushed forward and whispered her advice. Lordly, the Ox Patriarch has fainted and has been punished enough. Too much is not enough. Hurry up and let go of your foot. However, Li Yan seemed to have not heard her words at all, and his feet stomped violently without stopping. Wei Qinghan clenched her silver teeth and stomped her foot, so she wanted to gamble and leave it alone. However, he saw Nyo Jin, who had originally fainted on the ground, suddenly gasp out a mouthful of rough air. Only when Li Yan retracted his foot did it slowly climb up and half-kneel on the ground. Wei Qinghan was a bit dazed for a moment. It's a good thing that Junior Fly Gao Liang stepped forward at the right time to explain. Ta Jinwei doesn't know. In the past, when there was a bull stubble stand in the county and the impact was so violent that one of the parties foamed at the mouth and fainted, it was a matter of life and death. The person administering the aid must press hard on his chest and abdomen to keep him alive. With this move, Lord Li is saving Patriarch Nyo. So that's how it was. I was wrong about him. Wei Qinghan came to a sudden realization. That's what I'm saying. The Li Yan she knew was not the one who was unforgiving. With this thought, she was about to go up and commend Li Yan. And then you see, Li Yan was extremely insulting and spat the grass stalk in his mouth on Nyo Jin's head. Iron Head Kung Fu? Grass. Li Yan's eyes looked down at the half-kneeling Nyo Jin with contempt. Do you know what it's called when this grass falls on your head? Insert label to sell the first. All you guys who think you're so great. In my opinion. Insert label to sell soul. Bullseye Gold, who had been intimidated by his strong head, was at the moment at a loss. Li Yan naturally understood that it, which had not been contaminated with too much knowledge, was not sure what the idiom he was talking about meant, and that was why he was at a loss. So he turned his head and summoned Sun Buki. Sun Xiaoqi, translate for him what it means to insert a label and sell your head. Yes. Sun Buki ran in with his head held high and held out his index finger at Niu Jin in a good-natured manner. A few moments of awkward staring back. Lord, what do you mean by inserting a label to sell the head? Li Yan, who told me last time to go back to picking lamps and reading the Romance of the Three Kingdoms at night? Insert label to sell capitals don't know. You tell me you read it? Wei Qinghan sighed and stepped forward to help explain. To sell one's head with a label is to sell one's life with a straw label on one's head. After explaining, she advised in a low voice. Lord Li, this ground is enough, isn't it? Li Yan did not reply to her immediately. Instead, he turned his head and faced all the minotaurs and horse-faced demons. This official will make the rules a little clearer for you today. Remember, I'll only say it once, whether you're chiefs or chieftains. As long as you come to my Dali dynasty and become a demon citizen. It's a dragon. It has to be coiled for the old man. It's a tiger that has to lie down for the old man. In the future, no matter what conflicts and frictions there may be, private fights are prohibited. If you can't solve it, come to the Demon Beheading Division and ask Lord Wei and I, Li Yan, to jointly adjudicate. If something like today's incident happens again, where the demon hunter is not listened to and is even injured, Old Mi's sword, when it's sheathed, it's going to see blood. After saying this paragraph, he swept his gaze back to Niu Jin and Ma Sheng. Matriarch Cow, Matriarch Horse, you must discipline your people before they get into trouble with the killers. Both of you, do you hear me clearly? The two demons, Niu Jin and Ma Sheng, hurriedly agreed. Li Yan nodded his head in satisfaction, and at the same time, he stepped aside and reached out his hand to Wei Qinghan to make a pleased gesture. Ta Zhen Wei, please give them 2 more sentences. Wei Qinghan coughed lightly. Disperse. Witnessing the ox-headed man and the horse-faced demon going back to their respective homes, Li Yan was dumbfounded. Lord Wei's words are refined. Admirable. Admirable. We like you to be a no-nonsense officer. Wei Qinghan blushed and gave him a blank look. You've said all you need to say. You're asking me to talk. Lord Li, regarding the handling of this case, this official should thank you, as well as apologize. She freely admits her shortcomings. I used to be in the back of the line and I did think too naively. I always thought that the frontline demon hunters only needed to kill and capture demons. And sitting back we have a lot more to think about. It is only today when I am on the front line that I realize the difficulties and dangers. Li Yan smiled slightly. Ta Zhen Wei understands now, doesn't he? This, he spat out his tongue at Wei Qinghan. No. Then stretching out his right hand, he formed a grip with 5 fingers and clawed in the air. Gotta use this. Wei Qinghan stuttered slightly, then argued unwillingly. Although soft is not good. You can't just come to hard. A brute force approach will only bring pain. Soft and hard? I get it. Didn't I just invite you to appear right after I dropped the baton and give them some sweet dates? It's just a shame that you, my lord, don't understand. Hey, Wei Qinghan was dumbstruck. You originally had this intention? I just felt that you were all like those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. Like my old man. Speaking of this, she was suddenly a little emotional. Lord Li, I think that my father and you will be very talkative. When the conversation gets out of hand, he might make friends with you. Li Yan froze. Forgotten friends? Then wouldn't you be a generation shorter out of nowhere and have to call me godfather? Wei Qinghan's eyes were dumbfounded. Then his face suddenly turned green and white as he gritted his teeth. Li Yan, however, did not seem to see it and took back his saber from her. Many thanks to Lord Wei for keeping this sword for me. Chapter 17, The Old Folks Backstabbing and the Chiefs Wanting Food. If the sharp eyes can be changed into a murderous sword, Li Yan is estimated to have already been killed by Wei Qinghan by 1,000 cuts. It's a shame it can't be replaced. Although Li Yan could feel the murderous gaze behind him, he only treated it as an itch to scratch. However, after taking dozens of steps, his pupils suddenly shrunk, because at this moment, he truly felt 2 killing machines, 2 gazes with murderous intent, to be exact, swept briefly over his own body and vanished. In fact, in the last few days, he'd often had the feeling that he was being spied on, but every time I turned around, I didn't see anyone, so it was assumed that it was a mistake. But this death stare that moved to kill him today finally convinced him. It wasn't an illusion. Indeed, there were 2 experts whose cultivation was not below his, and they had killed him in that instant just now. Who could it be? He thought about it for a few moments. and a vague inexact answer came to his mind. Gotta talk to these two fellow women soon. Otherwise, if one day during the workday, lacking the protection of labor laws, he was sneak attacked and chopped by two experts, there would really be nowhere to cry foul. Injustice, my lords, my little one is really unjust. On the second day when Li Yan was worried that he had been unjustly killed, at the unspecified time, the court of the demon beheading division, looking at Zhao AC, the owner of the tea house who often served him tea and water, kneeling in front of him and crying out, Li Yan had a toothache. I really didn't expect that you, a demonic creature, would hide under this official's nose for 3 long years. If it wasn't for your fireman, I wouldn't have known. Boss Zhao, who had been serving me tea and water, turned out to be an alpha-level meerkat demon, says, what are your plans for taking human form and hiding in Anshi County? Clank. Sun Buki and the others crossed their brows and drew their swords in unison to intimidate. Don't tell me the truth yet. If you're not honest, I'll cut off your head. They are also really backed up. For so many years, the guys patronized the tea house run by this guy almost every day. In case it has an evil intent and poisons the tea, the consequences of that are unimaginable. Zhao Asi hatefully plucked out a glance at the fire-burning boy who was also kneeling on the ground and gritted his teeth. My lord, although I have deceived you and the lords, I have been at peace for so many years and have never done a single bad thing against the people of the human race. I beg your honor's understanding. Didn't do anything wrong? How dare you lie? Li Yan looked at him coldly. Why did you burner boy report you were madly squeezing him? My lord, the little one really didn't lie. The little one just said that he has never done a single bad thing against the people of man. This fire-burning boy, who is from my hometown, is not a human citizen. Li Yan turned his head to look at the fire-burning boy with a rounded figure. Are you a meerkat demon too? What's your name? Back to my lord. I am an orphan. I don't know my last name. I only know that when I was a child the clan called me Amon. After being hired by Boss Zhao I was going to take his last name. Bah! Zhao Asi interrupted it indignantly. You dare to take the surname Zhao? You also deserve the surname Zhao? It turned its head towards Li Yan and bowed 3 times in a row. Your Excellency, please forgive my recklessness. It is really because this despicable little demon's unauthorized behavior is too infuriating. The Zhao surname is the royal surname of my meerkat tribe, and for these shameless people to dare to call themselves by the Zhao surname, I must not tolerate it. Li Yan looked at the burning fire boy's scowling appearance, and was too lazy to let them fight each other on the issue of the surname, so he opened his mouth. It doesn't matter what your surname is, this official grants you the surname Ding. From now on just call it Dingman. Thank you, my lord, for the name. Timon kowtowed in thanks. Wei Qinghan couldn't help but speak. Zhao Si. According to what you just said, Zhao is the surname of the royal family, meaning you're of royal blood? Yes, my lord. You, a chieftain-level demonic creature with a royal bloodline, went incognito after transforming into your form, opened a tea house in our remote county, and said that you didn't have any unfavorable intentions towards the human race? My lord is wise, although I have some status in the clan side, but the competition in the demon country is too brutal, in addition to internal strife, but also day and night to guard against the sky raptors, ground tigers, leopards, wolves and insects and other demons. The day is to live in fear. Therefore, he made a human registration in the Dili dynasty and then infiltrated in disguise. He moved into Anshi County 3 years ago as a human citizen and opened this tea house just to live in peace. The villain's choice proved to be immensely correct. Wei Qinghan was shocked. What? How dare you ask for connections to forge a person's registration in Tyli? Who's the connection? Zhao AC scratched his head. I just heard that a chief demonic creature nicknamed Snakehead had a very shallow relationship with the Dili Demon Suppression Army, so I entrusted it to operate this matter. I didn't have high hopes, but I didn't think it would really give it away. Wei Qinghan's face was quite ugly, obviously did not expect, as the Great Li dynasty to resist the large-scale invasion of demonic country Shin Demon Army, actually will be involved in this kind of business. How is that different from treason? Li Yan wasn't very surprised. The salaciousness of the military-industrial complex's private dealings with its enemies on the battlefield was something he had long seen too much of in his previous life. He turned to Timon. Are you also like Zhao Si? Who had connections to forge a person's registration to get in? Ding Man wailed, back to the Lord. Although I also because envious of the people of the Great Li dynasty people's peaceful life and go around to ask for relations, but nowhere near as lucky as this guy. Some days ago, I heard that there was a great demon in the northern part of the county, in the Wolverine Mountains, who went around distributing eggs and preaching. In a moment of greed, I went to hear it a few times. It didn't take long for that big demon to tell us that it had connections with officials on this side of the Great Li dynasty and could help us get a human registration. Of course, those who were qualified to engage in human registration had to be alpha-level demons that could take human form and would not be seen as demons at a glance. I was so impressed at the time that I offered all my family's wealth and asked the chief demon to help get a human registration. Who had thought that the demonic creature was actually a liar, taking money and not doing anything? The younger one wanted to go to it to argue and ask for his family's fortune. But unexpectedly he saw the alpha demon who had the same idea as me being torn in half by it with a single move. The frightened little one fled in a hurry and became a beggar for some days in Anji County. It wasn't until I met Boss Zhao and recognized each other as old-timers that I was hired by it as a fire-burning boy. Beggars? Li Yan seemed to have thought of something. Have we met before? Ding Man kowtowed repeatedly. Your honor has good eyesight and memory. The other day I went to a restaurant to ask for food, and I happened to run into His Excellency dining with his subordinates. His Excellency rewarded the little one with a little food at that time. Li Yan finally recalled. That day, holding the leftovers, he thanked himself repeatedly, saying, Immortal Buddha bless you, my lord. The one who said your honor, you are so handsome was the fat man in front of him, who was given the surname Ding. Humph. Wei Qinghan snorted coldly. A chieftain-level demon. Whether it's stealing or robbing, getting a mouthful of food is not a problem at all. How can you be reduced to begging? Do you think we demon hunters will believe your bull asterisk? My lord, what I said is true. Dingman cried out, we in Anchi County have lordly. The earthworm split in half vertically. The egg will be shaken yellow god of killing. How dare the little one commit a crime? Wei Qinghan and Li Yan. Chapter 18 Dongguan and the Wolf, Cabbage and the Pig. Wei Qinghan frowned. Lordly, in your opinion, what should be done with these two demons? Li Yan kicked the ball back. Ta Zhenwei will just see to it himself. This official thinks that Zhao Asi, who used illegal means and forged a person's registration to sneak into Dali, should be punished with 100 taels of silver and expelled from the person's registration. Don't, Lord Wei. Zhao Asi panicked. I have quite a lot of family money. Your Excellency can punish me a little more. I only ask that Your Excellency does not dismiss me from the human race. Ta Zhen Li. You still see on the basis of the fact that I have served you tea for so many years. Help me put in a good word to Ta Zhenwei. Come on, don't talk like this official is that insensitive. Wei Qinghan glared at it unhappily. In light of your sincere willingness to integrate into Great Li society, coinciding with the imperial grace of the current emperor, who encourages the naturalization of the demon folk of the moderate faction, this official licenses you to pay an additional fine of 50 taels in exchange for a demon citizen's registration. You can continue to run the tea house, but you must reveal your true identity to your customers. Do you plead guilty to this sentence? Zhao Si was overjoyed. I plead guilty and accept the punishment. Plead guilty and accept the punishment. Wei Qinghan turned his head to look at Dingman. As for an ungrateful person like you, although the bribe was attempted, the law still penalizes you with a fine of 50 taels. But looking at you, I'm afraid you don't have a couple of silver on you. It's just that, seeing as you'd rather be a beggar than commit a crime in Dili, I won't arrest you and put you in jail. Immediate deportation. Get out now. Naturally, Timon was upset about the verdict, but on the way away, when he thought that his black-hearted old folks had lost 150 taels of silver because of his report, he couldn't help but grunt softly. The government office of the Demon Chopper Division. Lordly, this county's northern great demon has tricked tigers, leopards, wolves, insects, and other demons into trusting him under the guise of being naturalized in Dili. Though the deceived are not the people of our Great Li dynasty, but I think we can't just sit back and let that big demon tarnish the reputation of Tyli. What does Lord Li think? Li Yan's heart was slightly concerned. Some officials and military chiefs of the Great Li dynasty are known for their corruption in foreign affairs, so where do they need to be corrupted by demons? Lord Wei has a point. A mere alpha-level demonic creature dares to cause trouble near my Anchi County. It must be dealt with. But before that, please trouble Lord Wei to invite the two expert guards out to meet with Mr. Li to explain the misunderstanding and clear up the old suspicions. Less later, Li be found at home with a knife in his back and commits suicide. Wei Qinghan's pretty face was surprised. Lord Li, what are you saying? Why can't this official understand? What two expert guards? Seeing that she did not look like she was faking, Li Yan was also a bit dazed. You don't understand? It's not right. Did I guess wrong? That's impossible. Fathers and daughters empathize with their children. My own daughter went to the frontier to become the chief flag of the Department of Demon Beheading, and she might encounter some demons and ghosts along the way. Is Lord Dong so big-hearted that he doesn't even arrange an escort? As he was muttering, he suddenly glimpsed that Jean Linger looked as if she was a bit uncomfortable, and it suddenly dawned on him. Flaggy Kim, if I'm not mistaken, Lord Dong has arranged at least two expert guards to secretly follow you all the way, but for the sake of face, he refused to let his own daughter know. So I spoke to you privately about it and told you to signal for an escort in case of trouble, right? Wei Qinghan turned his head horribly and stared intently at Jean Linger. With things having come to this point, Jean Linger also seemed to feel that there was no point in hiding it any longer, so she could only nod her head and admit, Lord Li's guess was right. Who? Wei Qinghan's chest rose and fell as he let out a long breath. The eyes revealed an indescribable complexity. Li Yan didn't care about the change in her expression and continued to say to Jean Linger, please also ask Little Flag Jean to call the 2 guards out to catch up with me. Jean Linger subconsciously looked at Wei Qinghan. Seeing Wei Qinghan nodding, he didn't hesitate any longer and pulled out a whistle from his pocket, blowing out a sharp sound. Swish, swish. A few breaths later, 2 black shadows ghostly appeared in the lobby. It startled Sunbuki and the others. Looking at the 2 familiar old men in front of him, Wei Qinghan had mixed feelings in his heart and got up to go forward. Uncle Kong, Uncle Bai, Sheriff. The 2 older men smiled in greeting. Then, almost simultaneously, they turned their gazes to Li Yan, their eyes turning abruptly cold. Belle, you have recruited us urgently, but this boy has disrespectful and unfavorable intentions towards the sheriff? Uncle Kong, Uncle Bai, you've misunderstood. Wei Qinghan hurriedly clarified the misunderstanding. It is Lord Li who guessed that father. Lord Father will definitely not rest assured that I and Suzaku's 2 daughters will go out of the house, and will certainly arrange for an expert escort. I was skeptical about that, so I had Suzaku call the 2 of you out to make sure. Li Yan sized up Kong and Bai. An innate martial artist? That's it. Yesterday, after dealing with Lord Wei in a fight between the Minotaur and Horse-faced Demon Clan chiefs, Li had sensed 2 killers coming from the distance. Did you 2 distribute it? Uncle Kong coldly said. Not bad. What are you going to do? Uncle Bai also said. The reason why Mr. Bai moved to kill you was because he saw that Miss Sheriff wanted to draw her sword against you. At that time, we both thought that you must have committed a crime, or else the Sheriff Lord would not be angry. You should be thankful that Belle did not blow the whistle at that time. Otherwise, humph. Wei Qinghan heard both warmth and fear, and hurriedly helped Li Yan to explain. The 2 uncles misunderstood. Lord Li he did not disrespect me. On the contrary, these days help me a lot. Is that so? Uncle Kong and Uncle Bai gave Li Yan a skeptical look at the same time. From that look, Li Yan was sensitively aware. The other party did not seem to have any intention of easing up. His mind turned several times, and he suddenly came to a realization. If he wasn't wrong, these 2 uncles should have watched Wei Qinghan grow up. So hostile, thought he, thinking of himself as a pig trying to arch their family's cabbages. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but lose his smile after having suffered from women in his previous life. Old man, you're overthinking it. Women only influence me to lie flat and force me to give up my 9 to 5 in the name of advancement. I, a pig, am not going to arch your family's cabbage. What are you laughing at? Uncle Kong asked with great displeasure. Nothing, I just thought of happy things. What pleasure? Well, I remember back home. There were always pigs jumping out of their pens and running to arch cabbages. It was a funny scene. The 2 old men instantly sank their faces. Is that so? That's because your boy knows too little. What's so funny about this little thing? Uncle Bai said blandly. When I followed the Duke of State in his western expedition to the Demon Country, I once saw a cabbage that had become a spirit take the initiative to arch a wild boar, scaring the boar into retreating. That's what's funny. Li Yan. Chapter 19, One Thought Becomes a Buddha. One Thought Becomes a Devil. After a short cross-service chat, Guard Bai asked Wei Qinghan, Lord County Lord, when you went to deal with the dispute of the demon people yesterday, Guard Kong and I were adorned far behind for protection. It was vaguely seen that after defeating the strong enemy, Vice Chief Flag Li seemed to have acted with pride and disregarded orders and continued to insult the 2 matriarchs, to the extent that it caused the Sheriff Lord to become furious and had the intention of drawing his sword against him. Afterwards, instead of surrendering, Mr. Li grabbed the sword and disappeared, which was even more disrespectful. Why did this happen? This one? It's not really a big deal. This official and Lord Li have always had philosophical disagreements and some minor conflicts. He acted too aggressively, contrary to His Majesty's will to treat the demon folk with tolerance. Yesterday, when dealing with the dispute between the matriarchs of the Minotaur and Horse-faced demon clans, I was worried that he would use his sword to go on a killing spree, and thus before he did so, I asked him to hand over the demon chopper, which I would temporarily take charge of. He followed orders, but remained disgruntled when he was done. He even said in a disgruntled tone, "Thank you, Lord Wei, for keeping my belt sword for me." That's why this official wanted to draw his sword to scare him. So it is. Kong and Bai came to a realization. Sheriff, regarding this point, please forgive me for having to side with Lord Deputy Chief Flag Li. One must not be merciful when dealing with those unenlightened demon folk. It's time to cut. It's time to kill. Guard Kong immediately chimed in. Me too. Wei Qinghan once again sank her face. Her willow eyebrows raised as she glared at the 2 guards, as if she was looking at 2 murderous demons. What a stubborn, Inhuman old fart. Most of the naturalized demon people are gentle in nature and behave like human beings. And they are also the people of our country. Do you treat them as your own when you are so quick to call for a fight? Protector Kong shook his head. Those who are not of my race will have different hearts. Sheriff Sama should never let her guard down on them just because they speak human. In my opinion, they are no more loyal than even a dog that can't talk. When the Great Li dynasty is weakened, the dog may help us fight against the invasion of the Demon Kingdom. They will probably just defect back to the Demon Kingdom. Uncle Kong's words are good though. Protector Kong, that's just wrong. Wei Qinghan and Li Yan opened their mouths almost at the same time, and then they turned their heads to look at each other, seeing each other's colors of surprise on each other's faces. Lord Wei actually agrees with this statement? Lord Li actually thinks Uncle Kong is wrong? Seeing that the two were once again speaking in unison, the White Guard could not help but speak out to interrupt this tacit understanding. Lord Li, even a generous and merciful person like the Sheriff Lord thinks that the demon folk won't be able to help greatly at that time and will only defect back to their country. And you think he's wrong? Dare I ask what is wrong with Guardian Kong's words? Li Yan smiled slightly. Lord Wei, Uncle Kong, and Uncle Bai probably misunderstood me. The reason I said that was wrong is because Li thought, once the Great Li dynasty declines, those naturalized demon folk will never be as simple as refusing to help the Great Li and defecting back to the Demon Kingdom. Instead, they will show their true nature and go on a feeding frenzy, slaughtering the human people. Believe me, it's a fact that's bound to happen. No one expected him to make such a horrible prediction with such certainty. Even the always radical Uncle Kong and Uncle Bai were shocked. Lord Li, what you're saying is too unbelievable. Don't be an alarmist. Wei Qinghan's face was extremely unhappy. Lord Wei, Li is not an alarmist. In that case, gentlemen, let me tell you a story first. Li Yan started adapting on the spot. No, messing around. 2 years ago, I hunted and killed a demon soldier-class demonic creature in the mountains in the northern part of the county, eventually beat it to the tackle. It got on its knees and begged me to spare its life, which I naturally refused to do. In desperation, it then began to curse me like crazy. And what's more, no human dynasty lasts forever. They all have an initial period, a heyday and an end. Once your Great Li dynasty declines, our demon race will inevitably slaughter and eat you two-legged sheep city by city, just like in the old days. I was surprised to hear that, because the history books of our Great Li dynasty do not seem to have any record of the history of these demonic countries slaughtering cities and eating people. So instead of killing it immediately, it was asked if these tragic events were true, and if so, how it had learned of them. It told me, before, in the western region, there were many human kingdoms. When the country was strong, the demon clans would all take the initiative to attach themselves. However, as soon as they see signs of decline in this country, they will immediately bare their fangs and swarm to eat them up. At that time, the formerly high and mighty human race were all captive to the demon race, like a lamb walking on 2 feet. To be played and killed is the fate of these two-legged sheep. Underneath many demon countries today are the ruins of those ancient human countries. If you don't believe me, you can go over there and explore. Look at the human skeletons buried in that ground and see if they still retain traces of gnawing. The entire demon beheading division courtroom was silent at the moment. There was only the faintest of ragged breaths that seemed to explode in silence. I believe what that demon said. I would also bet that something like this will happen in the future. The end of the dynasty, the same human race, all still have the time of easy children, expecting the demons, whose bestiality is more dominant, to show mercy to the human race? Oh, there may be such a thing as a good demon. But, at that time, do you think that some good demons can stop hordes of beastly demons? No one refuted Li Yan, because he's not making it up entirely. In this made-up story, he mixed in the history of the 5 Hu chaotic China in his previous life. The Hu people whom the Great Tang dynasty has enjoined and tied up for many years are not yet demons. When they saw the fall of the Middle Kingdom, were they not savage and ferocious as beasts, treating the people of the Middle Kingdom as two-legged sheep? Wei Qinghan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper as he listened. Lord Li, she weighed her words. Could it be that it is because of this that you have remained hostile to all demon races, ready to kill at any time? Li Yan was slightly stunned. Where did Lord Wei start with that? It's not like Li is some kind of killing spree. Didn't I make my attitude clear a long time ago? As long as they don't commit crimes, jeopardize the lives and property of my people in Dali, and disrupt the order of life, I will never touch them, even if they have committed a crime, as long as it is not a capital offense. If they can obediently follow orders to await arrest, I will treat them lightly. Wei Qinghan's eyes were a bit blank. You mean, you're sure that in the future those demonic folk will transform into cannibalistic demonic beasts and slaughter the people of the Great Li? But you continue to show mercy to these future murderers now? Li Yan shook his head. You're not speaking correctly, Lord Wei. Just because I believe this will happen in the future doesn't mean I believe these current demon folk are future murderers. Therefore I will not behead all the demon folk in advance. After all, we can't behead present innocents for future sins that didn't happen. Wei Qinghan sighed in relief. I understand. Lord Li, you're a man. How can I put it? For a moment just now, I really felt that you were dangerous, knowing that it has happened before, and will happen again. In scenes of such ghastly horror, I'm really worried about you. A thought of the devil. Ah, I see. Wei Qinghan suddenly remembered the Buddhist Dharma golden body generated behind Li Yan's back when he was attacked after work. Lord Li, you turned out to have wisdom. In that case, instead of having a single thought of being a demon, instead, he became a Buddha with a single thought and cultivated the Buddhist Dharma golden body. Li Yan's entire body froze as he listened. No, Your Highness, you've got a little bit too much brain power, don't you? Deed into this all over again. This brainstorming, though, really adds a bit of legitimacy to one's golden body of labor protection laws. Lord Wei is right, but not entirely right. He simply went along with the other man and continued to make things up. Li did not become a Buddha with a single thought, but was at the border between Buddha and devil. When you go to work, you are partial to magic, which is why you can't control your kills when you're on the clock. After work, it is as merciful as a Buddha. Wei Qinghan was flabbergasted by him. So it is. No wonder I've never seen you reveal your Buddhist martial arts at work. Instead, when faced with provocation after work, he was unwilling to attack no matter what, and only relied on the Buddha's golden body Dharma phase to protect his own integrity. Chapter 2021 None of my business. Kong and Bai keenly heard one word, Buddhist Dharma Vajra. You're an innate martial artist and you've actually cultivated the Buddhist Dharma Vajra? Good boy. It's hard to see that you're actually a dual cultivator of Buddhism and martial arts, and that you've both reached the 5th rank. The white guard had a surprised look on his face. Buddhists have the same 8 ranks as martial artists, in order from lowest to highest. Shamans, martial monks, venerable masters, Zen masters, Vajrapani, Lohan, Bodhisattvas, and Buddhas. In this world, it was not uncommon for martial artists to practice Buddhism or Taoism on the side, but generally, one of the disciplines is the primary discipline, and the rest are the secondary disciplines. For example, the White Guards and the Kong Guards, because their master, Duke Dong, is a dual practitioner of Buddhism and martial arts. Therefore, they also followed suit and practiced Buddhist techniques on the side. However, practicing Buddhism is not like practicing martial arts. In addition to cultivating the physical body, one has to recite the scriptures regularly. Both of them were not fond of reading, let alone the boring and tasteless Buddhist scriptures. Therefore, for Buddhist techniques, they are all shallow. Both are currently Wufu 5th order ascended martial masters while being 2nd order martial monks. In their opinion, someone who could cultivate Buddhism and martial arts to the same realm at the same time was not only amazingly persistent, but also amazingly talented. They had only seen one such character, the Duke of State. The two of them looked at Li Yan more and more favorably, and couldn't help but start covering their mouths and transmitting their voices. Old Kong, you don't say. You really don't say. The sheriff has a pretty good eye. Who says it isn't? It's not a family. This kid, whether it's his attitude towards the demon race, or his dual practice of Buddhism and martial arts, a living replica of the Duke of State when he was young. When you put it that way, it's kinda like that. No wonder. The sheriff mostly saw her own father's shadow from this boy. That's what makes you feel for him, isn't it? Li Yan intuitively sensed these two innate martial masters. The gazes they looked at themselves seemed to have become much kinder. To make sure it wasn't an illusion on his part, he began to take turns locking eyes with the two men, sight unseen. Then he saw that when the two met his gaze, although they covered their mouths, their eyes were full of smiles and they even nodded slightly. What's the situation? He wondered a little. While he was puzzled, Wei Qinghan's side was already thinking of false self-interest. Uncle Kong, Uncle Bai, right now you guys have nothing to do anyway. Why don't you follow us into the county's northern wretched Wolf Mountain and get rid of the alpha-level demonic creature that's entrenched their preaching and compelling the tigers, leopards, and wolves. This, Sheriff, the White Guard stammered. Wei Qinghan frowned slightly. What's wrong, Uncle Bai? You're not willing to help me? Not that I wouldn't help you. Sheriff, Escort Kong spoke up to explain. It's just that the Duke of State explained to us before his departure. The original words were, the two of you only need to safely escort her to arrive at Anshi County for her appointment smoothly, and nothing else. Especially no helping her with the demons. Not even one. She has to be made to understand that her so-called adherence to justice and kindness is not half useful in the face of a demonic creature in rebellion. Wei Qinghan's face instantly sank like water. That's good. Good enough. In that case, there's no need for you to remain here. After all, this official has been successfully rooted in Anchi County for several days now. Two uncles, I won't keep you. Kong and Bai looked at each other, their faces full of embarrassment. It was Li Yan who couldn't look away. Lord Wei. The two old uncles were merely following the orders of the state lord. Is that wrong? If you have anger, you look for the Duke of State. Don't take it out on innocent people. Wei Qinghan was dumbfounded by his dislike, so he could only hum heavily and turn away his face. Kong and Bai simultaneously cast a grateful gaze at Li Yan. This kid, he can handle it. Thank you, Lord Li, for your kind words. However, what the county princess said is true. Our old brother and sister stayed here for some time, indeed should also set off to the west. It's not good to hold up business, the white guard said smilingly. Westbound? Business? Li Yan quickly captured the point of it. The west is a demon country. What kind of business are you two heading west for? Wei Qinghan, who was originally slack-jawed and angry, also turned his head and looked at the two with concern. Oh, that's a long story, the white guard pontificated. As we all know, the Great Li dynasty is in quite a serious financial crisis nowadays. Year after year, the income does not cover the expenditure, and the deficit is increasing like the flowering of sesame seeds. The Duke of Dong, Wei Qianlong, has been pushing for expenditure cuts to ease the financial pressure, and one of the major heads of dynastic expenditure is military expenditure, especially the demon suppression army that was stationed all over the western region Demon Kingdom to suppress and guard against the demon race. The Western Demon Kingdom can actually be called the land of 10,000 demons. It was not a great unified dynasty, but a loose system similar to the kind of ancient Great Zhou imperial court, where the two dragons and phoenixes were honored and the various demon tribes were vassals. Therefore, although the Dali dynasty is openly allied with the Demon Kingdom, however, there were still quite a few vassal demon states that didn't recognize the covenant and had a hostile attitude towards the Great Li dynasty. For such vassal demon kingdoms, Dali would often send the demon suppressor army to overthrow and suppress them. For example, the White Camel Kingdom, where the entire royal family was slaughtered and the country was destroyed 20 years ago. However, not all of them returned to the court after the demon-suppressing army eliminated the White Hunchback royal family. Instead, it was stationed for a long time in the name of guarding against the re-emergence of the demon camel. The army was far from the border, and the men and horses chewed and the provisions were replenished, all of which were not inexpensive to consume. Every year, the Ministry of Revenue had to allocate huge sums of money to the demon suppression army stationed in the White Camel country. If all the money is effectively spent on army supplies, no one can say anything. But here's the thing, the White Camel demon army is just too outrageous. Problems such as embezzlement are nothing more than scabies. When picking up covered wagons and materials, they apply for budgets at prices 10 or even 100 times higher than the market price. By the time the allotment arrives, I don't know if the stuff is bought or not, but every once in a while it either breaks or gets lost and needs to be purchased again anyway. Anyone who is not blind can see how much foul play is involved. So what Lord Dong means is for you to go to the White Camel Kingdom's demon suppressor army garrison and check the accounts so that you can report them and solve the problem of corruption? Li Yan looked at Kong and Bai with strange eyes. Not bad. Exactly. The White Guard nodded. Wei Qinghan was worried. Anchi County is no less than 10,000 miles away from the White Camel country. A long way. How long will it take for two uncles to go on horseback? Not to mention the pathway to the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, which was filled with demonic creatures. In case of conflict, Protector Kong laughed. Sheriff Lord doesn't need to worry. We'll pass the message back to the State House before we're ready to leave. At that time, that side will arrange for a giant eagle houseboat to come here and carry us on a direct flight to the White Camel Kingdom. So it is. It's safe enough then. Wei Qinghan put down his heart. Safe? Not necessarily. I'm afraid. Li Yan shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Li advised Uncle Kong and Uncle Bai that it's best not to go. What makes you say that? Lord Li? His Excellency ordered us to look into the accounts and share the country's worries. How could we not go check? We can't check everything, can we? What if we do find out something? Kong and Bai were dumbfounded. What do you mean? What if we do find out something? We're going just to find out what's wrong. Li Yan sighed. That's what I meant. Problems for sure. But just be afraid. Whoever checks dies. The crowd lapsed into silence. Ryoko, Wei Qinghan said softly, it should not be. This is my father's order. Uncle Kong and Uncle Bai. They're from my state house. They have the guts to do that? Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Li Yan spread his hands. When pushed, someone will always be desperate. Oh, you kid. That's a bold idea. Uncle White laughed. I don't believe it. Old Kong and we can be no different from the Chinamen this time. Forgive them for not having the guts. Seeing this, Li Yan knew that it was useless to persuade. One can only let go of the helping complex and respect the fate of others. Sheriff Master, my subordinates take their leave. Kong and Bai both cupped their fists towards Wei Qinghan. Wei Qinghan got up. Uncle Kong, Uncle Bai, take care. Li Yin followed suit and got up to say goodbye. Right at that moment, he only saw Uncle Bai slightly squeezing his eyes at him and said with deep meaning, Kid Li, the safety of the Sheriff Master is in your hands. The Kong guard coughed and covered his mouth to pass the message. Old Bai, don't say anything too revealing. It's okay to be a little visceral. Li Yan is a smart guy. Even if you're subtle, he's bound to hear the attitude embedded in it. It's alright, old hole. It's okay to talk a little white. Oh, this boy. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed to make sure the sheriff doesn't lose a cold hair. Then he saw Li Yin roll his eyes. Why should I protect her? She is neither one of my men nor am I her bodyguard. Chapter 21. I don't know who he is. I only know that the sheriff is flying a hawk for him. 3 days later, having spent 2.5 days bright and early in Ancestry County, the two guards, Kong and Bai, who ate and drank with Li Yan during the period and talked highly of. Finally, I waited for the news that the giant eagle houseboat would arrive in the afternoon, and that I could depart for the west tomorrow. At the same time, on Wei Qinghan's side, she also received a letter from her superiors ordering her to attend a meeting at the County Demon Beheading Division. The 4 counties around the Wolverine Mountain are all under the Heishui County. The 4 counties are naturally under the control of the County Demon Choppers. According to the letter, Fong Chengfong, the chief of the County Demon Beheading Division, summoned the chief banners of the Demon Beheading Divisions of all counties to a meeting. One is to understand the situation of law and order in the counties in the past 6 months, and the recent resettlement of the demon people. Secondly, it was to discuss how to exterminate the alpha-level great demons in the Morning Wolf Mountain. Time, 3 minutes past dusk tomorrow. Place, Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division Office. After reading the contents of the letter, Wei Qinghan was silent for a moment and turned his head to look at Li Yan. Lord Li, have you ever, before, attended a meeting like this? Li Yan lazily shook his head. No. In the past, this kind of meeting was attended by Chen Laoqi. I haven't been there once. Is there not a time when the situation is so urgent that it is necessary for the chief and vice-chief banners of the counties to go forward together to attend to it? If you're going to say this, then of course there is. If this has happened, why didn't you attend? Doesn't Lord Wei knowingly ask a question? Li Yan laughed. I'm used to being lazy. To go to a meeting at the County Demon Chopper Division, you usually have to ride your horse 1 to 2 hours ahead of time, and you have to get up early. Isn't that hard for me? That's why every time the time comes, I apply for a recess from the old flag of Chen. Oh, that's in keeping with your usual style. Wei Qinghan smiled blandly. Lord Li, tomorrow you will travel with me to Blackwater County and attend the meeting. Li Yan didn't even think about it and immediately refused. I'm sorry, Lord Wei. The letter said that only the general banners of the counties were to attend, and that there was to be no matter of deputy general banners. I'm not going. This officer knows that the deputy chief flag was not required to attend from above. Only, this official is new to the country and has a complete blackout of the security situation in Anchi County in the past 6 months. If you're not sure, you can read the file. Li Yan lazily replied. There actually weren't many cases of demonic rebellion in our Anchi County in these half a year. You just need to put in a little effort, the least of which is to pick the lamp and read at night. And you can be sure to have all the cases cleared up by dawn for debriefing purposes. Wei Qinghan sighed helplessly, slowly stretching out a finger. 5 taels of silver in exchange for you accompanying me to the County Demon Beheading Division tomorrow. Li Yan didn't even raise his eyelids. 5 taels of silver? Who does Lord Wei think I am? From this place to the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division, a round trip on horseback would take 200 to 300 miles. 5 taels of silver and you want me to follow you and suffer? No way. Lord Li, this official didn't say we were going to rush there on horseback. Wei Qinghan's eyes revealed wryness. Have you forgotten that the giant eagle houseboat responsible for transporting Uncle Kong and Uncle Bai will arrive this afternoon? It's not like they're leaving today. When the time comes, all I have to do is to inform them. And then I can borrow this giant eagle houseboat for a while. It's a mere 200 or 300 miles. A giant eagle can reach it with a spread of its wings. So why bother with a boat trip? Li Yan hadn't thought of this, but he had always hated having any kind of laborious meeting, and was reluctant to do so, even though he didn't have to ride to get there. Not going. Not even on the giant eagle houseboat. Wei Qinghan took a deep breath. 10 taels. Li Yan narrowed his eyes. I'm sorry, Lord Wei. I'm not like that. 20 taels. Okay, I'm your guy tomorrow. But in advance, you have to let me sleep enough first. Oh, I mean, the sheriff's side requires punctual dawning, which goes against my work schedule. I am going to sleep a full 4-6 hours, and I want to get up until 1/4 past the hour at the most. If you agree, I'll go with you. otherwise exempt. Wei Qinghan looked at him with an unsavory face for a long time before he spat out 2 words from his mouth. Agreed. Blackwater County, Demon Beheading Division Yamen. Hayakuto founder was pacing back and forth. Zhou Hu, the chief flag of Pingshan County's Demon Beheading Division, couldn't help but open his mouth to complain. Lord 100 households, this county princess of Duke Dong's family is too unruly, isn't she? In the capital, she was a county princess, the jewel of the Duke of State. But since you've entered the Demon Beheading Division, you have to follow the rules of the Demon Beheading Division. It's not so bad for us, but you are her top boss. Mr. Hayakuto, what is the decency of making the superior wait for her alone? Fong Chang's face was full of helplessness. General Flag Zhou, be at ease. After all, she's a sheriff. Just then, only a clamor was heard outside. What a big giant eagle. It's the giant eagle houseboat of the Duke of State. Fong Chang and the others looked at each other. A moment later, there were bitter smiles, worthy of being the jewel in the palm of Lord Dong's hand. This is a little too pampered. From Anshi County to Blackwater County, a journey of more than 100 miles. You also need to use the giant eagle houseboat for transportation? Oh, Fong Cheng shook his head. Gentlemen, just don't chew your tongue behind your back. Come with me to greet this general way of ours. Zhou Hu and the others then stopped talking and followed him, moving slowly. Not long after, the crowd walked out of the Demon Beheading Division's government office. What came into view was a huge giant eagle covered in pale green feathers, about 5 feet long, with a 4-sided building and ship built on its back. What was erected on the building ship was clearly the flag of the State Duke's house. On the head of the giant eagle, a young man wearing the green robe of the Demon Beheading Division had just finished gathering the reins. Seeing this scene, Zhou Hu couldn't help but skim his lips and whispered, "No wonder those poor scholars always complained about their origins in poetry. I hate not being born in an imperial family. Look at that. How grand. How majestic." Zhou Mao, as well as several colleagues of the general flag position. But after more than 10 years of struggle, through countless life and death battles to get lucky. But what about this Lord Sheriff? Not a single inch of merit has been established. Yet with just a word from Duke Dong, the Demon Beheading Division will be forced to obediently offer up the position of chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division of a county. Yeah. Another Chief Banner's words were also full of indignation. After several of us received the summoning order from Fong Baifu, those who were far away arrived earlier yesterday. Those who are close by also get up before dawn and rush to the moon with stars and horses, fearing that they will miss the hour. Wei's territory is only 100 miles away, and there are high-speed means of transportation such as the giant eagle ship, but it was hard to drag it out until close to the 6th hour. As Fong Chang listened to the complaints of the 2 chief banners, his heart also felt a sense of solidarity. But at this moment, he could only twist his head to signal his men to be silent. Hush, don't say another word. Be careful that the sheriff hears you. Duke Dong is quite protective of his shortcomings. If you make the county princess angry and inform Duke Dong about your words and deeds, you are afraid that you will not be able to eat and walk. He was in the middle of his lesson when he suddenly saw Zhou Hu's face showing surprise. No, Fong Baifu. Fong Chung sniffed. What's wrong? That person who drives and controls the giant eagle building ship is wearing. Isn't it the costume of the chief flag of the county Demon Beheading Division? And, from the shape of the body, it looked as if it was a woman. Can't it be? She's Chief Wei? Fong Chang immediately turned his head and looked at the Eagle Master. That's right, that woman is none other than the Duke Dong's daughter, Miss County Lord, the chief flag of the Anshi County Demon Beheading Division. Wei Qinghan. Wei Qinghan looked at them from afar, but did not go forward. Instead, he turned around and jumped into the building ship and came to the compartment, angrily staring at Li Yan who was still sleeping. Lord Li, just how long are you going to sleep? Li Yan half opened his eyes and turned his head to look at the hourglass on his pillow. What's the rush? It's like rushing a ghost. I'm watching the clock here. Isn't it still the 6th hour? Wei Qinghan's face sank like water as he gritted his teeth. But now we've arrived at the entrance of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division. Fong Baifu, as well as the other chief banners of the 3 counties, are already standing at the gate waiting for us. Then let them wait. Li Yan looked indifferent. Wei Qinghan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. A few moments later, she stomped her feet, threw off her cloak, and jumped off the giant eagle houseboat on her own. Yet still, he did not go up to pay homage to Fong Chang and the others. Nothing else, no face. But to Fong Chang and the others, it was a different story. Miss County Lord, Wei Qinghan, the chief flag of Anshi County Demon Beheading Division, had been standing with her head on her side after jumping down from the giant eagle houseboat, without the slightest intention of coming forward to exchange pleasantries with the crowd. But it seems to be, waiting for someone to come down from the boat and join her? Fong Chang and the others immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. You look at me. I look at you. Face to face. The hearts are full of doubts and apprehensions. What kind of person is on top of this building ship? How could he make Miss Sheriff personally steer the giant eagle houseboat for him, and stand there waiting for him to come off the boat with us? It's not to be missed. It must be a big deal. Could it be Dong Wei Gong himself? Chapter 22. Then don't sit down. In just a few short breaths, Fong Chang, several people have already decided, the big man in the giant eagle building ship must be Dong Wei Gong. Wei Qianlong himself is right. The reason is simple. As we all know, Duke Dong's wife died early, leaving him only Wei Qinghan, his only daughter. The Duke of Dong is a man of deep love who has not been close to women since the death of his wife. The daughter left behind by his late wife is naturally treated like a jewel in the palm of his hand. The kind that you hold in your mouth for fear of melting and in your hand for fear of dropping. In the entire Great Li dynasty, to say that there was anyone who could make Wei Qinghan personally ride the giant eagle building ship to carry him and wait under the building ship, apart from His Majesty today, then there is only her father, Duke Dong Wei Qianlong. Thinking about this, Fong Chang and Zhou Hu couldn't help but start breathing heavily. Duke Dong came in person, naturally worried that his daughter would be wronged in the demon beheading division. Those words that were just discussed behind his back were mostly heard by the first expert of the Great Li dynasty who had a sharp divine sense. Even if his old man had only heard a few words, the consequences are unimaginable. 2. Zhou Hu was now very regretful. He now finally realized what it meant for trouble to come out of the mouth. If he had known it was going to be like this, he would have preferred to sew up his mouth with a sewing needle. A few of the men warred in both strands, burying their heads low, waiting with apprehension or despair. The big man stepped off the boat. I don't know how much time has passed. 2 shadows stretched slowly before the crowd. One of them was slender and thin, obviously belonging to Wei Qinghan. As for who the other one belongs to, there's no need to even guess. Just then, only a clear and melodious female voice spoke. Demon Beheading Division Chief Flag Wei Qinghan, with Deputy Chief Flag Li Yan to attend the meeting. Due to the reason of late arrival, please Fong Baifu chastise. Fong Chang and the others looked up brightly. In front of the 2 arching salute, the person on the left side of the slender waist and narrow shoulders, wearing the Demon Chopper Division General Flag green robe, beautiful but not charm, valiant, naturally is Anchi County Demon Chopper Division General Flag Wei Qinghan, but the right side is surprisingly also the same Demon Beheading Division's colleague, her deputy Li Yan, the one who doesn't go to the court until the 6th hour, and then skips out at the 10th hour. Li Yan, the Deputy General Flag of Anchi County who works only 4 hours a day? Why not Wei Qianlong, the Duke of Dong? What's with this? Fong Chang's mind turned several times, and then he had already guessed the real situation. In the past meetings, he had heard more than once about the absurdities of this vice president Li from the old General Bannerchen of Anchi County. For this kind of guy who worked in the Demon Beheading Division and dared to make up his own rules, Chao Si Mu Yu, he naturally could not tolerate it. However, every time it was proposed to be dealt with, the old Flag of Chen came out to defend it. He said, that battle was really too cruel. It's normal that he can't stand the excitement at his young age and so on, so as to put off this matter. But although the old Flag of Chen protects Li Yan, on top of the choice of successor after his death, but not confused, he said that Li Yan's character is not suitable for leading a county's demon beheading division, and asked the superior to choose another wise man. It just so happens that the daughter of the Duke of Dong's family wants to enter the demon beheading division to practice, or play around. He was then naturally appointed as the chief flag of the Anchi County Demon Beheading Division. This county princess has been pampered since she was a child, so I guess she has never seen such a lazy and cunning person, thus being tricked into tears and softened to accommodate by his own nominal deputy with his sellout. This time, he came to the meeting, mostly because he was concerned that he was new to the country and did not know how to report his duties. That's why he pinched his nose and brought Li Yan. Unexpectedly, this guy actually even participate in this kind of thing. Also dare to delay until the 6th hour to participate. Asshole, the sheriff wants to bring you here because he thinks you're good and gives you face. How dare you? It is your skill that you can hold the sheriff and make her soften her heart to accommodate you. Wei General Banner. This, oh, no harm no foul. Go inside and talk about it. As a veteran of the official world, he certainly would not take her words of please punish Lord Hayakuto seriously. Those who can say such things usually have a background. If you want to chastise those with a background, you will be slapping the face of the person behind them. And as for those with no background, LOL. First of all, you have no right to say such things. Whenever you are late, you will be punished, or at the least, reprimanded. If you say so, there is a chance that it will be seen as a provocation to disobey and the penalty will be increased. I naturally can't penalize General Wei, but this Li kid, I've been wanting to clean you up for a long time, he thought darkly in his mind. Several people, each with their own thoughts, walked into the courthouse one after another. Fang Cheng took the lead in settling in the main seat and raised his hand to the crowd. Several chief banners, please take your seats. Wei Qinghan, Zhou Hu and the others found chairs one after another and took their seats, leaving Li Yan to look left and right. Because this meeting only invited 4 counties general flag of the reason, there were only 5 chairs in total at the site. Fang Cheng sat in the main seat, and the remaining 4 chief banners had 1 hand each, so naturally there was no place for him. Seeing that the Lord Hayakuto did not call out for more chairs for him, Li Yan didn't really care, and walked over to himself, moved a chair, set it to Wei Qinghan's side, and was about to take a seat. Right at this moment, a sudden bellowing cry was heard from Fang Cheng. What this officer said was several chief banners, please take your seats. Li Yan, as I recall, your position has always been only vice president flag. When was the chief banner honored? How come this official doesn't know? He couldn't really hold down the fire either. That's why he was so blunt with Li Yan before the meeting even started. Words blunt to this point, even if it is a little cute, can also hear that Fang Cheng's words are not good. It was close to pointing at his nose. Li Yan grinned. Then I'll go? Fang Cheng grimaced and lowered his eyelids. I said to myself, you're a kid who knows what he's doing. Unexpectedly, Wei Qinghan, who was on the side, anxiously opened his mouth to retain. No way, Li Yan, you're not allowed to leave. Watching Li Yan continue to stay by her side with a lazy smile, she was relieved and turned her head to Fang Cheng to apologize. Forgive me, Fang Baihu. My subordinate has just arrived in Anchi County not long ago, and I do not know much about the cases in the past 6 months, so I must have Vice General Flagley to assist me from the side before I can report on my duties. You get rid of him, my subordinate is going to make a fool of himself later. Lord Wei, Zhou Hu, the General Flag of Pingxi County, interjected. You are overly concerned. If you are new to the city and do not know your old job, of course Hayakuto-sama will understand and will not be harsh on you regarding your report on your duties. The problem is, there are rules for everything. And since this meeting is called the General Flag Meeting, it means that the discussion is confidential and no one is allowed to observe. Meaning, attendees must be in chief flag status to be eligible. You'll make it hard for the guys to do it by bringing a vice chief flag with you. Li Yan sighed slightly and slowly got up, gripping the back of the chair and exerting force in his hand. He threw the chair directly towards Zhou Hu. Hard to sit? Let's see. Don't sit down then. Of all the people present, no one expected Li Yan to make a sudden move. Caught off guard, Zhou Hu panicked and slapped the handrail with both hands, and the whole person rose up in the air. Splat! Ka-ching! With a crisp crash, the 2 heather seats quickly deformed, cracked, and splinters flew. Fang Cheng rose up with an open heart, his fists clenched, the veins on the back of his fists exposed. Rebellion? Chapter 23, Plugging is better than dredging, and the mind is open. Wei Qinghan also stood up in both surprise and annoyance. Li Yan, what are you doing? Until everyone got up and gave sideways glances toward Li Yan. It took Zhou Hu to land back on the ground, seeing that he, a deputy chief banner, actually dared to strike himself in front of the 100 households and the 3 chief banners. Zhou Hu's eyes glazed over. Boy, you've got some balls. In that case, come on, I'll compete with you. Wei Qinghan rushed to dissuade him. This general banner, please calm down. Li Yan, this person doesn't have a good temper. He was already reluctant when I dragged him here today. He was sleeping soundly just now on the houseboat, so I woke him up, probably even more annoyed. The fact that they are targeting him frequently is adding fuel to the fire. To have such an evil outburst. Fang Baifu, several chief banners, please, for Qinghan's sake, don't dwell on the matter of seating and qualifications to attend the meeting, can you? At this point in time, she could only be soft but firm, hinting that she would support Li Yan and persuade the other party to stop. Fang Cheng and the others were also human beings. The sheriff's mouth is asking them to calm down and be more tolerant of Li Yan. However, the words were all about excusing Li Yan. They were even accused of targeting Li Yan. Finally, he even made a gesture of if you are still obsessed with the matter of seating and participation qualification, you are not giving me Wei Qinghan face. Zhou Hu and the other 3 chief banners turned their heads in unison to look at Fang Cheng, obviously waiting for him to make up his mind. Fang Cheng, who was being closely watched by 3 gazes, had an ugly face. He couldn't suppress his anger towards Li Yan anymore. Can't wait to kill him right away. However, the sheriff lord's intention was to protect Li Yan to the death. What can he do? A small 100th householder? You have to bow down when you're under the roof. At this point in time, we can only break our teeth and swallow blood. Who made them not as deep in background as this sheriff lord? His father, the Duke of Dong, is the blood brother of His Majesty, the former King of England. Although his title was cut for lack of an heir and he was demoted to the rank of Duke of State. However, Its power in the dynasty is so vast and intertwined that even the emperor does not dare to underestimate it. So much so that he had to personally announce the retention of the position of County Lord Wei Qinghan after the reduction of the title as a sign of appeasement. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and helplessly waved his hand. Then let's do as the sheriff says. Someone, clear this floor and bring over 2 more chairs. Fang Cheng, Zhou Hu and the others weren't the only ones who had grudges against Wei Qinghan. Li Yan was equally dissatisfied that she had spoiled her good deed. For a situation like a conflict with Fang Cheng and the others, before he came, he had anticipated it. In the past, when they were lying flat in Anxi County, these guys were out of sight and out of mind, so they were at peace with each other. But no man is too far away to worry. The trees wanted to be quiet but the wind wouldn't stop. Even if he wanted to keep lying flat, those above him who were upset with him would eventually let the trouble come to him, since the conflict is going to happen sooner or later. Well, pick a day and go to war now. Today, he intentionally arrived late for a long time, so that Fang Cheng and the others would feel that he was foxing them and defying them. It was to prompt resentment in the other party, and then use it as an excuse to suppress him as a prick who had no sight of his chief. Immediately afterward he also took the opportunity to return the favor. As long as both sides want to fight, there's no fight that can't be fought. But no one expected that Wei Qinghan's face was too big. Li Yan was also helpless. Wei Qinghan was already so protective of him, the equivalent of watching him fool around and still laughing and coaxing him. Reach for the stars. And he had to leave it at that for now. After the cleanup is done and the chairs are in place, the meeting was duly opened. The atmosphere was heavy and subtle. The entire government office of the Demon Beheading Division was like a pool of stagnant water. Occasionally a fish or shrimp caught on point is forced to gurgle and bubble. After Li Yan had finished presenting the work of Anxi County over the past 6 months on behalf of Wei Qinghan, that's where the heavy lifting comes in. Several chief banners. The migration of demon people from various counties was successfully completed some days ago. What is the security situation at the moment? Mentioning this, Zhou Hu and the others immediately talked more. You've been spilling your guts. Lord Feng, don't mention it. Since those cow heads and horse faces moved to their homes, our law and order situation in Pierce County is deteriorating. Those crazy bulls and horses, all day long they are either fighting internally or externally. Yes, at first they knew to restrain themselves a bit, and once our Demon Beheading Division stepped in to persuade them, they stopped fighting. But then they became more and more hobnailed. No amount of persuasion will make you listen. If it's just the demon folk fighting each other it's fine. The most frightening thing is, in recent times, those demon folk seem to have realized that they seem to be treated quite favorably in Delhi. Start bullying the local people to come. Incidents such as non-payment for purchases and forcible seizure of food and grass have occurred repeatedly. The most detestable is that certain male demon folk, the excitement came, forced into the people's homes, on their domesticated cows and mares. Ugh, it's hurtful. It's really hurtful. Lord Feng, His Majesty's order is to be lenient with the demon people, so we, the clerks, can't do anything about it. In most cases, one could only choose to appease the demon people and put the matter to rest. But in the long run, the people are getting more and more dissatisfied. Fang Cheng listened with concern. This matter of the demon people moving their names has indeed added a lot of chaos to the Great Li dynasty. Brainstorm your ideas for a good solution. Wait. He turned his head to look at Wei Qinghan. Why isn't Lord Wei speaking? Is it possible that you demon folk of Anxi County don't have such a bad time? Wei Qinghan nodded slightly. In these recent days, the ox-headed man and horse-faced demon in Anxi County have indeed been quite peaceful. This officer has not heard that they have done any of those filthy things. Oh, Fang Cheng was instantly interested. I wonder how Lord Wei did it. What masterstroke was used? Wei Qinghan glanced at Li Yan. It's not much of a brilliant method. It's nothing more than a forceful flick. And after convincing the 2 patriarchs, ordering them to restrain the clan. So, Fang Cheng and Zhou Hu and the others looked at each other for a few moments, greatly disappointed. It's true that it's not a masterstroke yet. As the county head of the Duke of Dong's family, you have a giant eagle houseboat to transport you to and from Anxi County, and your accompanying bodyguards are at least at the level of an 8 martial artist, so you can casually move your fingers and hold down the chief of the demon nation. But how can we, the natives, afford to hire such experts? He shook his head. Strong bouncing can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Eventually we must find a long-lasting method. What Lord Feng said is very true. Li Yan suddenly spoke up, drawing sideways glances from the crowd. That's why before I came here, I was ready to suggest to His Excellency a 2-pronged approach. Fang Cheng looked at him indifferently. What is Vice General Flag Li's opinion? Li Yan stretched out 2 fingers. It's impossible to talk about high opinions. The so-called 2-pronged approach. One is said to be a strong pressure, and the other is said that it is better to block than to block. Everyone understands the strong popping pressure. As far as blocking is concerned, there's friction, and it's not a good idea to force it. Might as well build a gladiatorial arena. Let the demon folk with conflicts sign up for fights on their own, and after the fights are over, no private vendettas are allowed. This will give them a cathartic outlet. As for limiting the venue, it prevents injury to innocents and destruction of property. Ha! Zhou Hu suddenly sneered twice and whispered, "Strange talk, full of fart." Li Yan twisted his head to look at him and suddenly laughed. "General Flag Zhou, I suddenly have some urgency to urinate and want to go to the toilet. Are you holding back too? Want to go with me?" Zhou Hu levied. Then his eyes lit up. Lord Li has good eyesight. Go with me. Wei Qinghan of course understands that these two people are called open gate waterproofing, but in reality, they are secretly about to fight, and hurriedly got up and prepared to dissuade. However, as soon as he got up, Li Yan looked at him with a smile. Lord Wei wants to go with him too? Wei Qinghan's pretty face was green for a while and red for a while, and she sat down resentfully, betting that she didn't care. Just like that, the crowd watched Li Yan and Zhou Hu leave. A few moments later, only a scream was heard from outside. A short while later, Li Yan returned alone, meeting the surprised eyes of the crowd. He smiled, comfortable. I told you it's better to block than to block. Chapter 24 Voodoo Abundance. Preparedness. Fong Chang and the others got up at the same time, really surprised. They had not expected this at all. In the contest between Li Yan and Zhou Hu was actually the one who lost. What was even more unexpected, Zhou Hu actually lost so quickly. In the entire Blackwater County, several chief banners could be said to know the cultivation of themselves and their fellow officers, except for Fong Chang, the 100th family member who was an innate martial artist. It was Zhou Hu, a peak martial artist, who could fight the most. Yet it was only a few breaths from the time the two walked out of the courthouse side by side. Zhou Hu actually lost? Zhang Bao, the chief flag of Pubei County's demon beheading division, who was on good terms with Zhou Hu, took the lead. Li Yan, you must not be a man of martial virtues and engage in a sneak attack on General Flag Zhou. If not, how could he have lost to you in such a short time? Li Yan looked at him. This Lord Chief Banner. Medicine can be taken indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Sneak attack or no sneak attack, you may as well ask General Banner Zhou. Talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for slander. Zhang Bao was furious and was about to have a fit, but Fong Chang waved his hand to stop him. First, go check on General Banner Zhou. A few people walked quickly out the door. I just saw Zhou Hu in a twisted and weird position, half lying in a broken water tank. Along with his ragged breathing, the water in the broken tank swirled and overflowed little by little. Crouched next to them were two demon hunters who were in charge of watching the door. What's going on? Fong Chang walked up and asked the demon hunter watching the door with a frown. Did you guys get a good look? The two watchful demon hunters shook their heads in unison. Zhang Bao was as anxious as fire, directly reaching out to hold Zhou Hu's arm. He wanted to pull him up. Don't move, only to hear Zhou Hu's short refusal. Broken. Fong Chang took a deep breath and bent down close to Zhou Hu's ear. General Flag Zhou, was it Li Yan who launched a sneak attack on you? Zhou Hu slowly shook his head, his voice bitter. There is no such thing. Me and him, confirmed. I started it. Hiss. Zhang Bao and the others were simultaneously shocked and inhaled. Zhou Hu moved first. He made the first move, and then he was killed back by Li Yan? How is that possible? Fong Chang was silent for a moment, slowly nodded his head, and instructed the watchman demon hunter. Go, quickly bring in the bone setter to heal General Flag Zhou. After the demon hunter had led the way, he turned his head to Li Yan with a scrutinizing look in his eyes. I never would have thought that Vice General Flagley is actually a deep-rooted expert. Our 4 counties in Blackwater County have finally produced a young talent. This officer is very pleased. Li Yan laughed. Lord Baido overpraised. My humble servant deserves it. Fong Chang waved his hand. Vice General Flagley should not be self-effacing. Seeing how easily you defeated General Flag Zhou with your hands up, you must have already entered the innate martial artist realm, right? An innate martial artist? Zhou Hu, Zhang Bao, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Only when he saw Li Yan nod his head in acknowledgement did he slowly exhale the turbid air in his chest. So it is. I can't imagine that Vice General Flagley is actually an innate martial artist. No wonder the strike was so swift and fierce. Zhou Mao has not lost unjustly. Zhou Hu muttered. Fong Chang looked at Zhou Hu and suddenly smiled in a deep voice. General Flag Zhou, looking at your current appearance, it seems to corroborate that Vice General Flagley's suggestion was fruitful. You look at him and he looks at you 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 and he looks at you. The two men fought, and although they were happy to win, they were also happy to lose. It's true that it's better to block than to block. Seeing that Fong Chang actually turned his head to express his approval of Li Yan's suggestion, Zhang Bao instantly turned red in the face. It seemed to him that Lord Hayakuto was afraid that he had the intention of retreating. However, on second thought, if he were 100 households, I'm afraid he would also make this choice. An innate martial artist in his early 20s with the support of Duke Dong's daughter, his future will definitely be unlimited in the future. They are a group of people with little background, relying on more than 10 years of real swords, crawling and fighting to get to the present position. It's already at the end of the line. There was no need to offend the surely rising star. Zhang Bao was speculating like this when he suddenly heard Fong Chang speak again. Li Yan, regarding your tardiness with the meeting, this official can take it as you being spoiled and lazy by the old General Banerjee. Yet later, you flung a chair at Flag Officer Zhou in public, even provoking him to go out and fight you. This official is not blind. You didn't just fight randomly. You came prepared. He gazed deeply at Li Yan. Earlier, I heard from old General Banerjee that you were probably greatly stimulated by the tragic Great War 3 years ago, so he became sneaky and worked only 4 hours a day. Now it seems that this is not the case. I'm afraid this is the moment you've been building up to. In your mind, I am afraid that you have long regarded this official as a roadblock, or a stepping stone, in your upward climb. What you're trying to do is not just sit back and wait for death in Ancestry County. Instead, he took one step at a time to the top and climbed to the position of Chief Commander of the Demon Beheading Division. Yes or no? Worthy of Fang Baifu, he has a sharp eye. Li Yan lamented without any intention of denying it. They insisted on Shaoxi evening. You have not been easy. To bring subordinates together, resistance is naturally greater. If you want to remove the obstacles, upgrading your status is a given. How? Increased status, more subordinates, daily on-time commute to work gained increased cultivation, stronger, increased status. This was a virtuous cycle that he had seen at a glance ever since he had awakened the system. It is also fortunate that Mr. Chen turned a blind eye to his novelty and helped him a lot. It was what allowed him to reach the innate martial master realm so quickly. He did not think of climbing all the way up against the odds, rebelling as the emperor, and then issued a holy decree ordering the entire Dali dynasty to do the work of all the people to follow the Chao Si Leichu. When the productive forces are not up to scratch, this so-called advanced civilization system is just a castle in the air. But making it to the position of chief commander of the Demon Beheading Division and making all the demon hunters work only 4 hours a day, it's a long-term goal he set long ago, provoking the authority of this officer by tardiness, by all sorts of behavior that is contrary to his authority. It is only to force this official to promise you that in the future you can always enjoy the privilege of the morning and evening. Unfortunately, this is something this official will not tolerate. As you said earlier, it's better to block than to block. Kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Fong Chang suddenly yelled out, come on, let's both have a real fight. If you can beat me, you can do whatever you want in the future. I will also ensure that after I leave office, I will definitely recommend you to my superiors to take over the position of my 100 households. But if you lose, then be a good and obedient subordinate and follow my orders. I told you to get up at 3 o'clock, but I won't allow you to delay until 5 o'clock. Li Yan, do you dare to answer the battle? The atmosphere was steeply frenzied. Wei Qinghan hesitantly stepped forward and was about to open his mouth to say something to Li Yan, but he was stopped by his vertical hand. Seeing Li Yan signaling that she didn't need to intervene, Wei Qinghan stopped speaking. Li Yan let out a deep breath and took a steady step forward. Just what I need. Chapter 25, Yellow River Heavenly Sword. Who can resist it? Blackwater County, Demon Beheading Division Martial Arts Arena. Upon hearing that 100th household Fong Chang is going to face off against Li Yan, the vice chief flag of Anxi County, demon hunters from the entire county Demon Beheading Division, except for those who needed to patrol routinely, almost came out in droves. Even Zhou Hu, who had just been hit by Li Yan and suffered a fracture, also dragged his injured body hard after being hastily bandaged and was assisted by Zhang Bao to come to the scene to watch the battle. On the martial arts stage made of countless striped boulders, Li Yan and Fong Chang stood opposite each other. Li Yan, a fisticuffs duel is safer, but it's not much fun. After all, our Demon Beheading Division started out with this demon beheading blade as the technique we use to hunt and kill demons. If you and I fight with swords, we'll have a bump and a bruise, and it's inevitable, but it doesn't have to be a fight to the death. Try to be on point and resign yourself to losing moves. Do you understand? Li Yan nodded. My humble servant understands. I hope that this battle with Lord Hayakuto is a sound duel. The two stared at each other while slowly drawing their knives. Confrontation for a moment. Fong Chang suddenly shouted lowly, look at the sword, accompanied by the sound of angry shouts. A pithy blade light appeared out of thin air and chopped sharply towards Li Yan. As fast as lightning, Li Yan instinctively swung his sword to block. Clank! The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out. Li Yan only felt a shock in his wrist, The massive force that traveled from the blade to the hilt and then extended to his limbs was like a shackle, making it difficult for him to stretch his arms. The one who could make his current self feel this kind of pressure should at least be an expert at the middle or even peak of the innate martial artist stage. Just as he was pondering, Feng Cheng's demon-slaying blade had poured down like a raging wind and rain. Li Yan completely lost the idea of thinking. The only thing he could do was to fully utilize the demon slasher. Slashing, chopping, picking, stabbing, and seeing the moves. Between the flashes of lightning and fire, both sides had already fought dozens of knives. Looking at Zhou Hu, Zhang Bao and the others, they were dazzled and horrified. Unexpectedly, not only is Vice General Flag Li's cultivation profound, but the demon-slaying blade technique has likewise been practiced to perfection and is flawless. Zhou Hu whispered towards Zhang Bao. At this time, he was completely convinced of Li Yan. Zhang Bao was also overwhelmed with emotion. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past, and heroes come out of the youth. The two of them muttered and just exclaimed that Li Yan's body was powerful. Wei Qinghan was on the sidelines, but he was watching in shock. A heart was completely tied to Li Yan, fearing that he would make a careless move and get hurt under Feng Cheng's sword. Finally, she couldn't withstand the pressure and spoke up to call it quits. 100th Household Feng, Deputy Chief Flag Li. Stop for now. Feng Cheng and Li Yan tacitly withdrew their swords at the same time. The two of you are extremely close in strength, so I'm afraid that if we continue to fight, there will be a flashback. How about the two of you shake hands and end this battle as a draw? Feng Cheng frowned and looked at Li Yan, seemingly unwilling to open his mouth. Li Yan stared back defiantly. This battle was far tougher than he had expected, but again, he didn't want to tie it up. Suddenly, he was blessed. System, will there be any unexpected gains from pouring cultivation into the already perfected demon-slaying blade technique? Like a new knife technique or something? Whether or not there is a windfall depends on the host's perception. Whether or not to infuse cultivation to enhance the technique? Remarks, current remaining cultivation level is 25. 750. Li Yan let out a deep breath. System, please infuse 25,000 cultivation points into the demon-slaying blade technique. You consume 25,000 points of cultivation to delve into the already perfected demon-slaying blade technique. After consuming 20,000 cultivation, your blade technique did not produce any changes, until the last 5,000 points of cultivation are all infused. You suddenly have an epiphany. The heavy sword is not a big trick, even for the most basic techniques. If one practiced them to the extreme, they would reach a new realm. The 25,000 points of cultivation experience takes you through 3 stages of having moves, no moves, having moves. You have perfected your sword skills, and so has your mind. Your demon-slaying sword technique already has the meaning of Yellow River water coming from the sky. You have acquired the new blade technique Yellow River Heavenly Blade, perfection. Off stage, seeing that the two were hesitant to speak out, Wei Qinghan took the initiative to urge Li Yan. Vice General Bannerly, do you have to fight with Feng Baifu until you run out of gas? Li Yan suddenly laughed. Worthy of being a Feng Baifu, your hands are truly outstanding. My humble servant practiced the demon-slaying blade hard some days ago and learned a new blade technique from it. I've been struggling to find an evenly matched master to try out my moves. I wonder if 100th Household Feng would like to be the one to test the sword. Oh, Feng Cheng was first surprised, then a flash of burning heat appeared in his eyes. This Li Yan, in his early 20s, has already cultivated to the innate martial arts master, not to mention, it was even possible to realize the essence from the demon-slaying blade and create his own blade technique? When really, it's a demon. Who in the martial arts world doesn't love the hunt? Li Yan, let Mr. Feng see your new blade technique. After saying that, his feet suddenly exerted force and instantly sprinted to Li Yan's body, swinging his sword and slashing, only to see Li Yan easily blocking this strike, then quickly retreating, holding his sword with both hands and raising it high above his head. He was about to perform the so-called new blade technique. Witnessing him in this position, Feng Cost could sense danger. This blade was unstoppable. If one were to use a weapon to fight it, I'm afraid that one would be split in half with the sword. In a flash of lightning, his mind turned 100 times, and he retreated to avoid it. Ka-ching-ching. The moment Feng Chung avoided it, Li Yan's knife had already slashed out. Wherever the Big Dipper passed by, the entire stone-barred martial arts stage was actually directly split in two. For a while, the sound of debris falling to the ground stretched on and on. Witnessing the power of this blade, Zhou Hu, Zhang Bao and the others' faces turned ashen. They could confirm at 100%, Feng Baifu was absolutely incapable of slashing such a domineering blade. Obviously, it was only a matter of time before Feng Baifu lost to Li Yan. Feng Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly. What a domineering sword technique! Even though he was an opponent at the moment, Feng Cheng still expressed his admiration for Li Yan without losing his demeanor. Again, Li Yan shouted and swung his sword in a series of strikes. This time, Fang Chang could not avoid it and could only swing his sword to block hard. When the two knives met, only a clanking sound was heard. Fang Chang's saber was actually broken in two. In the next moment, Li Yan's demon chopper stopped hard at his neck. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. It was only after a long time that Fang Chang sparingly dropped his half-empty saber and asked, "This saber technique of yours? Do you have a name for it?" Li Yan sheathed his sword and laughed. "Yes. You can't see that the Yellow River's water comes from the sky and never returns to the sea. The heart is like the Yellow River and the water is vast. Who can resist between 20 years of vertical and horizontal? That's why my humble servant named this blade technique Yellow River Heavenly Blade. Full of literature. You're going to take the imperial exams?" Fang Chang scoffed under his breath, but inwardly he was greatly shocked. This young brat in front of him had actually practiced to the level of an innate martial artist cultivation in just 20 years of martial arts career, and had realized a domineering and biting Yellow River Heavenly Blade from the demon beheading blade technique. This son must not be kept. In this tiny ancestry county, how can a small, remote town bury such a talented person? In time, the Great Li dynasty will all be his stage. You win, Li Yan. Now, and in the future. Chapter 26 Chapter 27-28 Demon Removal. Warning. A few days after returning from the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division, at noon on a certain day, as usual, Li Yan gathered with Sun Buki and the others at Zhao Asi's tea house, leisurely drinking tea and getting high on melon seeds, euphemistically called a lunch break. Zhao Asi has now publicized his identity as a meerkat demon. Surprisingly, the usual customers did not leave in fear because it was a demon. Instead, it takes care of its business even more. There are even new customers who come and drink the tea while making fun of it to see its true colors. Zhao Asi had no choice but to show his original form a few times until the freshness of these people dissipated. Lord Li, aren't you not quite on speaking terms with Editor-in-Chief Jia and the others of the DD newspaper? Zhao Asi said with a smile while pouring tea for Li Yan. Li Yan's stone hand gave a slight lurch. The fact that Editor-in-Chief Jia often used the DD newspaper to discredit him was almost unknown in Anchi County. Right now, Zhao Asi is clearly not playing the same old tune. Lao Zhao, did you hear something? Related to me? Zhao Asi looked around and whispered in a low voice. Just in the morning, Editor-in-Chief Jia brought someone here to drink tea at Zhao's. I vaguely heard them say, the Xianjian sect side sent disciples to the various states and counties to investigate and study the situation of the demon people's migration. The ones assigned to Blackwater County were 2 human races, and a Minotaur demon race. Editor-in-Chief Jia said, Lord Sheriff knows that the Sheriff Master, or Chief Wei, serves in the Demon Chopper Division of Anchi County. Therefore, he had 3 Xian Sword Sect disciples travel to Anchi County to inspect the area. Listening to Editor-in-Chief Jia's meaning, the County Lord's side cannot be messed with, but on Vice General Banner Li's side, they will do everything in their power to slander and discredit you, so that the Xianjian sect will have a bad impression of you. According to them, some days ago, there seemed to be another batch of wolf demons in Morning Wolf Mountain. These alien demons don't know the rules very well, stealing chickens and dogs in Pubei County and even killing and injuring people. Pubei County Deputy Chief Flag Kai Kuan brought a few demon hunters to patrol the outskirts of Morning Wolf Mountain, and overnight, he was nowhere to be found. It would have been a miserable thing to do, but Editor-in-Chief Jia is ready to use it to his advantage and compare it to Lord Li. Said that compared to Vice Commander Kai, Lord Li is as timid as a mouse. Sun Buki and the others were furious and were about to slap the table and curse, but they were stopped by Li Yan. Old Zhao, I remember that every time they came over for tea, they sat in the inner private room, right? How can they talk about such things in front of you? Zhao Asi smiled attentively. Your Excellency has misunderstood. Editor-in-Chief Jia certainly wouldn't talk about such things in front of a small one. It's just that I've served as a sentry guard in the tribe for many years before, and I have sensitive ears. Every word they speak in there escapes Little's ears. So, what shall we do, my lord? Li Yan sneered, have long looked at this group of guys do not look good. Now if it is not before chin old flag above no one cannot carry. Simply will not let them rampant until now. Now that we have someone who can take the fall, let's, well, treat, decapitate, and take in as a dog, one step at a time. This official will first go around the mountains over in Pubei County, slaughter a few demons as gifts, and buy them a drink. I hope they know what they're doing. Demon Folk Quarters. Upon hearing that Vice Chief Flag Li of the Demon Beheading Division had brought people to inspect, Niu Jin and Ma Shang were terrified and immediately came to greet them. Seeing that the 2 patriarchs were as timid as students facing an examiner, Li Yan smiled faintly. Matriarch Bull and Matriarch Horse, there is no need to be afraid. I have come today to ask for something. I'm going into the mountains later to get rid of the demons. When I return from destroying the demons, I would like to ask the two patriarchs each clan to come up with a demon citizen respectively. Niu Jin and Ma Shang were startled. Just do as you please, my lord. How dare I take the word please from you? Yes, my lord. Our two clans obey no one else but you, my lord. Be a cow or a horse for your excellency. Watching a minotaur and a horse-faced demon claiming that they were willing to be bulls and horses for themselves, Li Yan couldn't help but laugh. Alright, your loyalty is known to this official. Then this official will put it differently. You too, pull 2 oxen and horses over here later to do my bidding. Morning Wolf Mountain, near the Pubei County side. With his years of experience in surveying, and his powerful perceptions after his cultivation had rapidly increased, Li Yan quickly found Pubei County several Kai Vice President flag and other people missing location, and follow the clues to lock the enemy hole. A pitch-black cave. At the mouth of the cave, 2 or 3 boots were scattered. There was a wolf slur in the air. He took a deep breath. Anshi County Demon Beheading Division Deputy Chief Flag Li Yan is here. Wolf Demon in the cave. Come out and lead the death. After he finished drinking and cursing, he heard a commotion inside the cave. A moment later, a group of werewolf-like demonic beasts surged out. However, the one who came out at the end was a monkey demon that was slightly shorter than Li Yan, wearing a long skirt, and appeared to be a female. Seeing Li Yan, the monkey demon grinned. This demon hunter is really good looking. I'm going to have monkeys with him. Hearing this, Li Yan only felt a chill in his heart. Sorry, I have little interest in monkey meat. Rather, I prefer to eat monkey brains raw. If you are overly fond of human men, I can show you the way. Going all the way southwest from here, there is a country called Tianju. The men of this country are not afraid of food and drink, and their bedmates include even lizards, not to mention apes and monkeys. Wouldn't it be all to the good if you went to them? The female monkey demon's eyes narrowed and she raised her claws slightly towards the wolf demon behind her. A wolf demon with a body that was obviously quite a bit larger than the others of the same clan immediately stepped out and bowed down to it respectfully. Obviously the king of this pack of wolf demons. After listening to a few whispers from the monkey demon, the wolf king turned his head and drank. Go on, bring those scumbags over here. Scum? Just as Li Yan was secretly wondering, the wolves were already leading some scum with collars around their necks out of the cave. The men were shapeless and withered, their bodies wrapped in tattered demon hunting clothes. Apparently it's the missing demon hunter from Pubei County. Thinking of what this monkey demon said, I want to have a monkey with him. Li Yan's eyes narrowed. Could it be that you, the mother monkey, gave them to? An inexplicably oozing smile appeared on the hairy face of the monkey dame. Lord Li guessed correctly. These days, I have been enjoying them, but these 4 demon hunters are not as handsome as Lord Li. Right now they are pretty much milked and I don't want to keep them. Lord Li, if you obediently abandon your sword and surrender, and accompany me for a while to make merry, I can consider sparing the lives of these scum. With that, it stuck out its tongue and licked its lips. Lord Li has a strong body, so I'm sure he'll be more durable than this punk and won't be turned into human scum so quickly. Chapter 27, Beheading the Demon. Rescuing the People. Li Yan unclipped his demon sword and threw it to the ground. It is fine to deal with you without a knife. On the opposite side, the eyes of the originally numb 4 demon hunters finally changed a little. Lord Li, there's no need for that. We have been humiliated by this monkey demon, physically and mentally crippled, and have long been beyond hope. This monkey demon is a chieftain-level demon. It is strong and powerful. Our Vice Chief Flag Kai, who is a mid-stage martial artist, was killed by one of its claws. Lord Li can't be defeated. Run away. Quickly. Pop. The Wolf King slapped his grip on the face of the man who had made the sound. That pale face, which was already thin and out of shape, instantly gave birth to several ghastly scars. With a few teeth flying out, the demon hunter staggered to the ground. The monkey demon did not stop this and just looked at Li Yan with interest. Li Yan thought with an expressionless face as he silently took off his belt knife and discarded it on the ground. Then one step at a time, he slowly walked across the room. The monkey demon suddenly grinned. You humans are very cunning. Lord Li wouldn't be trying to use the opportunity to get closer and sneak up on me while he's at it, would he? Li Yan stopped in his tracks. If the monkey ant is uneasy, she can have her wolf demons bring the 4 of them here while tying me back up. The monkey demon thought for a moment and nodded slightly to the Wolf King. The Wolf King was ordered to meet the hostages with a few wolf demons cautiously. Every demon hunter has a wolf claw at their throat, obviously prepared to slaughter the hostages as soon as they realized the situation was not right. But Li Yan didn't give them a chance. Just at the moment when the wolf demons approached, Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth and spoke with his tongue. Roar! It was the additional technique of the tiger bone Vajra claw, tiger whistle. The wolf demons who suffered sonic attacks at close range were struck by lightning and their bodies stiffened. The next moment, the iron palms flipped. Put! In a flash of lightning, The 4 wolf demons holding the hostages were simultaneously having their throats shattered by the tiger bone adamantine claws, involuntarily choking their throats with their claws and staggering backward. Ow dash! Slightly farther away from Li Yan, faster than his little brothers to wake up from the tiger's roar. The Wolf King, who managed to escape the calamity of a broken throat, let out a furious howl, and quickly retreated to the side of the monkey demon with his tail clamped, his body shaking like sifting chaff. It was only until this moment that the 4 wolf demons fell to the ground limply one by one. Witnessing this, the monkey demon's pupils contracted violently. Lordly is strong enough in nature to successfully arouse my sexual interest. I haven't entertained you as an honored guest. Big Wolf, prepare some good wine. After I wine and dally with Lordly for a few nights, I'll make a clean break with him and leave him for you to share. Well, save me a dish when you do. It revealed 2 sharp fangs. Its feet stomped the ground violently, and its figure steeply disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already floated to a large tree behind Li Yan and the others. Lordly likes to eat monkey brains raw, so I'm sure it's because the brain flour tastes good. In that case, I'd like to taste Lordly's brain flour too. The originally bloodless faces of the 4 Pubei County demon hunters became even paler in a flash. This agile monkey demon had actually jumped ahead and blocked Lordly's back path. Things have come to a head. Lordly can't escape even if he wants to. The only way to fight is to die. The 4 of them were scraps, providing no bit of battle power at all. There's only so much that can be done, and it's trivial. The first demon hunter who advised Li Yan to flee steeply bent down, picked up the saber he had dropped on the ground, and handed it to him with a gasp. Li Yan was stunned. He hasn't even shouted "Here's the knife" yet, and the knife is right in front of him? Thanks a lot, brother. He lifted his hand to take it, then drew his sword in an easy swing behind him. In the blink of an eye, the sky-high tree that the monkey demon was staying in was chopped off by the roots. With a whistling sound, it slowly tipped toward the ground. Good sword play. A flash of excitement appeared in the monkey demon's eyes as he leapt and descended from the sky. The short leopard print skirt bulged against the wind, revealing a firm waist and deep red hips. A monkey's paw with 5 imaginary fingers slapped at the top of Li Yan's head. It was supposed to be a mediocre grab. However, in Li Yan's line of sight, the claw that was originally 1 size smaller than himself suddenly appeared different. Twice, 4 times, 8 times, as if a hand-shaped balloon that had originally dried up and was subsequently filled with air against the wind. Its size skyrocketed. In a matter of moments, it had expanded to the point where it was enough to completely cover the 5 Li Yan people. The 4 demon hunters lost their colors one after another. How can you block this slap from the sky? Just as they were showing despair, in their eyes, there was a steep flash of light. Immediately afterward, the huge palm that had originally covered the sky, making them unable to see the sunlight, also somehow suddenly disappeared. In mid-air, the monkey demon suddenly stared with wide eyes. Legs, out of control. The same goes for the tail that keeps the balance. It bowed its head in bewilderment. Then she saw the long legs, and as she had been so proud of under her beloved leopard print skirt, all neatly removed from her. With 2 thuds, the 2 halves of the body landed on the ground one after the other. On the opposite side, Li Yan happened to sheath his sword, until he saw the monkey demon broken in 2. Several demon hunters only woke up like a dream. The powerful monkey demon that originally killed Vice President Kai with a single move. I can't believe I was slashed by Lordly of Anchi County. Is that, reasonable? Regardless, a few of his own were finally saved. There are no greater ups and downs in life. Not far away, the Wolf King shivered. Seeing Li Yan's gaze shift to himself, it made a snap decision and flopped down on its knees. I'm willing to surrender. And please spare my life. My lord. A dog's life? The Wolf King's tail wagged furiously, and he bent his head and stuck out his tongue in a fawning smile. At first glance, that head kinda looks like a dog's head. Is this the real-life version of dog's head to save your life? Li Yan laughed. I'm sorry to say that I need your heads for this. Wolf's Head Warning. Chapter 28, Chapter 30-31 Invitation. Beheading. The Residence Compilation Bureau. Editor-in-Chief Jia Nanfeng is discussing with his subordinates the contents of tomorrow's residence newspaper. Suddenly, I heard a shout from outside. Vice Chief Flag of the Demon Beheading Division. Lord Li Yan has arrived. Jia Nanfeng and the others were a bit stunned. In Anchi County, to say that the people of the Residence Newspaper Compilation Bureau hate and want to dispose of the most, that is definitely Li Yan. No one. Li Yan also knew this well. Therefore never boarded. Even if the DD newspaper picks on him for 3 days. For this, Jananfeng's comment is sensible, but a bit insensitive. The so-called knowledge of the times is to boast that he understands that he cannot afford to mess with the DD Newspaper Compilation Bureau. So he spits on his own face and stays away from it. As for being uneducated, it's simple. You've had a snide remark in the Diwan. You don't know how to buy some specialties or something and visit your house and beg for a favor? What a rarity. Jia Nanfeng muttered. Could it be that this guy has gotten the hang of it and has come to the door begging to be let over? Lord Jia, I think you may be too optimistic. Deputy Editor Lu Feng shook his head. This guy has always had nothing to do with anything. This visit to the door, in my humble opinion, I'm afraid it's from a bad source. Jia Nanfeng let out a cold laugh. The visitor is not good? Oh, I'd like to see how unkind he really is. Follow me forward to meet the guests. With that, he got up from his stool and walked out first, holding his round belly. Just after leaving the room, Li Yan had already appeared in front of the crowd with Sunbuki. Gu, what wind blew Lordly here? What a rare guest. Editor-in-Chief Jia. This official was introspecting a few days ago, thinking about how the Demon Beheading Division and the DD Newspaper Compilation Bureau have been looking at each other and attacking each other all these years, and his heart was apprehensive. We all eat royal food and serve in the same dynasty, so we should cooperate sincerely and serve the Great Li dynasty together. If there is frequent infighting, it will consume each other's energy in vain, which is not good for the country or the people. Therefore, I have brought some gifts to visit Editor-in-Chief Jia, and I ask him to speak more favorably for this official in the residence newspaper in the future. Jia Nanfeng looked at the bulging bags in Sunbuki's two hands and exchanged glances with Lu Feng. The latter gave him a secret thumbs up. The meaning is obvious. I can't imagine that it was actually predicted by the adults. This kid actually knew to be soft and came to the door to beg for peace. Jia Nanfeng's heart was unbridled, and his face smiled as if it were a blooming chrysanthemum. Lord Li came just as he came. What gifts are he bringing? Come in, come in. He warmly reached out and invited Li Yan and the two of them to enter. Li Yan was also not polite. After taking his seat, he instructed Sunbuki, why don't you show your gift to Editor-in-Chief Jia? Sunbuki immediately carried the sack upside down. In an instant, 7 or 8 wolf heads rolled out with a grunt. Jia Nanfeng and the others were horrified and their faces changed dramatically. Lord Li, what do you mean by that? As Editor-in-Chief Jia Nanfeng, who had been battling against the Demon Beheading Division for many years, he had seen big scenes and quickly regained his composure. Not long ago, a new batch of wolf demons came from the Morning Wolf Mountain and made trouble in the vicinity of Pubei County. Kai Cohen, the Deputy General of Pubei County, went to get rid of the demon, but unexpectedly suffered a disastrous defeat and died himself, and his men were all captured by the wolf demon. I have heard that Editor-in-Chief Jia is going to compare Vice President Kai with this official and satirize Li's in action. I don't want to carry this reputation, so I had to go into the mountains alone and eliminate this group of wolf demons, and incidentally rescued 4 demon hunters. If Editor-in-Chief Jia doesn't believe it, he can contact Pubei County to confirm it. Lord Li, what exactly do you mean by bringing these wolf heads here? Li Yan reached for the wine pot on the table and filled 2 cups before responding lightly. Editor-in-Chief Jia, I hope that in the future, when releasing articles about the Demon Beheading Division, as well as this official, you will act impartially, with more praise and less denigration. If you are willing to cooperate, then this official would like to toast Editor-in-Chief Jia. I'll be treating you all at Food for the Sky tonight, so please be sure to enjoy yourselves. Jia Nanfeng was first dumbfounded, but then he became furious. With a crown, Mr. Jia has always been right about things, and although I have criticized Lord Li a lot in my day-to-day life, it was not directed at you personally. For the offending demonic creatures, and even the demonic people, His Majesty had long ago decreed leniency and light treatment. Lord Li was too extreme in the past, pushing for harsh laws. Isn't it a blatant confrontation of His Majesty's will? Trying to use such tactics to scare this official into submission is just delusional. Li Yan suddenly laughed up to the sky, and after a moment, he stopped laughing and twisted his head to look at Jia Nanfeng, Editor-in-Chief Jia. It seems that you're refusing to drink until you've been punished. Just then, I heard a thunderous fluttering sound from outside, as well as cows shouting and horses neighing. The crowd was amazed. The porter was then seen rolling and running into the yard. Li Yan's face flushed and he bellowed, "What's the situation?" "Not good, my lord," the porter wailed. Outside, a minotaur and a horse-faced demon met face to face and looked at each other. The minotaur asked, "What are you looking at?" and the horse-faced demon said, "What are you looking at?" Then the two fought. Just as he finished speaking, he heard 2 loud clicks and thuds, but it was the minotaur and the horse-faced demon, one with his head and the other with his feet, who chiseled open the door of the DD Compilation Bureau and tumbled and rolled and fought their way in. Jia Nanfeng nearly turned his back. It took him a long time to catch his breath. Lord Li is a good tactician, but I'm afraid you're delusional if you want to force this official to admit defeat and beg for your hand through this method. He turned his head and ordered his subordinates, "Someone, bring a few chairs. Let's just sit here and observe this battle of bulls and horses." Lu Feng said anxiously, "My lord, where is this the time to watch the battle of the oxen and horses?" This ox-headed man and horse-faced demon were clearly instructed by Li Yan to deliberately come here to cause trouble. I'm afraid this place will be beaten to death by them if we let them continue. Then let them fight, and fight as badly as they can. Jia Nanfeng was calm and relaxed. Anyway, many of the furnishings in our residence compilation bureau are old and worn out. This time they've broken and spoiled it. Just in time to request a new batch from the top. Lu Fang and the others immediately came to a realization and turned their worries into joy. So they all brought chairs out of the house and sat on the sidelines to watch the play. What's more, while he was heckling, he was sneering at Li Yan. Editor-in-Chief Jia is right. Many of the things we have in this compilation bureau should have been replaced a long time ago. It's been in the papers for a long time, but the top brass just won't approve it for lack of funds. This time, since it's been damaged by the demon folk fighting, there's no reason for the higher-ups to delay. Thank you, Lord Li, for your brilliant idea. The corner of Li Yan's mouth couldn't help but turn up even as he looked at these mixed-up guys. A bunch of stupid pigs. Jia Nanfeng was dumbfounded at the words, then became furious. Lord Li, who are you? Scolding? Who else can I scold? Li Yan laughed, cursing those fools who aren't afraid of being affected by the battle between these two bulls and horses. Jia Nanfeng was horrified. Right at this moment, the Minotaur and horse-faced demon who were tangling in the courtyard seemed to have split the victory and defeat. Defeated, the horse-faced demon began to turn and run away. The Minotaur, however, was spared and pursued furiously. The yard is so big, there's no room for them to run wild. In the blink of an eye, the horse-faced demon had already rushed into the group of people from the Codification Bureau, with the Minotaur following closely behind. For a moment, there was a lot of screaming and a lot of people falling over. Although Jia Nanfeng was fat, he was quite agile. A lazy donkey rolled, dodging the hooves and horns of the horse and cow. Startled, seeing most of his subordinates knocked to the ground with their chairs. Crying out, he was enraged. Lord Li, you're ruthless enough. Jia Nanfeng's face sank like the bottom of a pot. But don't you think that with these despicable tactics you can make Jia obediently succumb to your lechery? I'm going to sue. To the court. Sue your ass. Jia Nanfeng was flabbergasted, and then burst into a rage. Li Yan, how dare you insult this official? Degrading and degrading. As he spoke, the horse-faced demon suddenly passed between the two. The Minotaur then came after him. Seeing that the Minotaur was close to him, Jia Nanfeng's eyelids fluttered wildly. However, once he thought that this guy was merely instructed by Li Yan and would never dare to kill himself, he settled down. Right at this moment, Li Yan suddenly bellowed, "Seek death." In the blink of an eye, the demon chopper was sheathed and slashed at the bull. Clank! A crunch! The demon chopper slashed solidly on top of the bull's horn. Then, bouncing up at an eerie angle, the tip of the knife stabbed straight into Jia Nanfeng's throat. Everyone froze. Jia Nanfeng covered his bleeding throat, and his eyes stared dead at Li Yan, full of resentment. It seemed to want to say something, but could only barely make a ho-ho sound. It then collapsed limply to the ground and passed away in an instant. Chapter 29, Calling a Deer a Horse, Accepting It as a Dog. The Government Office of the Demon Chopper Division. When my humble servant saw that the Minotaur was not relenting and almost bumped into Editor-in-Chief Jia, I drew my sword to cut its horns in anger, wanting to keep it away from Editor-in-Chief Jia. Unexpectedly, the bull's horn was too hard and rebounded the demon chopper back, stabbing him in the throat. Alas, everything was the fault of those two demon folk. If it were not for them, how could this official accidentally injure Editor-in-Chief Jia? Li Yan stated to Wei Qinghan with a pained look on his face. Wei Qinghan didn't say a word. The incident happened suddenly. My humble servant's first thought was only to rescue Editor-in-Chief Jia, ignoring the two demon folk and letting them escape back. But you can't hide from the first day. But you can't hide from the 15th. When I return to my senses, I will immediately kill the demon folks' quarters and take their heads, which will be considered as revenge for Editor-in-Chief Jia. Wei Qinghan looked towards the bull's head and horse's head that were still dripping blood on the floor of the lobby, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Lord Li, how does this look like? The head of an unusual plow ox with an incompetent horse?" Li Yan smiled faintly. "Lord Wei, you are looking at it wrong. It was clearly the head of the Minotaur and the horse-faced demon. If you don't believe me, ask everyone." He faintly swept over the crowd in the courtroom. "You guys, is this the head of the Minotaur and the horse-faced demon?" Sun Duki was the first to respond. "That's right, my lord." Immediately afterward, a group of demon hunters nodded their heads. "It's the head of the Minotaur and horse-faced demon." Li Yan looked amiably at Lu Fang and the other literati again. "What about you guys?" Sweating profusely, Lu Fang lowered his head in fear and said in an astringent voice, "Yes, it's the head of the demon folk." Looking at the scene happening in front of him, Wei Qinghan only felt chills all over his body. Why is this guy so bold? How dare you pull a stunt like that under your own nose? Completely disregarding himself as his superior, the county princess, and the Duke of Dong behind him. What does he rely on? She was puzzled. At the end of the thought, there was only one conclusion to be drawn. Li Yan is a madman. Luckily, though, he's a crazy guy who's okay with his own people, and I haven't heard of him intentionally doing anything wrong. In that case, be his own man. Having made up her mind, she waved her hand and said, since everyone says yes, it is. Over the next few days, two of the most talked about news items in Ancestry County. For one thing, a minotaur and a horse-faced demon got into a fight over a trivial matter. When he was red-eyed, he rushed into the compilation bureau of the residence newspaper. Li Yan, the deputy chief flag of the demon beheading division, had no choice but to draw his sword in order to stop the two demons from harming the bureau's literati. However, the blade was deflected by a bull's horn and mistakenly hit the editor-in-chief, Jia Nanfeng. Jia Nanfeng died of his injuries, and the position of editor-in-chief was taken over by Lu Feng, the former deputy editor-in-chief. The second one, on the other hand, was a joint decision by the county office, the demon beheading division, the migrating Minotaur clan and the horse-faced demon clan to establish a gladiatorial arena in Anchi County, exclusively for demon folk with conflicts to sign up for the tournament to settle their frictions on the field. If the people would like to watch the demon folk jousting live, they can buy tickets to enter the arena before the match begins. Surprisingly, the diaspora gave a rare and extremely positive comment on this matter. Li Yan's marvelous plan to settle Anchi, the nature of the demon people need not be suppressed. The Ansi Gladiator Arena under construction. Li Yan and Wei Qinghan stood side by side. The former watched in boredom as the artisans sweated. The latter, however, was reading the diaspora headline and thinking about it. It didn't take long to come to Ancestry County, but Li Yan had taught her a lot of lessons. Take the DD Newspaper Compilation Bureau, which is so arrogant and respectful that it makes people laugh at the thought of it. This bunch of acidic literati, who pride themselves on their pen as a sword and their tough bones. Normally, to the demon beheading division's demon hunters, especially Li Yan, he picked his nose and his eyes, and he was wild without bounds. Every time Li Yan dealt with demonic offenses, they would accuse him of being brutal and unkind. However, once Li Yan got angry and was no longer tolerant of his, the guy's normally proud backbone immediately seemed to have been drained away. When someone on the other side of the enemy stands on the moral high ground and accuses you of wrongdoing, you don't need to do everything you can to prove your innocence. It doesn't work that way. It's like when you obviously only ate one bowl of vermicelli and paid for one, but they stigmatize it as if you ate 2 bowls of vermicelli and only paid for one. They don't care how many bowls of flour you eat. They just want to see you disembowel. The best way to do this is to treat them as they describe you. For example, if they call you brutal, you brutalize them, and then you'll find out. Instead of continuing to accuse you of brutality, they've been spared. Instead, they will sing your praises and extol your kindness. Thinking about what Li Yan had said to her, Wei Qinghan had mixed feelings. Li Yan, this official suddenly thought of a problem. What's the problem? If this method is so effective, why haven't you used it for the past 3 years? Pretending that there's nothing you can do about them? She stared at the other woman silently. Yet why did you stop pretending as soon as this officer had not long been in office? It's simple. Old Flag Chen and I, both of whom have few roots, have no one above them. If they had used these tactics to intimidate them earlier, and if they had really sued them, nobody peddles. Li Yan was honest. Wei Qinghan's chest rose and fell. Put yourself in the shoes of the editors-in-chief of Jia and Ryu. Vice Commander Li had always been low-key and patient in the past, but now he had suddenly resorted to such insidious and horrible means against them. It's nothing more than having someone to back it up. As for who is backing it up, LOL, the Duke of Dong's family's daughter has just arrived, and you, Li Yan, made your move. Doesn't that tell them plainly, the man above you is this official? Li Yan smiled coyly. Lord Wei, I'm actually a very traditional person. I don't really like women on top. Wei Qinghan was so angry that she blurted out, do you want me to talk to my old man so that we can swap places? That won't be necessary. Just go with the flow. It's hard work doing this. Just replace me on top when you're too tired to move. Li Yan laughed and flirted with a sentence. Then the words turned, all in all, we are now a bed. Boat people, one honor, one loss. It was better to think about how to deal with the next visitors from the clan. They're a serious come on. Wei Qinghan's attention was instantly diverted. You mean? Your old man, the Duke of Dong, has always been at odds with the sex, and the Demon Beheading Division naturally supports the radical policies of the Duke of Dong because of his constant presence on the front lines against demons. The clan came, calling it an investigation and research, but in reality, it must be picking noses and eyes, specializing in picking on us, the same as the already passed away editor-in-chief Jia. Wei Qinghan's eyebrows jumped. Li Yan, you can't still want to, like killing editor-in-chief Jia, put a hit out on the people of the clan? How many times have I told you to say manslaughter outside? Li Yan looked at her with dissatisfaction. I'm not a demon either. I won't kill easily. Unless it can't be helped. Chapter 32 of the 3 members of the clan died. What do you mean? Unless you can't help it? Wei Qinghan was about to open his mouth to ask a question when Chang Erden, who hadn't been on the job for long, came panting. Lord Wei, boss, Mistress Luo Dongping Luo of the Xinjian sect has just arrived at the demon beheading division. That fast? Li Yan was a bit surprised, and then frowned. No, I remember that the Xinjian sect sent to investigate and study the demon folk removal, but it was 3 people. How come only one has arrived today? It is for this matter that Mistress Luo has come, or rather, to report a crime. Wei Qinghan's face tightened and he stepped forward. Report a case? What kind of case? She said, the 2 companions who came with her to Wanqi County for research, Niu Zhinshan of the Minotaur race, and Lu Zhinfeng of the human race, while traveling to the northern part of the county in the mountains of the Wolverine. A verbal dispute over trivial matters ensued and a fight ensued. She was bitter and didn't know who to help. Watch as they hit each other in the vitals and end up in the same place. What? Li Yan was a bit confused. I haven't even made a move yet. How come they fell on their own? Where's the body? Still in the Morning Wolf Mountain. Mistress Luo is already waiting at the intersection ahead. And the horses are ready. Very well. Wei Qinghan turned his head to Li Yan and said in a deep voice. Lord Li, there's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Li Yan, however, did not follow up immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sun. It's almost quitting time. Wei Qinghan's face darkened at his words. When it's time for you to leave work at 5 o'clock, you can do it yourself. Xinjian sect is a strength in the middle and upper reaches of the Great Li dynasty, located in the western border, not far from the Blackwater County. It was also one of the sects that served as a pilot to recruit disciples from the demon race a year ago. Although it was called the Xian Sword sect, not all of its disciples practiced the sword. There are also elders who are well versed in boxing and kung fu. That's why they were allowed to recruit minotaurs who weren't used to using weapons as disciples. It didn't take long for several people to arrive at the intersection. Jean Linger and Sun Bufu were standing with a clear woman dressed in Xian clothes and carrying a huge sword. Lord Wei, Lord Li. Jean Linger opened her mouth to introduce. This is the disciple of the Xian Sword sect, Luo Dongping. Luo Dongping's eyes were lifeless and she had a lost look. When he saw Wei Qinghan and Li Yan, he barely raised his hand in a bow, and his eyes reddened as if he was about to fall into tears. That look. One word for it. I see it. Seeing this, Wei Qinghan hurriedly comforted in a soft voice. My condolences, Mistress Luo. Luo Dongping huffed. My 2 lords. The mountains are infested with demons and wild beasts. I'm afraid that the remains of my senior Niu and senior Lu will be gnawed on if I leave them where they are. It's still better for your lordship to hurry and follow Dongping to the mountain to collect the bodies of the 2 senior brothers and sisters. It's natural. At Wei Qinghan's command, everyone mounted their horses and rushed to Morning Wolf Mountain. On the road, Luo Dongping intermittently, the causes and consequences of the conflict between the 2 told. Niu Zhinshan was an alpha-level demon folk who joined the Xinjian sect a year ago, with a straightforward and irritable personality. When he first joined the Xian Sword sect, there were quite a few Sword sect disciples who discriminated against demonic folk who looked at him unfavorably, although he didn't dare to do anything to it on the surface. Secretly, he didn't make a lot of underhanded tricks to bully it. Of course, there are evil people who bully it, and naturally there are good people with good intentions. Brother Lu Zhinfeng, and she, Luo Dongping, are 2 of them. Over time, the 2 men and the demon, their friendship grew deeper and deeper. This time when the sect sent disciples to Wanqi County for research, the reason why the 3 of them were chosen was precisely because of these 2 points. There are people and demons with feelings, and it is more than appropriate to come and observe the status of the migration of the demon people. However, accidents always come out of nowhere. After studying the map of Blackwater County in order to get to Wanqi County as quickly as possible, the 3 of them decided to take a shortcut and go through the Woeful Wolf Mountain. Although it was known that there were demonic beasts encamped in the mountains, but over the years, the demon beheading division has been suppressing the one. Secondly, the Great Li dynasty has imposed an arbitrary rule on the demon people after its alliance with the demon kingdom. Under the combination of grace and authority, the demons with a little bit of brains will not dare to harm the lives of the human race at any time. One more thing, all 3 of them, their cultivation levels were still not weak. Lu and Luo were both 4th-tier martial artists, and Niu Zhinshan was also a chieftain-level demon. With such a combination, even if they encountered an alpha-level demonic creature, they would be able to battle with it. So the 3 of them chose to cross the Morning Wolf Mountain in broad daylight. It turned out to be exactly what they expected. Along the way, there were no demons that appeared, seeking wealth or harming lives. Unexpectedly, however, Lu Zhenfeng's joke provoked Niu Zhinshan's anger. It also triggered the eventual fiasco. Senior brother Lu was merely joking with senior brother Niu. It did seem like a joke, at least to me. Here's what he said at the time. Luo Dongping first took a stand and then imitated the man's voice. Zhinshan, I've heard that the great demons in this mountain of woeful wolves have collusion with officials from all over the world as well as the clan's apprentice intake office. There is a doorway for low-ranking demons to smoothly migrate to Dali and become ordinary demon folk. Allow talented demon folk to enter the major clans and practice human techniques. Did you, through a similar method, contact our Xian sword sect before being chosen as a disciple? It must have cost you a lot of your savings, right? These words angered Senior Ox brother, and it immediately reddened its eyes and angrily rebuked Senior brother Lu, asking him what he meant by these words. Senior Lu laughed and explained to it that he was just joking. However, Senior Niu did not recognize this argument and said that Senior Lu discriminated against it. After a while, Senior brother Lu was a bit embarrassed about his face and came to be angry. Both sides are talking to each other, and the fire is getting bigger and bigger. I started out watching and waited until I realized something was wrong and rushed to talk it out. However, it was too late. They eventually got into a fight. In the past in the sect, it wasn't as if Senior Ox brother hadn't fought with senior brothers and sisters who bullied it, but that was after all. It was in a clan of masters. A random innate martial artist could come out and pull the fighting people apart. However, at that time, I was the only one who was a small martial artist, so I really couldn't separate them. So one can only watch, and watch them. Spells out both sides of the coin. Speaking of sadness, she couldn't hold back her tears. Chapter 31, Brokenness. Seeing Luo Dongping in tears, Wei Qinghan hurried to comfort her well. Soon, the group arrived at the place of the incident. The scene was a mess. Two corpses dressed in the Xianjian sect's attire, horribly entangled together, lay on the ground. One of them was holding a huge sword, human-like. Needless to say, it was Lu Zhenfeng. The other, with bare hands and a head with two horns, was obviously Niu Zhinshan. Above Niu Zhinshan's torso, there were countless sword marks. The fatal wound, a sword in the neck, piercing the aorta. On Lu Zhenfeng's body, cow horn penetration wounds and cow hoof prints are all over. The fatal wound is in the heart. The whole heart, hardened, was pierced by the bull's horns. All the signs showed the crowd how grueling the battle was. Wei Qinghan and Jean Linger still saw this bloody scene for the first time, and almost couldn't hold back their vomiting. Li Yan was not surprised, and even went up and squatted down to examine the wound carefully. Three men walking together, folded a pair. I really don't know what face I have to go back to the clan. I'm sure that Master and the others will punish me for failing to take care of my senior brother and sister. But come to think of it, I deserve it. Luo Dongping whimpered. I have already sent a letter to the clan to apologize and report this situation at the same time, so I'm sure the clan will send elders to collect the body in a matter of days. I would also like to ask you two lords to help properly dispose of the corpses of senior brother Niu and senior brother Lu. By the way, Dongping was in too much of a hurry when she traveled to the demon beheading division to seek help, and she tired out her seat. He could only borrow a horse temporarily from the two adults and return to the clan. I hope you two lords will be gracious enough to do so. Wei Qinghan was full of sympathy for her, and immediately nodded his head. There is no need for Lady Luo to be polite. Your horse, how innocent. Li Yan's voice came from not far away. Wei Qinghan and Luo Dongping froze at the same time. Li Yan, what do you mean by that? What makes you say that? Surly? Li Yan didn't answer them. Instead, he looked up at the sun once more. The hour of 5 o'clock has come and gone, and this officer is off duty. Something to talk about at work tomorrow. Right, Mistress Law. He turned his head to look at Luo Dongping. This official now suspects that you have something to do with the deaths of these two Xianjian sect disciples. Please stay at the Demon Chopper Division for a while and cooperate with the investigation. If you insist on leaving, then this officer will consider you to be resisting arrest and will have to use coercion on you. Those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. Mistress Luo, I advise you not to refuse to drink to the end of the day. The whole thing seems to have taken a 180-degree turn as the rabbit rises and falls. Everyone's jaws were dropped in shock. Luo Dongping's eyes were filled with incomprehension. Lordly, could it be that you think Senior Niu and Senior Lu were not killed by Dongping? Her lips quivered. My lord thinks that Dongping, a small martial artist, was able to kill both Senior Brother Niu and Senior Brother Lu, whose cultivation levels are on par with mine, or even higher than mine, at the same time, and then put them in this pose, faking it to look like they're all going down together? Do you think too highly of Dongping? The crowd of demon hunters also stared at Li Yan closely in disbelief, waiting for his answer. But Li Yan did not say a word and turned to his horse. He then raised his chin at Sun Buki and the others. Get off work. Go home. Right, Lord Wei. just a few steps away. He halted his horse. The task of controlling the suspect, Luo Dongping, is in the hands of you and your men. Also, don't forget to bring back the 2 corpses as well. Saying so, he spurred his horse and went away, leaving behind a contemplative Wei Qinghan. Suzaku, what do you think? She suddenly turned her head and asked Golden Bell. Gold Bell's reply was concise, with only 2 words, Heaven's Eye. Wei Qinghan nodded. Heroes and females see the same thing. Lord Wei, I heard from a few big brothers in the Demon Beheading Division that you are the chief flag and this Lordly is the vice chief flag. Luo Dongping blatantly fanned the flames. But look at this arrogant attitude. How does it seem? He's backfiring on top of you. Wei Qinghan raised a willow eyebrow. Mistress Luo, it's not for you to worry about who's on top and who's on the bottom between Li Yin and me. But since he said so, you'd better come with us. Luo Dongping's face changed. Lord Wei, this Lordly is only one-sided. You trust him so much? You're right. Wei Qinghan smiled sweetly. I trust him 10%. You are 3 moments away. Drunk and full, Li Yan burked his way home. Just as I entered the yard, I realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be 2 more uninvited guests in his own yard. At the little table where he usually sits for his own tea and rest. There are suddenly 2 more people at this moment. Wei Qinghan, and Jean Linger. Lord Wei, Jean Shaoqi, why did you come to see me after hours? It's not like you want me to work overtime, is it? Hearing the word overtime, Wei Qinghan and Jean Linger simultaneously recalled the unforgettable memories of the first time they met each other, and both of them changed color at the same time. No, how could that be? Wei Qinghan raised an exquisite wine jug. I came here just to think, I've been in Anchi County for so long, and I haven't even dined and drank and chatted about my family with Lordly. So I brought a jug of fine wine and came to bother Lordly. After saying that, she paused for a moment and shook the wine pot. Drunken Immortal House's Li Yang Chun is really expensive. A small pot costs 10 taels of silver. 10 taels of silver away from Yang Chun. The wine bug in Li Yan's belly was instantly aroused. But I can smell Lord Li's body full of alcohol from a big distance. So I guess he's not willing to have another drink. It's a pity. Belle, let's go back. My lord, stay. Li Yan took a healthy step forward and stopped the 2 of them who made a move to leave. He knew exactly where the other side was coming from. The custom in Li's hometown is that wine is not to be drunk dry, but to be paired with a story. Right now, Lord Wei has the wine and I have the story. Isn't it a perfect match? Wei Qinghan revealed a triumphant smile. That's very good. I hope what that heavenly eye of Lordly sees is a fascinating story. Eye in the sky? Li Yan was a bit dumbfounded. Lord Wei, Heaven's Eye isn't opened casually. Wei Qinghan's smile instantly froze on his face. You didn't use heavenly eyes? Then how do you know that the death of that man and demon from the Xin sword sect is related to Luo Dongping? Why do you still need heavenly eyes for this? I can see it with the naked eye. Okay. Li Yan reached out and snatched the jug and sat down at the table. How? Wei Qinghan immediately hit the snake. Luo Dongping said, since Niu Zhinshan joined the Xian sword sect this year, he has suffered a lot of discrimination and bullying. Lu Zhenfeng, with her, is one of the few good people who will defend it. Li Yan directly pulled out the cork of the wine and swallowed it with a wail. Having defended it for so long, it's only right to know that there are some things you can't say in front of it. But to the contrary, this young warrior Lu, in the off-the-beaten-path Morning Wolf Mountain, made discriminatory jokes at the Minotaur Master's brother whom he had been defending. Then it was a thunderous fight in the sky, ending in the same place. Ta Zhenwei, do you think that's reasonable? Chapter 32. Wei Qinghan's beautiful eyes bloomed with color, and she clapped her hands together. Right. That Luo Dongping's opening claim of the so-called joke leading to a deadly fight was so broken that it was too unreasonable. Why didn't I think of that? Li Yan smiled. Since Luo Dongping lied, it means that the deaths of Lu Zhenfeng and Niu Zhinshan are absolutely unrelated to her, based on my examination of the body's wounds. Wait. Wei Qinghan urgently called for a halt. What's wrong? Does Lord Wei not want to hear the story? That's not true. Wei Qinghan smiled and got up. It's just that I think it's too much of a waste to tell such a wonderful story here. Should have been changed to a proper place where more people could have heard it. Li Yan frowned and realized that things were not that simple. So Lord Wei is thinking? I think we should go to the prison, drink wine and talk about this matter in front of Luo Dongping. Then, listen to what she has to say. Li Yan, what do you think of my idea? Li Yan shook his head. Lord Wei, you are making me work overtime in disguise. Another pot of Li Yang Chun. 2 pots. Deal. The division of demon choppers? In the dungeon that specializes in housing prisoners, sinful demons. Seeing that the jailers suddenly brought tables and chairs and benches and placed them in front of him, and set out wine and food. Luo Dongping couldn't help but feel a wave of panic rising in her heart. When Wei Qinghan, Li Yan, and editor-in-chief Lu Feng of the Residence Newspaper Compilation Bureau stepped in one after another. This uneasiness is even more piqued. Lord Wei. Lord Li, what do you mean by this? She finally couldn't sit calmly with her legs crossed and got up to ask, is this how Yoranchi County Demon Beheading Division handles cases? The casual remarks of a vice-chief flag put innocent people behind bars. What's more, you're arranging a guillotine without even a trial. Trying to execute me in secret? Oh, don't forget, both of you, the large sects of the Great Li dynasty, even if their disciples break the law, they all dispose of them on their own, without having to go through the imperial court. Not to mention that I'm not even guilty. Lady Luo, don't misunderstand. This is not a severed head meal for you. Wei Qinghan smiled as she sat at the table with Li Yan. This official and Lord Li just suddenly wanted to drink and chat together. It just so happened that we were talking about Mistress Law, so we simply switched places here. Please join Mistress Law in the chat. Luo Dongping twisted her head around and said coldly, I have nothing to talk about with you guys. Never mind. Then we'll talk and you just listen. Lord Li, where were we? Oh, it's Niu Zhinshan has suffered a lot of discrimination and bullying since he joined the Xianjian sect this year. Young warrior Lu and Lady Luo are the rare good guys who will defend it. Having defended it for so long, it's only right to know that there are some things you can't say in front of it. But to the contrary, this young warrior Lu, in the off-the-beaten-path Morning Wolf Mountain, made discriminatory jokes to the Minotaur senior brother whom he had been defending. Does that make sense? Wei Qinghan said, turning his head to stare at Luo Dongping, like a falcon locking onto a hare. Mistress Luo, do you think, is this reasonable? Luo Dongping's face changed drastically, and a cold sweat crouched on her forehead. Wei Qinghan picked up the wine goblet and played with it carefully. Mistress Luo, why don't you say something? Puff. Luo Dongping, who had just sat cross-legged and still had a stiff upper lip. At the moment it was a weak and limp body. Mistress Luo, you're not trying to keep your mouth shut and be stubborn to the end, are you? If that's the case, we're going to have to resort to some minor maneuvering. My lord, don't torture. I'll confess all. As if Luo Dongping had been drained of her last bit of courage, tears flowed. Then, tell me the truth. Li Yan took a sip of his wine. What Luo Dongping confessed was a story that was common before Li Yan crossed over. In today's Dali dynasty, the culture of men and women is relatively open. It is not uncommon for young boys and girls to make a private betrothal. A large sect like the Shin Sword sect didn't care much about the love affairs between the male and female disciples under its doors. It is even believed that dual cultivation of men and women will be conducive to cultivation, and it is encouraged instead. Lu Zhenfeng and Luo Dongping are a pair of double lovers. The two have been in a pretty solid relationship since they finalized their relationship 2 years ago. Originally, if nothing else, they would have been a beautiful couple. However, everything was changed by the appearance of Niu Zhinshan. At first, the two of them saw that Niu Zhinshan was always bullied and pitied it, so they often lend them a helping hand and drive away those who discriminate against them. Niu Zhinshan was also very grateful to them in the beginning and regarded them as his elder brother and sister-in-law. But here's what they didn't expect. This guy seems humane and sentimental. At heart, it's still more animal than human. It actually thought ill of Luo Dongping. Half a year ago, it used the excuse that it wanted to learn how to practice sword training and asked Luo Dongping to teach it privately. Luo Dongping did not think about it and readily agreed. I was not expecting to be violated by it when it got drunk. When she woke up, Luo Dongping was shocked and angry, so she wanted to inform her lover and report to the clan at the same time. Niu Zhinshan begged bitterly, claiming that he was just a moment of lust, and asked her to spare it once for the sake of the friendship in the past 6 months. Luo Dongping had a moment of weakness, coupled with concern for her reputation, so she agreed to it. The two of them unspokenly kept the matter under wraps. I thought that was the end of the matter. However, not long after, Niu Zhinshan came to her again, threatening her with senior sister. You don't want senior brother Lu to know what happened between us, right? She had no choice but to become the other's tool for lust once again. This humiliation lasted most of the year. Until this time, the three of them were chosen together by the sect to travel to Wanqi County for research. Luo Dongping thought it was a good time to get rid of Niu Zhinshan, so she approached Lu Zhenfeng to confess before she left. Lu Zhenfeng was furious when he heard this, and immediately wanted to find Niu Zhinshan to fight for his life, but she pulled him back by death. After listening to Luo Dongping's plan to make a surprise attack at Morning Wolf Mountain and join forces to get rid of Niu Zhinshan, after weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zhenfeng agreed. All the way to Morning Wolf Mountain, the plan was going well. The only thing that didn't go well, the Oxfordshire was much more beatable than they thought. Lu Zhenfeng deliberately joked to provoke him to fight with it one-on-one. Luo Dongping pretended to persuade the fight, but in fact, she made a surprise attack. Even then, he didn't manage to get Niu Zhinshan killed easily. Instead, It allowed it to rebound and kill Lu Zhenfeng before it died. Telling the whole incident, Luo Dongping tears like broken pearls. Wei Qinghan also listened with both anger and sympathy. Li Yan, according to you, this case, should we not? She asked Li Yan in a low voice. In the words, it is obvious that there is a meaning to open the net to Luo Dongping. Li Yan looked at her. With this glance, he looked at Wei Qinghan with some hair on his head, because before, it seemed like she had been seen like this by Li Yan. That look is clearly a look at a little cutie. The look, and you sympathize with such a poisonous woman? As expected, Li Yan unleashed a taunt on her. What does sh mean? Li Yan turned his head to look at Luo Dongping. Mistress Luo, one lie often requires countless lies to round it out. The more lies you tell, the greater the probability that something will go wrong. Do you know what part of the world you're revealing yourself in this time? Why did Lord Li say that? Luo Dongping was filled with shock and anger. What I said is the truth. The truth? Oh, you said that you confessed to Lu Zhenfeng just before you left. That is to say, Lu Zhenfeng has just learned of this matter not long ago? That's right. He. Li Yan sneered. You've been entangled with Senior Niu for as long as half a year. Couldn't Lu Zhenfeng, who shares your bed, have realized it? Chapter 33. Li Yan. Wei Qinghan was a bit confused. What's Cao Cheer? The untouched woman looked puzzled. Gold Bell likewise. The air suddenly fell into an awkward silence. A moment later, Li Yan spat out two words. Awesome. Wei Qinghan was once again confused. What's awesome again? Put. It was only by Li Yan's thunder and lightning means to accept. Only his head of the chief editor of the residence of the newspaper Lu Fong finally did not hold back laughter. Wei Qinghan immediately looked at him. Editor Lu, by the looks of it, you know what this awesome is? Why don't you explain it to this officer? Lu Fong was dumbfounded, then looked at Li Yan for help. Lord Li, this, to unring the bell. How to explain it is still up to you. Okay. Li Yan was somewhat helpless. If Lord Wei really wants to know, that's the organ where the cow mates with the bull and where the calf is born. Wei Qinghan's face flushed red. After forcing a few deep breaths to regain his composure, he said with some shyness, it's a case of human life. Just say so. It's not like this official can't accept it. Replacing it with something supposedly awesome is both vulgar and incoherent. I'd say that's an appropriate word replacement. Where's the appropriateness? It's big. You guys, you don't have to be there to sing and humiliate me. Luo Dongping finally exploded in silence. All eyes turned to her at once. Seeing her unmask and reveal her true colors, Li Yan smiled faintly. Don't want us to go on and let us drink? Well then, let's drink and ask Mistress Luo to tell her story. Luo Dongping gritted her teeth and sneered. Regarding my culpability, the Xian Sword sect will hear the case themselves. It's not your turn for the Demon Beheading Division to overstep its bounds. Like this? Li Yan's eyes stared. It seems that Mistress Luo has made up her mind to refuse to talk. In that case, I have no choice but to close the case according to my own reasoning. Editor-in-Chief Ryu. I said, you remember. Not a single word shall be missing. This official is counting on this divine detective's residence to make a name for itself and take the greatly by storm. Luo Dongping trembled and looked at him in disbelief. Li Yan, you dare. If you write nonsense and ruin the reputation of our clan, Xianjian sect will definitely not spare you. A mere deputy chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division. There is absolutely no way you can carry the Xian Sword sect's wrath. Strange. Li Yan looked at her in bewilderment. You're the one who clearly had a lover but went red in incest with a minotaur. You're the one who ruined the reputation of the Xian Yuan Sword sect. How come in your mouth? It has become this official's knot? Luo Dongping was speechless for a moment. This officer will give you another chance. Li Yan walked up and looked down at her. Confess everything truthfully, and this official promises not to publish the inside story of the case in the DD newspaper. If you don't find this officer's promises credible, then, he reached backward and pointed at Wei Qinghan. You shouldn't disbelieve the promises of Lord Sheriff of the Duke of Dong's family, right? The county princess of the Duke of Dong's family? Luo Dongping's eyes couldn't help but widen as she looked at Wei Qinghan. Wei Qinghan also displayed his majesty at the right time. Mistress Luo, you have repeatedly teased the Demon Beheading Division, and this official can no longer tolerate you. If you continue to resist to the end and refuse to give a full account of your crimes, whatever Lord Li does, this official will pretend not to see. Looking at the duo, one singing red and the other white, Luo Dongping quickly realized that, keeping silent and resisting, waiting for the clan elders to come to the rescue, I am afraid that it is not a good strategy. This chief flag of the Demon Beheading Division in front of him was actually the county princess of the Wei Duke's family. If she really pissed her off, even if it was the patriarch, I'm afraid it would be unlikely that he would confront the state duke's office for himself. A man under the roof has to bow down. She finally decided, confess all. Luo Dongping was not a steadfast woman. The romance between the two with Lu Zhenfeng has long since entered a period of coldness after the initial fire. On weekdays, when she shared her bed with him, it was entirely for the purpose of double cultivation, with half a bit of passion. It was at this time that the Xian sword sect responded to the court's call and recruited a group of demon folk disciples. Many disciples of the sects of the Great Li dynasty were already open, and the court is now encouraging them to get closer to the demon folk. After a while, there were quite a few disciples who were not satisfied with traditional love affairs and tried out human and demon love affairs. However, the same human-demon romance is a very different choice for male and female disciples. Male disciples commonly choose beauty-loving fox demons, snake demons and the like, a pairing that at first glance looks like a groom and a woman. If you don't look closely, it's easy to think of them all as people. However, the female disciples' choice of spouse is a bit of a side-splitter. Most of them, the ones they chose were beast-headed, hairy, and obviously inhuman demon disciples. Off-topic, this choice of the female disciples of the clan is also one of the aids that allow the male disciples to discriminate against the demon disciples. Anyway, influenced by those female disciples, Luo Dongping also began to be apathetic. The Minotaur, Bull Zhinshan, came into her sights then and there. So it's purely false that Niu Zhinshan enjoined you to get drunk and violate you. Did you actually initiate the seduction of it? Li Yan asked. Yes. If you want a bullwhip, why don't you separate from Lu Zhenfeng first? It's fine to have fun with a disciple of the demon clan. Marriage is out of the question. This was something that the female disciples in the sect were well aware of. That's why I chose to hide it from Brother Lu. For the sake of saving yourself. Li Yan nodded slightly. It's the same as what this officer surmised. When did Lu Zhenfeng find out that you and Niu Zhinshan were having an adulterous affair? And how did he find out? It was about a month after I secretly hooked up with Master Ox. As for how it was discovered, Lord Li has just said it. He sensed the shape change. Finding something wrong, he actually chose to hold back rather than fight Niu Zhinshan to the death? Oh, this officer understands. You must have made a decisive choice to betray Niu Zhinshan at that time. Claim that it asked you to teach it privately under the pretext that it wanted to learn how to practice sword fighting. I was not expecting to be violated by it when it got drunk. Isn't that right? Exactly. Then Lu Zhenfeng was furious at the news and wanted to find Niu Zhinshan to fight to the death, but was persuaded by you on the grounds that speaking of it would have an unfavorable effect on both your and my reputation. Right? Li Yan sked. It seems that this senior brother of yours, Lu, is really an honest person who is willing to think about you. Alas, did the honest man dig your family's ancestral grave? This time, Lord Li has guessed wrong. Luo Dongping smiled coldly. An honest man? Ha! He can be so honest. What do you mean? I originally made a deal with senior brother Niu a long time ago to sell it in exchange for senior brother Lu's understanding once the incident occurred. He was then persuaded to keep quiet in the same way that the adults had said. Subsequently, he privately warned Master Bull to cut off relations with it completely. I didn't realize that he chose a different path. Li Yan vaguely felt bad. It's hard not to be. Three's a crowd. I'll get wet? Chapter 34, Too Sick for the Truth, Request for Catch-Up Reading. Luo Dongping's eyes were complicated. He agreed not to bring this matter to light, but put forward a condition. On what terms? Luo Dongping has a difficult look. Hiss. Li Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Sick. So sick. I'm a pervert who thinks you guys are perverts. Out of place. Out of place. The scene described by Luo Dongping was too outrageous. Hearing Li Yan and the other group of men call out perverts, Wei Qinghan and Jean Linger were petrified. I was so shocked by his offer that my first reaction was to say no. Since then, I have suffered physically and mentally. Do you know how humiliating this is for me? Since that day, I've been thinking about how I can kill them both without a trace and bury this scandal for good. Li Yan and the others looked at each other. A group of literati and martial artists in the prison stammered, but no one can speak. After a long time, Li Yan frowned. That's not true. What's with all the talk about being so pure and clean? Shake it off and become the perfect victim? The two of you and the demon. When it comes right down to it, there's no good in you. Thinking of this, he raised his voice and rebuked. Don't talk to this official here about innocent or not. Come on, tell me how you killed them both. Only then did Luo Dongping stop complaining and continue to confess. In the past 6 months, she had racked her brain and thought hard, but she could never think of a way to get rid of Niu Zhinshan and Lu Zhenfeng once and for all. Going out alone with one of them and then killing them in a sneak attack has a chance of success. But it's too risky since she's the only suspect. It's a good thing that the heavens have eyes. Just when she was in despair, the three of them were actually chosen together by the sect to go to Wanqi County for research. Luo Dongping instantly felt that an opportunity had come. So before she set out, she went to Lu Zhenfeng and lied that Niu Zhinshan had found out that he had been listening outside the house. Fearing that he, the rightful owner, would turn against it, It asked Luo Dongping to join forces with it and kill him on the way to Anqi County. Lu Zhenfeng was shocked and angry when he heard it. Luckily, Luo Dongping promised Niu Zhenshan on the surface, but secretly ran to tell him the truth in private. After all, it's a one-day marriage. It's been hundreds of days as a couple, and she's still on her side after all. Relieved, he also got up to kill, and discussed with Luo Dongping to use his own way to cure his own people. Finish off Niu Zhenshan at Morning Wolf Mountain. Luo Dongping was full of promise. Afterwards, he found Niu Zhenshan in private and told him that the affair between the two of them had been exposed. Lu Zhenfeng would wait for an opportunity to sneak in and kill it on the way to Anqi County. Niu Zhenshan was equally shocked and angry after hearing this. Then, just like Lu Zhenfeng, he was deceived by Luo Dongping into thinking that she would join him in dealing with Lu Zhenfeng. In this way, the three of them, each with their own agenda, embarked on a journey to Anqi County. The day of the incident was yesterday. Lu Zhenfeng abruptly made a discriminatory joke at Niu Zhenshan. Niu Zhenshan, who was already harboring murderous feelings towards him, immediately became angry and argued with him. The two then logically intensified their conflict and began to duel head-on. Luo Dongping drew her sword and pretended to persuade it to fight, but when the Minotaur thought that she was going to use the opportunity to help her get rid of Lu Zhenfeng, she pierced its neck with a sword. While Niu Zhenshan died in peace, Lu Zhenfeng was overjoyed, even stabbed a few swords at the Minotaur's corpse to vent his anger. However, he wasn't happy for long. Luo Dongping's steel sword that had just inflicted a fatal blow on Niu Zhenshan stabbed into his heart again in the blink of an eye. The new love and the old love have both been killed, and the next step is to fake the wounds and cover up the truth. It doesn't need to be disguised on Oxfordshire. But the sword wound at Lu Zhenfeng's heart was something that had to be destroyed, so she held up Lu Zhenfeng's corpse, aimed the heart at the bull's horns, and, after penetrating it ruthlessly, shook it again and, creating the illusion that it was the Minotaur who had pierced Lu Zhenfeng's heart with the top of his horn and subsequently picked the man up. The wounds caused by the steel sword were completely covered up. After doing so, she frantically whipped her crotch horse to rush to the Demon Chopper division, even stabbing it in the hip with her sword to give the crowd the illusion that she was in a hurry to report a case for help. This is the whole story. Of course, she was somewhat prepared for what she had to say. It would naturally be best if no one saw through it and thought the truth was what she had first said it was. If any shrewd person senses something is wrong, she brings up the whole thing about her being drunk and violated by Niu Zhenshan, earning sympathy while getting away with the most serious crime of all. I just didn't realize that she wasn't a master criminal. The hasty scheming was ultimately because there were too many cracks and was easily seen through by Li Yan. A snake's mouth on a green bamboo, a needle on a wasp's tail. 2 is available, the most poisonous of all. After listening to her confession, Li Yan couldn't help but recite the stanza of Jiang Zia in the Seal of the Gods. Get out of the big jail. This woman is really hateful and deserves to be killed. Wei Qinghan was also disgusted by Luo Dongping. Since you think she deserves to be killed, go ahead and kill her. Li Yan laughed. Wei Qinghan sighed slightly. How can it be so easy to kill someone from the clan? It's not like you don't know that in our great Li dynasty, clans, especially large ones, after years of development, the forces are so intertwined that they are no different from a country within a country, unless a disciple of the sect commits a felony such as treason or treason. Other than that, the court would usually return the prisoner to the clan and leave him to be disposed of by the rules of the clan. My father has repeatedly petitioned His Majesty to change the clan's supremacy, but His Majesty has rejected all of them. Things didn't work out, but instead attracted the hatred of the clan. If I kill this from Xianjian sect, I don't know how much trouble I'll get my father into. TSK. Li Yan smacked his lips, drawing a sideways glance from Wei Qinghan. Li Yan, what are you smacking your lips for? Nothing, I just saw a perverted relationship and my stomach turned. Now that I see that Duke Dong and County Princess are both fatherly and filial, I think that there is true love on earth, which is really a joy to be congratulated. Wei Qinghan was filled with suspicion. It always felt like he was saying the opposite. Chapter 35 Bullying Elder. Raising people in the county, request for follow-up reading. This kind of woman, this official doesn't want to see for a moment. Wei Qinghan didn't dwell for long on whether Li Yan was talking backward or not, and then shifted the topic back to Luo Dongping. She said she has sent a message to the clan. I wonder when she will arrive. Li Yan provided her with a piece of information. She was the letter Crow borrowed when she came to the Demon Beheading Division today to report a crime, and when the letter Crow departed, it should still be some time short of the 5 o'clock hour. Wei Qinghan lowered his head and calculated for a moment. The letter crows don't fly fast, and it is estimated that it will take a day and a night to get from Anqi County to Xianjian sect. When the Xianjian sect receives the message and comes over in a small war eagle, it's going to be the day after tomorrow at least. War eagle? Suddenly hearing a familiar name that I used to hear while surfing the web in my previous life. Li Yan subconsciously felt some affection and couldn't help but repeat it. However, in Wei Qinghan's ears, it had another meaning. Why? A large clan like the Xian Sword sect, which has been rooted in the Dali dynasty for hundreds of years and has deep roots, is financially strong and even gold-swallowing beasts like the giant eagle houseboat had raised a lot of them. Does having tiny war hawks as a substitute make it hard for you to understand? There was a bit of sarcasm in her words, but Li Yan vaguely felt that she was not mocking herself, so asked tentatively. Lord Wei doesn't seem to have much goodwill towards the clan, does he? Wei Qinghan didn't deny it. Do you know why my father repeatedly petitioned His Majesty for a change in the clan's supremacy? For this kind of thing, Li Yan had limited information and it was difficult to come to a conclusion through a piece of news, so he could only shake his head slightly. Those clans have been operating for many years, and there are people of clan origin in the imperial court, the border army, and the demon beheading division. Although the clan is similar to a martial arts school in that the master-disciple bond is not as close to father-son and loyalty as it is in traditional sects, but there is always nepotism. However, wherever the interests of the clan were involved, these people, either explicitly or implicitly, more or less, would take a position that favored the clan a bit more than the imperial court. The sect owned a large amount of good land, and various industries were spread throughout the Great Li, involving clothing, food, housing, transportation, and even profiteering industries such as military weapon manufacturing and demonic beast training and selling. It would be fine if it was a normal tax, but it turns out that they are trying to conceal and falsify by all means to evade taxes. Not only that, but those clans, for various reasons, will ask the imperial court to allocate money to subsidize them. Wei Qinghan's gaze was deep. Of course, the so-called clan origin is not the main reason why they are committed to working for the benefit of the clan. It has become commonplace for high officials and dignitaries to be hired back by the clan at great expense and honored as envoys. This intricate mix of relationships has created countless behemoths, lying on the soon-to-be-oiled body of the Great Li dynasty, crazily sucking blood. The behemoth. Li Yan frowned as he listened. This model, the military-industrial complex? Revolving door? No wonder the departments have been crying poor all day. The Anzai County Demon Chopper Division. But it's been almost 3 years since they've had a pay raise. A man is not for himself. Anyone who wants to save for the rest of their life. This I can understand. Wei Qinghan sighed softly, but by doing so, they are digging into the foundation of our Great Li dynasty. The phrase every man for himself is actually understood in another way. Li Yan laughed. If a person does not strengthen his own cultivation, he will be incompatible with heaven and earth, and will be executed by heaven and earth. Those people have their own heavenly harvest, and Lord Wei doesn't have to feel bad about it. Wei Qinghan froze slightly. Can it still be understood like this? In fact, it is not. It can be understood in this way. But this sentence should have been understood in this way. Li Yan ventriloquized a sentence, but his mouth was not vindicated. Of course it can be interpreted like this. Let's hope so. 2 days later, 2 minutes before the hour, Li Yan had his usual tea at Zhao's tea house. During this time, there hasn't been a single incident of demon folk disturbing the peace in Anxi County. It can be said to be a peaceful and western paradise. The people of the demon beheading division were also happy to be free, clocking in and out every day, chatting and farting, so comfortable, was drinking cozy, next to the tea guests suddenly raucous. Look in the sky, what is that thing? Demon beast, there's no loft on its back, it's a flying demonic beast. Chang Erden also panicked. Boss, should we go back immediately to fetch the demon hunting bow? Panic my ass? The iron sword mark under the wings of that demonic beast is so huge that you can't see it? It's obviously a small war eagle raised by the Xian Sword sect. Li Yan waved his hand to signal him not to panic. The one sitting up there must be the elder sent by the Xian Sword sect to bring up Luo Dongping, he said as he continued to track the war eagle with his hand on the trellis, blocking out the daylight. This size, it's not even a third of the giant eagle houseboat. Oh, little war eagle. Laughable, laughable. Although the war eagle was small, it was extremely fast. It swooped straight down in the direction of the demon beheading division and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. My lord, when do you think our Anxi County demon beheading division will be equipped with such a war eagle? Racking up a warhawk patrol? It's exciting to think about. The old oil barbarians, Lin barbarians, watched the war eagle disappear, smashing their mouths in envy. Thinking too much. Li Yan laughed. Now that the court's finances are tight, they hate to stop the demon hunter's salary. Equip every county's demon chopper division with war eagles? Are you paying for it? Also, a war eagle is not like a war horse, and a fall on a horse is a flesh wound at best. If one were to fall from the back of a war eagle that was at a height of thousands of feet, unless one reached the level of a martial saint or a human immortal, one would surely die. When something really goes wrong, the court may not even have the money to pay. Your subordinate, Sun Buhai, was injured on the job. damage to internal organs, identified as a minor injury in the 5th degree. The system compensates 25 taels of silver. Please pass it on. The message from the system caused Li Yan's smile to hitch. Sun Buki did not participate in the patrol today. Instead, he was arranged to follow Wei Qinghan to clear the condition of the prison. Why were you injured on the job and your internal organs damaged? Did it offend Wei Qinghan? No way. After these days of tempering, scratch that, together, even if Sun Buki annoyed her, she wouldn't not give herself face. In that case, there's only one possibility. He stood long. Let's go. Go back to the government office and take a look at that Xian sword sect elder. When Li Yan and the others rushed to the demon beheading division's yamen, they were looking at Wei Qinghan's pretty face with a cold chill, confronting a middle-aged woman dressed in Xianjian sect's clothing. Behind her, Jean Linger, Gao Liang, and the others all unsheathed their swords, in a stance to fight for their lives. What happened, Lord Wei? Seeing Li Yan's arrival, Wei Qinghan breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye, and the corners of his mouth turned upwards as if he was about to smile. It then reverted to a slack-jawed look. Lord Li came just in time. This elder Luo of the Xianjian sect has a big temper. As soon as he arrived at the demon beheading division, he heard that his disciples had been arrested and imprisoned by the demon beheading division for committing crimes, and he immediately became furious, screaming for the manager to come out to explain and apologize. Sun Shao Banner, under Lord Li's command, only argued with her for a few moments before she attacked and injured him. Li Yan looked at that Elder Luo. Elder Luo just happened to twist his head to look at him. Elder Luo? Coincidentally, the murderer Luo Dongping, who was arrested for mutilating fellow masters and brothers, is also surnamed Luo. I wonder what is the relationship with Elder Luo. He looked at the middle-aged woman with high cheekbones and thin lips, a mean look, like an exterminator, and slowly asked. Elder Luo said in a deep voice, "What murderer? When did it become your turn to control the disciples of Xianjian sect? This seat is going to lift the person now. If you don't want to hurt the peace, make it easy. Otherwise, don't blame this seat for being impolite." After finishing her threatening words, she fiercely glared, her body steeply radiating an extremely strong and terrifying aura. Li Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Innate martial master? Not bad. This seat is precisely the peak innate martial master. Elder Luo laughed coldly, his gaze looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye. This lordly, is it convenient for this seat to raise someone? A smile suddenly appeared on Li Yan's expressionless face. If the Xian sword sect wants to raise someone, this official will facilitate it. Elder Luo, please wait a moment. This official will go and bring the person up for you. Elder Luo's face cleared up a bit and nodded in satisfaction. Count on your understanding. Wei Qinghan, however, changed her face. Li Yan, you, whirling around, she saw Li Yan secretly waving his hand at her from behind. The words of reprimand were held back hard, and he watched Li Yan leave. Not long after, he only saw Li Yan return with a big stride, carrying 2 bags in his hands. Lord Li, didn't you say you'd help this seat bring the people up? Where is the person? Elder Luo frowned. Man, didn't this official bring it up for you? Li Yan heatedly smiled. This official is very good at sharing his worries. I pondered whether Elder Luo lifted with his left hand or his right hand. It was tiring. Why don't we split it in half, one on each side, and carry it for convenience? Elder Luo, do you think so? Chapter 36, Apologizing is useful. What do you need a demon hunter for? Seeing that Li Yan was carrying 2 bags, claiming that he had cut Luo Dongping in 2, making it easy for her to carry them away, Elder Luo was instantly furious, his heart on fire. She didn't believe that the other side would dare to do such a desperate thing. In her opinion, what was contained in that bag couldn't be Luo Dongping, who had already been split up. Mostly, they buy guinea pigs, dogs and dogs from butchers, cut them into 2 pieces and put them in sacks, pretending that they are human corpses. But even if it wasn't a corpse, teasing it in such a grand manner, this was a provocation to her, Luo Jinfeng, and even the Xian sword sect, and so on. Knowing that she was an elder of the Xian sword sect, yet she still dared to stomp on her nose like that. Does it? Luo Jinfeng, who had been mixing for decades, was cranky but not brainless. A red light flickered on her face, and she slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. This lord, who is his name? Mu Zili, double fire flame. The line does not change its name. The name does not change. Li Yan is also. Dare I ask what clan or sect does Sir Li come from? The sects of the Great Li dynasty are similar to the martial arts schools that charge money to teach martial arts and physical skills, and the academies that charge tuition to teach calligraphy and reading. With the exception of the patriarch and elders, all disciples are not lifelong. After spending money and being free for the clan to drive for 1 or 2 decades, they can choose to leave and make their own way. Joining the Demon Suppression Army and Demon Beheading Division was a more common choice for sect disciples. In his time, being from a famous school was an overpowering knockout. Of course, for certain outstanding disciples, the sect would take the initiative to recommend suitable positions for them based on their cultivation level and their ability to deal with people in the world. These outstanding disciples naturally included the children of the families of the elders who taught the Gongfu martial arts. Luo Jinfeng knows the unspoken rules. The jungle is not only about fighting and killing, but also about human feelings. She was now highly suspicious. Li Yan came from a certain clan that was even more powerful than her Xin Jian sect, and even if he wasn't the patriarch's own son, he was the favorite son that the elders had sent to gild the lily. If not, how could he dare to tease the Xian sword sect's innate patriarch-level elder in such a way? That's all. If it was really as she thought, then when he stormed out of the background, he himself would lower his head for injuring his subordinates, make amends, and leave it at that. As Luo Jinfeng was thinking this, she heard Li Yan reply coldly, "This official's own martial arts techniques are all passed down from his late father who was a demon hunter, and there is no clan or sect." Father was just a regular demon hunter? Not some courtier or dignitary? No sect? No background whatsoever? Is that really true? Luo Jinfeng's eyes stared. The anger in his heart could no longer be contained. You, a head of the county demon beheading division with no semblance of a background, also dare to take liberties with me, an elder of the Xian sword sect? She was about to make her move when Wei Qinghan's clear and cold voice came. "Elder Luo, you've disregarded the law and injured the demon hunters under the demon beheading division without authorization. This matter can be big or small. This official advises you to lower your profile, apologize to Sun Xiaoqi and compensate for the medical expenses. Otherwise, this official will definitely report this matter to Duke Dong, so that he can see just how arrogant and domineering this Xianjian sect has become." Lord Dong? Luo Jinfeng was creeped out. She vaguely remembered that when she had just come here, she had shouted loudly and ordered the Demon Beheading Division Administrator to call out this group of demon hunters, all called the young woman in front of them Lord Wei. Surname Wei. Is she the daughter of Wei Qianlong, the Duke of Dong? At that thought, she suppressed her anger once more. Dare I ask this Lord Wei, how is he related to Duke Dong Wei Qianlong? Wei Qinghan's face was unperturbed. Dong Guoji is the biological father of this flag. Sure enough, Luo Jinfeng came to a great realization. No wonder she remained fearless in the face of her strong oppression. It was no wonder that this demon hunter surnamedly dared to tease himself. Looking at the interaction between the two, it is clear that this surnamely is putting his life and future on Wei Qinghan. After all, getting on Wei Qinghan was equivalent to indirectly hugging the thick thigh of Duke Dong Wei Qianlong. If she were Li Yan, she would also go out of her way to flatter Wei Qinghan and get herself a chance to climb up the ladder. Duke Dong Wei Qianlong had always been at odds with the major clans. Although the Xian sword sect was not particularly afraid of him, they were also unwilling to provoke him for no reason. At this moment, it is better to put things to rest. Thinking of this, she immediately curbed her arrogant stance. I didn't think that Lord Sheriff would come to this poor and remote place to practice. This seat was slightly out of control before because of his heart for the disciples under his door. So much so that he injured the subordinate of the county master. Much offense. Please forgive me, county master. She made amends while pulling out a silver ticket from her bosom. This 100 taels of silver. Consider it as my seat's compensation to Sun Xiaoqi, and ask the county princess to pass it on for me. Wei Qinghan was relieved to see her finally give in, and at the same time, his heart could not help but feel sad. He was able to force the Xian sword sect elder to bow his head and make amends only because he had revealed the powerful background of Duke Dong Wei Qianlong. The Anqi County Demon Beheading Division was able to make the Xian Jian sect give face because of her. What about those demon chopper divisions with no background? When one encounters this kind of power-driven sect, is there any other way but to tolerate it? Her heart turned 100 times, and after a moment of indignation over the injustice, she turned her head to look at Li Yan. Lord Li, since Elder Luo has apologized, what do you think? Luo Jinfeng's face moved slightly, and her heart was somewhat puzzled. I just heard Wei Qinghan call himself this flag. Naturally, he is the head of Anqi County Demon Chopper Division. In addition to being the daughter of the Duke of Dong, multiple identities superimposed, the status should be unshakable. Since she made an offer to make herself apologize and make amends, he himself endured the humiliation and chose to say yes. How can you allow others to have a say? That's it. This sheriff lord should be one of those people who are approachable and seek out the best, or, perhaps, pretend to be so. Treat your subordinates, especially those who are somewhat competent, and show as much generosity and benevolence as possible. It's giving face to the subordinate. No, it's pretending to give face to the subordinate. Worthy of being the daughter of the Duke of Dong's family. At such a young age, you have such a city. Luo Jinfeng couldn't help but secretly admire, as well as despise Wei Qinghan. What bad luck! She cursed in her heart, to come to a remote county to fish for someone, and to run into a county princess sitting in the town. It's just a matter of making sure to punish this troublemaking niece of ours severely when we turn around. Lu Zhenfeng is fine. Why did you replace him? It's okay to switch. What are you doing with a minotaur? And in front of him, letting him sit in? Ugh, I have all the lights off. Disgusting, disgusting. Kill 2 people, I guess, and handle them roughly. Being asked by the Demon Chopper Division to seize the cracks, he directly confessed everything. Why did my big brother give birth to a stupid woman like you? When we get back to the sect and squash this case, I'll make sure you face the wall for half a year. She was cursing in her mind. Li Yan's side was smiling faintly. Apologize? What do we need our demon beheading division for if apologizing works? Chapter 37 Evil guests leave their hand behind. Wei Qinghan looked at Li Yan and lowered his voice. Lord Li, what do you mean, you're not joking? She vaguely sensed that Li Yan didn't want to leave it at that. Li Yan nodded frankly. Lord Wei guessed correctly, I'm serious. In those 2 bags you brought, it wasn't some guinea pig, dog or demon with a sin? No. Wei Qinghan sighed. She did not take the matter of Li Yan sweeping her face to heart. Get used to it anyway. The bottom line, she actually couldn't wait for Luo Dongping to die. If she could, she hated that the one who did it was herself. Unfortunately, strength and position do not allow it. Goldbell also had an odd expression on her face. Although they did not spend much time together, she and Wei Qinghan were equally clear about Li Yan's behavior and style. The conversation between his own young lady and Li Yan revealed a terrifying reality without fail. Finally, she couldn't help but come to Wei Qinghan's ear and whisper, My lord. Listening to him, did he really cut someone down? If that was the case, he was bound to have a nasty battle after the surname Luo later on. What does His Excellency think? What else is there to see? Wei Qinghan glanced at her. Sit back and watch. Wei Qinghan has made up his mind to eat melon and watch the show. On Luo Jinfeng's side, it was anger that rose from her heart. What do we need our demon beheading division for if apologizing works? What do you mean? That sentence? It's, at the same time, the face of my superior, the daughter of the Duke of Dong. You also want to slap her? Luo Jinfeng, and even the Xian sword sex face? Who gave you the nerve? She stared coldly at Li Yan. Her fingers holding the silver ticket gently shook, and the 100-tael silver ticket suddenly flew straight toward Li Yan like a spinning flying blade. Li Yan didn't move a muscle. The silver ticket grazed Li Yan's neck and flew through the dark red column behind him, and its momentum did not weaken until it hit the Nanmo household pivot and entered the wood. Wei Qinghan, Jean Linger, as well as Gao Liang and the others were immediately horrified. How can a silver ticket be so powerful? This woman. I'm afraid she's a peak innate martial artist. Although Li Yan was also an innate martial artist, he had only entered not long ago after all. 3 years ago when he participated in the roundup of the alpha-level demonic creature, he was just a 3rd-tier warrior, at best a 4th-tier martial artist, who had been heavily injured by the other party with a single move and scared out of his wits. 3 years of time for a breakthrough by him. Even if he was overly talented and could reach the middle stage of an innate martial artist, it would still be the top of the heap, wouldn't it? Wei Qinghan, who was originally sitting and watching, rose up with a start. Her mind was made up. Once Li Yan lost, she would enter the game with her body, cutting across the middle of the two and acting as his shield. Lord Li, this seat will give you one last chance. Don't refuse to drink until you're done. This seat doesn't like to joke with people, and it hates it even more when people joke with me. Hurry up and hand over my niece to the seat to carry away. This seat can pretend that nothing happened. Elder Luo. Li Yan interrupted her. I repeat, I'm not kidding. Your niece, this officer has, indeed, brought it for you. Luo Jinfeng's pupils suddenly shrunk, staring at the sacks he threw on both sides of his body, which were still seeping blood outward. Watching Li Yan slowly draw his knife, he gently cut open one of the sacks. Only the upper half of Luo Dongping's horrified face came into view. Those eyes, wide open like cows, obviously dead on arrival. Li Yan really didn't joke with her. He really divided Luo Dongping into 2 sections and carried them in a sack. You seek death. Luo Jinfeng burst out. In the heat of anger, she didn't even have time to draw the Xian sword on her back, and her figure directly disappeared in place. Wei Qinghan and the others only felt a blur before their eyes. This elder of the Xian sword sect seemed to have instantly shifted. Ghost-like appeared in front of Li Yan, 5 fingers into a claw, toward his neck ruthlessly grabbed. Li Yan, be careful, Wei Qinghan blurted out. But the heart understands that this is a reminder of desperation. With such a short distance, the sound was certainly fast, blinking, but the Pekinate martial artist's hands were even faster. Dang! The sound of gold and iron clanking together accompanied her reminder. Dull, lilting. The next moment, the crowd in the courtroom was dumbfounded to see Elder Luo's terrifying right claw just happened to collide with Li Yan's outstretched left hand. Fingers interlaced in hold, like lovers holding each other's hands during the period of passionate love not to let go. Moments later, then they parted at lightning speed, just as lovers turn against each other and draw knives at each other after breaking up. Luo Jinfeng held the Xian iron sword and looked at the unmoving Li Yan in front of her, standing coldly. I can't imagine that a small county demon beheading division would have such an expert. I can actually block my ghostly claws. The heroes of the world are not to be underestimated. That's good. Next, I will have to use my clan sword technique and go all out. Just don't know. She took a deep breath and slowly put her basalt iron sword up. With this sword of mine, 40 years of power. Can you block it? The sword light was like a dragon as he shouted harshly. Wei Qinghan's pupils tightened. She had seen the demon-slaying blade technique of Fong Chang, the 100th household of Blackwater County. He was also familiar with the swordsmanship of the two guards, Kong and Bai. These three were all innate martial masters. But at this moment, she had to admit it. There was also a gap between the innate martial artists. This elder Luo, who came from a famous sect, had already reached the realm of human sword unity, and was by no means comparable to the likes of Bai, Kong, or Fong. Li Yan, can you stop it? Just at the moment Luo Jinfeng launched his sword, Li Yan has already raised the demon slasher and set up the first style of Yellow River Heavenly Blade. Yellow River Water. The waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and flow to the sea without return. Luo Jinfeng, who was charging with his sword and driving straight in, was abruptly startled. She had been confident, although he had long since put away his contempt for Li Yan, thinking that he was not an ordinary shrimp soldier, but also, at best, he was treated as an evil augur. This full-strength sword of his own, like a true dragon descending into the world. To clean him up, it would certainly be easy and effortless. However, when the early 20s deputy chief flag of the demon beheading division in front of him swung his sword, she had, however, a sudden sense that the river of heaven hangs upside down and overturns the river. How can manpower stand against heaven and earth? A sense of decadence inexplicably arose in Luo Jinfeng's heart. Not good. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she immediately felt bad. How can you win if you're afraid before you fight? She immediately held her breath and rekindled her fighting spirit. Ha! A knife and a sword. Interlaced. Li Yan held the sword with both hands, maintaining the downward slashing posture, not moving at all. Luo Jinfeng, however, is in the shape of a crane, disappeared from the courtroom in a flash. Sigh, accompanied by the sound of a shrill whistle. The small war eagle that was originally parked at the entrance of the demon beheading division's government office soared into the sky, catching Luo Jinfeng and disappearing far away. It all happened so fast. The details of the exchange between the two sides were not seen at all by Wei Qinghan and the others. When the dust settled, the crowd looked at each other. Lord Li, she just left? Cao Liang was shocked. No, she's still holding back. Li Yan sheathed his sword and cast a sidelong glance to his side. The crowd followed his gaze. Only one arm, hidden under a basilica-colored outer robe, was lying alone on the ground. Chapter 38, Full Harvest. Mountain Rain, 2 in 1. You call that keeping your hand in? What kind of a trick is that? According to this, if you hadn't cut off that woman's arm, but had removed her leg, wouldn't that mean she left it to chance? You're a funny guy. Gao Liang and the others couldn't help but want to spit. Lin Barbarian, who was a solid fan of Li Yan, however, admired him from the bottom of his heart and laughed. Not bad for a boss. Even the Xian sword sex innate martial artist was not a match for a single move, and was even left with an arm. Those who want to fight the boss will have to think twice. Not stay in the game if you can. Asterisk 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 off. Li Yan cursed without a good mood. You guys, look at yourself and see if you're talking like a human being. If you can spare no effort. Spare no effort? You want them to face this official with full force and no mercy, don't you? Lin Barbarian was dumbfounded. Boss, you know me. I'm just saying that if they take on the boss, they'll be missing an arm or a leg if they're not careful. Never meant that. This official originally thought that defeating Fong Baifu was already your limit. I didn't expect that you could even easily defeat the peak innate martial artist of the Xian sword sect. This is my ministry? Wei Qinghan's voice came from one side. Is Tai Wei praising my humble servant? Or is he boasting? Li Yan looked at her in wonder. It's a compliment, and it's self-deprecating. Wei Qinghan sighed softly. That elder Luo just now. His moves were just too fast. I want to protect you, but I have the same intention as Fong wanted to protect Sun Xiaoqi. Luckily, your cultivation is high enough. Protect the boss? Lin Barbarian could not help himself a little. Lord Wei, are you not joking? It's not that I don't trust you. Really, you're just a 4th level martial artist. The boss is an innate martial artist. Need you to protect him? Wei Qinghan looked at him faintly. Barbarian Lin, do you think that everything in this world can be solved by force? Do you think that only those with high cultivation can protect those with low cultivation and not the other way around? Lin Barbarian scratched his head. Isn't it? Wei Qinghan stopped paying attention to him and turned to Li Yan. Li Yan, if I say, just now when you weren't there. If I could have detected the other party's intention to injure him earlier, I would definitely have been able to protect Sun Xiaoqi from being injured. Do you believe it? I believe. Li Yan said lazily. I knew you didn't believe what you said. Wei Qinghan originally prepared a large series of refutation words. In an instant lost its use. Ta Zhenwei is trying to reveal his identity as the daughter of Duke Dong's family early to keep Sun Xiaoqi, isn't he? That's something that anyone with a little bit of brains can figure out. Wei Qinghan was speechless for a moment. Ryoga couldn't help but voice her thoughts. Sometimes violence can solve some problems, but not all. It's true that this official doesn't possess unbeatable qualifications or rare talents, unlike Lord Li. However, in the face of these so-called clan elders, this official is confident that the identity of the county princess alone is enough to protect his subordinates. In fact, just now, that elder Luo had already shown his intention to yield and admit defeat. If it wasn't for Lord Li's insistence on taking on Luo Dongping, you and Elder Luo really wouldn't have come to this point of meeting in arms. After a pause, she continued, now you have cut Luo Dongping in two, and you have also severed one of Elder Luo's arms. The anger was smoothed out, but the feud was also completely knotted. The Xian Sword sect would definitely not stop. This Elder Luo is just one of the elders of the Xian Sword sect, those whose cultivation level was higher than hers, not to mention many, could certainly not be counted on two hands. If they had sent a Grandmaster level elder, or even that martial sage patriarch himself, how will you hold off their retaliation? Is there anything to get hung up on? Li Yan was unimpressed. Fight if you can. Run if you can't. If the enemy is too strong for me, then I'll avoid it. By the way, when the time comes to ask for leave of absence from His Excellency must grant it. The sabbatical was his last card. As long as he wasn't on duty, the system's golden body phantasm would make him immune to all damage from his enemies. Not to mention martial saints. Even human immortals could do nothing. You're strong, aren't you? Sorry, I'm hungover. When Wei Qinghan heard this, his entire body froze for a moment. It was a long time before he stared at him with incredulous eyes. Isn't this behavior? You're naked, bare buttocks poking a hornet. Can you mess with it or not hold it up? You're alone, unattached, and it's rather dashing to just walk away. But what about these men under you? Can they run? If the Xinjiang sect's people take their anger out on them, isn't this with you, Sheriff-sama? Li Yan responded with a smile, then turned around and walked towards the gate. Wei Qinghan was slightly stunned. Immediately, as if he suddenly remembered something, his eyes stared. Good you Li Yan, all this turns out to be in your plan? You have done well from the beginning. Take this official as a shield against the Xinjiang sect to help you protect your subordinates. Is not it, Sir Namely, don't go away. Come back to me. Luckily, it's all about the Chua. Li Yan grabbed a claw at the Nan Mutashu. The faces of the people in the courtroom changed in unison. Jean Linger was like an enemy, snatching in front of Wei Qinghan and unsheathing her sword. Li Yan, do you want to rebel? His Excellency only said a few words to you. How dare you? Dare to intimidate her? By the end of her speech, her voice had shaken a little, because she knew very well, once Li Yan struck out in a rage, everyone present would not be able to stop him. Are you kidding me? As a Pekinate martial artist, the elder of the Xinjiang sect was all cut down by him with a single slash. How could a small character like her stop it? Wei Qinghan's eyes were similarly filled with disbelief. As for that, you're just pissed off because you revealed what you had planned in your mind? And intimidating yourself with a show of force in full view of the public? You've already got a great weapon like pissing in the mud and feeding your father tea. And you still want to do that? Is this going to be a civilized attack? What's wrong with you? When did I intimidate Lord Wei? Li Yan inexplicably turned his head. At the same time spread out your palms and blow gently. Shattered wood shavings streaked away, leaving behind 100 taels of silver tickets. Lord Wei, as a hand, it's only natural to protect your subordinates, isn't it? He smiled and stuffed the silver ticket into his bosom while pulling out the 25 taels of silver compensated by the system. Barbarian Lin, help me give this 25 taels of silver to old Sun, and tell him to recuperate and not to go to work until he's healed. Barbarian Lin stepped forward to receive the silver and turned to leave. Wei Qinghan's mouth was wide open, as if he could stuff 2 eggs in it. Lord Li, that elder Luo clearly gave 100 taels of compensation. You actually only gave Sun Xiaoqi 25% and pocketed 75 taels yourself? What 100 taels of compensation? Li Yan's eyes rolled. This is clearly the concealed weapon that the woman surnamed Luo fired at me. This officer nearly died from this concealed weapon slitting his throat. Now that he has won a thrilling victory, he should take this concealed weapon as a trophy and go back to study how to use it. That 25 taels, but I paid for it out of my own pocket. After saying that, he wiped his feet and turned around to vanish in a puff of smoke, leaving Wei Qinghan shivering as his chest rose and fell madly. I've never seen anyone with such chutzpah. We, the people, must be happy today. We, the people, are so happy today. Li Yan, who netted 100 taels of silver, equivalent to 10 months of salary, walked out of the yamen in a happy manner, humming a little song of the past life in his mouth. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. You have continuously stood up for your subordinates and fought against strong enemies, and gained 20,000 cultivation points. You have successfully advanced to the rank of innate martial artist, intermediate, 21835/50,000. Acquisition of Rudraksh golden body technique, high-grade Buddhist technique. Acquisition of the Prajna brightness technique, high-grade Buddhist technique. System messages rang continuously in his head. And the reward? You're a system that really cheers me up. Li Yan was overjoyed and immediately clicked on the panel to check the rewards. Rudra's golden body technique. 9 levels, turns one's body into gold. Possessing an unbreakable body of adamantine, enhancing defense against damage. The Prajna brightness method, 9 levels in total. Performing this method, one can gather the light of Prajna wisdom, see through everything, see through the true nature of the situation, know every move of the enemy, and thus have the upper hand in the battle. Whether or not to infuse cultivation and enhance the technique? Remarks, current remaining cultivation 21835? He pondered for a moment. The bull demon power fist, which he had previously acquired, came with its own defense itself, but it was mainly in the head area. This Rudraksh golden body technique is a global defense, including the zigzag roots and the chrysanthemum section. Not bad, not bad. As for this law of Prajna light, insight into everything, see through the original appearance, obviously to the demons, especially those extremely good at the method of transformation. After the human form of the naked eye is difficult to distinguish the love of beauty of the people, it's the equivalent of a fiery eye. And the line that follows, insight into the enemy's every move to get a head start in battle, the first to overcome the enemy, hearth color hegemony, it's top-notch good stuff too. For a moment, he had trouble choosing between them. It was ultimately decided that it would be the same old thing, rain or shine. System, infuse 10,000 cultivation points into each technique. You have consumed 10,000 cultivation points to cultivate Rudra's golden body technique to the second level. You have consumed 10,000 cultivation points to cultivate the Prajna brightness method to the second level. There was a flash of golden light. Li Yan was covered in a dignified appearance of treasure. Amitabha Buddha. Good, good. A few days later, capital city, Duke Dong's mansion. Duke Dong Wei Qianlong stood in his study, his left hand cupping a piece of letter paper covered in small, densely packed letters, his right hand placed behind his back, lost in deep thought. A few moments later, the letterhead was thrown back. Word has come from Old Yellow. That girl Qinghan is in Anchi County, and seems to be suppressed by a powerful land snake. The letter paper floated gently in the air, like a boat in a pool. It didn't take long for it to be grabbed by a thin, skinny, but well-maintained hand. In a few moments, the owner of the hand quickly read through the contents of the letter. Your Highness, this kid named Li Yan looks a bit interesting. The owner of the withered hand made a sharp, thin sound. In 3 years' time, advancing from a warrior to a peak innate martial artist, gaining comprehension from the unusual demon-slaying blade technique, creating his own blade technique, and defeating 100 households Fong Chang and Xian sword sects Luo Jinfeng with a single slash. Such characters are rare in the world. It should be a 1 in a million genius. Wei Qianlong was silent for a moment. Ah hi, what do you think, that Li Yan? If he takes on old Huang, a great martial artist, who wins and who loses? The old eunuch known as Ah Hai shook his head slightly. If it were before, the old slave would have said with conviction that old Huang would win. But now, the old slave really dares not jump to conclusions. The so-called geniuses are those who can do what others can't, and can turn around a bad situation with just one hand. Even if the realm was crushed, they didn't dare to speak lightly of winning. The Duke of State is also a natural talent and should know this very well. Wei Qianlong beamed. A genius? Oh, yeah, who isn't a gifted teenager anymore? Ah Hai followed with a smile. After Li Yan made such a mess, the Xian sword sect is bound to not let up. It is estimated that it will not take long for them to deliberate on the outcome. In the judgment of the old slave, they will most likely make 2 preparations. One is to protest to the court and point the sword at the State House. The second was to send experts to Anchi County to continue the provocations, and to take on the county lord's subordinates, especially Li Yan. Your Excellency, shall we? Preemptive strike? There's no rush. Wei Qianlong waved his hand slightly. Play with him. Hai bowed his head and stopped making a sound. Just then, Your Highness, an urgent report from the White Camel Kingdom in the western regions. The old eunuch reached out and grabbed in vain. The door to the study opened steeply. Bring it on. The man who reported it knelt and bowed his head, not moving, the urgent report in his hand, however, floated out of thin air and flew towards the old eunuch's hand on its own. The moment it was cupped by the withered hand, the door to the study slowly closed. The Duke of State. The old eunuch slowly moved to Wei Qianlong's side and bowed to hand out the urgent report. Wei Qianlong reached out and took it, gently tearing it open with a glance. Read it, repeat the previous action again, and throw the paper to Hai. You see it too. Hai took it, and after a brief scan, his old face went cold. Good guts, how dare they silence Kong and Bai? The two people mentioned in the letter, Kong and Bai, were the first echelon of bodyguards who had secretly protected Wei Qinghan before he left for Anxi County. They didn't know Wei Qianlong was eager to protect his daughter, and in addition to the two innate martial artists, he also sent old Huang, a great martial artist, to keep watch at all times. After they had escorted Wei Qinghan to his post and felt that there was no danger, they took the giant eagle floor boat to the White Camel Country's demon suppressor army to check the accounts. Before distributing the task to the two of them, Wei Qianlong had discussed the difficulties of the move with his strategists. Cutting off someone's money is like killing their parents. Kong and Bai, upon arriving at the headquarters of the White Camel Country's demon suppressor army, were bound to encounter heavy obstruction. Whether or not you can see the accounts is a toss-up. Even if you can see it, it's probably a fake account that the other side is trying to fake in every way possible. But Wei Qianlong and the others never expected it. The White Camel Kingdom's demon suppressor army. How dare they act like this? The giant eagle building ship that Kong and Bai were traveling on was attacked by a giant demon hunting crossbow before it even reached the White Camel Country. The giant eagle was pierced through the abdomen and immediately lost control of its descent and crashed to the ground, falling sharply from a height of 100 feet. Unless one reaches the level of a martial saint or a human immortal. Otherwise, you will die. The White Camel Country's demon suppression army sent out a large army to search for them, and unsurprisingly, the bodies of the two men were soon found. According to the secret letter, the White Camel Country Demon Suppression Army has identified the murderer of this attack as the remaining members of the White Camel Country. As for why they have giant demon hunting crossbows produced by the Dali dynasty in their hands, the explanation they gave was that they had suffered a loss when they swung the demons before, and were captured by the demon race to capture a lot of divine weapons, and this giant demon hunting crossbow was mostly obtained by the demon race in the previous battle. Your Highness, it seems that they, all of them, have come to regard you as a sick tiger with its teeth and claws dulled. Hai shrilled. Wei Qianlong didn't say anything for a long time. Ryoga let out a breath. The mountain is raining. Chapter 39, Undercurrents. Wood. C. Anxi County Demon Chopper Division Yamen. Wei Qinghan, Li Yan, Jean Linger, Sun Bufu, Gao Liang and the other five were holding a meeting of the top and middle management. The discussion at the meeting was also simple. About the Xianjian sect's retaliation. It has been 5 days since Li Yan executed Luo Dongping and hacked Luo Jinfeng. Surprisingly, the Xian Sword sect didn't make any movements, neither complained and protested to the court, nor sent masters back to Anxi County to seek revenge. The people of the Anxi County Demon Beheading Division couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It shouldn't, Wei Qinghan murmured with a slight frown on her brows. According to common sense, the Xian Sword sect had folded a disciple in Anxi County, and had also been left with one of the elder's arms by Li Yan. Lose face. Lose face. It was impossible to hold back and pretend that nothing had happened, no matter what. But now, favorably, nothing happened. Li Yan yawned. Sun Buki's mouth opened wide right after his own boss. You too. Wei Qinghan glared at them with a disgruntled expression. Li Yan ignored her dissatisfaction, but Sun Buki didn't have that capital and guts. Hurrying to confess, Lord Wei forgive me, it's all Lord Li's fault. Li Yan slapped him on the back of his head. What the hell is it to me? Sun Buki covered his head. Boss, it is known that yawning is contagious. If I hadn't seen you yawn, why would I have followed? Blame me? Alright, you two stop fighting. Lord Li, please don't shirk your responsibility. Yawns are indeed contagious. I just watched you yawn, and this officer is feeling a little sleepy. Wei Qinghan felt that if this continued, the entire meeting would be turned into a pot-shaking conference by these two living treasures. So he decisively stood in line and put all the blame on Li Yan. Li Yan was naturally offended, so he was about to open his mouth to return the favor. However, he saw Wei Qinghan suddenly reach out to signal him to be quiet. Wait, yawns are contagious? Li Yan froze. You yourself just agreed with that statement, and now you're coming back with a rhetorical question. What do you mean? Lord Wei, Stop in moderation. Didn't this official just lead a yawn? As to whip the corpse so flip-floppingly? Lordly is mistaken. This official doesn't mean that. I just suddenly thought of a possibility. What do you mean? Li Yan couldn't make sense of it. As we all know, my father's state government has always advocated weakening the power of the great clans. Now that I have come to the Anshi County Demon Beheading Division to practice, it so happens that I have a fierce man under my hand in the form of Vice General Li. A disciple of the Xianjian sect coincidentally committed a crime near Anshi County, and when the elders came to fish for him, Lord Li didn't give him the slightest bit of face, letting the Xian Sword sect end up with 1 dead and 1 injured. If you're from the Xianjian sect, would it be thought that this was a sign that the state duke's office was preparing to go to war against the clan? The Xian Sword sect, the first yuan to be hit? Does the first yuan being hit cause a chain reaction? If that's really the case, the higher echelons of the sect would most likely consider temporarily enduring the humiliation and cowering down, not being a standout. Li Yan looked at her with his mouth half open. No, Lord Wei, that's too far-fetched to claim, isn't it? Yawning, and hitting the clan, is that the same thing? If it's true, as you suspect, for the Xianjian sect to make such a judgment, the following conditions must be met. First, your quarrel with Duke Dong and coming to Wanshi County for training was prearranged by the Duke's office. Secondly, I, a genius who has been promoted to innate martial master in 3 years, am a secret agent that the State Duke's office has long since placed down there. Thirdly, apart from me, Tung must have arranged additional experts, whose cultivation level is above mine, at least a Grand Master, to lurk in the vicinity, waiting for an opportunity to respond at any time. Fourth, not only Anshi County, but the Blackwater County above it, and even the Xangzhou Demon Beheading Division. The senior personnel had changed or were about to change. Fifthly, certain events with far-reaching consequences have occurred, prompting the State Duke's office to make up its mind to make a move. He broke his fingers one by one, the wind rises at the end of the green weeds, and the wave becomes between the slightest ripples. Making war on the clan is no small matter. If the State Duke's office is prepared for everything, the above items, at least half of them, are fait accompli. Then there is still a possibility that the Xian Sword sect could create such an association. Ta Zhenwei and Ta Zhenli, urgent military information from the White Camel Kingdom in the western regions. Outside the door, the voice of Yanagi Fong, the editor-in-chief of the diary, came. The Residence Compilation Bureau has been well informed with countless letter crows to facilitate the transmission of information. There are a lot of things that the court doesn't know about yet, and the news comes out in the diary. In the past, the Demon Beheading Division and the DD Newspaper Compilation Bureau were mortal enemies of each other, and for certain confidential information, Jia Nanfeng had always taken the approach of concealing it from the Demon Beheading Division. But now that Jia Nanfeng is gone, Lu Feng succeeds him and is subservient to Li Yan. When there is important news, it is reported at the first opportunity. Wei Qinghan stood up with a huff. A military emergency from the White Camel Kingdom in the west? Present it. Lu Feng quickly stepped forward and hesitantly looked at Wei Qinghan and Li Yan. Apparently there was no idea who to present the message to. Li Yan didn't make things difficult for him. Without even looking at the secret letter, he asked in a deep voice, "Did something happen to the envoy responsible for going forward to investigate the accounts of the Demon Suppression Army?" Lu Feng was taken aback. Does Lord Li have another channel? Halfway through his sentence, he stopped his mouth. Li Yan used a questioning tone in that sentence, obviously not prior knowledge, so he immediately changed his words. "Your Excellency is skillful and unforeseen. I admire you." With his mouth full, he presented the information to Wei Qinghan. Since Lord Li had already guessed it, there was no need to hand this information to him first. "Why don't you present it to Mr. Wei and give him a favor?" Wei Qinghan took the secret letter and with a cursory scan, her pretty face immediately turned pale. "Uncle Kong, Uncle Bai, they actually..." Her body shook slightly, her eyes moist. The two guards, who had watched her grow up, with her father and daughter, it was almost like family. Now the two of them were ordered by their father to go to the White Camel Country to check the accounts of the Jin Demon Army. But because the giant eagle building ship they were traveling on was attacked by a giant demon hunting crossbow, the ship was destroyed and people died. Wei Qinghan had mixed feelings in his heart. Thinking back to Li Yan's sentence, cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. "I'm afraid of this account. Whoever investigates will die." She first blamed herself for being short-sighted in failing to see this layer and instantly dissuaded her father from terminating this order. Then he thought, my father is a cunning old man. Can he not see as long as Li Yan? He must have known the dangers of checking accounts, but still sent Kong and Bai forward, clearly not caring about their lives and deaths. Thinking about it, she felt a twinge of resentment towards her own father as well. Sir Li, the demon hunter guarding the outer gate, appeared in front of the inner gate at an unknown time, probing his head. "What is it?" Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division 100 Household Lord Fong Chang's wife has come to look for you. Fong Chang's wife? Li Yan was dumbfounded. Seeing Sun Buki, Gao Liang, and the others all giving him sideways glances, he hurriedly waved his hands back and forth to clarify. Why are you looking at my officer with that look? Lao Tzu has always liked women who are 28 or 29 years old. Mrs. Fong is old enough to be my godmother. Sir Li, a delicate and lovely young woman who looked about 17 or 18 years old, flashed out from behind the gatekeeper. Concubine now, only you can rely on. Chapter 40, Fong Chang hides a jewel in a golden house. Li Yan takes over the nest? Seeing the young woman who suddenly appeared, Li Yan's eyes stared. Without waiting for him to speak, Sun Buki already couldn't wait to open his mouth. You are the wife of Fong Baifu? That's not true. Fong Baifu has been married to his wife for more than 20 years, so he's at least 35 or 36 now, right? Look at you. You're at most 18. How could it be his wife? The young woman's head was hanging low, and she was frowning her eyebrows. Back to your excellency, my concubine is not the hairy wife of Fong Baifu, but, rather, his outside room. Outside? Sun Buki came to a realization. Good for you, Fong Chang. Everyone praises you and your wife for your love and respect for each other. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. You're a thick-browed guy who can hide a golden house. Is Fong Baifu's foreign room? What is your name? Your excellency can just call my concubine Bai Wei. Li Yan slowly nodded. You just said that you can only rely on this official now. What do you mean? Bai Wei raised her head and looked at Li Yan with eyes full of tears. Look at you. Is something wrong with Fong Baifu? Before the accident, he told you that in the entire Blackwater County, only I, Li Yan, am capable of saving the situation. Isn't that right? Bai Wei's pair of tearful eyes immediately revealed a look of surprise. A soft nod followed. Lord Li is indeed intelligent and worthy of being a talent valued by his lordship. Here's the thing. She spoke softly, narrating. 3 days ago, Fong Chang went to Bai Wei's nest to steal a meeting with her. Bai Wei has a delicate mind and is good at reading people, so she quickly saw that Fong Chang had something in mind. The most immediate reaction is distraction while warming up. She prided herself on being understanding, and she certainly didn't pretend not to see it. So he asked Fong Chang what had happened. She warmly and softly begged. Fong Chang could not withstand it, and soon made peace with it. It turned out that not long ago, the State Demon Beheading Division sent someone to come and chastise Fong Chang. I heard that the Blackwater County Wolf Mountain is infested with big demons, gathering tigers, leopards, wolves, insects, and other demonic creatures to preach. So why did the County Demon Beheading Division just sit back and do nothing, allowing them to grow bigger? The Blackwater County Demon Beheading Department's 100 households, Fong Chang, are required to wipe out the demons of the Wolf Mountain within 5 days, and if there is any delay, they will be severely punished. Fong Chang received the order and felt the pressure, but there was nothing he could do. According to him, that morning Wolf Mountain's Budo demon is a chief-level great demon. He, an innate martial artist, might not be a match for that great demon. Previously, he had repeatedly reported upwards, applying for the State Demon Beheading Division to send experts to come and support the demon swing, but there had been no reply. Now the orders he received were for him to resolve the matter on his own. Of course, the task is not impossible to accomplish. The first expert of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division used to be him, Fong Chang. But now, this position has changed hands. Li Yan, the Deputy General Flag of Anchi County, is a one-in-a-million genius, who has already been promoted to innate master at a young age and can create his own Yellow River Heavenly Blade from the Demon Beheading Blade method, which is amazingly powerful and almost invincible under the same rank. If he could join hands with Li Yan, the Deputy Chief Flag of the Anchi County Demon Beheading Division, he would have an 80% chance of winning. But traveling to Morning Wolf Mountain to swing the demons is never a one-day endeavor. And that Li Yan has a quirk, every day only in the sea time to you time this 4 hours on the job. The rest of the time, no one gives a. Even if Fong Chang, as 100 households, was his top boss, he absolutely could not command him. So the idea had to be dispelled. Prepare to bring people to Morning Wolf Mountain to swing the demon on the next day. If his luck is still good, he will fight his way through serious injuries to get rid of the big demon and return to the government office. He will immediately pay his respects, pass the position of 100 households to Li Yan, and then go home to retire. But with any bad luck, then you'll just be buried in the belly of a demon. Bai Wei was in tears. Lord Li, my master took people into the mountains 2 days ago to swat the demons, and has not returned yet. My concubine thought about it and had no other choice but to come and ask Lord Li to lend a helping hand. Please ask Lord Li to go into the mountains to help my master, on account of being a member of the Demon Beheading Division. If I can find the master and bring him back safely, my concubine would like to knit the grass to repay the great favor. even if it is too late and all that is brought back are corpses. My concubine is equally mindful of this. Li Yan quietly stared at the crying and pleading beautiful young woman in front of him, pondering. The eyes of Sun Buki and Gao Liang were filled with sympathy. Only Wei Qinghan, now is all over the body cold. It was because she remembered the 5 articles that Li Yan had just said. First, she had quarreled with her father, and her coming to Anxi County for training was prearranged. Secondly, Li Yan is a secret agent that the State Duke's office has long arranged below. Fourth, there have been or will be changes in the top people in Blackwater County. Above, not just in Ancestry County. Fifth, certain events with far-reaching consequences occurred that prompted father to make up his mind to do it. Right now, the 4th and 5th articles have been fulfilled. The 1st and 2nd, as much as she hated to believe it. But reality may not be what a young girl with little city like her thinks. Father has always favored himself. How could he suddenly have a big fight with himself and almost break up with him because of a conceptual problem that existed a long time ago, and then release himself to look for his uncle to come to Anxi County Demon Beheading Division to practice? If Li Yan did not have any background, how would he dare to ignore the orders of a county princess like himself, and even use his heavenly eye insight to pry into his privacy? A secret agent trained by the Duke's family? Not necessarily impossible. So it seems that the 5 prerequisites, almost half of them, are met. Father, are you really going to take action against the clan? Wei Qinghan is here in this mind. Li Yan sighed, but straight staring at Bai Wei, has been silent. Lord Li, are you really so hard-hearted as to sit back and watch my master buried in the mountains? I did not expect that the young hero, whom my master has praised countless times in private, would be this unbearable. Seeing that Li Yan was still unwilling to give a promise of assistance, Bai Wei finally couldn't help but use the agitation method. How could Lady Bai Wei insult Mr. Li like this? Li Yan raised his sword brow. Thanks to 100 household lords' love, I naturally can't see death to save my life. In that case, I'll go into the mountains to find Fong Baifu and help him. Bai Wei was overjoyed and flung herself to her knees. Many thanks to Lord Li for his help. Regardless of the outcome of this trip, Your Excellency's great kindness will always be remembered in my heart. My lord, could I allow my concubine to escort you to the mountain pass? Li Yan was dumbfounded. Are you worried that this official is pretending to promise you, but in fact secretly running back? It's just a matter of time. So I'll take you on a journey myself, so you can watch me enter the mountain. Not long after, Li and Bai, 1 person and 1 horse, went out of the county and headed for the Woeful Wolf Mountain. Bai Wei, who was in the front, vaguely felt that Li Yan's gaze behind her was fixed on her buttocks. Finally, she turned her head a little shyly. My lord, are you looking at the concubines? That's right, I was looking at your ass, Li Yan graciously admitted. Bai Wei's face instantly turned red. My lord, his lordship is not yet known to be alive, and you are staring at someone's ass with the thought of turtling in your mind? Magpie's nest? Foxhole, right? Li Yan laughed. I've been staring at your ass because I was wondering when your foxtail would show. Chapter 41, Breaking into the Tiger's Den. Bai Wei's face changed slightly as she forced a smile. My lord, my concubine doesn't understand what you mean. Li Yan cocked his head to look at her. Miss White, do you know what a Langri Garong is? Bai Wei looked puzzled. What Langli Garong? Langri Glang that is? Li Yan cleared his throat. Langri Glang. Langri Glang. The sunny day so scenic. Red flowers or green grass. I run forward happily, treading through the green hills before I grow old. Ha 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 ha. Bai Wei's entire body froze as she listened. And then what? I can tell right away that you're not human. Before the words fell, Li Yan's 5 fingers lightning-like grasped the hilt of the knife at his waist, and the demon chopper, which had recently drank countless amounts of demonic blood, suddenly came out of its sheath. The knife was like a pike, slashing straight towards her head. The sound of breaking air swept the heart. Bai Wei's pupils instantly contracted, and while dodging to one side, she instinctively raised her right hand to block. Back when Li Yan taunted that he would see when she would reveal her fox's tail, Bai Wei was on the defensive. She prided herself on her lightness of stance and expected to be able to dodge the attack with ease. After realizing that the right hand instinctively blocks, he laughs at himself for drawing a blank. However, things seem to be going a bit out of her way. She's fast, but Li Yan's demon chopper was even faster. In an instant, the black blade glowing with cold light had chopped above her right arm. Ka-ching! The crisp crack of something hard rang out. Bai Wei only felt as if she was being crushed by Tarzan. The majestic force directly slammed her arm hard into her head. She hurriedly bent her slender waist to dislodge the force, in order to prevent her neck from being crushed by the huge force. A few moves, all happening in a flash of lightning. In the meantime, sigh, 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 sigh. The worn-out horse under Bai Wei's seat was struck by lightning, hissed a few times, his hooves softened, and he fell to his knees. A few breaths later, blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and he fell to the ground and died violently. Instead, it was the power that Bai Wei had unloaded that had been transferred to it almost as much as possible. He's just an ordinary horse. How can one withstand such power? To be able to block this blade of this official. Interesting. Li Yan looked at Bai Wei curiously. Could it be that you harbor the copperhead and iron arm technique? Bai Wei grunted angrily and floated 10 paces away, leaving 2 halves of broken crust. Li Yan fixed his eyes on it, but it was 2 halves of a tortoise shell broken from it. So it is. It dawned on him. Dare I say that this demon girl is equipped with such solid defense equipment, but that turtle shell doesn't look very sturdy. He blocked only 1 slash, and then he died at the end of his life. It's true. Even though the tortoise lives, it has its time. Li Yan re-raised the demon chopper. Just then, a crisp bell rang. His gaze was fixed, and the Prajna light method was activated urgently. Only a golden bell floated out from Bai Wei's left hand, suspended in mid-air and swaying. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The crisp ringing seemed to have the power to capture the heart. Accompanied by the bell, Bai Wei winks and meets his eyes. Hubby, does the concubine look good? Husband? You demon girl. You don't learn from the good ones, but you call your husband skillfully. Li Yan, who had long since regained his clarity, subconsciously wanted to explode, but in the twinkling of an eye, he forcibly suppressed the thought. His eyes were lax, and he grinned a dull grin. Good-looking wife. Good-looking. Hubby, what are you doing with the knife? My concubine is afraid. Can you sheath it? Ah, sure, of course. With a ghostly look on his face, Li Yan put away his sword and sheathed it. Bai Wei sighed in relief. The charm in her eyes slightly diminished, and a few more points of killing intent were added. What a cunning, vicious fellow. Not only did you see through my disguise, but you almost killed me with a knife. If it wasn't for that old bastard's turtle shell, it would have been planted here. You can be sure to torture him later. Make his life worse than death. She flung her almost completely paralyzed right arm, calculating in her mind how to torture Li Yan later, but suddenly realized, opposite Li Yan's eyes, which were originally somewhat lax, actually had the intention of gradually clearing up. The demon chopper in his hand was also suddenly gripped tightly once again, seemingly about to strike again. Bai Wei was instantly shocked and hurriedly dispersed her killing intent and re-energized her charm spell. Seeing the flash of clarity in Li Yan's eyes fading away, she let go of her heart. Damn you guys, she cursed in her mind. Then his eyes were full of spring, and his cherry lips were slightly open with tenderness and shyness. Hubby, Master Fong Chang is more than likely not alive. The surrounding people and demons are malicious and harboring evil intentions, and it is really difficult for Bai Wei to survive when she is all alone. Husband, can you be a solid support for my concubine? Depend? Good, good, good. I'll let you lean on it. Let you lean in. Li Yan looked lost in thought. But Feng Bai who? Is he? Really? Dead? Bai Wei cried and laughed at his words. What kind of people? Colored hearts have no balls. Under the double seduction of the Dementor Bell as well as her own charm, and scruples about the top guy, worrying about this and that, deserves to be single for the rest of his life. She secretly slandered in her heart, but in her mouth she still spoke softly and kindly. Husband, don't worry. Lord Feng, he, although not dead, is not far from death. Still alive? That's no good. No good. Li Yan muttered. If he doesn't die, how can the two of us live in peace? Also, his position as a centurion has been on my mind for a long time. Only when he's dead will I be able to rise to the throne and take his place. Along with your watery beauty, I must get Fong Cheng killed and take his bird position. Bai Wei nearly laughed out loud. Sure enough, this group of humans, none of them are good. On the surface, one looks human and moral. Behind the scenes, it is a matter of deceit and open robbery, though she only used her charm technique to get him hooked on her. But killing Fong Cheng and taking his bird position was a true thought deep in his own heart. As she was thinking about it, her seduction of Li Yan slightly weakened. After keenly noticing this, Li Yan immediately pretended to be about to break free from the charming technique and shouted, Demon girl, look, fruity. After he kindly reminded her of this, Bai Wei hurriedly focused her mind once again and utilized her charming technique to the extreme. After all, the psychological shadow area left by Li Yan's knife just now was too huge for her. With a former husband, the leftover tortoise armor protection of a 1,000-year-old tortoise didn't even manage to resist it. If the other guy comes to his senses and stabs her again, the odds are that she'll end up with a dead one. Good husband. You want to kill Fong Cheng, don't you? My concubine will take you forward and kill him. Bai Wei smiled coquettishly. Good. My lady, take me there quickly. Bai Wei laughed. Hubby, my horse was just killed. Are you going to let me lead the way for you on foot in front? What? The horse was killed? Damn unruly people. Dare to kill my horse. I will not spare him. Li Yan was furious. Bai Wei only felt a pang of speechlessness. Honey, the dodgy people will come later. For the sake of today's plan, we should first carry our concubine on the horse and go forward together. Yes, ma'am. Li Yan extended his hand towards her. Bai Wei didn't dare to be careless, her eyes staring straight at the other party with a flamboyant look. When her soft and boneless body was thrown onto the back of the horse by him, her eyes still met with Li Yan without any deviation. Mother, why are you sitting facing me? Li Yan asked in bewilderment. Turn your back to me so that I can ride the mount. Bai Wei smiled sweetly at him. Honey, I love looking at you. What? You don't like the feeling of softness in your arms? Saying that, she slowly approached Li Yan's arms and stretched out her hands to hug him. The eyes remained drawn throughout. Li Yan looked down into her eyes and smiled heatedly. Love it too much. In this way, the two men and one horse, each with their own agenda, traveled slowly towards the mountains. I don't know how much time has passed. While pointing the way for Li Yan, he also had to keep a close eye on his eyes, and Bai Wei, who was about to become cockeyed, watched the other party's eyes completely lose their concentration, before he sighed in relief. What a tough guy. Thinking hatefully, she opened her hands, and 10 sharp nails grew from her fingertips in a sharp manner, and then, it ruthlessly thrust towards Li Yan's back. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing suddenly rang out, startling her. What the hell? This guy, wasn't he charmed by himself? How is it that the body remains on alert and hard as iron? She was horrified when Li Yan looked down and looked at her with confused eyes. Honey, what are you doing? Is that tickling me? Ha? Yes. Bai Wei panicked and agreed. I did just try to tickle you. Li Yan nodded. You're tickling me. Keep scratching. Don't stop. For a moment, Bai Wei wondered, was the other person long awake and deceiving himself? But soon, she dismissed the idea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he'd come to his senses, he'd have killed me a long time ago. How can I be allowed to live until now? The only thing we can do for now is to trick him into coming home quickly so that my husband can clean him up. Thinking of this, she could only continue to smile sweetly at Li Yan, while withdrawing her sharp claws and transforming into a human hand, gently caressing Li Yan's back. This time it's a real tickler. Horses are seeing deeper and deeper every day. The sky-high trees cover the sky, and the chaotic flowers and weeds stretch endlessly. The trail also gets progressively rougher and narrower, eventually, lost in the weeds. Finally, the end. Physically and mentally exhausted, Bai Wei's heart cried out. With a pouty mouth, she said, Hubby, Fong Baifu is in the cave not far away. The horses can't get across, so you can carry me down and walk across. Li Yan obediently carried her off the horse and followed the guidelines to reach his destination through the clumps of weeds. Only a huge demonic creature with a tiger's head and body was lying on the boulder at the entrance of the cave, resting. At the sound of the noise, it perked up its ears and opened its yellow-orange eyes. Seeing Li Yan carrying Bai Wei toward the cave entrance, it frowned, and the word king on its forehead, which was originally upright, was quickly squeezed crookedly. A tiger face that actually showed a human-like expression of confusion. Honey, kill him. Bai Wei's tone suddenly became morose. Dang! She had just finished giving orders when she felt her head spin. It was as if he had been hit hard by some blunt object and fainted. Instead, it was Li Yan who used a headbutt on her, putting down Bai Wei, who was in a dazed state. Li Yan laughed. Yes, wife. Across the room, the tiger demon froze. Only after a long time did it glare at Li Yan and roar out. It's my wife. The words were full of anger, obviously blaming Li Yan for saying its words. Yes, I know. The vixen is your wife. Li Yan smiled faintly and then patted Bai Wei's rounded buttocks. Your wife is awesome. Roar. The tiger demon was furious. His hind legs snapped, and in the blink of an eye, he pounced in front of Li Yan and slapped a vicious and extreme claw at him. A tiger demon's claws were naturally incomparable to a fox demon's. Even with the dual defense enhancement of the bold demon power fist and the Rulai golden body technique, Li Yan was unwilling to test his body against it. Therefore his body was always taut and in a state of readiness. The moment the tiger demon stormed up, he sidestepped, leaned back, and easily dodged away. Ow! The tiger demon's claw fell short, let out a furious whine, and his huge body deftly turned around like a cat, waving its teeth and claws, pouncing towards him once again. Li Yan's eyes narrowed and his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. In the next moment, in the tiger demon's line of sight, a silver light like electricity descended from the sky. Its subconscious heart trembled, and it desperately twisted its body and raised its head, trying to dodge this fatal blow in the air. Spinning around, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and abdomen, barely able to keep its body balanced and land on the ground. It dropped its head to take a look and couldn't help but have its liver and guts split. Below his Tian 2 point and above his Huiyin point, He was actually cut out by the other party with a hard knife, and his intestines flowed all over the place. Ow ow ow. With a miserable scream, it crumpled to the ground, breathing hard, its fighting spirit all but gone. This human in front of it was too powerful than it. It didn't even see when the other party made the blade at all. Turning its head slowly, it looked at the human who had passed underneath it and asked hatefully, "Who are you?" "Deputy Chief Flag of the Anchi County Demon Beheading Division, Li Yan." Li Yan? The tiger demon was confused for a moment. "All of you, Fong Chang, the 100 households of Blackwater County, were defeated in the hands of my couple. How could you, a small, Chief Flag of the Prefecture Demon Beheading Division, possess such a powerful strength?" Li Yan smiled a little. People's physiques are different from each other. In a state of extreme exuberance, I could cut you down with a single sliding shovel. The tiger demon stared at him angrily. The guy in front of him was clearly amusing himself. "Don't give me that look. Don't worry. I'll send your wife to be reunited with you soon." The tiger demon was instantly enraged. In a matter of moments, it shifted from a lying position to a recumbent one, leaning down and bending its legs. And then, his limbs lashed out, using his last ounce of strength to launch an impromptu counterattack towards Li Yan. As it rose into the air, the belly and intestines, which had originally left the abdominal cavity and landed on the ground, coiled into a ball, were quickly straightened. It is like a kite flying in the wind. In the face of the tiger demon's wide open, unguarded and determined charge, Li Yan turned slightly sideways as a sign of respect. Then out came the knife. The knife is like a pike. The tiger's head is cut off, and life is broken. Put, put. Two muffled thuds passed. The tiger demon's carcass, which was separated from its head, landed safely on the ground. The large tiger's head grunted and rolled for a moment, stopping right in front of the fox demon. The tiger's eyes were round and dead. Li Yan slowly stepped forward, squatted down, reached out and snapped on Bai Wei's rounded buttocks, shaking up the layers of ripples. "Nice touch," Li Yan thought to himself. "She's a fox demon who loves beauty." The human forms that took shape were all in excellent shape. Seeing that Bai Wei still hadn't woken up, he couldn't help but reach out again and twisted his hand hatefully on that roundness. "No," Bai Wei murmured, slapping his hand away. Spinning around, his eyes snapped open. "Wait, where's my husband?" Chapter 42, The Mastermind Emerges. "Just now you were screaming husband in every breath. Why are you disowning me now?" Li Yan looked at this fox demon with interest. Bai Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. The heavy scent of blood in the air irritated her nostrils strongly. She subconsciously turned her head. Then he saw the headless tiger demon husband. After a few breaths of stagnation, a wave of panic and anger rose in her. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The ringing of the bells was continuous. Bai Wei turned back with a huff, seeing that his own magic treasure, the soul-regenerating bell, is at this moment whimpering in Li Yan's clutches. Despair was born from the bottom of her heart and spread all over her body. Li Yan squatted down and looked at her with a smile. "Just now, when I was sparring with your husband, it revealed that Fong Cheng Fong Baifu had already lost to you and your husband and wife, and had fallen into captivity. It seems that the words you lied to me before were not entirely false. Fong Baifu really received orders from the higher-ups to go into the mountain to solve the alpha-level great demon that gathered demons and preached, and then it got to you, didn't it?" Bai Wei gritted her teeth. "It's not our fault. My couple is not lucky to have lived for hundreds of years. It is the knowledge of many truths that makes it possible to live this life well. Although your human race has a short lifespan, you are uniquely endowed in the path of cultivation. Those who are gifted will be able to suppress us demons who have cultivated for hundreds or even thousands of years in just a few decades. The most troublesome thing is, you are also particularly vindictive. Believing in something like 10 generations of vengeance can still be avenged." Li Yan interrupted her. "This sentence is talking about national enmity. You've misunderstood." Bai Wei choked. "That's what it means in a nutshell. Just as the wolves that tried to prey on human babies when they heard their cries have all been exterminated, and those that survived will only use the baby cries as a wake-up call. However, any demon race with some experience and wisdom would not dare to easily hurt people's lives. My husband and wife have settled in the Morning Wolf Mountain for many years. That is, to cheat some tigers, leopards, wolves and insects for a living, and have never harmed anyone. But you guys are relentless and beating down the door. Are we to tie our hands and be slaughtered? Never hurt anyone?" Li Yan sneered. When the human nation was strong, most of these demonic creatures, indeed, were described as docile and tame. As in the previous era, when the Central Plains dynasty was in its heyday, the neighboring foreign tribes were all able to sing and dance. But every time a dynasty falls, they tear off their masks and reveal their fangs. Before the Great Li dynasty, every time there was a change of dynasties, demonic scourges would occur on the borders. The bold ones will even drive in and slaughter and prey on the human population in whole counties and cities. This fox said they had never harmed a human life, and others might believe it, but he was never going to believe it. It's Fang Baihu's problem that he was caught after failing to swing the demon, but it doesn't make sense for you to specifically run to Wanshi County next to seek my Li Yan's bad luck, does it? You killed the henchman I sent to collect eggs for the sermon. You know Ping. Because of this? Li Yan smiled and patted her little face. Little fox, you're not being honest. You yourself just said, don't mess with us if you can. It's not like the earthworm monster is your beloved family friend. Besides, even if it is a loved one, when I used to swing the demon, those demons see that they can't be defeated, abandoning their wives and children to flee in distress abound. You're saying you'd come to me specifically to seek revenge for an earthworm monster under your command? That's a reason that's too far-fetched. Bai Wei was momentarily speechless. Half the time, he hated it. I didn't expect Lord Li to be so thoughtful. So, you've been lying to me all along, making me think that you've been under the control of the Dementor Bell and the Fox enchantment? You're not a stupid fox, but it's too late to realize that now. Bai Wei looked up with a puzzled look. Although the battle power of an alpha-level fox demon is sparse, I consider my charm ability to be quite good, together with the magic treasure of the soul regaining bell. Even Fong Cheng Fong Bai Fu couldn't escape being charmed by me, so why were you able to resist? Li Yan was too lazy to explain to her. Directly activate the Rudraksh golden body method. Under the light golden light, he, who was originally full of fury, actually gave people a soft and compassionate feeling. Bai Wei drifted off. If one were to talk about defense, if a Buddhist technique was called second, very few techniques would dare to be called first. Wolf can certainly compete in physical defense. However, Buddhist Kung Fu emphasizes both internal and external cultivation, and meditation and guarding of the heart. Color is empty, and empty is color. When it comes to mind defense, a martial artist is no match for a Buddhist. Bastard! Letting my couple lay hands on him without knowing such important information? Bai Wei muttered to herself, her words tinged with resentment. Oh, Li Yan quickly grasped the key point of it. Looks like I'm not wrong. Someone really instructed you guys to deal with me? Only then did Bai Wei seem to realize that she had slipped up and immediately shut up. Don't say it, do you? Seeing Li Yan looking at himself with a smirk, a flash of fear appeared in Bai Wei's eyes. Lord Li, it's fine to ask me to reveal the mastermind behind this, but you must promise not to make things difficult for my concubine again after that. If you are willing, my concubine can also nominate herself to warm. Ah, for you. She, who was bargaining, suddenly tilted her head back and let out a sharp, miserable hiss from her mouth. However, it was Li Yan who brazenly drew his sword and chopped off one of her arms hard. Taking the pain, Bai Wei rolled over in a heap. The body suddenly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, the clothes were removed from his body. When he reappeared, he was already a fox with a broken right front leg and a snow-white body. Looking at Li Yan, who had no compassion, it was fearful and resentful. The slender fox's muzzle opened slightly, revealing sharp but unthreatening canines to Li Yan. It seems as if you have some difficulty recognizing reality. Then I'll teach you a good lesson. Li Yan turned the knife to look at the crippled fox, like a butcher selecting a lamb to be slaughtered. You're in no position to bargain with me. If you hide anything else, I'll cut off your legs one by one, then skin you and make you into a scarf. Do you understand? Bai Wei's wounded leg was bleeding and her forehead was sweating, without a trace of will to resist any longer. After simply bandaging the broken leg with Li Yan's permission, then he shivered and told the whole story. A few days ago, an old friend sent a messenger to her in the wretched Wolf Mountain and handed her a secret letter. The content of the secret letter was for her to use the beauty trick on Li Yan to capture him alive and send him to dispose of him. She originally did not intend to make an enemy of the demon beheading division, but she had been favored by that man once before. When Fong Chang, a 100 tenant of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division, led a team into the mountains to find them in trouble, he was captured by mistake. Seeing that the Demon Beheading Division had already taken the initiative, she no longer cared. He then performed the charming technique to get the relevant information about Li Yan from Fong Chang. Learning that Li Yan was also an innate martial artist and had created his own Yellow River Heavenly Blade from the Demon Beheading Blade technique, easily defeating Fong Chang, she and her tiger demon husband didn't dare to underestimate it. However, when he thought that Fong Chang, who was also an innate martial artist and experienced in fighting against demons, was defeated under the dual control of the soul regenerating bell plus fox enchanting technique, Bai Wei thinks he can do the same old trick, only this time, it wasn't a home battle, but he was going to venture to the Anshi County Demon Beheading Division and face Li Yan head-on. Li Yan nodded. That deceased person of yours, is he surnamed Luo? Chapter 43, 100 Households Giving Way. Realm Enhancement. Bai Wei snapped her tiny fox head up. How do you know? I guessed. Guess? The fox had a disbelieving look on his face. Li Yan smiled. believe it or not. Not only did I guess that man's last name was Luo, but I also guessed that he was an elder of the Xianjian sect. There was a sister who was an innate master. Her name was Luo Jinfeng, and a watery daughter named Luo Dongping. What do you say? Did I guess right? Bai Wei stared at him blankly. Only after a long time did he murmur, all right. How did Lord Li guess it? Simple as that. The only ones with whom I've had a recent feud, come to think of it, are the families surnamed Law. A vendetta? What kind of vendetta? I killed that elder Luo's daughter, Luo Dongping, and then cut off one of his sister Luo Jinfeng's arms, Li Yan said without thinking, completely ignoring the fox's shocked pupils in front of him. What was the name of that great master? His name is Luo Junsheng. What favors have you received from him? Bai Wei looked slightly sideways. 5 years ago, my cultivation went awry. My cultivation was greatly reduced, and I was coerced by a 1,000-year-old tortoise demon who exploited a loophole, and I was forced to commit myself to it and become its wife. Those days were really dark. I have always wanted to wait for an opportunity to retrieve the magic treasure from it, to kill it back and put it out of its misery, but that old bastard was extremely guarded against me, and I never had the chance to do it. Then Roro appeared. He struck out and killed the old bastard and freed me. There was no way to repay my great kindness, so I gave myself to him and became his dewy-eyed wife. But after all, he is a family man, plus people and demons have different paths. We finally had to separate. When he was leaving, he also gave me a special treasure for defense, a tortoise armor refined from the shell of that old bastard. The same one that was split in half by your sword. If I didn't have that magic treasure to protect me, I would have perished under your sword long ago. What a miserable bastard. His wife was robbed by others. Not to mention, he was also stripped of his turtle shell to protect her from harm. Li Yan thought to himself. And then look at the tiger demon that was cleaved to death by himself. TSK. Being your husband doesn't really end well, but it's important to be a man of the world. Since things have come to this, I'll do my best to make you a former public banshee. Bai Wei was flabbergasted. What former public? It means that all the husbands in front of you are going to be left behind. Li Yan smiled brightly at her. The remnants of your turtle husband's body was destroyed by my hands, counting me as half of the credit. The tiger demon husband was killed by me alone. Next, it's the turn of that human husband surnamed Luo. You're going to kill him? Bai Wei looked at him incredulously. This is impossible. He's a grand master. A mere grand master. A dry bone in a mound. I will capture him sooner or later. The fox just wanted to retort. But as soon as he remembered that the message handed over by Luo Junsheng mentioned that this god of slayers in front of him was only a third-tier warrior before. In just 3 years, there were successive breakthroughs, from the 4th level of martial master, to the current innate martial master. Seeing that he easily defeated the tiger demon husband, in time, a breakthrough for promotion to Grand Master is already inevitable. He has the entire Xian Sword sect behind him. Then get rid of it along with the Xian Sword sect. Bai Wei was speechless. The confidence and dominance shown by this man in front of her, for a moment, even let her have the feeling that he will definitely do what he said. A bitter pang ran through her as she looked down at the broken forelimb. Yeah, he can definitely do it, because he's not just strong enough, he's ruthless enough. Where did you hide Fong Baihu? Bai Wei was in the middle of an errand and didn't notice Li Yan's question for a moment. By the time she came back to her senses, it was too late. Li Yan's hypnotic demon chopper silently made a semicircle and chopped off her other arm as well. The screaming fox demon's liver and guts cracked. Kneeling down and begging for forgiveness, Fong Baifu is in the cave. My slave will take Lord Li in to look for him. I beg your excellency to be magnanimous and spare my slave's life. Li Yan laughed. Lead the way. Fong Chang vaguely heard someone calling him. When he opened his eyes, what met his eyes was Li Yan's concerned face. Li Yan, what's wrong with you? A piece of his heart sank to the bottom. You also fell for that fox demon's charm and were captured by her and that alpha-level tiger demon's joint efforts? It's all this official's fault. I'm sorry for you. Can't stand me? Fong Chang, who was trapped like a dumpling, smiled bitterly. When I was captured by them before, I was indignant for a moment and warned them not to be complacent, saying that in a short time, Li Yan, a great general under my command, would bring people to come and wipe them out. I told them that Li Yan is a heavenly prodigy. In just 3 years he jumped 2 steps in a row and was promoted to innate martial artist, and he even created his own Yellow River heavenly blade from the demon beheading blade technique, and defeated me with a single move. If Li Yan came in person, they would definitely not be able to defeat him. Now that I think about it, it backfired and made them take precautions against you in advance. They know themselves and know their enemy. But you don't know that Fox Demon possesses the soul-regenerating magic treasure and charming demon technique. Fox Demon? Is Lord Fong talking about her? Li Yan dodged slightly, revealing Bai Wei, who stood human and walked with 2 front paws, one shorter than the other. Fong Chang's eyes widened. It was a long time before he spoke, his voice full of relief and surprise. You actually defeated these two alpha-level demons with your own strength? A fluke. A fluke, Li Yan humbly replied. Fong Chang once again took a look at Bai Wei's two chopped-off forelimbs. His eyes met hers, and when he saw those dark eyes, he couldn't bear to see them. Li Yan, how come you only bandaged one of her injured legs? Isn't that too cruel? Li Yan was a bit speechless for a moment. After a moment, he returned indifferently. If my humble servant's skills are not good and he fails and is captured, and falls into the hands of the Xian sword sect, I'm afraid that it won't be a matter of losing two arms. Lord Fong, thinking about this, do you still think that my humble servant is ruthless? The Xian sword sect? What do you mean? Li Yan squatted down and helped him untie the rope while telling the story of how he had slaughtered the daughter of the Xian Jian sect's transmission elder, Grand Master Luo Jun Shang, and chopped off one of his sister's arms. I slaughtered his daughter and wounded his sister. Any man who is a man can't swallow this and is bound to come back with a vengeance. However, the Xian sword sect patriarch was presumably worried that this move would cause the state duke's office to turn on them, and thus ordered him to put aside his hatred for the time being and not to act rashly. Luo Junsheng himself couldn't go down himself, and was unwilling to endure this, thinking that Blackwater County still had the two pawns, the fox demon and the tiger demon couple, so he sent someone to notify them to make a move on me. Fong Chang was dumbfounded by what he heard. You actually messed with the Xian sword sect? No, my lord. Li Yan spoke out to correct himself. It was the Xian sword sect that messed with me. Also, the state duke's mansion. After listening to Li Yan's narration and analysis, Fong Chang's entire body was bad. You're saying, the state government will go to war against the Xian sword sect as well as the other sects, and you, in turn, will join the state government's side? The thought of the two behemoths about to collide sent a wave of fear through him. How could he, Fong Chang, be worthy of participating in such a great endeavor? Taking a deep breath, he spoke decisively. Li Yan, this official failed to swing the demon into the mountain and was captured instead. His reputation was swept away and his heart was damaged. I'm afraid I won't be able to lead the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division in the future. I have already explained to my superiors about who will inherit the position of 100 households, and they have also agreed that I am free to hand over the position at any time. Mr. Fong has decided to immediately step aside and give way. From now on, the head chair of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division will be yours. 100th household Li Yan was just about to speak when a system message suddenly came to his mind. Congratulations to the host on his promotion. The number of employees under his command has increased greatly. The host will be directly promoted to Grand Master. Chapter 44 The Unforgiving Li Yan. Li Yan. Across the street. Seeing Li Yan frozen in place and dazed, Fong Chang couldn't help but call out to him. Only then did Li Yan wake up as if from a dream and looked at Fong Chang, only to see that the other party was stretching out his right hand towards him, as if he was about to give him something. This 100th household waistband. You will put it on now. Fong Chang handed a pentagonal shield-like black belt plate towards him as if it was a hot piece of iron. It's a well-known fact, red-hot iron hurts far less than black-hot iron. In Fong Chang's opinion, the waist license of this Blackwater County 100 households has now become a hot potato. Can't wait to get rid of it in a hurry. Li Yan is undoubtedly the most suitable receiver. He believed that Li Yan would not make polite excuses with him. The truth was just as he expected. Li Yan did not treat him politely, because he couldn't be polite either. Gifts he received. If he shrugged it off, he had no doubt, the system would take back the reward he had just received. Otherwise, he would have stuck the bug and emulated the behavior of Liu Bei, the Zhaolai Emperor of Shu Han, who made 3 resignations and 3 concessions when he claimed the title of Emperor, and frantically brushed his cultivation. After taking the belt tag away and hanging it around his waist, he remained respectful of Fong Chang. Lord Fong, can you still move freely? Fong Chang slowly got up from the ground. Bai Huli, from now on, don't call me Lord Fong. Just call me Old Fong. I'm okay, I can walk by myself. Then, he glanced at the fox demon Bai Wei and suggested to Li Yan. Lord Li, Mr. Fong thought that we should first go back to the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division headquarters and call the 4 county chief banners to complete the handover as soon as possible. Li Yan nodded his head in agreement. He does need to get his identity out there quickly and then. Unforgettable. For the benefit of the majority of demon hunters. What 996 blessings. Them. On the day he was in office, Li Yan had to ensure that the demon beheading divisions in the 4 counties of the entire Blackwater County follow through with the 8-hour workday. Also, this fox demon, Lord Li has to keep her alive for now. Bring her back to the demon beheading division to finish the interrogation. Sign and draw a pledge, and hand it over to. Halfway through his words, Fong Chang suddenly paused and looked at Li Yan thoughtfully. Does Lord Li think that she should be handed over to the Tsangzhou demon beheading division headquarters? or handed over to Dong Guigong's side as evidence in court? His meaning was obvious. Since Li Yan had made it clear that he was going to side with Duke Dong and wage war against the Xinjiang sect as well as the other sects, then this fox demon was instructed by Luo Junsheng, the elder of the Xinjiang sect, to assassinate the demon hunters of the Demon Beheading Division, which is the most suitable excuse to start a war. As far as he knew, the head of the Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division, Thousand Household Lin Feng, came from a famous and authentic sect, and would most likely be biased in favor of the major sects. When this fox demon's confession fell into his hands, the probability was that it would be suppressed and not see the light of day. Now that he, Fong Chang, has stepped down from his post, there is no need to worry about the city gates catching fire for the fish in the pond. By reminding his favored successor at these critical points, he is also trying to send Li Yan a smooth ride. Li Yan was not a stupid person. When he heard Fong Chang say this, he immediately understood what he was implying. Lord Fong doesn't need to worry too much. Let's just report it to the Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division according to normal procedures, as long as after the interrogation is completed. Incidentally, we have the chief flag of Anxi County, Lord Wei Qing Hanwei. Make a copy of it and pass it on to the State Duke's mansion. Fong Chang couldn't help but cry out in secret. This hand is, indeed, wonderful. Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division. Chief Banner Yangsen had been sitting on the edge of his seat for the past 2 days. He felt that he, the chief flag of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division, was really unlucky. All along, due to the fact that the County Demon Beheading Division is only separated from the County Demon Beheading Division by a wall. He, the chief banner, and the 100 households Fong Chang are practically head down, head up, and see each other. It's fine to mess with his complete lack of presence. Whenever Lord Beidou has an official business trip, the first person he will take with him is Yang Sen. In the other 3 counties, the general banners, each one of them is free as the sky is high and the emperor is far away. But how could he have the guts to cheat under the eyes of Lord Hayakudo? The day before yesterday, Lord Hayakudo received orders to enter the mountains to swat the demons, and he was duty-bound to serve as the vanguard. Yet after 2 days and nights of sleepless searching in the mountains, good news, the demon was found instead. Bad news, the demons are too powerful. In just a single glance, the other party's alpha-level fox demon used an evil bell to hard control Lord 100 household. Then another tiger demon of the same level appeared and took advantage of the situation, knocking Fong Chang down with a claw. The moment he was defeated, the sharp pain prompted Fong Chang to wake up, knowing that he was already in dire straits and that it would be futile for the demon hunters under him to stay here. He immediately ordered Yang Sen and the rest of the demon hunters to flee for their lives. Yang Sen had already tried to run away in fear, so how could he dare to stay when he was ordered to do so by his superior officer? Immediately turn around. The wind tightens and rips and whistles. He fled back to the county's demon chopper division in a state of shock. It took a long time to think of writing a letter to the Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division to explain the situation and ask for reinforcements. But in his heart he knows very well, not to mention whether the above will send reinforcements. Even if the 1,000 households are kind-hearted and send reinforcements, until the reinforcements arrive, Fong Chang most likely has already become a corpse. Not even one is guaranteed. Lord Fong is benevolent and righteous. Before he died, he was still thinking of his subordinates' safety. Not only did he not let us go up to be cannon fodder, he even urged us to run. He muttered, "Your Excellency, don't worry. You won't be short of money to spend when you get there. My humble servant will burn paper money for you in a big way every New Year's festival, to ensure that you won't be made a poor ghost." Ghost ah! As he was muttering to himself, his pupils suddenly clenched violently, and he screamed out as if he had seen a ghost, because he saw, the Fong Baifu, whom he had already regarded as a dead man, actually appeared on horseback in front of the yamen. After the shock, he immediately thought, since there was a tiger demon among that pair of alpha-level demons, they naturally knew the demonic technique of making a ghost out of a dead person. Hayakuto-sama, this is turning out to be a devious ghost for the tiger. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted, "Come on people, join me and kill this devils." "Jansen, what are you yelling about?" Fong Chang cursed without a trace of humor. "Old me is not a devourer. I'm a living human being." "Impossible. You were clearly captured by that fox demon and tiger demon. How could you have survived?" "Because there is Li Yan, Lord Li Yan, who arrived alone with a pad on his horse and rescued him in time." Fong Chang dismounted his horse and at the same time turned sideways, revealing Li Yan behind him. "By the way, Mr. Fong has just reached a consensus with Li Yan that from now on, I will no longer hold the position of 100 household of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division. Li Yan will be the new 100th household, your superior. Now, why don't you come forward and pay your respects?" Jansen stared in disbelief. It was not until he saw the fox demon with 2 broken legs behind Li Yan and the tiger head that he came back to his senses. "It's true, Li Yan actually really, single-handedly into the mountains, beheading the tiger demon, capturing the fox demon, and rescued Lord Baido. No, it was Lord Baekdu who saved Fong Chang by beheading the tiger demon and capturing the fox demon. What Fong Chang said before was really good. If Li Yan wins him, he wins the future. He is the future of the entire Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division. If so, if you see the future, why don't you worship my humble servant, Yang Sen? Pay my respects to Baihuli. General Banner Yang is excused. Li Yan slightly lifted his hand and sent out an astral air to help him up from afar. Now this official orders you to take this fox demon into the prison and take good care of it. And at the same time release the letter crows to summon the other 3 counties' chief banners to come to the County Demon Beheading Division to discuss the matter. By the way, don't forget the time, tomorrow at the 6th hour. Yang Sen immediately led the order and called a few demon hunters, telling them to hurry up and do it. After a busy time, he followed closely behind Li Yan and waited for further orders. Then an inexplicable remark was heard. It's time for the YouTuber. Yang Sen froze, and then remembered, this new 100 households, but the famous lazy man, towards the sea evening you, thunder. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord 100 household, are you getting off work? No. Li Yan shook his head slightly. It's not I that's getting off. It's we that's getting off. Ha! Pass on my order, all demon hunters. Change the work hours to morning and evening to evening. Starting immediately. Implement immediately. Chapter 45, I'm on top now. Yang Sen never thought that this 100 adult, once in office, will give him a little bit of a little conscience boss shock. He was actually going to extend the system of Chao Si Lakyu to the entire Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division? Does this mean, from now on, one will never have to work as hard as before? Being pulled on patrols and demon swings from time to time. Long nights today, black and white, have the good old days of being as free, nay, more free, as the other 3 counties of the general banner, come at last? Jansen nearly wept with joy. Flagship Yang, what are you gawking at here? Li Yan looked at him strangely. Didn't you hear this official's order? Pass the word to everyone to get off work together. Jansen got a jolt. Yes, my lord. You leave work on time and gain 100 points of training, 2420/100000. Your subordinate Jansen leaves work on time, providing 100 points of cultivation, 2520/100000. Your subordinate Lu Ning leaves work on time, providing 100 points of cultivation, 2620/100000. Your subordinate, Sun Buki, leaves work on time and provides you with 10 cultivation, 2830/100000. Your subordinate, Chang Erden, leaves work on time and provides you with 5 cultivation, 2835/100000. Current realm, Grandmaster, Elementary, 2835/100000. Current cultivation level, 52, 835. Feats and martial arts. Powerful Bull Demon Fist, full level. Tiger Bone Vajra Claws, full level. Demon Slaying Blade Technique, full level. Yellow River Heavenly Blade, full level. Rudraksh Golden Body Method, second level. Prajna Brightness Dharma, second floor. Currently there are upgradable feats. Whether to upgrade, Li Yan did not hesitate to choose to upgrade. None other. The Rulai Golden Body Technique and the Prajna Light Technique were still very useful when dealing with demons. Please infuse 30,000 points of cultivation into the Rudra Golden Body Technique and 20,000 points of cultivation into the Prajna Light Technique. You consume 30,000 cultivation points to raise the Rudraksh Golden Body Technique to the 5th level. You have consumed 20,000 cultivation points to raise the Prajna Brightness Method to the 4th level. Looking at the rapidly improving feats, Li Yan was satisfied. Tomorrow's meeting, when I completely cover the other 3 counties with this 8-hour workday, won't the daily cultivation gained be multiplied several times? In this way, advancing to the middle and peak grandmasters was just around the corner. Stepping into the gate of martial saints was not out of reach. Hey, it's a little exciting to think about. The next day, at the 6th hour, Blackwater County Demon Chopper Division Yamen. The atmosphere was a little strange. The 3 chief banners who hurriedly came from various counties looked at Li Yan, who was sitting on top of the main seat, accompanied by Fong Chang, with different expressions. Zhou Hu, the general flag of Pingshan County who had previously been injured by Li Yan, had now recovered from his injuries. However, as soon as he saw Li Yan, the scene from that day could not help but surface in his mind, causing him to feel a vague pain in his wound. Lord Fong, what is this? Since the last time we met, fight after the exchange, Zhou Hu knows Li Yan, this person is extremely arrogant and domineering, but there has to be a limit to how arrogant and bossy you can be. It is not intolerable to disobey the orders of the 100 household lord and come late and leave early without authorization. But how could he dare to drive Fong Baifu to the side and sit in the main seat himself, relying on his high level of cultivation? Not only him, but Zhang Bao, the chief flag of Pubei County, was equally confused, as well as a hint of anger. This Li Yan is getting more and more unlikable. Only Wei Qinghan, the general flag of Anxi County, had a colorful and thoughtful eye. Just as the crowd stared at Li Yan in silence, Fong Chang spoke. "Oh, you guys don't think too much. The position of the head of the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division is one that I let Li Yan sit on." The whole room was shocked at these words. Wei Qinghan was the first to react. "Yesterday a woman came to our Anxi County Demon Beheading Division, claiming to be Lord Fong's mistress, saying that you had been ordered to go to Morning Wolf Mountain to swing the demons for 2 days already, and that her life and death were uncertain. She was worried about your safety and thought that you had said that Li Yan, the Deputy General Flag of Anxi County, was still above you in cultivation, so she came to ask Li Yan to come to your rescue. I guess it must be that Lord Fong, in remembrance of Li Yan's assistance, decided to step aside and give way?" Fong Chang shook his head and nodded again. "What Chief Wei said is half right. I did take the initiative to step aside to thank Li Yan for saving my life. But that woman is not my mistress." A bit of shame and annoyance appeared in his eyes. That was an alpha-level fox demon. Not only is the fox charming technique amazing, but also has a magic treasure soul regenerating bell. Plus there is also the same leader-level tiger demon to help. The battle strength is as strong as ghosts and gods. Fong Mao tried his best, but could not defeat. Fortunately, with the help of the Buddha's power, Lord Li resisted the charm, killed the tiger demon, captured the fox demon, and rescued me. Not ghosts or gods, just 2 or 3 small cats and dogs. It's not full strength either, you didn't even last a single move. Li Yan secretly slurred from the sidelines. Wei Qinghan, Zhou Hu, and Zhang Bao stood in awe. So it is worthy of being Lord Li. Pubei County General Banner Zhang Bao couldn't help but get up and arch his hand. "Li Baifu, some time ago, under my command, Deputy General Banner Kai Kuan, with 4 demon hunters went into the mountains to eradicate the wolf demon that had recently scurried into the county to cause mischief, and I had thought that it would be easy to capture. Unexpectedly, behind that wolf demon, there was a powerful monkey demon. Under the engagement, Deputy Chief Banner Kai was killed and the 4 demon hunters were captured by the monkey demon and humiliated. Fortunately, Li Baifu was incredibly brave and went into the mountains alone to kill that monkey demon and wolf demon, saving the demon hunters under my command and avenging Kai Kuan. I've been trying to find a chance to thank Li Baifu, my humble servant Zhang Bao. Congratulations to Lord Li on taking over his 100 household." Zhou Hu followed suit and rose. "My humble servant Zhou Hu, congratulations to Lord Li on taking over his 100 household." The current him was completely convinced of Li Yan. Only Wei Qinghan looked at Li Yan with complicated eyes. Noticing her strange gaze, Li Yan could not help but lose his smile. "What's the matter, Flag Officer Wei? You used to be on top of me, and now it's my turn to be on top, and suddenly you feel out of place, don't you?" Wei Qinghan shook his head. "Not like this, my lord." "No? Then why don't you even say a word of congratulations?" Wei Qinghan hesitated for a moment. "My humble servant congratulates Lord Li." Chapter 46, Running in Both Directions. The Great War is coming, requesting catch-up readings, monthly tickets. The brief congratulations are over. Everyone quieted down and quietly waited for Li Yan to speak. The new officer cracks the whip 3 times. They all wanted to know where exactly Li Yan was burning this first fire. Li Yan took a glance around. "Gentlemen, hard work." One sentence caused Zhou Hu's several people to be stunned one after another, and their hearts were jittery. The flexible-minded Zhang Bao hurriedly stated, "It's not hard. It's not dangerous. It's only hard and dangerous for Lord Li." Zhou Hu and Yang Sen came to their senses and hurriedly agreed. Li Yan shook his head. Everyone doesn't need to humble themselves. As a demon hunter who started from the bottom, this official knows how hard and dangerous this profession is. Every day when I go to work, I have my head on my waist. Nothing else. Zhang Bao, did your deputy flag officer, Kai Koan, just lose his life to a demon a few days ago? If you say that, if Kai Koan were to know in the 9 springs, what would he say? Zhang Bao was dumbfounded. Li Yan turned to Yang Sen again. A few days ago, the Lord brought General Banner Yang into the mountains to swat the demons for 2 days and 2 nights without sleep. But in the end, they were defeated by the 2 alpha-level demons with a single blow. If it wasn't for the fact that he had been up all night and was tired, Lord Fong would never have easily fallen for the other party's charm technique. Jansen, don't you think so? Jansen likewise didn't dare to refute it. Saying this, there's really no other meaning. Li Yan said, as the old saying goes, sharpening the sword is not a mistake. This official deeply believes that, if we demon hunters can have enough time to rest on weekdays, we will be able to cope with the danger in the best condition. This officer is a good example. Wei Qinghan hesitated. What does Lord Li mean? Could it be that he wants to? Not bad. Li Yan finally revealed the map of Yen. This official wants to promote the 4-hour work system among all the demon beheading divisions in Blackwater County. As soon as the words came out, except for Fong Chang and Yang Sen, who had already known about this matter, everyone in the audience was shocked. Wei Qinghan decisively objected. My lord, this isn't right, is it? What does Flag Officer Wei have to say? As his original boss, although the time spent together was short, Wei Qinghan was clear about Li Yan's temper. He would often contradict his superiors, but he was still very kind to his subordinates. Now that he had become his subordinate, he in turn didn't have too many scruples. A lot of things can be said bluntly. Demons don't cooperate with us and only do mischief between the hours of 6 and 5. If they commit a crime outside of this time, are we demon hunters not going to work and just watch? Before in Anshi County, your lordship and your subordinates were relaxed every day towards CNU. Unbeknownst to me, most of the patrolling is on my side of the demon hunters. For that matter, this official has long had a plan. Li Yan gave a solution without panic. We can do it in 3 shifts. 3 shifts? That's right. Divide the demon hunters into 3 shifts. Morning, midday, and night shifts, 4 hours each, and patrol on time. It rotates once a month. After listening to Li Yan's detailed explanation, several chief banners exchanged words and whispered. It's a method that sounds like it might work, so there was no further objection. Just as the crowd was discussing the details, the hoarse cries of the letter crows resounded outside the courthouse. Fong Chang immediately got up and went forward. Now that he had handed over to Li Yan, he was unofficial and relaxed. In a good mood, he was also happy to be an errand boy. After all, it's better to run errands than to get killed. Taking the secret letter from the letter crow and seeing the letter stamp, his face was stunned and he said in a deep voice, "It's a letter crow from the Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division." It was the letter crows from Tsangzhou that brought him the unfortunate news not long ago. First, he scolded him, then ordered him to immediately depart into the mountains to swat the demons, leading to the defeat of his troops and capture. Why is there another one now? He turned to look at the people in the room. Yang Sen mused, could it be that after I escaped yesterday and sent a letter to them asking for help, they saw it and immediately gave a reply? No, it's just for one night. The letter crows go this way, and when they get the message there, they send the letter crows again, and there's no time to spare. Fong Chang nodded in agreement. Then he said with a bitter smile, the higher-ups still don't know about my handover with Lord Li. This secret letter is most likely to continue to pressure me. The original 100 households. As he spoke, he returned to Li Yan's side and handed the secret letter to him, but he saw the other man waving his hand slightly. Since it's for you, then it's just for Lord Fong to open it and read it. Anyway, we're all on our own here. When Fong Chang heard it, it was true. So without excusing himself, he tore open the secret letter and quickly skimmed through it. In an instant, his face changed. What's wrong? Seeing that Fong Chang's face didn't look right, Li Yan spoke with a light smile. The wording is too harsh? Fong Chang shook his head. The harshness of the wording is natural, and Fong had expected it. Only this letter. What did the letter say? Fong Chang paused for a moment and looked at Li Yan. Seeing that the other party had no intention of avoiding the crowd, he stopped hiding. The letter was directed at me pretty much as I expected. It is only to blame me for this 100 households do not do a good job. Sit back and watch the jurisdiction of the demon rebellion. Order me to quickly to the post, by I have long recommended to them, Anshi County, the original deputy flag Li Yan to take over. After the handover is completed as soon as possible, the new 100 household, Li Yan, will immediately depart for Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division to report for duty. Li Yan smiled dumbly at his words. There is a change of heart at the top and a change of heart at the bottom. A two-way run to the belonging is. What does Lord Fong mean? The letter contains more than just that? Fong Chang nodded. Precisely. In addition to the order regarding the change of personnel in the Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division, the letter also made a note that the former Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division 1000 household Lin Feng was transferred out of the Demon Beheading Division for some reason and used for another purpose. The position of 1000 household will be taken over by Shi Xinzhong, the retired 1000 household of the Demon Suppression Army. Li Yan frowned slightly and subconsciously looked at Wei Qinghan. Sure enough, the other party's eyes were equally filled with shock. Lord 100th household. This is a major matter. Fong Chang made a suggestion. It's better to let the 3 chief banners, Zhou, Zhang, and Yang, who have nothing to do with this matter, leave for the time being. Li Yan readily accepts good advice. Soon, only Li Yan, Wei Qinghan and Fong Chang were left in the yamen. Li Yan mused. Now that he was suddenly transferred. Then this Shi Qianhu who replaced him. He stopped talking and looked at Wei Qinghan. Wei Qinghan nodded. Lord Hayakuto guessed correctly. although I am not particularly clear about my father's power. I have heard of this Shi Qianhu. That's right, he's none other than a member of the State House. The two men looked at each other, their hearts in the right place. On the side of the State Duke's office, it's about to make a move against the Xian Sword sect. On the side of the State Duke's office, it has already started to make a move against our Xian Sword sect. Yanzhou, Great Green Mountain, Xian Sword sect, Back Mountain. Patriarch Li Changtian looked at Luo Junsheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, his voice low. According to the tip-off, they've removed quite a few of the senior members of the Demon Beheading Division and the Demon Suppression Army who were loyal to the clan, including but not limited to Lin Feng, the 1000th member of the Demon Beheading Division in Sangzhou, and Shen Lingyun, the chief soldier of the Demon Suppression Army in Yanzhou. For a change, they are all from the State House. The experts of the Demon Suppression Army and the Demon Beheading Division were gathering non-stop. Once the preparations are complete, they will head towards the Xian Sword sect. Luo Juanxing's breathing was steep and ragged. Patriarch, it's all my subordinates' fault. If it wasn't for my subordinates' negligence in disciplining my sister and daughter, you're at fault. And so is the clan. Li Changtian returned indifferently. If the clan could have probed ahead of time to find out that the daughter of the Duke of Dong's family was practicing in Anxi County, they would have absolutely shot an old and mature person to go there. Not your hot-tempered sister. Luo Junsheng was silent. But you don't have to blame yourself too much. After all, the great disaster that the Xian Sword sect is about to face was not brought about by your family. Even though I, Xian Sword sect, have made 1,000 mistakes, I have paid the price of a human life and an arm. On the side of the Duke of Dong's daughter, she was unharmed. In the end, Wei Qianlong is just trying to find a reason to take advantage of my Xianjian sect. If you want to make a mistake, you can't make a mistake. Elder Luo. Luo Junsheng snapped his head up. Since they're bitterly pressing for war and insisting on it, we'll only be taken as weak if we keep backing down. Since this is the case, it would be better to slaughter someone first to set an example and let them know, the people of the Xian Sword sect are not cowards. You, go get rid of Li Yan. Me, Elder Luo doesn't have to worry. Li Changtian said. I know that. That Li Yan was able to defeat Jin Feng in one move. He is by no means a generalized person. Although you are a Grand Master, going against him alone may not be a sure victory. Therefore, this time when we go, we will also be accompanied by Elders Wang and Su. He looked at Luo Junsheng. 3 Grand Masters, is that enough? Luo Junsheng's confidence grew. Patriarch, don't worry, the 3 of us will go together, and that Li Yan will definitely be captured. Chapter 47, Xianzhuang dances with sword. Intentions of Pei Gong, requesting for catch-up readings. Monthly tickets. Sangzhou, Xiangshan County, County Town, City Gate. This was the second largest county in Sangzhou. And if you didn't want to take the long way around, Xiangshan County was the way to go from Blackwater County to the state capital. Li Yan had no intention of taking a detour, so after taking care of the trivial matters, he asked Bai Wei to take human form and bring this beauty with a broken arm to rush to the state capital along the shortest path. The guards guarding the city recognized at a glance through Li Yan's costume, this was a demon hunter from the Demon Beheading Division, and his status was extraordinary. The costume was clearly owned by the 100 households. In the Great Li Dynasty, in terms of combat power, the Demon Suppression Army and the Demon Beheading Division ranked 1 or 2. The proportion of masters in the Demon Suppression Army is low, but it is strong in terms of numbers, and the battlefield is unrivaled in large-scale synergistic combat. The Demon Beheading Division, on the other hand, was strong in its single combat ability. It is said that if not for the deep background, if an ordinary demon hunter wants to be 100 households, his realm must be at least an innate martial artist. This adult in front of him, young in age, early 20s at most, doesn't look much like an innate martial artist in any way. In that case, there's only one possibility. He's got a great background. With that in mind, the guards respectfully opened the gates and watched him enter the city. Li Yan naturally did not know that just in this short few breaths of time, the other party had already lowered his cultivation by 2 steps in his mind, and pulled the background but infinitely higher. He was only thinking about one thing right now. It's approaching 5 p.m. So we have to find a restaurant, eat, and get off work in a hurry. After casually finding someone on the street and asking for the location of the nearest restaurant, despite the desire to return, he suppressed the urge to speed up his horse and drove at the speed limit in order to prevent hitting and injuring the pedestrians and people. And it took him half a quarter of an hour to arrive at his destination. Elephant Mountain County is closer to the interior than Blackwater County, with fewer demonic plagues and military disasters, and a relatively prosperous economy. Other not to mention, like Li Yan close to the choice of this restaurant, put Anxi County, only a little worse than the drunken immortal residents. But in Elephant and Castle County, there are at least 3 or 4 on a street, and each one seems to be doing well. Li Yan handed over the reins to the porter who was soliciting for customers, let him bolt his horse in front of the door, and walked straight in. What would you like to eat, guest? Sir? The running junior instinctively changed his title when he saw his high-level demon hunter's costume. A jug of wine, 2 pounds of cooked beef, preferably brisket, and some random downers, served in the 5-cent silver configuration. Li Yan had obtained 20 taels of silver from Wei Qinghan through a transaction not long ago, and later on, he had gotten 100 taels of banknotes from Luo Jinfeng, and together with his own accumulated salary, he was considered to have quite a family capital. Plus there was a vixen with him, and he didn't want to be the one to complain about mistreating his captors. So this meal casually eats up a day and a half's paycheck. Okay, adults sit over here. Drinking dishes, how about peanuts and cucumbers? May. The waiter agreed, guided them to their seats, and after serving the tea, he shouted at the top of his voice, a pot of old white elephant, 2 caddies of cooked beef, a plate of peanut rice, and a plate of patted cucumber. It wasn't long before the wine and food were served. Li Yan sipped a mouthful of wine. Filled in before Wei Qinghan treat to bite away from Yangchun taste is much worse. A moment a little difficult to swallow. On second thought, you get what you pay for. After all, Li Yangchun is a good wine with 10 taels of silver per jug, and comparing old white elephant with it is too bullying. So open the belly to eat. Then remembered that the opposite side of the fox spirit by their own cut-off hands. Human form state cannot be decent to eat. So the hand clamped up a few pieces of cooked beef, a brain into the mouth of the white Wei hard to stuff. Woo woo. When had Bai Wei ever received such treatment? Being stabbed in the throat by Li Yan in one go, causing her to roll her eyes and her tears to stay in her eyes. Hearing the commotion, Li Yan raised his head and met her sorrowful eyes head-on. In a trance, it was as if he saw his former girlfriend. In a flash, his heart hardened like iron, and he drank in a low voice. Swallow it. No spitting. This is all the best of the cow, belly. Bai Wei shivered, no longer daring to look at him, and swallowed the beef raw, waiting until he was completely satisfied, and feeding this vixen in the process. Li Yan wiped his mouth and was about to settle the bill and leave. Just then, the idle chatter of the drinkers at the next table reached his ears. Lord Yamajun has really given Yao Baihu a hard time this time. Hey, a puzzle? I'd like to think, Yamato-kun is giving Momochi-sama a problem to solve. What does that mean? Think about it, those minotaurs are causing trouble by taking advantage of the court's favoritism, and the demon beheading division has a tight headache from not being able to beat them or scold them. Now that they had been slaughtered by the mountain monarchs several times in a row, how could they not be afraid? If you want to live peacefully in Shangshan County, you can only rely on Baekdu to intercede with the Mountain King, so that it will not lay its mouth on the demon people. Again, according to your argument, won't the demon beheading division become a tiger for the tiger? As I thought about it, I always thought it was unlikely that the Mountain King was responsible for this. The mountain monarch has made his home an elephant mountain for hundreds of years, and has always been kind to people, and has never been known to hurt anyone. But those demon folk aren't human. In Yamajun's eyes, they're probably just cows and horses that can walk upright. Although Yamajun likes to go down to the mountains to eat cooked food, after all, he is the king of all beasts, and more or less needs to eat some raw meat to restore his wildness. A mountain king? Hunting minotaur demon folk? Li Yan shook his head. That sounds like fun, but he didn't want to meddle. For one thing, it wasn't his district. Secondly, he had important things to do. I have a feeling that Yamakuni was wrongly accused. Injustice or not, I'm afraid that this time the Mountain King will be in trouble. Ha, you kid, did you get some news from your brother-in-law who's a demon hunter? Come on, don't sell yourself short. Just tell us. The diner who was related to the demon hunter was still thinking of whetting their appetite, but under the threat of the crowd, he didn't dare to break the chapter on this, and told the news he heard from his brother-in-law in a bamboo tube. Lord 100 Households originally wanted to ask for help from the 1,000 households of the Tsangjo Demon Beheading Division. After all, he comes from the Xian Sword sect, and Lord 1,000 Households comes from the Wind and Thunder sect, so we all come from clans, and Lord 1,000 Households should take more care of Lord Yao. Who knew that the world is unpredictable? Yao Baihu was just about to ask for help when he learned that Qian Hu had changed his master to Lord Shi, who was loyal to Duke Dong's faction. Thinking with his ass, he couldn't possibly send someone to help Yao Baihu. That's why Yao Baihu had to ask the Xian Jian sect for help. I've heard that the Xian Sword sect side pays a lot of attention to the Mountain Monarch, and sent 3 Grand Master level elders over to assist in the battle all at once. 3 Grand Masters? As for that, how come not to? The Mountain Monarch is at the level of a demon general. Justice for 3 dozen? Listening to these comments, Li Yan, who had originally gotten up and wanted to check out and leave, slowly sat down, pondering. The Xian Sword sect, 3 Grand Masters, came to help against a demon general-level mountain monarch at the request of the 100 households of the Elephant Mountain County Demon Beheading Division? This thing? Why does it sound so strange? How it looks like Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, but his intention is to be in Peigong. Chapter 48 Terrifying Demon General. Honest as hell. Sigh, 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 sigh. He was in the midst of his musings when he heard the terrified neighing of a horse outside the door. It was as if something terrible had befallen them. Li Yan immediately changed his face. He remembered very well that when he entered the door, it was just his and Baiwei's 2 mounts outside. Now came the sound of a horse neighing, which could only mean that an unruly man had made a move on his horse. He was about to get up and go forward to deal with it when he heard the voice of the porter in awe and respect. Lord Yamakuni has arrived. Yamakuni? Turns out it wasn't the dilettantes who were trying to kill his horse. Rather, the horse was frightened by the tiger demon that was Yamajun. Li Yan pressed on and sat down again, looking towards the door of the restaurant. Only a mottled tiger with a tiger's head and 8 feet tall appeared in front of the door. Over his shoulder was also a flamboyant deer that rolled its eyes and spat out its tongue, apparently dead through and through. The room full of diners at this time is also the same as Li Yan. All turned their heads to look at this mountain king. A moment of silence. The only one who came forward was Junior in fear and trepidation. Yamakune-sama, you've come to change your food again? What would you like to eat this time? Li Yan's eyes were glazed over. What the hell? How is this Lord Shanjun? Like the mountain hunters, exchanging his prey for wine and food? Should I praise it for being kind-hearted, or should I praise this Elephant Mountain County Demon Beheading Division for its brilliant tactics? Freezingly indoctrinating a demon general-level demon into this kind of appearance? Shanjun casually threw the flour deer he was carrying over his shoulder, crushing him. 3 bowls of Yangchun noodles, with extra beans. Yangchun noodles? Li Yan could not help but be surprised in his heart. No, man, you're a mountain king, the king of all beasts. The tiger comes to eat vegetarian noodles? What happened to 6 dings? 6 kilos. Never a vegetarian? Do you eat oil cakes? 3 bowls of noodles with extra beans. I think you want to eat 3,000 Yangchun with 3 beans, don't you? He bellyached in his mind. Then I saw the vegetarian mountain king walk straight to an empty table and sat down with a swagger, leaving only a tiger's back for the crowd. The table of guests who had originally discussed that Yamajun was in trouble this time had not dared to utter a single breath. Within a short time, the junior held the first bowl of steaming hot Yangchun noodles and placed it in front of Shanjun. Enjoy your meal, Yamakune-sama. The mountain king seemed to listen to the advice and didn't consume it the first time. But in the next moment, it slammed its palm on the table, and from that bloody mouth burst out a nationalist phrase. Mother asterisk 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 Junior, I wanted Yangchun noodles. What did you serve me? This tiger roar was as loud as thunder. Not only Xiao Er, even the diners around it were startled and looked at it in unison. Li Yan also couldn't help but stick his head out and look at the bowl of Yangchun noodles on Yamajun's table. Only on top, a full layer of cooked beef was sprinkled. Xiao Er trembled. Lord Shanjun, this is Yangchun noodles. The beef on top was specially ordered by the shopkeeper to be presented to you by the chef. He said, the mountain gentleman has been coming to our restaurant all year round to exchange prey for wine and food, and he has been generous, so the small store is unable to repay him, and the only thing it can do is to present a few slices of beef. Who the hell told you guys to mind your own business? Yamakuni stared at him intently, word for word. I don't eat beef. Meat. Junior was dumbfounded. Li Yan subconsciously touched the hilt of the knife at his waist. I don't eat beef is not a nice thing to say. Go get me a new bowl, and add any more ing beef to me on your own accord, and I'll clean you up and send you to the pot. Xiao Er was like an amnesty and hurriedly ran back to the back kitchen with the beef noodles. Li Yan cried and laughed. Lordly, is my concubine right? But most of the demons that can survive in the interior of your great Li dynasty don't dare to hurt anyone. This mountain monarch, too, is a great demon with wisdom. Bai Wei whispered. A full meal versus a full meal. It can still tell the difference. Li Yan gave her a breathless look. Well, this mountain king, looking at the way he acted, could really be a guy with the wisdom to know that he can't hurt anyone. Since that was the case, it was more than likely falsely accused of slaughtering the Minotaur demon folk, and the odds were that the person who falsely accused it was related to the Xian sword sect. His mind raced with calculations. There are quite a few people of clan origin who serve in the demon beheading division. The fact that he had been promoted to 100 households after feuding with the Xian sword sect and was preparing to go to the state capital of Tsinzhou and converge with the forces of the state duke's office to go to Yenzhou to crush the Xian sword sect had more than likely been leaked to the other side by certain people in the first place. From Blackwater County to the Tsinzhou demon beheading division headquarters, one needed to pass through Xiangshan County. There are mountain kings in the Elephant Mountain County who have not had a bad reputation for hurting people for hundreds of years. It was not long before he, Li Yan, arrived in Elephant Mountain County that the matter of the mountain monarch hunting the Minotaur demon folk broke out. Although the demon people are not human, according to the current Delhi law, the demon people who have been transferred are the people of Delhi. The mountain king hunts the demon folk, which is equivalent to hunting the people. It is bound to be punished. However, the Elephant Mountain County 100 is no match for the mountain monarch, so he has no choice but to ask for help from his own division, the Xian Sword Sect. The Xian Sword Sect's division is well known, and it is very important to send 3 great masters to help. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. The great master of the Xian sect was involved in a firefight with the mountain monarch, and the passing 100th household of the Blackwater County, Li Yan, died violently. Listen, how smooth. Thinking of this, Li Yan's mind was set. This mountain king, he bailed out. Yamakuni-sama doesn't eat beef? Oh, do you believe that yourself? A grim voice came from the corner. The mountain king rose steeply, his tiger's eyes widening as he looked towards the source of the voice. What kind of person is shady there? Come out and speak. Hula hula. Cornered diners rose to avoid the murderous gaze of the mountain king. Soon the person who had spoken was left where he was. Li Yan raised his eyes and saw a thin figure wearing a bucket hat sitting at the table. He looked up slightly when he heard Yamakuni speak. The moment he saw that face, Li Yan could not help but frown slightly. I only saw that the man's face was dark green, with a sharp mouth and monkey's cheeks, resembling a man but not a man, and resembling an ape but not an ape. Rather like, it's you, water monkey? The mountain monarch said angrily. This monarch in your great king's well water does not violate the river water. You mongrel fish, how dare you accuse this monarch? The water monkeys pointedly said. Lord River Monarch has been living peacefully in the Linsong River of Shangshan County for 700 to 800 years, and his subordinates are extremely strict. Not only do they not harass the people of Dayong, but also take good care of them, and often send their subordinates to rescue the people who have fallen into the water. The local people therefore revered the River King to the utmost, and sacrificed cattle, sheep and other livestock to the river on New Year's festivals to show their respect. It's not like you, a loner, who has to fight for some meat yourself. You covet the taste of that Minotaur demon folk, and you are in pain yourself. But once the human race is dissatisfied and sends experts to swing the demon, then you are not the only one who will suffer. You've eaten and killed 2 cows in a row in the past few days, so I'm afraid all of us pool fish are going to be affected. The Mountain King was furious. I told you, I don't eat beef. Besides, if Eclipse killed the Minotaur, why would I come to eat noodles? The water monkey smiled coldly. I just heard that you just ordered 3 bowls of Yunchun noodles? It slowly stood up. 3 bowls of noodles and you're full. How much beef did you eat before? Damn you. Yamarajan was so angry that he cursed. What will it take for you to believe that I didn't eat the Minotaur? Unless, of course, you slit your stomach open and show everyone if there's any beef in there. Yes, the Mountain King came to a temper. I'll slice open my stomach and prove it to you. Junior, get a knife. Li Yan couldn't look at it anymore. Silly big bug, you're a terrifying demon general. How can you be so honest? Chapter 49, you don't have to cut yourself open to witness it. The mountain monarch and the water monkey twisted their heads in unison to look at Li Yan. Demon hunter of the demon beheading division? Look at the costume. It's still 100 households? The mountain monarch stretched his claws and scratched his big head. I remember. Xiangshan County 100 is not you. Where is Yao Jijun? Did Yamakun-sama rely on his sensitive ears to hear the sound of my footsteps? Outside the restaurant, a loud man's voice came. Afterward, a middle-aged man who was wearing the demon beheading division's 100 household costume, just like Li Yan, stepped into the restaurant first. It's none other than Yao Jijun from Xiangshan County's demon beheading division. Following him were 6 other demon hunters. Li Yan swept a brief glance and recognized it based on the clothing and insignia. There was a general banner, a small banner, and the remaining 4 were all miscellaneous soldiers. The 5 senses of a martial arts practitioner were extremely sharp. Just as Li Yan's gaze roamed over them, Yao Jijun also sensed his sight. In an instant, he shifted his eyes from the Mountain King and collided with Li Yan just in time. This brother, which county's 100 household? Yao Jijun arched his hand in greeting, with a puzzled look on his lips. Mr. Yao knows all the centurions of the surrounding counties, but I've never seen one so young. It's normal for Baihu Yao to not recognize me. Li Yan smiled and returned the salute. My name is Li Yan. I am the new 100 household of the demon beheading division of Blackwater County, Sangzhou Prefecture. Yao Jijun's pupils shrunk slightly. You are Li Yan? Baihu Yao has heard of me? Li Yan looked at him rather playfully. Yao Jijun came back to his senses and turned his face back to normal. I've heard of it. Last year, When I was working with the county governor of Longyang County on a demon hunt, I chatted with him and said that in Anshi County, a county under Blackwater County, there was a demon hunter named Li Yen, who was rather maverick and only worked 4 hours a day. It's hard to forget when there's such a characteristic. So, hey, if you too want to rekindle your old feelings, there's plenty of time for that later. Yao Bai Hu, you're just in time. This water monkey falsely accused me of cannibalizing and killing the Minotaur demon folk who migrated here. You come to judge for this mountain monarch. In these 5 years I've been a vegetarian, never broken my precepts. How could I possibly choke on my food and go to eat and kill a Minotaur? Shanjun shouted at Yao Jijun in a loud voice. Li Yan's eyelids jumped as he listened. Old feelings rekindled? I don't have any love for Dragon Yang, and this is the first time I've seen this Yao. So what the hell do I have to do with him? Hey you big bug, can't talk can. There is no need for Bai Hu Li to be angry. Yao Jijun smiled and rounded off the situation. Lord Shanjun has always admired our human culture, and he especially likes idioms. Unfortunately, it is not well learned, and is often used incorrectly, and this officer has seen it done. When he finished, he turned to Yamakuni. Yamakune-sama, I heard you were coming to dinner and came looking for you for that very reason. Please also ask the Mountain Lord to move to the Demon Chopper Division and cooperate with our investigation. The Mountain Monarch stared with a pair of rounded tiger eyes. Yao Baifu, could it be that you are also a cup and a snake? Suspecting that this is something that this Mountain Monarch has done? Yao Jijun shook his head. Shanjun, don't misunderstand. It's not a matter of being skeptical or not. The problem was this, the Minotaur Patriarch had already taken the families of the victimized demon folk and was banging the drum of injustice over at the Demon Beheading Division's Yamen, suing the Mountain King. As a member of the Department of Demon Beheading, I am obliged by reason to accept this case, until the truth comes out. Yamarajan is only a suspect, not a perpetrator. Just cooperate with the investigation, and if Yamakuni is truly innocent, this official will return your innocence. The Mountain Monarch hesitated slightly. This monarch has heard that your efficiency in solving cases is very low, so if we really have to wait for you to investigate clearly, won't we have to wait until the monkey's age? Also, during the investigation period, I have to stay at the Demon Beheading Division, but I heard that the food over there is extremely poor. In my opinion, it would be better to adopt that water monkey's idea, cut the old man's stomach open and show you his intestines. And wouldn't the water fall out? The crowd couldn't help but listen and Li Yan couldn't help but laugh. This is a good use of the phrase water off a duck's back. Yao Ziyuan and the water monkey exchanged glances, their pupils revealing a touch of imperceptible joy. He pretended to hesitate. That's certainly quick, but it's not good for Yamakuni's body. This is not for you to worry about. The Mountain Monarch said with a big grin. I'm a demon general. Disemboweling is just a regional fatal wound. What can I do about it? Go back and lick it and nurse it for some days. Then you can break it. Bring me the knife and lend it to me. Yao Ziyuan sighed slightly. Then he was going to draw his sword and hand it over. If Lord Shanjun insists. This official. Put. Accompanied by a sneer. Li Yan's sarcastic voice came out. Lord Yao, is this how your Shangshan County Demon Beheading Division handles cases? No wonder even Yamakuni knows that you guys are inefficient at solving crimes. Yao Jijun's face changed slightly. Why did Lord Li say that? This is Lord Shanjun volunteering. The Mountain King has a thick skin, and disemboweling itself isn't a serious injury that could kill it. And then? Li Yan mocked. Since the Mountain Monarch dared to disembowel itself, it means that it is very confident that it is not the murderer who eats and kills the Minotaur demon folk. When self-incrimination is complete and the real killer is someone else, is there still an investigation to pursue? In that case, wouldn't Yamarajan's stab be in vain? Unless you guys don't even want to know who the real culprit is and just want to watch Yamaraja disembowel himself. The disembowelment was not a fatal wound for it, but it would more or less have an effect on the battle power. When the time comes, we only need to send out some experts to surround us. Ha! Lord Li, don't spit blood. Yao Baifu's face instantly grimaced. Yao Mao in no way has the intention of secretly harming Shanjun. He just wants to enforce the law impartially and solve the case quickly. If the law is to be enforced impartially, then the Mountain Monarch should be confronted with them in court. Li Yan nonchalantly replied back, then turned to face Shanjun. Shanjun, you're only thinking that a disembowelment can quickly prove your innocence. Ever thought, once you dissect and cut your intestines, you won't be able to eat until it heals? Hearing this, Yamatsukun instantly sobered up. Right, not being able to eat is a big deal. Thank you, Lord Li, for reminding me, or else I would have to go hungry for days on end. Lord Yao, I've thought about it for a while, and I still can't have a cesarean section. What's that saying? A clear man has no fish if he clears himself. Seeing that the Mountain Monarch had changed his mind, Yao Jijun was helpless and could only give Li Yan a veiled glare. In that case, please, Yamakuni, follow me to the yamen. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lord Yao, Li Yan called out to him. This is a case involving demon folk. This official would love to observe and learn from the experience. You and I are both colleagues, so I'm sure Lord Yao won't turn me away and watch from afar with the common people. Will he? Yao Jijun's figure stalled. Oh, Lord Li is joking. If you want to observe from a close distance, of course this official welcomes it. Elephant Mountain County Demon Beheading Division Yamen. Yao Jijun symbolically patted the shocking wood. Who is in the hall? On the lobby floor, the kneeling minotaurs kowtowed repeatedly. Back to the Lord. The demon citizen Niu Xiaoer. Since you are beating the drum, you must be doing it to cry out for justice. Where did the injustice come from? Niu Xiaoer looked up at Shan Jun with a wince, not daring to speak for half a day. Yao Jijun frowned slightly. If you have a grievance, cry out for it. If you don't have a grievance, leave the room. Injustice. Niu Xiaoer wailed and kowtowed again. It's not the little people who are wronged. It's Lord Shan Jun who is wronged. At these words, the room was filled with silence. Li Yan only felt that it was very bizarre and unimaginable. Only the Mountain King Tiger Face laughed. This calf is good. Really, calves are not afraid of tigers. The onlookers of the demon hunters burst into a fit of sardonic laughter. Not afraid of tigers? You're scared to death, aren't you? Yao Jijun frowned. You said that Lord Shanjun was wronged. Where was he wronged? Niu Xiaoyi said. Yesterday, the weather was hot, so Xiaoman and his wife went to bathe in the river to cool off, and just happened to run into the Mountain King as well. The youngest's wife was ungrateful enough to dive underwater, but she managed to dive to the upstream position of the Yamajun, allowing the Yamajun-sama to drink its bath water. Lord Shanjun did not have a seizure on the spot, but the back is more than likely the more you think the more angry. So he came on the wind and took the wife of the small folk captive and devoured. I didn't dare to go into the mountains to look for her that night, and waited until today to report to the patriarch, who led the search into the mountains and only found his wife's clothes and skeleton. But all of this is the fault of the wife of the little people, and it is not the fault of Lord Yamakuni. Yamakuni froze at the sound of it. Shuji exploded, got up and roared. Mama Botsi, you calf, open your eyes and say blind words. When did I eat your wife? It took an arrow step forward, reached out and locked its claws around the other party's throat, lifting it up with ease. Which I did you see that I grabbed your wife? Niu Xiaoi's eyes were full of fear. Wind Tiger Cloud Dragon, with a burst of demonic wind to roll away the villain's wife. In addition to Lord Shanjun, there is no one else who can do it. Nonsense 9. Sharp teeth and claws to scare a weak cow demon. The water monkey's sorrowful voice was uncomfortable. Lord Mountain Monarch is so majestic. People have said that it deserves to be eaten by you because its wife has soiled the water. What can you do if you admit it? As soon as the Mountain Monarch dropped Niu Xiaoer, he glared at it. Eaten is eaten. Not eaten is not eaten. I've been a vegetarian for 5 years and I don't have a scrap of meat in my gut. The water monkey shook his head. I don't believe it, unless you let me see it with my own eyes. Shanjuan's chest rose and fell. Fine. You want to see it? Then I'll spell out a few days of not eating so you can see it. Knife come. There's no hurry. Yamakun. Li Yan stood up. To see if you have beef in your belly, you don't even need to disembowel yourself. Shanjun froze at his words. What is Lord Li's panacea? It's not true that it's a wonderful plan. Li Yan turned towards the water monkey. Don't you want to see with your own eyes if there is meat in the mountain monarch's belly? Simple. He reached out steeply and grabbed him by the hand, gouging a right eye from the other man's face in moments. Lord Yamakuni, swallow this eye of its and won't it be able to see it with its own eyes? The ear-piercing screams of the water monkeys echoed in the room, setting off the entire yamen to become more and more silent. Chapter 50, it's done. Let's eat first. Li Yan, how can you? Yao Jijun stood up with a huff, his fists clenched, looking at Li Yan with eyes that seemed to be spewing out fire. But even though he was indeed shocked and angry in his heart at the moment, he still stopped hard in the middle of his accusing words. It was because he recalled the news he had gotten from the emissary of the Xian Sword sect not long ago, about Li Yan, the god of murder. As a demon hunter from the Xian Sword sect, he had never forgotten his roots. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received orders from the sect to cooperate with several elders to set up a trap against Li Yan. When he just heard the news brought by the clan's messenger, he didn't feel that Li Yan was much scary. At most he felt that the other party was really a bit bold. A reckless man with courage but no strategy. Fronting the same strategy. Ignoring Elder Luo Jinfeng, who was at the level of the clan's innate master. He chopped his niece into 2 pieces and handed it over to her, humiliating and punching the other party in the face, forcing the other party to make a move, and dislodging one of the elder's arms in the ensuing engagement. At the very beginning, the sect messenger did not inform the details of the engagement, and from the other party's incoherent introduction, Yao Jijun made an initial guess. It should have been an extremely intense battle. To roughly restore it, it should be that this Lord Li, who was also at the innate martial artist realm, had joined forces with 1 to 20 of the strongest combatants from up and down the local demon beheading division to brazenly siege Elder Luo. Elder Luo was outnumbered, and in the end, he was sneak attacked by this sinister villain, chopping off one of his arms and being forced to retreat, playing away from home and being outmaneuvered by the opposition. In addition to being outmaneuvered by the opposition, Elder Luo's defeat was also inevitable. However, since Li Yan received the news later that he was traveling to Tsunzhou Prefecture, he had to pass through Xiangshan County, which he was defending. That is to their home turf. It's just that we need an innate martial artist as our main attacker. Who doesn't have one? Sneak attack. Outnumbered? Who wouldn't? He immediately assured the clan's messenger that he would definitely avenge this arrow for the clan in the same way that he did for his own people. As soon as Li Yan arrived in Xiangshan County, he would treat the other party to dinner and drinks on the pretext of bonding. When the wine was half full, he slammed the cup as a signal, and the 50 demon hunters under his tent came out together. And with his mid-stage innate martial artist, he would definitely be able to chop that Li Yan into meat paste. As for how to handle and report the incident afterwards, he also had a plan in place. Framing the Mountain King. Elephant Mountain County has a Mountain King. River King, 2 big demons. Mountain King lazy, not humane, unlike the River King, is often take care of the people, but also often casually catch some wild game, to go to the restaurant in exchange for food and drink. Initially, the restaurants suffered a lot of losses, because it is not good at arithmetic. The demon is lazy, casually catching a hare and pheasant. You have to eat a full meal. If you catch a big mountain hog or a wild deer or something like that, it's a monthly subscription. It only requires a vegetarian diet, but it eats too much after all. Even though the restaurant has a blood loss, it dares to be angry and does not have the guts to bargain with it face to face, but only complains a little behind its back. However, as the saying goes, people will die and goods will be thrown away. The biggest fear in all things is reconciliation. The words of these businessmen who made the tavern complaining about Yamajun reached the villages close to the river, but they were a stone's throw away. What? Yamajun would actually offer to trade game for food? What? The Mountain King never asked the people to make offerings to him? What kind of divine Mountain King is this? Why is our River King different from it? The land in Xiangshan County is barren and the ordinary people are having a hard time. The sacrifices of oxen and goats demanded by the River King for the annual festivals were really not a small burden for them. As time went on, the saying sacrifices are fiercer than tigers even arose, giving Yamakuni a better reputation than Kawakuni. This greatly displeased the River King, and gradually, jealousy arose. Jealousy made it faceless, so it found Yao Jijun and offered to cooperate, taking advantage of the demon folk's naturalization to capture a few minotaurs and swallow them, framing the mountain ruler to get rid of it. If it was any other demon, general level demon, they would never be able to get rid of it with them. But this is the Mountain King with a missing head. As long as it is fooled into mutilating its own body, reducing its combat power for a short period of time, the River Monarch and the demon hunters will have the opportunity to take advantage of it and kill it while it is sick. After the success of the incident, Yao Jijun's side can get a good reputation for ridding the people of harm, which is convenient for promotion. On River King's side, he would likewise no longer be used to set off his peers, and would be able to taste what the bone wine of a great demon of the same rank tasted like. Yao Jijun was satisfied with his plot to merge these two things into one, to accomplish all his work in one go. After roughly explaining to the sect messenger, he waited for the other party's compliments, expecting the other party to promise benefits after the accomplishment. Then he caught an odd look from the messenger. That look, it was very uncomfortable. At first glance, he felt as if there was a trifle of mockery in the other man's eyes. On closer inspection, the next 3 points are still taunts. Unwillingly, he rubbed his eyes and continued to read, leaving 4 points, or mockery. It was as if they were looking at a clown with a self-imposed, presumptuous mantle. You've been looking at me for 3 things. Mockery, or mockery. Seeing that he was being stared at uncomfortably, and that sulking gradually rose in his eyes. It was only then that the messenger from the clan slowly told the truth. That Lord Li Yanli of Anchi County neither sneaked up on Elder Luo nor bullied him with his many. It's just a 1-2 punch in a dang showdown. Elder Luo was outmatched in a single round and could only break his wrist, crossed out, the gecko's tail, crossed out, sell his arm to survive, and hastily escape back in a war eagle. If Lord Yao really dares to invite him to the Hongmen banquet, I'm afraid that the families of the demon hunters of the entire Xiangshan County Demon Beheading Division will have to invite their friends and relatives to the banquet. The sect messenger gave this final comment. Listening to Yao Jijun was frightening. If that's the case, why did the sect let me step in to deal with this god of slaughter? Isn't it letting me die? No need for you to do it. The clan has decided to send 3 grandmasters to come and kill this Fong. You only need to instruct your subordinates to do a good job of scouting. And as soon as you discover the other party's traces, immediately send someone to report it. And then stall the other party as much as possible, waiting for the 3 grandmasters to come to hang them. Back in the present, inside the Elephant Mountain County Demon Beheading Division, hearing Yao Jijun's halfway questioning, Li Yan turned his head slightly and spoke with curiosity. Lord Yao, what do you have to say? Yao Jijun, why are you so reckless and indolent? If you really make this god of murder angry, once he doesn't care and draws his sword on the spot, what can you do to survive? Sell your arms like Luo Jinfeng? Got something to say? Oh, it is not worthwhile or appropriate to speak about selling arms immediately. So he instantly squeezed out a smile, like a chameleon. Lord Li, how could you come up with such a brilliant idea? Li Yan was dumbfounded. Yao Baihu is flattered. With that, he threw the water monkey eyeballs to the Mountain King. Shanjun, hurry up and let this water monkey see for himself if you have beef in your belly. Having been a vegetarian for many years and unwilling to break his fast, Yamajun was about to shake his head no, when his stomach took the liberty of answering for him. Grunt, grunt. Mountain Monarch suddenly blushed and rubbed his hand on his belly. Sorry, a few days ago I had a craving. I didn't wait for those vermilion fruits to ripen before I took a bite, so that I had a tummy upset, and it was only yesterday that I got better and went to the river to wash my buttocks. I haven't eaten for a few days due to diarrhea, and my stomach is rumbling with hunger, so I'm sorry to make you all laugh. Li Yan laughed. Look at this deflated belly. Yao Baifu, Shanjun should not have lied. Yao Jijun nodded in agreement. Since the Mountain Lord has not eaten for several consecutive days, the one who ate and killed the Minotaur demon folk is naturally someone else. Do you think so? Yao Jijun's jaw dropped. Shanjun froze for a moment, then smiled joyfully. Lord Li is truly blessed, returning my innocence in one fell swoop. Li Yan did not bother to correct its wording and asked, the matter has come to this. It's done. Let's eat first. Cleansed of his grievances, Yamajun could only think of one thing at the moment. He couldn't afford to aggravate his stomach any further. Chapter 51, we've come to this point. Let's play a scaly game first. Lord Shanjun is right. Things have come to a head. Let's eat first. Yao Jijun hurriedly agreed, then turned around to signal the water monkeys to hurry up and run away. Water Chief, Lord Li's eyes are as discerning as a torch, and he can tell at a glance that Lord Shanjun hasn't eaten for many days, and you're stepping up to the plate with no evidence, making Yamaraja disembowel himself. Lord Li has no room for sand in his eyes, so naturally he looks at you with displeasure. Gouge out one of your eyes, even if it's a lesson for you. Why don't you get your ass back to the river and heal your wounds? The water monkey covered its still bleeding eye socket. The only remaining one eye looked at Li Yan resentfully, and was about to turn around and leave. And wait, Li Yan stopped it softly. Did this official let you go? The water monkey shook violently. Yao Jijun similarly looked unsightly. Lord Li, the water chief has lost an eye, and the cost is not insignificant. I think it's better to be forgiving. This official. Li Yan stared at him coldly, looking at him with hair on his head. Lord Yao, this case of eating and killing demon folk has yet to be investigated. Now it just proves that Lord Shanjun did not eat and kill Niu Xiaoji's wife. Then who was the one who actually ate and killed the demon folk and framed the Mountain King? Does Lord Yao have a suspect in mind? Cold sweat gradually broke out on Yao Jijun's forehead. This Li Yan really wasn't a good character to deal with. Li Yan slowly walked towards the Minotaur demon folk Bull Xiaoer who was kneeling on the ground. Niu Xiaoer, you just said something about Wind Tiger and Cloud Dragon. I'm afraid that the one who can harness the demon wind to take your wife away is no other than the Mountain Monarch. Then this official asks you, what you, at that time, saw, was really a demon wind? Niu Xiaoer shivered. Taking your wife from the water must have made waves, right? Are you sure that what you saw was a demonic wind and not a cloud of mist? Niu Xiaoer dared not say anything. Ahem. Lord Li, the Minotaur Patriarch at the side rose at the sight. Is it hard to believe that you are suspecting River Monarch Jiao Suiyun? This? I don't think so. It shook a bull's head like a rattle. The River Lord is on very good terms with our Minotaur race, and in order to make it easy for us to drink and bathe, he specially set aside a piece of water for us, and moved all the crocodile demons and others in it, so as not to frighten the calves. You say it will eat and kill my people to frame the Mountain King? No way. Absolutely no way. If this is not the case, then why does this water chief undertake the opportunity to cause trouble, and must press the charge on the Mountain King's head, forcing it to disembowel itself and testify against itself? Yao Jijun came out to round up the situation. Lord Li, the water chief most likely because of the good relationship with the Minotaur race, anxious to solve the case, only to suspect the Mountain King, and make such a move. Really? That's good. Li Yin smiled. Now I officially suspect that river monarch Jiao Suiyun, with a high probability, is the real culprit who eats and kills the minotaur and frames the mountain monarch. Water monkey, go back and tell your king to come to the court of the demon beheading division within half an hour to be questioned and interrogated. Otherwise, this official will regard it as a crime of absconding and send a wanted notice to the surrounding demon beheading divisions and send demon hunters to apprehend it. When these words came out, all the people and demons in the yamen were subdued. Surly, Yao Jijun's face was ugly. This is Elephant Mountain, not your Blackwater County demon beheading division. How can you overstep your authority and give orders beyond this official? Li Yan looked at him rather amused. What? You're not convinced? Yao Jijun opened his mouth to say something hard. However, the instinct to survive prompted him to hold back and give in, not to stroke the tiger's whiskers. The water monkey looked at Li Yan resentfully. Lord Li, do you really want to touch River King's scales? Reverse scales? Li Yan was greatly amused and circled around the water monkey. What's your river ruler's name again? Jiao Suiyun, right? A mere loach. How dare you compare yourself to the dragons and talk about reverse scales? Does it deserve it? Accompanied by shouting, the blade flashed. A scar appeared steeply on the water monkey's butt. Go back and tell your Maharaja that its so-called reverse scales are as much of a lie as the eyes on this ass of yours. If anything, it is possible for me to bestow it afterward. It's called, Demon Chopper Pulls S Opens Eyes. The people and demons present were all horrified and moved. This was because amongst them, no one other than the mountain monarch could see when Li Yan drew his sword, beheaded the demon, and returned the sword to its sheath in any of these three actions. The water monkeys covered the lost eye above them with one hand and the newly gained eye below with the other. Full of awe, no longer dare to speak out. Yao Jijun saw the situation, and could only stand out with a hard head. Lordly, this means of yours? It is too harsh. If word gets out, others will only say that our demon beheading division is too bad at handling cases and only tortures people to force confessions. Severe torture to force a confession? Li Yan snorted. I didn't think that Lord Yao would still be concerned about the reputation of the demon beheading division. Just as well. Since you put it that way, I'll change the way I'm going to get this case off the ground. Bai Wei. He called out the broken-armed beauty in the back of the body. Bai Wei stood up timidly and piled up a smile. What are your orders, my lord? It's time for you vixens to perform. With your alpha-level demonic creature's charming skills, it's easy to charm a tiny water monkey and make it know everything about the case, isn't it? When these words came out, Yao Jijun and the water monkeys changed color at the same time. This broken-armed beauty is actually only a proficient, alpha-level fox demon in the art of charming? What good would it be if she charmed me and told me everything? Thinking of this, the water monkeys immediately initiated their escape. But just as it raised one foot, it had already fallen into Bai Wei's path. The one eye instantly lost its luster. Who is the culprit in this case? It was the river monarch who conspired with Yao Jijun, the 100th member of the local demon beheading division. I'm just in charge of fanning the flames from the sidelines. The mountain monarch was furious at his words. Surnamed Yao, how dare you? It wanted to find Yao Jijun to have a theory, but it was afraid that it couldn't help but make a move and hurt the other party and get into trouble. So he stiffly cut off the words and turned to Li Yan. Sir Li, thank you very much. Alas, it is done. Let us eat first. Li Yan had a different idea. There's no hurry to eat. It's done. Make an auger first. Chapter 52 Confident River King. Sir Li, Yao Jijun, who had never expected Li Yan to have a high-level fox demon by his side, came to his senses. Not to mention that this method of inducing confessions is not compliant in the first place. As a demon hunter, why would you be in the company of a fox demon? Yao Baihu was finding this angle quite tricky. Li Yan swept a glance at Bai Wei. She is a demonic creature captured by this official in the Morning Wolf Mountain in Blackwater County, and is ready to be brought to the Tsangzhou Demon Beheading Division to be interrogated by Lord Xianhu himself. Ordering her to use her wings to find out the truth was just a waste of time. Yao Baihu, if you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. If you haven't conspired with the River King to frame the Mountain King with the lives of the Minotaur demon folk, why should you be afraid? Framing Yamato-kun? Ha! Yao Jijun smiled up to the sky and walked slowly towards the middle of Water Monkey and Bai Wei, just in time to block Bai Wei's gaze. Head Water, this official has no grievances or enmity with you. Why are you slandering this official? As soon as the line of sight was cut off, the Water Monkey immediately returned to his senses. It trembled as it recalled that it had just been charmed into speaking out in public about its own great king conspiring with Yao Jijun to frame the mountain monarch. But soon, it read the wink Yao Jijun made at him and instantly blessed its heart. Lord Yao, I don't want to slander you. It's all because this vixen charmed me and seduced me into saying it. As you know, those who have been struck by the fox demon charming technique, whether they are human or demon, cannot control themselves. So you're sober now, are you? Say, was Yumyun wrongly accused? The water monkey lowered his head. It was Kawakun-sama who instructed my little one to falsely accuse Yamakun. It was still rambling, when steeply only a cold light flashed before its eyes. Instantly, its jaw dropped and the pupil of its one remaining eye dilated. The next moment, its head tilted. The whole body, from the right shoulder to the left ribs, split in two and fell to the ground in turn. It was actually Yao Jijun who suddenly drew his sword and cut it into two. Did you see this? This is what happens when you defame the Mountain King, Death. It's the River King's beloved who must die, and deserves to die. He swung his sword and stabbed the water monkey's corpse 2 more times viciously. Sooner or later, no one expected that Yao Jijun would actually make a sudden sneak attack and decapitate the water monkeys. The entire demon beheading division's courtroom, for a moment, once again fell into silence. It took a long time before Li Yan spoke coldly. Yao Baifu, this water monkey was slaughtered by you just after he finished saying that the mountain monarch was falsely accused. Righteousness? Killing to silence? Killing a man to silence him? You're an accomplice to it. If it's a great justice, fine. You're coming with me, and you're going to pull out the River King and settle the score. If you want to settle a score with that loach, count me in. Seeing that Li Yan was going to stand up for himself, Shan Jun also immediately put the dinner matter behind him. Damn it, Laozi has always been in a well with it, and it actually dares to falsely accuse the sovereign. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it, and if you can't tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Li Yan nodded. It would naturally be better if the mountain monarch came to help. Yao Baihu, you, go or not? Go, why not go? Yao Jijun was all smiles. I can't wait. Wang Xiaoqi, pass on my order, all elite demon hunters gather, cooperate with Lord Li, and go to the Linsong River together to arrest that river monarch for questioning. When the time comes, you guys watch my back. It's best if Hujuan doesn't resist. If he dares to, we'll have Lord Li and I to deal with it, and you guys just wait for the opportunity to cooperate with this official. Wang Xiaoqi led the way. Not long after, dozens of demon hunters were heavily armed and gathered at the county office. But no one noticed a demon hunter walking alone towards the fork in the road, grabbing a head start and running towards the Linsong River. Linsong River, Xiangshan County Ferry, 20 feet underwater, Jiulong Palace, with 2 thumb-thin black horns on top of his head, the river monarch Jiao Suiyun, whose head at first glance seemed to be no different from that of a dragon, was frantically lashing out at a mermaid beside him. The mermaid was lying on the ground, her 2 hands tightly hugging Jiao Suiyun's thighs, her whole face buried low, letting out low whimpering noises, seemingly terrified of the way the other party was lashing out. She lifted her face, her beautiful eyes pitiful and full of pleading, as if she wanted to beg Hejuan to finish his fire sooner. However, Jiao Suiyun's anger was on the rise, and she couldn't finish venting it for a while, and she was so horrified that her eyes rolled white and she was in agony. My lord! Just as Jiao Suiyun's anger went up and was about to explode out, the head of the Heartland catfish came in hot and heavy. Whoa! Whoa! Being disturbed by it like this, Jiao Suiyun instantly lost the desire to get angry. Annoyed, it reached out and kicked the mermaid away with one leg. Didn't this king say so? Don't come to disturb at such a moment. Your Majesty, it's not that I'm not understanding, it's just that the incident was so sudden and so urgent that I had to report it. Jiao Suiyun naturally knew that this catfish leader was not a reckless person, having come at the risk of interrupting its enjoyment and being punished afterwards. It must be important. With that thought, it turned around and sat on top of the dragon chair. What's the matter? Panic? Back to the king, the water monkeys were slaughtered by Yao Baihu. What? Jiao Suiyun slapped the armrest and stood up with a flourish. This bastard, has he eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall? How dare he betray this king? Rest in peace, great king, rest in peace. The catfish leader persuaded. Yao Baihu killed the water monkeys for a bitter reason. It was not a betrayal. If it's betrayal, there's no need for him to privately send demon hunters to dive into the bottom of the river and tip us off. Jiao Suiyun calmed down. Call that demon hunter here and explain to this king what's going on. The catfish leader immediately ordered the informant to be brought in. The demon hunter who reported the news had been responsible for Yao Jijun's liaison with the river monarch, possessing the water-avoiding beads that Jiao Suiyun had given to Yao Jijun, and descending the river by land was a breeze. After hurriedly salute, then a long story short, Will Li Yan this strange soldier suddenly appeared, with a fox demon, easily will water monkey charm, resulting in Yao Jijun and the river monarch conspiracy exposed. Yao Jijun forced to helpless, had to face the false promise to come together to subdue the river monarch, secretly ordered him to come to notify the river monarch to make preparations for the matter. Said a 7 or 8, Kawakun-sama. What we, Momochi, are saying is that we ask you to hold off for a while, as long as you don't come out and hide in the Jiaolong Palace for a couple of days. Then Li Yan won't have a chance to come back to trouble the river monarch again. And yes, forever. Zhao Suyun frowned as he listened, anger growing in his eyes. What did you say? Letting this river monarch avoid that Li Yan? A small demon beheading Division 100? Who do you think I am? I'm a river king, a dragon. Rest in peace, river monarch. The demon hunter hurriedly pleaded. Lord 100 household did not mean any harm, and it was also for your safety. Zhao Suiyun snapped in a deep voice, as the same 100 households, just because he has an extra mountain monarch by his side. Your family's lord is afraid? Has he forgotten that when it comes to a real confrontation, on our side, we still have Benjun as our main force? The demon hunter bowed his head and said, Lord Hujuan is certainly brave and good at fighting, but that Li Yan is not a generalized person. At least, my lord is far from his match. Your lord? Oh, just an ordinary innate martial artist. A waste. Zhao Suyun mocked disdainfully. If we were fighting on land, I have yet to guarantee that I would have won that big cat. But this time, since they have come to Tsangjiang to challenge this king, that's suicide. Chapter 53, Broken Legs. Lord Kawakuni, do not take the enemy lightly. When the demon hunter saw Zhao Suiyun's arrogant and cocky demeanor, he couldn't help but feel anxious and spoke out to remind him. Shut up, you griffin! How dare you teach this king to work? Zhao Suyun roared, his narrow eyes filled with anger. If you don't get lost, I'll swallow you in one bite. The demon hunter was shaken, and seeing how headstrong it was, he knew that further persuasion would not help, so he had to give up and had to bow his head and retire. Then, I wish Lord Hujuan success with his horse and his flag. The villain is excused. Head catfish. Zhao Suyun whisked away the demon hunters and immediately ordered his inner circle to order troops. Pass the order down. Order the Dragon Palace's water army to come out in formation to meet them. The catfish leader led the way. Within a short time, the vast water army assembled in front of the Jiaolong Palace. Looking at the tail of the team in groups of shrimp soldiers and crabs, the eel crocodile in front of him to the head. Zhao Suiyun is very complacent, not to mention a tiny 100 households. Even if the Tsunzhou 1,000 households come with the demon hunters of all the counties, they may not be able to outwit this monarch with the thousands of troops under this command. The catfish leader was also the first time to see the grandeur of the Jiaolong Palace gathering all the armies, and under the surge of his heart, he took the lead in fawning and flattering Zhao Suiyun, patting his horse's ass. The crowd of shrimp soldiers and crab generals are also not willing to lag behind, and have praised the great king's wisdom. And the augmented dragon palace is so majestic that it can compete with the crystal dragon palace of the East Sea. A circle of rainbow farts blew over, only blowing Zhao Suiyun's dragon face. What the ministers say? Look at my Jiaolong Palace. Isn't it more grand than that crystal palace? Grandeur, classy, great king. Here is the new dragon palace. Linsong River, Ferry, Li Yan, Shan Jun, Bai Wei, and Yao Jijun's line of demon hunters had just rushed to the shore, and before they could vocalize to call the river monarch out, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the originally calm Linsong River, steeply emerging countless large and small whirlpools. Immediately afterward, the ripples, the darkness, in the end, it is set off 10 feet high river tide, straight to the ferry, seems to be on the shore of the crowd drowned. The crowd of demon hunters turned horrified and subconsciously retreated. Then a roar was heard. Ow! It was the mountain king who was not to be outdone, and let out a tiger's roar against the river tide. The mountainous waves originally converged like the Great Wall, and the sound was horrifying. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered by this tiger's roar and scattered into a river full of stars. As the river tide dispersed, the massive battle power of the Jiaolong Palace was revealed to the crowd. More than 10 feet high in the clouds, Zhao Suiyun stood with his hands in the air, his eyes looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, and behind him stood a giant-mouthed catfish monster, as well as a turtle demon. It was like the true dragon that was rumored to turn his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. In the water under the clouds, hundreds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals waved their AO pincers and flaunted their power. Dozens of crocodile demons had grim eyes and shed a few tears from time to time. Who's Li Yan? Zhao Suyun's tone was morose. Li Yan was dumbfounded. Hujuan is really well informed. He slowly stepped forward. This official and Yao Baifu just arrived here, and before we could explain our intentions, you appeared with a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and even directly called out this official's name. Looks like someone tipped you off. Don't you think so, Yao Baifu? Yao Jijun's face flickered with embarrassment and annoyance. He also didn't expect that Zhao Suiyun would be so stupid and reckless. At least make a show of it and wait for him to vocalize his call before coming out to talk. And there's no need to make such a big deal out of it. The way it is now, anyone who isn't blind can see it. The river monarch has collusion with the local demon beheading division. Even if Li Yan and the mountain monarch were to be beheaded here, they would not be able to cover up this bad reputation. After all, those who followed behind and watched from afar were not only the local people, but also the demon folk of the Minotaur clan and the horse-faced demon clan. It is better to guard against the mouths of the people than to guard against the rivers. They couldn't just kill all these people and demon folk together. As soon as he thought of this, the hatred in Yao Jijun's heart deepened a few points. Both hate Jiao Suiyun, and hate Li Yan even more. Lord Yao, why aren't you speaking? Have you not thought of a defense yet? Li Yan's gaze locked onto him aggressively. What does Lord Li mean by this? Could it be that you suspect this official of colluding with Haijuan? Without evidence, beware of this official suing you for slander. Mudbloods have a little fire left in them. Even though Yao Jijun was afraid of Li Yan, he could not withstand his public questioning and humiliation 3 times. Sue me for libel? Li Yan grinned slightly. What a wicked, backward-looking man. Humph. If it weren't for Lord Li's bitter pressure, would this official be like this? While the two of them were fighting a war of words, on the other side, the hot-tempered mountain monarch also finally couldn't help but explode at Jiao Suiyun. Little loach, hurry up and get up here and fight me for 300 rounds. Geez, I have no grudge against you. You actually colluded with evil people to frame me. It's really a nest of snakes and rats. It got the idiom right this time. Jiao Suiyun naturally wasn't willing to show weakness. Rascal cat, do you really not know how many kilograms you have? Dare to yell at this sovereign. There's no point in talking more. You come ashore. Why should this king listen to you? You come down to the river. What? Are you too scared to come up here? You're the one who's goose-stepping, aren't you? Water-fearing rascal. You come up here. You come down here. For a while, this ogre and tiger was rather like the 8 precepts battling the sand monk. No one wants to give up their advantage and use their shortcomings to attack the enemy's strengths. Until Li Yan spoke again. Yao Baifu, since you killed Jiao Suiyun's subordinate, the water monkey, you've already made a deadly feud with it. At this point in time, why haven't you read the warrant for River Kuan to accompany you to the investigation? Yao Jijun snorted coldly. I don't need Lord Li to worry about my official's affairs. Li Yan raised an eyebrow. Yao Baihu, are you thinking, with Haijuan here to back you up, your back is stiffened? Li gave you face. You dare not want it. Do you really think that Mr. Li is the kind of person who follows over from a long distance, just to watch you guys make a scene? If you think it's for show, we have to be? Oh, Lord Li has not taken himself too seriously. Alright, Li Yan stretched his back. Since you are self-conscious about hugging a thick thigh, then this official will tell you bluntly. This leg must not be held, for it is, in a moment, going to break. Yao Jijun was about to reply when his eyes suddenly shrunk and he immediately backed away in horror. It was because he had seen Li Yan's astonishing slash that he had displayed in the Demon Beheading Division's courtroom. He flashed fast, but it still doesn't help. The wisp of blade light, like a maggot in his tarsus, followed him. The next moment, he stopped in his tracks, because he could no longer control his legs. Those legs, broken. Chapter 54, Thank you for being killed. This Li Yan is a madman. Even if he, Yao Jijun, was not a doctor, he was still willing to issue a certificate for this guy. You randomly strike out at the yamen, gouge out a water monkey's eyes, pull its ass with a knife to open its eyes. All these can be tolerated, but how dare you? How dare you make a move on a fellow member of the same 100 in broad daylight, in front of everyone? And it's not a demonstrative, intimidating move. It's a move where the knife goes for the other person's life. Do you know the rules? In official battles, you can use all kinds of underhanded tactics, but only not fire and assassination. Ergo, since he had already agreed to cooperate with the Xian Sword Sect elders in the assassination, remove the assassination. Official battles, not firefights. This is the kind of thing that can't be laid out in the open. It's entirely possible to settle this privately, even if it costs a little money to hire a hitman. Between the rabbit and the bird, Yao Jijun's mind flashed with indignation, remorse, and shocking anger one by one, until the body that was floating in the air and had lost the parts below the knees gradually fell towards the riverbank. He forced himself to stabilize his stance, keeping the neat cross-section of his legs firmly planted against the ground. For insurance, the demon chopper was also drawn in the air and stabbed hard into the ground. Put! Bang! Docking success. What followed was a sharp pain in the heart. Yao Jijun endured the pain and pointed his fingers violently at both thighs to forcefully stop the bleeding. After completing this series of movements in a flash of lightning, he held his head high and eyed Li Yan. I can't imagine that Yao Baihu's body is still quite flexible. It's not even the new year yet. There's no need to kowtow and salute this official in such a hurry. Li Yan smiled as he slowly stepped forward with his sword. Yao Jijun blanched. Damn it! Thanks to him, he was clearly a few heads shorter than him, even though he was clearly standing upright. Lord Li, this official did not kneel. He gritted his teeth and spat out the word slowly. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a misreading on Li's part. Li Yan scanned his broken legs. It's me who underestimated Yao Baifu. Tough, a man of honor. In light of this, I will give you a painful death. Lord Li did not underestimate. Yao Jijun interrupted him abruptly. Then he took a deep breath, let go of the hilt, and slammed his whole body forward. Lord Li has a meticulous mind and world-class martial arts skills, and Mr. Yao admires them to the core. Mr. Yao knows he's wrong. Please spare my life. Your Excellency. Li Yan couldn't help but be stunned. Is this the legendary 5 bodies to the ground? It's true that you can bend the rules. These sinister villains, no wonder they live longer than those with high morals. At critical moments, they can put themselves down and lose face, without regard for propriety and shame. It really makes it difficult. No, it's wrong? He narrowed his eyes. So, you should have 3 things to say? Yao Jijun kowtowed like garlic. Yao should not have listened to the river monarch and designed to trap the mountain monarch. Not this one. Yao Jijun immediately froze. His heart was terrified, and he swallowed his saliva. Mr. Yao shouldn't have killed the demon to silence him. Killing the water monkeys, destroying the evidence, and at the same time brushing off Lord Li's face. Li Yan slowly shook his head. Not this one either. Based on these things alone, this officer would not have laid such a heavy hand on you. And not because of this? Yao Jijun was stunned. Think about it. He only used some plotting and scheming on the Mountain King, at most, plus a thing after the failure to kill the demon to silence. Even if guilty, when the time to trust the relationship to dredge up a bit, surely the crime is not to death. At most, dismissed and sentenced. As a victim of the mountain monarch, are concerned about their own demon beheading Division 100 household identity, would rather hold back from revenge, but also do not want to find their own trouble, so as not to be caught by the court, out to eradicate. You're a centurion from out of town, and you're going to lynch and behead a fellow officer for it? Not so much, and so on. If he were Li Yan in his place, he would definitely also feel that going out on a limb for the mountain monarch and asking for his life was a losing deal that was absolutely not worth it. If he was going to take his life no matter what, there was only one reason. This guy, Li Yan, must have known that he, a person from the Xinjian sect, had conspired with the sect to cooperate with the elders' plan to assassinate him. Thinking about it, when the other party just said you have 3 words to say, was he alluding to the 3 great masters of the Xian sword sect? Thinking of this, he could no longer take any chances. If only I wasn't from the Xian sword sect. Although it was still half covered, it was also showing that he was clear about the grudge between Li Yan and the clan. It also implied the fact that he had to cooperate with the clan and set an ambush on Li Yan. Li Yan asked softly, those 3 grand masters of the Xian sword sect, they should almost be here soon, right? Sure enough, Yao Jijun's hanging heart finally died completely. It should be soon. Exactly when it will arrive, Yao is not sure. I was only responsible for the part of designing with Jiao Suiyin to eat and kill the Minotaur demon folk and trap the mountain monarch. Intercepting and killing Lord Li here is a matter for the 3 Grand Master level elders of the Xian sword sect, and Mr. Yao is not of sufficient rank to know much about it. Li Yan shook his head. This really isn't the attitude of admitting fault. Lord Li, Mr. Yao really knows he's wrong. You don't know it's wrong. You know you're going to die. Li Yan said slowly, word by word. You know you're surrendering with a knife to your neck? Late. Yao Jijun stiffened and jerked his head up. Seeing that Li Yan's face was full of seriousness and did not have any hint of teasing, he finally despaired. This madman in front of him was really trying to kill him. The kind that doesn't go soft no matter how much the opponent admits defeat and begs for forgiveness. He secretly stored up his strength and slammed his palms against the ground, relying on the force of the recoil to make most of his body rise up into the air. In mid-air, he turned his head and shouted angrily, Jiang Hao, what are you guys waiting for? Why don't you come forward to aid this official? Jiang Shaoqi, who was shouted at, turned pale and cowered as he looked at Li Yan, and instead of drawing his sword and moving forward, he took a few steps backward to protect his own brother in front of him. The rest of the demon hunters were deeply touched to see their leader love his subordinates so much, and said that they didn't need him to protect them, and in turn, they shielded him in front of them. Useless piece of. Yao Jijun was angry and disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. One could only place their last hope in their side's current supreme combatant, the River King over the Linsong River. River Kuan, save me. They already know that you and I are the masterminds who framed Yamarajan. You and I are now on the same rope. If I am defeated, you will not escape. Shut up, shameless human. Jiao Suyun flatly refused. What framing of Yamarajan? This monarch doesn't know anything about it. You human demon hunters are fighting within yourselves. Don't bring it to the attention of this monarch. You want to trick me into screaming I'm here to help you and landing on the battlefield? Are you kidding me? Jiao Suyun cursed Yao Jijun's stupidity. Just now, just based on the slash that Li Yan slashed out. It judged, this guy, his strength was no less than that of a mountain monarch. If you really want to lead your own army to land, you will only bring about your own destruction. Friendly forces in distress and immobility are the means to save your life. Jiao Suiyun, you shameless evil Jiao. I say your ancestors. Yao Jijun saw that he was deeply isolated and helpless, and the whole person went completely crazy. Before he could curse a second sentence, only to hear a pff sound. Li Yan's knife has penetrated his heart. Yao Jijun's eyes stared as he reached out and gripped the demon chopper sword in front of his chest. After Li Yan kills me, you let that loach go, right? Li Yan looked at him with interest. Looks like you hate it. Help me. Kill it. Li Yan drew his demon chopper and turned around. Don't get in your face. Help you? You don't deserve it. Yao Jijun smiled dismally. He understood what the other man meant. Li Yan would kill Jiao Suiyun, but not to help him. Thanks. Yamajun looked on in bewilderment. Lord Li, this Yao, is he sick in the head? You all butchered him, and he thanked you for it. Chapter 55, a single sword breaks the river, and the winner has more help. Not really. He just thinks, objectively, I'm doing him a favor. Shan Jun scratched his head. I see. You've crippled him by fooling him. Lord Li, bull asterisk lul's limp. Clearly I cut him limp with my knife. Li Yan expressed his displeasure at this. Yamajun was not amused either, grinning a big, silly grin. It naturally hated this Yao Jijun who had conspired with the river monarch to frame himself. However, it has been instilled by his mother since he was a child. The people do not fight with the government. The demon does not fight with the people, even if it is clear that the truth, but also do not want to completely turn the tables on him, and will not stop until he is dead. Now Li Yan even stood up for it and directly beheaded this dog official, which really moved it. Lord Li, does it really matter if you kill him? He looked worriedly at Zhang Hao and the other dozens of demon hunters. These guys didn't dare to go on just now, probably because they were momentarily intimidated by you. When it comes back, as soon as someone leads the way, they are afraid that they will organize everyone to come up and lay siege to. Li Yan laughed and took a step forward towards Zhang Hao and the others, standing with his hands behind his back. Do any of you want to avenge Yao Jijun? Step forward if you have. Everyone took a neat step back. Yamarajan's eyes went straight as he watched. Is that what it's called, a tree falls and the monkeys scatter? Such a wimpy group of people, but they themselves had to endure the humiliation because they were afraid of the human forces behind them. It was really breathless. Sighing, it turned its head to look at Jiao Suiyun. It didn't have so many scruples about this evil augur. If conditions permit, it can fight to the death with the other side. It was a pity that the evil scow was too timid to land and fight. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but berate once again. Jiao Suiyun, you eggless loach, you're as timid as a mouse, and you're rat-eyed. Got the guts to hide in the muck at the bottom of the river and play tricks, but not the guts to come ashore and fight me fair and square? Jiao Suiyun was not in the slightest bit fooled by its rousing tactic. Humph, spoken as if you've got guts. You rascal, if you have the guts, go down to the river and fight with me, and I will accompany you to the end. Asterisk you. The mountain monarch cursed. When I went down the river alone, not only did I have to face you, the loach, but I also had to be surrounded by that group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals under you. As the saying goes, timing is not as good as location, and location is not as good as people. You, a little loach who dares to fight the enemy only by virtue of geographical advantage and a sea of people. Where do you get the right to laugh at this gentleman's cowardice? Jiao Suiyun sneered back. If this gentleman goes ashore to seek battle, won't the one who occupies the geographical advantage in the human sea become you? Yamajun froze at his words. Damn it, are you blind, you little loach? Even if you bring your troops ashore, what you'll face is just Lord Li and me, plus this fox spirit at best. You call that a sea of people? Don't treat this gentleman as a little cutie. Jiao Suiyun had a complete look of a rascal snake. This group of demon hunters, as well as the minotaur demon folk who are lining up behind them, their battle power is not bad. Once Benji leads his troops ashore, they will join the attack. Dare you say it's not called a sea of people? The Mountain King turned his head to the demon hunters and minotaur demon folk. You're saying that they will help Lord Li and I to start a war with you? You don't say. If that's the case, you can really call it a sea of people. It couldn't help but feel hot at the thought of having a large number of combatants on its side to replenish and make up for the disparity in numbers between the two sides. Hey, that one surnamed Jiang, why don't you hurry up and lead the team to come behind Lord Li and help him pillage? And you calves, damn it, your own people were eaten by this evil scaly scow, and you still expect Lord Li to do you justice? So far away, watching the show? It gave a hoot and a holler, gesturing to the two sets of raw power. It was expected to add a lot of help to Li Yan and himself. However, after half a day's work, he still did not see the demon hunter and the minotaur show half a sign of coming forward, and he could not help but be stunned. What's the situation? Don't speak in vain. Yamakuni. Li Yan had anticipated this scenario. The reason why they do not dare to go up to help is only to think, Jiao Suiyun troops are many and wide, and there is the Linsong River natural danger. Defense is as solid as a golden soup. We cannot fight down. Sooner or later, this officer will have to leave this place. If we fail to get rid of this guy and let it have a chance to make a comeback, whether it was the demon hunters or the minotaur demon folk, I was afraid that we would be subjected to retaliation. Because of this, the demon hunters were coy and balked. The minotaur clan is headstrong, and even if they know that their people are being devoured by the River King, they don't dare to commit to helping. After a moment's thought, Yamakuni could only nod his head and admit that this was true. But there was always a reluctance. These guys, do they only come forward to help when they are sure of victory? So much for human nature. Yamajun. Li Yan smiled. Whoever wins, they help. But there are only 3 of us, you and I combined, and we have to go down to the river to fight. Will it win? Fight. Fight and win. Li Yan gripped the hilt of his sword and raised it slowly, gazing at the river in front of him. Feeling the steep rise in his aura, the mountain monarch's face changed and he couldn't help but take a step back. What the hell? Why could such a frightening aura emerge from this lordly? The only thing that could be compared to this appalling aura, on reflection, was actually the landslide it had experienced 300 years ago. Could it be that the swing of this blade could produce a destructive force similar to a landslide and tsunami? It's not possible. Yamajun shook his head violently. It recognizes that Li Yan is very strong, not a waste 100 households like Yao Jijun. His cultivation, at the very least, should have reached the peak innate martial artist stage. But, even if it was a mountain king that had practiced for hundreds of years, at most it could wave its claws to crack a hill a few feet high, and call out the wind to roll away the water in a small pond. A demon beheader wants to cut off the river with a single sword? No way. Absolutely no way. After analyzing the situation, Yamajun let out a long breath, slightly disappointed in his heart, although it knew it was impossible, but, it really hoped that Li Yan could do it. Don't you see that the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return? As the Mountain King was lamenting, he suddenly heard Li Yan recite a poem. What a poem! What a poem! Quite fond of attaching itself to the elegant, its eyes immediately lit up. This poem of lordly. Before it could think of a few idioms to express its praise, Li Yan had already slashed the demon chopper forward with all his might. In an instant, the blade astral deities extending from the demon-slaying sword were like the Milky Way reeling backward, and the air-breaking sound generated by cutting through the airwaves was like a heavenly god discharging electricity. Jiao Suiyun was the first to bear the brunt. The first time he felt that it was not good, he made a prompt decision and drove the cloud towards the right side to escape at full speed. It was already alert, and with its speed, it escaped. However, the group of shrimp and crabs under his command were not so lucky. In the face of that impenetrable sword gang, caught off guard, not as good as hiding, cannot carry, a time, cracked armor broken AO, transformed into shrimp and crab sauce, sashimi, and the river water together with the flap. As the Ministry of Aquatic Products opened in the scene, the entire Linsong River was actually cut off by Li Yan's knife, revealing the silt at the bottom of the river. The Mountain King looked at the tiger's eyes, half unable to come back to his senses, until the cries of the demon hunters and minotaurs sounded behind them. Lordly is mighty. I'm willing to follow Lordly to cut down the demons. Chapter 56. I'm waiting for the skill to cool down. What are you waiting for? The Yellow River Heavenly Slash, which had been slashed with full force for the purpose of breaking the river, had consumed a great deal of energy. Even though Li Yan was now a Grand Master, he actually felt a little tired for a moment. He took a deep breath to recover his strength and astral air, preparing for another slash. In the meantime, the team of demon hunters, the small flag Jiang Hao was in the lead. Jiao Suiyun, you colluded with Yao Jijun and plagued Shangshan County. The local people have tolerated you for a long time. The gangsters that you keep are abducting and selling boys and girls, throwing them into the river in the dead of night for you to devour and cultivate. And such wickedness is outrageous to the gods and human beings. Gentlemen, today, the human traitor Yao Jijun has been eliminated. I, Jiang Hao, have the cheek to call on the gang to fight this evil scaly man, and there will be no end to it. The demon hunters cajoled in agreement, scrambling to swing their swords forward. There's such a thing? Hearing this kind of statement from Jiang Hao, Li Yan couldn't help but give him a sideways glance. The Minotaur demon folk, carrying the pain of losing his spouse, Ox Xiao'er's eyes were red. Behind it, the Minotaur patriarch looked guilty. Xiao'er, when you told me earlier that your wife was killed by the surname Xiao, I wasn't disbelieving. It's just that as clan leader, I have to look out for the clan. This Jiaolong is a snake of the earth, sinister and cunning. I'm afraid that messing with it will prompt it to turn against the other clansmen, so I have no choice but to force you to compromise and falsely accuse the mountain monarch in turn. But now, since this evil Zhao has been suppressed by Lord Li and is in critical condition, we, the Minotaur clan, should avenge our enemies and grievances, and kill these he-demon family members cleanly. Niu Xiao'er, would you like to be the vanguard and kill your way to the river? Niu Xiao'er's nose puffed out white air. Xiao'er is willing to go. Li Yan turned around and cast a look of contempt towards the group of Minotaurs. You can't afford to mess with the local snake that killed your people, so you go along with the other side and lay the blame on the generous and merciful Mountain King? Isn't that bullying an honest man? Regarding the fact that the demon hunters and the Minotaur race had joined Li Yan and Shan Jun's faction to make themselves enemies, Zhao Suiyun did not care. Right now, the only thing it was afraid of was Li Yan alone. This Beidou, where in the world is the demon that can break the river with a knife? Although a Zhao Suiyun can also use the dragon-sucking water method to break the river, but one needs time, and the other way is soft, not as crisp as the other side. With such a guy in town, plus the mountain monarch, it seems to have become an extravagant hope for it to rely on the heavenly dangers of the Linsong River to hold on to its position. Can we only give up the centuries-old foundation and go far away to start a new business? It thought with a sense of resignation. Every river, in the subsections of the states and counties, is saturated by a river ruler or river god. Each river ruler and river god operates for hundreds of years or thousands of years at least, and their roots are deep-rooted. Once he escaped this time, in order to find suitable territory again, he would first have to fight to the death with the local river monarch and river god, who had solid power in the area. That kind of difficulty is 18 levels of hell when you think about it. My lord, behind him, the catfish leader who managed to dodge this knife by virtue of his slippery body was not far away. Look at that surnamed Li. After slashing out this knife, it seems that he has consumed too much and is already at the end of his strength. Should we go along with the counterattack and kill him with a single blow? Zhao Suyun's heart stirred as he followed the catfish leader's line of sight. Sure enough, Li Yan was leaning on the demon chopper, his chest heaving, a look of exhaustion and weakness. It dawned on me. Young people, it's true that they're still too exuberant. Only they, humans, would choose to waste their essence on such flashy moves at a time like this, making themselves unbearable to fight again. Catfish leader, cover me. Make sure you help me hold that sick cat. Take him while he's sick. Yes, my lord. Zhao Suiyun knows that the current situation is a moment of life and death for it. Faced with what may be the only opportunity of its life, it decisively chose to go all out. Anon, tilting its head and letting out a long whistle, it steeply tore off the gorgeous dragon robe on its body. The original 8-foot-plus tall person was transformed in an instant. As if it were a long compressed sponge, it swelled and thickened and elongated. In an instant, it transformed into a 10 or so feet long green-scaled dragon. Since Lord Li is being so bitter, I won't blame this king for showing his true colors. Zhao Suiyun spoke ghastly under his breath and lunged towards Li Yan with open teeth and claws. His voice was horrifying. Beside Li Yan, the mountain monarch's pupils shrunk as he growled unwillingly. Good timing. Immediately after that, the same explosive clothing, transformed into a 5 feet long mottled insect, to meet Zhao Suiyun, then to have a dragon fight. However, it didn't go as planned. Behind it, at some point, a giant catfish of similar length to it, only more rounded in size, appeared, wide open with a huge mouth. It bit down towards its ass, sensing an enemy sneaking up behind him. Yamajun instinctively jumped and dodged. After realizing that the enemy of the sneak attack was actually the catfish monster beside Zhao Suiyun, it became furious and slammed a claw over. The fat catfish monster was unable to dodge, and was actually opened up by a claw and slapped into the air. A small catfish. How dare you stroke this monarch's tiger's whiskers? Oh no, this gentleman has been caught in the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. After slapping the catfish monster away, the mountain monarch then remembered, it had originally wanted to block Zhao Suiyun for Li Yan. No wonder this catfish monster risked his life to sneak attack despite the gap in his strength. Its goal was only to stall itself so that Zhao Suiyun could make a move on Li Yan. It is, needless to say, too late to go to the rescue. Yamakuni's heart raced and he snapped back, only to see that Zhao Suiyun's giant claws had already grabbed Li Yan's head. Zhao Suiyun also didn't expect this strategy to be executed so smoothly. Under the great joy, he couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Lord Li, other people can't be relied upon after all. Putting your trust in Yamaraja and expecting him to protect you in critical moments? It's a pity. That stupid cat fell for the sovereign's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain and failed you. Ow! The mountain monarch let out an angry roar. But to Zhao Suiyun, it was nothing more than impotent rage. Right now, Li Yan was captured by himself. and it didn't dare to make any half-hearted movements at all. It's not just the Mountain King. The demon hunters and minotaurs who had originally shouted and swore to be immortal with Jiao Suiyun. At this moment, as if they had been fixed, they froze in place and were as quiet as chickens. No one expected the situation to reverse so quickly. Why hasn't Lord River King made his move if he thinks he's already won? Li Yan's calm and collected voice came from under its claws. Jiao Suiyun smiled proudly. There's no rush. Whenever the sovereign catches interesting prey, he always likes to play with them. Waiting for Benjun, it contracted its giant claws, preparing to slowly chisel 5 bloody holes in Li Yan's head. Immediately afterward, an annoying sound, like a sharp instrument scratching on a steel plate, could be heard coming into the ear. Stunned to look, only to see the other party's head. I do not know when the light golden light. His own indestructible sharp claws had not even broken through this layer of defense of his epidermis. How is that possible? Jiao Suiyun instantly broke his defense. However, before it could wake up from its broken defense state, a palpitating aura instantly spread throughout its entire body. Again? Still coming? Jiao Suiyun steeply loosened his claws and decisively turned around to flee, only hating that his mother had a lesser pair of wings. But this time, the distance was just too close. Also, after transforming, it was just too big of a target for this. The sharp blade astral deity like the heavenly river hanging upside down, hardened it. This evil scaly dragon, turned into a divine dragon, seeing the head and not seeing the tail. Anon, Jiao Suiyun, who had broken his tail to survive, let out a terrifying and tragic howl, eyeing that huge tail falling from mid-air. Li Yan laughed. I'm waiting for the skill to cool down. What are you waiting for? Chapter 57, Blood Sacrifice? Sculpture. Blood gushed like a fountain from the broken tail of the Jiao Suiyun. That first blade of this official's is called Break the Water Flow. This second blade is called Reach for the Snake's Tail. Li Yan took a deep breath and blurted out. Hajuan might as well guess what the name of the third blade that this official is going to perform later is called. Jiao Suiyun's face was full of resentment. Little mud loach. Your plan of transferring the tiger away from the mountain doesn't look very effective. The stone in Mountain Monarch's heart fell to the ground, and he began to taunt instead. Want to run? Can you run? Eat my claw. In the blink of an eye, it made a tiger leap, pouncing to the broken-tailed Jiao in front of his eyes, and his tiger claws wrapped in gale force winds and slapped down on his head. Jiao Suiyun forced to endure severe pain, hastily swinging his head. The dragon's horn and the tiger's claw collided, and in the sound of gold and iron, bursting out points of sparks, Linsong River, at this time really staged a dragon fight. The colorful tiger's front paw struck repeatedly, smashing countless chaotic rocks. The tiger's tail swept, rolled, chopped, and sheared, setting off monstrous waves. Jiao Suiyun had wanted to scurry back to the Linsong River as soon as possible and absconded under the cover of the river. It wasn't sure if Li Yan would be able to slash that river breaking and cutting off Wild Blade again, but it knew, if it couldn't take advantage of the other party's old strength being exhausted and new strength not yet born to run away, it would never be able to run away. Thinking of this, Jiao Suiyun's eyes were crimson, and taking the opportunity of the dragon's horn colliding with the tiger's claws and rebounding, he rose with his head high and flew into midair. On! Accompanied by a roar, the clouds of the Linsong River churned, the river rushed, and the huge dragon head opened its bloody mouth and sucked at the river with all its might. Under the eyes of everyone, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, fish monsters and turtle demons that had survived Li Yan's amazing slash, even including the catfish leader that had just been slapped by the mountain monarch's claw, didn't even have time to send out a miserable scream before they were torn into pieces by Jiao Suiyun and swallowed into their stomachs. In a matter of moments, the augur body, which was only about 10 feet long at first, swelled to more than 3 times its size. Bone spurs protruded all over his body, and between the original ink blue scales, a trace of scarlet lines seeped out. Use blood as a guide to transform the dragon. Jiao Suiyun hissed to the sky, where the tail was broken. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet meat whisker full of bone spurs grew back. The demonic aura rose up to the sky, and the willows and water plants along the Linsong River withered in an instant. The Mountain King's face changed slightly, and he couldn't help but stop his attack. The method of blood sacrifice? It stared incredulously at Jiao Suiyun, who was looking out of the corner of his eye in mid-air, vaguely possessing the might of a true dragon. How dare you utilize such a demonic technique that harms heaven and earth? Don't you want to die? Since ancient times, whether it is a human being or a demonic creature, the method of cultivation has been divided into good and evil. Although the boundaries between the two were not clear-cut, many practicing spells that favored the righteous path or the evil path could still be distinguished at a glance. For example, this blood sacrifice method, normal human and demon cultivation, in addition to refining the physical body, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, will also be through the consumption of ordinary vegetarian food. meat, as well as more precious beast meat, spiritual fruit, etc. to cultivate, but generally are step by step. After consuming, it takes a long time to digest before continuing to supplement, so on and so forth, continuing to grow in cultivation. However, this blood sacrifice method is to swallow a large amount of living soul's blood and flesh in a short period of time, in order to achieve the purpose of filling up the blood, flesh, sinews and veins, and to significantly increase the battle strength. The consequences of doing so, in addition to endangering the surrounding beings, are also detrimental to the caster himself. The short burst of seed was followed by a significant drop in realm, and even the erosion and distortion of God's mind. To put it in 4 words, it is drinking hemlock to quench one's thirst. Therefore, whether it is in the Great Li dynasty, which is dominated by the human race, or the land of 10,000 demons, which is filled with demonic cultivators, this blood sacrifice method is regarded as an extremely evil cultivation method. Seeing one kills one, it can be said that everyone can be killed. Since Jiao Suyun had used such evil techniques, it could be said that he was prepared to cut himself off from the Great Li dynasty and the land of 10,000 demons. What kind of hero is this gentleman? But to be on par with you, this sculpture worm really makes this gentleman pained. Even if you can escape the pursuit of Lord Li and my lord today, where else in the world can you stay? Escape? Ha ha ha. At this point in time, you're the ones who should flee. Jiao Suyan let out a ferocious long laugh. This sovereign originally wanted to escape, but you guys insisted on killing all of you, forcing this monarch to use this killing method that kills 800 enemies and loses 2,000 of its own. Once this method is used, this monarch will be a dragon for a short period of time, but afterwards, he will have to hide and stay hidden for the rest of his life, and be a blind snake that doesn't dare to act in broad daylight. This is all thanks to you. Die. It opened its teeth and claws, pouncing towards Li Yan, its voice like an evil ghost from the 9 hells. Li Yan's little boy, even if this monarch falls into the devil's path today, I'll still pull you in with me. The mountain monarch was miserably ignored, and Li Yan, who was even more hated by it, bore the brunt of the attack and became its first target. Your opponent is me. Despite knowing that he was most likely not a match for Jiao Suiyun, who had performed the blood sacrifice technique, the mountain monarch was still unwilling to back down and roared as he leapt to Li Yan's body, blocking this raging blow for him. The green and red scaly dragon swooped and wrapped in a fishy wind and collided steeply with the giant glistening tiger. Boom! A muffled thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. The mountain monarch, who was originally known for the power of his claw strikes, was actually swept back by Jiao Suiyun's tail. The mountain monarch staggered and tumbled a few times before he was able to stand on his feet. When he looked sideways, his body was actually ripped off by Jiao Suiyun's new tail that was full of bone spikes, tearing off a large portion of skin and flesh. Dripping with blood, it screamed in its heart that it was not good, busy turning its head to look at Li Yan, but it saw that the other party, as if it had not yet gotten rid of the aftereffects of performing 2 consecutive hegemony blade techniques, froze in place and did not move, so it could not help but be greatly anxious. Lord Li, quickly dodge away. This strike is too overbearing to be blocked. That was an all-out strike from a Demon King level true dragon whose cultivation had skyrocketed in a short period of time after using the blood sacrifice method, comparable to that of a Demon King level true dragon. It then saw that Li Yan erected the demon chopper for the 3rd time. I'm a tiger who's lived for hundreds of years, and I've eaten more noodles than you've ever seen. Why are you so angry that you don't dodge and have to fight it head on? Young people, if you don't listen to the words of the old tiger, you will suffer before your eyes. The mountain monarch's mind was unaccountable, but there was nothing he could do about it. He can only fly up twice, and is bound to create trouble for Jiao Suiyun and share some pressure for Li Yan, but not waiting for its tiger claws to approach. Jiao Suiyun had already faced Li Yan head-on. The light of the pithy blade slammed head-on into the ink and blood dragon claws. The blade was bitterly cold, as if it were the 9 curves of the Yellow River and 10,000 miles of sand. The dragon's claws are sharp, but in the end, they are like ancient divine weapons, folded and sunk. Rip! Jiao Suiyun, who had his tail chopped off by the ranging snake's tail, was finally no longer lucky this time. From claw to belly, it was cut off by Li Yan. At the break, blood gushed like a fountain, and a foul odor overflowed. Jiao Suyun's huge dragon head, with unbelievable eyes, crumbled to the ground. Amidst the rain of blood in the sky, Li Yan's figure swayed slightly, waving his sword to stab into the dragon's head, aiding in his standing. This 3rd blade is called chopping the Tsunhai Si. A blood sacrifice? It's just a little trick. Chapter 58, Groping the Corpse for Treasure. Killing the Lissom. Happy New Year. The thick auger blood slid down the blade, reflecting a treacherous purple aura in the daylight. Jiao Suiyun's corpse, broken in 2, was still twitching, and foul-smelling mucus oozed out from under his green scales. The sobered-up Yamaraja's tiger shook. The huge body was slightly tilted back, and a pair of golden pupils were filled with awe as they reflected the demon-slaying sword that was inserted in the augur dragon's head. The black iron battle axe in the Minotaur Patriarch's hand crashed to the ground, hitting the cobblestones and reverberating in the silence of the riverbank. This is an evil augur that has utilized the blood sacrifice method and is several times a match for a demon king-level true dragon. Zhang Hao's throat rolled and cold sweat rolled down his pale cheeks. He clearly remembered, the former 100 household Yao Jijun had brought him to visit this Fang at the Jiaolong Palace. I don't know which words of Lord Baifu made it unhappy, but this evil scaly tail flung out, and on the spot, Yao Jijun, who was fully defending himself, was slapped to the point that he spat out blood from his mouth. That was still the river monarch who had not appeared as a giant augur and was in the first stage. But now, this Li Yanli sir. The first knife forced the river monarch to show his true form to enter the second stage. The second knife will be the second stage of the river monarch broken tail. The third knife, but also so that after the implementation of the blood sacrifice method of strength sword, can be called the third stage of the river monarch. The head, the corpse on the spot. Why is there such a big difference between the same 100 households? Zhang Hao was puzzled. You guys, what are you gawking at? Li Yan twisted his head, looking towards the demon hunter and the minotaur, a handsome face beaming with smiles. But at this moment, this smiling face, in the eyes of a crowd of people and demons, seemed to be even more terrifying than King Yama. The kind words woke them up like a dream. The river surface suddenly exploded into several water columns, and the miserable howls of the remaining shrimp soldiers tore through the night sky. The Minotaur warriors leapt into the water with red eyes. Using their bull horns to harden the crocodile demon's death roll, the demon hunter's demon-cutting knife rolled up and down, like the fish seller in the aquatic market, scraping the fish scales. Is this the human race that is the spirit of all things? Unaware of when he had lifted his transformation status and resumed his tiger-headed body, Yamarajan was filled with emotion. Look at Lord Li. He is only in his early 20s, and both me and this little Zhao have lived for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of hard cultivation is no match for just 20 years of your lordship's life. My lord, what do you say is the meaning of our demon race's existence? Meaning of existence? Li Yan pondered briefly and said somewhat hesitantly, to set off the might of our human race? The mountain monarch was speechless for a moment. Lord Li, these words of yours, they really hurt the tiger. A foot has its shortcomings and an inch has its strengths. Our demon race also has places where we are stronger than the human race. Oh, just kidding. Yamajun is mighty and majestic, but not so sensitive and fragile on the inside, right? Who says tigers have to be thick-skinned? This monarch has always been a tiger at heart, but a fine one at heart. Li Yan couldn't help but be impressed by it. I can't imagine that Yamakuni has such an exquisite control over idioms. Ha ha, that's right. I think back in the day, it was because I thought of the idiom a tiger with a heart of gold, sniffing for roses that I tricked Tiger Sheng into his first wife, while sticking out its tongue to lick the wound on its waist and abdomen. It fell into fond memories. With a ferocious tigress in my heart, I have to gently sniff around the rosebuds to give it the impression that it is gentle and delicate and will surely be a good husband in the future. Li Yan, Yamajun, you're so tigerish. Of course it's a real tiger, never a sick cat. The Mountain King returned proudly. Then he swept a glance at the Jiao corpse lying across the ground, and was enlightened. This monarch suddenly thought of where our demon race is stronger than your human race. Oh, where is the strength? A human is nothing more than a shovelful of dirt after death, while a demon is covered in treasures after it is extinguished. For example, this evil Zhao, its horns, scales, bones, tendons and even its flesh are all useful. Li Yan, Shanjun has a point. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. He drew his demon chopper and swung it continuously, chopping off 2 Jiao horns, and turning the Jiao corpse over until the belly was upward, digging down the reverse scales, and pulling out half of the dragon's tendons. Horns can be made into weapons, reverse scales made into armor. This dragon tendon, in the future to deal with aquatic demons should have a miraculous effect. As for the dragon bone, Li Yan secretly calculated the usefulness of each part of Zhao Suiyun's body. Then I heard Yamarajan remind, my lord, if you only pick these things, that's a real eyeful. Li Yan immediately raised his eyebrows. What did you say? Dare to scold me for having eyes but no pearls? Don't use idioms if you don't know how to use them. Believe it or not, I will gouge out your eyeballs with a knife? Shanjun was shocked in his heart. His big eyes darted around twice, and he immediately found a replacement word, your honor. Rest your anger. What I want to say is, buy a box and return it to a pearl. Buy a box and return the pearl? Meaning, these that this official has taken are but boxes, and there are still more valuable pearls left in the augur corpse? Yes, that's what it means. The Mountain King was very happy that he had used the right idiom. and stepped forward to break open the ogre's belly with a claw, taking out a bead with blood. My lord, please look, this is its inner elixir, also known as the Jiao Pearl. If it one day turns into a true dragon, this inner elixir can be renamed Dragon Pearl. Taking this inner elixir and supplementing it with a gong method of refining it can raise one's cultivation level. Li Yan received the auger bead and was a bit torn inside. Eating this inner elixir will enhance your cultivation? That doesn't seem necessary, does it? Eating 100 pills of inner pills? I'm afraid it may not be as much as the cultivation provided by my own 9-to-5 system. My lord, in addition to enhancing your cultivation, this Jiao bead will also allow you to have the ability to avoid water. In addition to being a deterrent when facing lower-ranked aquatic demons, the ability to avoid water? This one is really good. However, if he was able to avoid the water, he would not have to use the Yellow River Heavenly Blade to break the river and cut off the flow first in this duel against Jiao Suiyun. Thinking this, he swallowed the auger bead in one gulp. You have successfully refined the auger bead and gained 10,000 points of cultivation, 13605/100000. You have successfully refined the auger bead and gained the ability to avoid water. You left work on time and gained 100 points of training, 13705/100000. Your subordinate Jansen leaves work on time, providing 100 points of cultivation, 13805/100000. Your subordinate Joe who leaves work on time, providing 100 points of cultivation, 13905/100000. Your subordinate Zhang Bao leaves work on time, providing 100 points of cultivation, 14005/100000. Your subordinate Sun Buki leaves work on time and provides you with 10 cultivation, 14315/100000. Your subordinate, Chang Erden, leaves work on time and provides you with 5 cultivation, 14,380/100,000. Current Realm, Grandmaster, Elementary, 14380/100000. Is it already 5 o'clock? Seeing the messages coming from his mind about his various subordinates leaving work on time, Li Yan frowned slightly. 3 of the 4 chief banners are off duty on time. Why are you the only one who doesn't listen to orders? Wei Qinghan? Causing me to lose 100 points of cultivation. I'll definitely punish you when I get back. This woman. It's really a 3-day fight. If you're not allowed to leave work on time, how dare your men leave early? You're all working overtime. When will I reach my mid-range Grandmaster and Peak Grandmaster? The black sheep of the demon hunters must be removed. Thinking of this, Li Yan moved slightly. By way, my lord, this official authorizes you to act alone. Later use your charm technique to probe and see how many of this group of demon hunters have done evil deeds with the former 100 households and Jiao Suiyun. Anyone who has been involved will be killed. Tonight, a good hunt. Won't your lordship join your concubine? No, this officer doesn't like to work overtime. Bai Wei's pretty face revealed a flirtatious smile. Then, my lord, isn't he afraid that his concubine will take advantage of the opportunity to escape? If you're not afraid to die. Li Yan didn't look back. You can try. Chapter 59 Meat-Eating Bodhisattvas. Seedless Human Emperors. Concubine was just joking. Why should Lord Li take it seriously? Bai Wei bowed her head slightly, a smile curdling on her face. It was a joke and a test, he had really left it up to her. As long as she leaves a certain range, she will be sensed. At that time, she escaped, he chased her, and it was difficult for her to fly. Joking is the privilege of the strong to the weak. Joking at an expert. If you provoke the other party to anger and strike, you still have. Li Yan was lecturing the fox demon when suddenly his ears twitched. There are still experts? As the river wind rolled up his basalt-colored robe, Li Yan's fingertips subconsciously rubbed the hilt of the demon chopper sword, and then released it. It's already after work, and there's no overtime pay for taking action, so why bother? If the other party really wants to make a move, just use the Protection Act to deal with it. He looked toward the Lincoln River. In the distance, the white-clothed beauty stepped on the waves, and where the lotus platform swept by, the river automatically parted, revealing the dense fish and shrimp limbs on the riverbed. The lotus platform? Buddhist Bodhisattva? Li Yan frowned slightly. Myriad sound Bodhisattva. The mountain monarch exploded with golden hair all over his body. But soon, he lay down again with the wind to stick to his skin, as meek as a cat. Li Yan twisted his head to look at it, somewhat curious. You know her? When? Of course I know them. I'd know them even if they turned to dust. The mountain king seemed to have a low brow, but the green stone under his feet had long been cracked and covered with spiderweb-like lines. That stormy night 5 years ago suddenly came to mind. The sound of the wooden fish in the purple bamboo forest of the West Sea penetrated the eardrums, and the demonic power that it was proud of was crushed inch by the Buddha's light, and the fishy sweet deer blood was lost from between the teeth, and in the end, only a mouthful of lotus bitterness was left. Lord Shanjun, all beings have spirits, and this deer is also a life, with a father and a mother. If you eat it, you'll be committing a sin. So why don't you convert to Buddhism and eat vegetarian food instead? The mountain monarch stifled his anger. This monarch has been living on meat for the past few hundred years, and is simply not used to eating vegetarian food. You tell me to spare the prey, and they live. What am I to do? Starve to death? The white-clothed bodhisattva sighed tersely. A few moments later, he actually ripped a stiff arm from his own body and flung it to the Mountain King. Mountain King, if you are hungry, you may temporarily fill your hunger with this arm of myriad voice. This arm contains the power of the Buddha, and if you swallow a small piece every day, you can satiate your stomach. In the meantime, I would also like to ask Yamaraja to change his dietary habits as soon as possible and convert to Buddhism at an early date. Amitabha Buddha. Good. Take. To feed the tiger? Yamajun looked across the room at the one-armed bodhisattva in horror, tears streaming down from its golden eyes. Is it moving? It's not very clear, but it really didn't dare to move in the face of that white arm. He could only kneel down and give in, claiming that he was willing to convert to Buddhism and switch to vegetarianism. Then it saw that the arm, like a white snake, flew back on its own and caught itself on the shoulder of the one-armed bodhisattva. Even if she does eat it, she'll automatically grow a new arm again, right? Since then, Yamaraja, who is a daily vegetarian and has a light bird in his mouth, always regrets in the dead of night that he didn't dare to turn on the Buddha's hand at that time. Of course, regret. It is still resentful of this forced bodhisattva, after eating a few days of wild vegetables and fruits, suddenly thought that he just promised her not to eat meat, but did not say not to kill, so moved the crooked idea, hunting and killing the beasts in the mountains, to the county restaurant for vegetarian fasting to eat, as a silent resistance to her, but also can be regarded as another type of victory of the spirit method. 5 years ago, it was thanks to this myriad bodhisattva that this monarch gave up meat and turned to vegetarianism. 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I've lived these 5 years? The low roar of the Mountain King was like a sob, and it simply made the hearers sad and the listeners cry. Li Yan didn't know how to comfort it for a moment. As he spoke, the white-clothed bodhisattva had already arrived in front of a man, a tiger, and a fox. Along the way under the Buddha's light, the original killing sound of the Linsong River, steep silence, leaving only the sound of waves lapping at the shore. Amitabha, the white-clothed bodhisattva made a seal with his plain hands and recited the Buddha's name. The poor nun sensed that there is a demon here practicing the blood sacrifice method of mutilating living beings, and hurriedly rushed here to subdue the demon. I don't want to think that there is already a high person to remove demons for Buddha. Good. Her beautiful eyes flowed and rested on Yamarajan. The demon remover is Yamarajan? He. Myriad sound bodhisattva is too high on little demon. The mountain monarch and little demon isn't that capable of single-handedly taking out the evil Jiao that was close to the demon king realm after the blood sacrifice. It was this lordly, the 100th household of the demon beheading division. Who did it? So it is. Bodhisattva Miaoyin turned her head to gaze at Li Yan, her vermilion lips slightly opening. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. Your Excellency Li's action is of immense merit. On behalf of the people of this place, the poor nun thanks lordly. Thanking me on behalf of the local people? Li Yan was slightly offended. The Bodhisattva is joking. As a member of the Department of Demon Beheading of the Great Li Dynasty, it is my duty to rid the people of evil. Doesn't it seem a bit strange that the Bodhisattva, as a great Buddhist power in the western region, is thanking this official on behalf of the people of the Great Li Dynasty? Myriad sound Bodhisattva smiled faintly. My Buddha is compassionate and regards all beings in the world as if they were sons of the Buddha. Under the sky, all beings suffer. By removing the demon of blood sacrifice for the thousands of Buddhists in Xiangshan County, Lord Li is helping our Buddha to relieve them of their suffering. It's only right to say thank you for that. Li Yan grunted. Non-committal. This Bodhisattva, on the contrary, would take credit for his own master. Bodhisattva, if you must say thank you. This official has a suggestion. What is the suggestion? Please speak. Lord Li. This official has known the Mountain King from the first moment he met it, and would love to take it under his wing and have wine and meat together. Why don't the Bodhisattva allow it to be a broken Buddhist son, and accompany this official to do his part to cut down the demons and remove the devils? How about that? Myriad sound Bodhisattva smiled warmly. Lord Li, this is a bit of a pushover. Forcing people to do what they want? What? Only you Buddhist Bodhisattvas are allowed to eat meat and not the Buddhas of the world to drink soup? Myriad sound Bodhisattva restrained his smile and looked solemn. Although Lord Li is removing demons for our Buddha, he must not be arrogant and create more karma. So please be careful with your words. The poor nun has been practicing for more than 20 years and has always been a vegetarian, never dabbling in meat. Li Yan laughed. Dare I ask if the bodhisattva drinks water daily? Drinking water is drinking water. But what does that have to do with dabbling in meat? Li Yan turned his head and instructed the mountain monarch. Mountain monarch, please go down to the river and help this official catch a leaky shrimp soldier up. The mountain king did not say much. A fierce into the river. In a few moments carrying a ball-shaped shrimp soldiers ashore. Li Yan reached out to signal the mountain monarch to let go of the shrimp soldiers. His tone gentle. Shrimp, this official asks you, big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. What do shrimp eat? The shrimp soldier winced. Back to my lord. Shrimp eat corpses, algae, and smaller creatures. Does every handful of water in this river, not counting corpses and algae, still contain your food? It is. So, my lord. Li Yan laughed as he kicked it back into the Linsong River and turned his head to look at Bodhisattva Myriad Sound. Does the Bodhisattva know that for every handful of water in this river, there are 84,000 worms? Myriad Sound Bodhisattva's face was as heavy as water. My Buddha's so-called non-killing and non-vegetarianism is not talking about this thing that cannot be seen by the naked eye. Lord Li is arguing with strong words. Strange, don't you Buddhists preach that all beings are equal? Li Yan was dumbfounded. A sand is a world. A tree is a bodhi. Ignoring weak beings like mayflies is what you Buddhists call equality of all beings? A bodhisattva who eats meat is worthy of teaching his followers to fast and recite the Buddha's name? Chapter 60, Meat-Eating Bodhisattvas. Seedless Human Emperors, 2. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva stared at Li Yan silently, not saying a word. Li Yan is still outputting. There is a chain of food between the predator and the prey. All beings in heaven and earth. Mankind. The spirit of all living things. Eating birds, eating beasts, catching mountain treasures, nets and seafood. Nothing to eat, at the top of the food chain. In addition to people, 5 insects, 7 birds and 9 beasts, follow the food chain. The weak eat the strong. As the shrimp soldiers just said, big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Shrimp eat even smaller creatures. This is the way of heaven. Since ancient times, the so-called benevolent ruler, but is benevolent to the scholar, official and noble class, but only lying on the people to suck the blood of the people of fame and reputation. Bodhisattvas, you Buddhists have crossed over to the middle of all things, devouring only those billions of trillion living beings at the bottom of the food chain. Yet you dare to self-proclaim that you do not eat meat and vegetables. How is such behavior any different from those so-called benevolent kings? The myriad bodhisattva closed her eyes and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he lightly opened his vermilion lips. Dare I ask Lord Li if he has ever practiced Buddhist techniques on the side? Slightly the same too. Indeed. Bodhisattva Miaoin nodded slightly. The poor nun has an ungrateful request. I want Lord Li to gift a drop of blood. Want my blood? Li Yan laughed long and valiantly. Annoyed? If you want it, then come and get it yourself. In that case, the poor nun is offended. In the next moment, Myriad Sound Bodhisattva steeply struck out. A slender jade finger, like a flower, with a faint golden light, directly poking Li Yan's right shoulder. Li Yan did not dodge, only heard a clang sound. Gold and iron. Sound like a bell. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva's flickering finger, pointing at a layer of golden shield, could not advance an inch further. She stopped her hand and looked at the golden body of the Dharma behind Li Yan that looked like an ox but not an ox. A horse but not a horse. Surrounded by the words protector of the Dharma and so on. In the next moment, the circle of light around the Dharma phase golden body suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping her entire body. Above the midair, a huge eye was suspended in it, emitting a beam of light that was even more dazzling and piercing than the Buddha's light. The beam of light released by the giant eye, Hurricane cast an image in front of the two of them. In front of the controller of the Buddha kingdom in the western region, the heavenly Lai Buddha, Myriad Sound Bodhisattva was kneeling in reverence and listening to the teachings. Witnessing this scene, Myriad Sound Bodhisattva's eyes seemed happy and sad. I can't imagine that Lord Li has even cultivated the other mind passage. No, it seems to be even more profound than the other mind passage, worthy of the Buddha's prophecy of that existence. Buddha, prophecy? What do you mean? Li Yan was a bit puzzled. He wanted to ask what was going on, but on second thought, it was better to watch the movie. So for the moment, he pressed the idea of breaking the mold and gave his full attention to the screen. Miaoyin, civil unrest is imminent in the Eastern Earth human dynasty. In a time of great strife, it's either the best or the worst. In a time of rising, it's either the best or the worst. The Western region Buddhist kingdom, have always been remote and sparsely populated, and between us and the boundaries of the human race, separated by the land of 10,000 demons, the subjects of the demon kingdom, with their wild nature and animalistic nature, are not a precious place for the transmission of the Buddha's teachings. The only way to honor our Buddha is through the Eastern human dynasty. As I look into the future, The burden of revitalizing the Buddha's kingdom is about to rest on your shoulders. Miaoyin raised her head. Buddha. The bodhisattvas and Lohan of the Buddha's kingdom who ran to preach in the Great Li dynasty and other countries have already obtained notable results. The number of believers gained by Miriam's several missionary endeavors is not at the forefront. Why did the Buddha say this? The heavenly Lai Buddha looked kindly. Myriad voice. Your idea is fallacious. If you want to carry forward the Dharma, it does not depend on your visiting and preaching village by village, county by county. The most effective way to do this is from the top down. Top to bottom? Not bad. As long as we can get the human emperor to believe in Buddhism. Enacting a decree to honor the Buddha and spreading the Dharma will surely get twice the result with half the effort. Miao Yin's head hung slightly. What the Buddha said is indeed reasonable. It's just that the current emperor of the Great Li dynasty in the eastern land is extremely disgusted with my Buddhist sect. So what can be done about it? The Buddha smiled kindly. Myriad voice. Be at ease. As I see it, this greatly human emperor's days are numbered. A new human emperor will soon succeed to the throne. Miaoyin came to a sudden realization and was heartily convinced. Miaoyin only heard that several emperors of the Great Li dynasty were all sons of their father's kind and detested the Buddhist sect. I don't think the Buddha had a wonderful hand in secretly influencing one, or even more, of them. The Buddha laughed out loud. It is not so. It is the unimagined path. In my observation, that future human emperor is not any of the 6 emperors. Is there even such a thing? Could it be the private? Of the current emperor of the Great Li dynasty? Heavenly secrets must not be divulged. The Buddha stopped Myriad voice. When you go to Dali this time, just remember, the person who practiced both Buddhist techniques and can point out that you broke your precepts a long time ago is the future human emperor. Breaking the precepts? Miao Yin was creeped out. Why would the Buddha say that? Miao Yin has believed in the Buddha for many years, and has never broken the precepts in more than 20 years. The Buddha shook his head slightly. Whether or not the precepts have been broken will be clear once you meet with him at that time. Having broken the precepts of killing and meat, there is no need to continue to follow the rest of the precepts. Miao Yin, remember to bond with the human emperor's bloodline and leave behind the sons of man and Buddha, so as to help my Buddha kingdom flourish. After the entire image was viewed, Li Yan was dumbstruck. Is this the Buddha of the Western Buddhist kingdom? It doesn't seem to have much of the true beauty of Buddhism, but it's quite good at power. Wait. A person who also practiced Buddhist techniques and can point out that you broke your precepts a long time ago is a future human emperor? What do you mean? In the Buddha's prophecy, he himself is a future human emperor? No. He looked at Myriad Sound Bodhisattva in dismay. Miaoyin was also looking at him at that moment. Ahem. Is it hard for you to ask me for a drop of blood? Not bad. Bodhisattva Myriad voice nodded. Poor nun originally wanted to verify this, but now it seems that there is no need to do so. Amitba Buddha. So it turns out that the Li Shi master is the human emperor bloodline inheritor. Li Yan was slightly stunned. Then he said disdainfully, what human emperor bloodline? Are you trying to say, I'm the bastard son of that laboring emperor? That. Who says only people of the human emperor's bloodline can be emperors? I only believe in kings and marquises. Rather have seeds. Bodhisattva Miaoyin was slightly flabbergasted. What do you mean? Li Sure. Even if you are not the illegitimate son of His Majesty's present day, you can still be honored with the great jewel all the same? Why not? If he fulfills his ambition in the future, he dares to laugh at the human emperor for not being a husband. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva looked at him with a pair of beautiful eyes that were ancient and unperturbed. But in her heart, she had already set off waves of shock. So, is this the heavenly opportunity that the Buddha spoke of? What is it to have the bloodline of a human emperor? As long as I become emperor, the bloodline I leave behind will be the bloodline of the human emperor. This kind of vigor is only possessed by human emperors. Chapter 61, Fobler's Warning. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva's heart had just risen with feelings of emotion and admiration when he abruptly felt bad. In the next instant, she urged the lotus platform under her feet to grow rapidly, extending to Li Yan's feet and then crossing over. Immediately afterward, the red and white lotus petals around the lotus platform became larger, elongated, and closed, completely wrapping the two of them, her and Li Yan. In it, Li Yan, who was in a state of invincibility, did not panic and quietly watched as the other party created a confined space, making the two of them a lone man and woman sharing a room. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva, what are you doing? Lord Li has a big heart and an unparalleled vigor, and Miaoyin admires it. But don't you think, there are some things that are not enough to say? Bodhisattva means? Let's not talk about the future human emperor's statement mentioned in the conversation between the heavenly Lai Buddha and the poor nun. Kings and lords and generals, it is better to have seeds. If he attempts to achieve his ambition in the clouds in the future, he dares to laugh at human emperors who are not husbands. These words, once they are spread out, will also surely attract a killing curse for Lord Li. the entire Great Li dynasty will definitely regard you as a treasonous criminal and will eradicate you at all costs. Niaoyin's pair of phoenix eyes flickered with essence. Lord Li, the poor nun has thought about this, and there is only one way to make the people and demons around who heard this secret keep their mouths shut. Li Yan subconsciously returned. Only the dead keep secrets? Not bad. Niaoyin declared the Buddha's name in a low voice. Once these words are spread, before ascending to the great treasure and glory, Lord Li will certainly not have a moment's peace. Although according to the Buddha's prophecy, you will inevitably ascend to the top of the 9 and 5. Exposing it in advance will increase unnecessary killings in addition to making the process more difficult. So, Li Yan vaguely felt that this bodhisattva in front of him seemed to be a bit different from what he had imagined. Is the bodhisattva not going to, in order to protect this official, as well as your Buddhist sect's revitalization plan, exterminate all these people and demons around, right? Niaoyin closed her eyes. If killing one person can save 10,000 people, then kill one person. If killing 10,000 people can save billions of people, then kill 10,000 people. Li Yan only felt that it was absurd to be able to find such a grand justification for killing. Are you a bodhisattva or an evil demon? Are you a bodhisattva or an evil demon? What about the Buddha's compassion and the equality of all living beings? To kill like this should be considered a thought that leads to evil, right? Is a bodhisattva not afraid of going to hell? This is the Buddha's will once the future human emperor is discovered. Myriad Voice will protect him with all her might. Killing people in the way of men. Killing Buddhas in the way of Buddhas. Practicing thunderbolt tactics. And displaying the heart of a bodhisattva. Lord Li may not know now that in the Buddha's prophecy, the poor nun will slaughter 1,000 miles in blood for his excellency and overthrow 10,000 people. As for going to hell, a smile appeared on her lips. If I don't go to hell, who will? Crazy people, the whole ing bunch of them. Li Yan only felt that the world had gone crazy. The advantage of being a traveler, especially a traveler of the historical Chinese country, is that the internal and external power tricks of the Great Li dynasty, the land of 10,000 demons, and the Buddhist kingdom of the western regions, etc. He can find prototypes from the 5,000 years of history up and down the line. In a certain era, the imperial court chose to honor Buddha. Nothing more than that. The Buddhists and the imperial court were clear that cooperation between the two sides could maximize the benefits and achieve a win-win purpose. In a certain era, the imperial court again chose to exterminate the Buddha. And that was because the two sides were in sharp conflict over conflicting interests, leading to the breakup of the alliance. Even though this is a metaphysical world with demons, immortals and Buddhas, it is an unchanging truth that no matter whether they are humans, demons or immortals and Buddhas, they will inevitably compete with each other for power and profit. Regarding the Buddha's prophecy of him becoming the emperor of man, no matter if Li Yan took it seriously or not, the Western region Buddhist kingdom would always take it seriously. It is naturally understandable that one would choose to support him and ally with him for the sake of promoting the Dharma. But he never expected it. These guys, they could actually go to this extent for this. You Buddhist bull, having found yourself 1,000 horse, that feeling of wanting the 1,000 horse to grow up well is acceptable. For this reason, it is not incomprehensible to use the phrase if you don't understand Buddhism. The poor monk also knows a little bit about boxing to warn the surrounding wolves, tigers and leopards, as well as other forces, such as humans and demons, who coveted this horse. However, this practice of slaughtering thousands of miles in blood and overtaking 10,000 people at every turn is really liver-shivering. Li, a hard-hearted person. All think you guys are too hard-hearted. Lord Li doesn't have to blame himself. Going to hell is nothing to Myriad. She gazed at Li Yan, stretched out her spring onion fingers, and took Li Yan's hand. For you, thousands and thousands of times. Even though I die, I have no regrets. This is my agreement with you. Goosebumps ran through Li Yan's body. A wonderful beauty holding your hand and telling you that she would do anything for you, including turning into a murderous monster and falling into an infernal hell after death. Should be quite a touching scene, right? Put in a TV series. It should move countless young boys and girls to tears. But, you said holding hands was a promise. But honey, that's not love. He swallowed and said with difficulty, Myriad sound Bodhisattva doesn't have to be like this. I forgot to tell you, once I unfold this Buddha's divine ability, I can create a two-person space around me that belongs only to you and me. Whether it's the image of the Buddha talking to you or the discussion between you and I about kings and lords would rather have seeds. Only the two of us can see and hear it. Therefore, there is no need for you to go on a killing spree against the people and demons around you. So that's how it is. Myriad Voice originally didn't want to create more killings, so it's better than that. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye. Amitabha Buddha. Good, good. After pronouncing the Buddha's name, she seemed to remember something and took a jade-like, non-jade, gold-like, non-golden wrench from her left hand and handed it to Li Yan. This is a wrench made from the horn of the Western spirit rhinoceros. Please accept it, Sir Li. In the future, if Lord Li is in danger, as long as you call out the name of Niaoyin to this spiritual rhinoceros finger, even if you are thousands of miles away, Niaoyin will be able to sense it and come to your rescue. Li Yan looked at the trigger finger she handed over and hesitated. If one were to accept this spiritual rhinoceros finger, it would be equivalent to accepting the request for alliance from the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom. The original highest goal, to be promoted to commander of the Demon Beheading Division, and the plan of lying down from 9 to 5 every day, would need to be scratched out and replaced with an impact on the throne of the human emperor. Of course, being a human emperor is just as good as working from 9 to 5. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on the king does not have an early morning can be. But, really? The king and his vassals would rather have seeds is just a phrase engraved in the DNA of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. But anyone who has traveled through the country is expected to have gotten high on their mouths. It's no fun to really put that into practice. He squinted his eyes and drew in the void the likeness of the dragon chair in his mind's eye on the golden palace of the Great Li dynasty. Never mind. I'm here now. It's not a good idea if I don't go up and sit down. Unable to bear to let Niaoyin's eager eyes dim, he took the wrench with a sad face. You guys are really hurting me. Chapter 62 Fobler's Warning, 2. While Li Yan squinted his eyes and thought, Niaoyin had neither anxiety nor worry on her face. With a chesty look, it was only when she saw Li Yan receiving his spiritual rhinoceros finger, which meant that he had accepted the request for alliance from the Western Region Buddhist Kingdom, that she took a long breath of relief, causing her chest mounts to rise and fall. That 10,000 kinds of style. Even if Li Yan, this kind of self-proclaimed, is not good at colorful people, eyes cannot help but look straight. Noticing an astringent thought rising in his heart, he immediately recited the cyber past life mantra in secret before dispelling it, twisting his head to ignore the beauty of the horizontal view before him. His heart palpitated. No wonder all those buddies who liked to go over the wall in their previous lives turned a blind eye to the preaching of demons and devils just to concentrate on the female bodhisattva. Foreign monks are good at reciting scriptures. This foreign female bodhisattva is so sticky, forcibly calming the fire in his heart. He pondered for a moment. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva. This official has no body, and there is nothing that can be gifted to you as a token. You see, Myriad Sound Bodhisattva smiled with a beaming smile. Lord Li does not need to bother looking for a token. What Myriad Sound wants has already been made clear in the Buddha's prophecy just now. Lord Li, simply bestow Myriad Sound with 10 drops of blood. 10 drops of blood? What's going on? Wasn't it just a drop of blood? Why did it go up to 10 times that amount after the identification of the real person? Li Yan was puzzled. Just about to ask a question, the corner of his eye swept over the other party's earlobe, only to see a scarlet red there. In a flash, he realized, finally understanding what she meant. As the old Chinese doctor said, 1 drop of that, what, 10 drops of blood? What she wanted, it turned out, was that. Not bad for a Buddhist. Ordering things to hit the witches. Li Yan couldn't help but be greatly impressed. But this stuff, you can't just give it away, right? He was a little guilty. Before crossing over, he was not a scummy man who walked his kidneys but not his heart. After crossing over, he has also been clean. He did not have the intention of playing a bachelor for life. Has long been made to ascend to the throne of the Demon Chopper Division commanding officer. Will be looking for a good woman to get married after the plan, but not according to the dynasty's traditional parents' orders. Matchmakers, men and women do not even see the face of the direct worship of heaven and earth, and then couples worship sent into the cave. Before the marriage, he still stored in advance contact beforehand. Sincerely hope that the two sides are Wang Bashi. See green beans, see the right eye. To love, water to the idea of success. Now, just the status of an ally in the district, and not even half of the emotional foundation. And you're asking for 10 drops of blood? Is this appropriate? Myriad Bodhisattvas. Does this official feel that it is not a bit too early? Let's just come back and think long and hard about it. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva shook her head slightly. Myriad Sound is afraid of a long night. Li Yan was speechless for a moment. It took a long time to come up with a reason for the delay. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva. Look, you have practiced for many years and are a Buddhist bodhisattva. This official also practices Buddhism on the side and is considered half a Buddhist. Monks talk about a Buddha's mind, the 4 great emptiness. He was saying, suddenly saw the opposite side of the bodhisattva has actually removed all the mundane things. Now the real body. Jaw-dropping, hurriedly twisted his head and closed his eyes. Lord Li, you say that the 4 great things are empty, but you close your eyes tightly. If you open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe that your 2 eyes are empty. Sweat fell on Li Yan's forehead, and his mouth said Ba Buddha more than once. However, I heard Myriad Sound Bodhisattva laugh softly. Lord Li, you don't even dare to open your eyes and look at me. And you're still talking about the 4 great emptinesses? Li Yan slightly opened his eyes. Then he saw myriad sound Bodhisattva's lotus steps lightly moving closer to him, and he couldn't help but laugh and cry in his heart. Myriad Bodhisattva. I have always heard only of monks from the eastern lands going to the western world of ultimate bliss to obtain scriptures. I've never heard of a bodhisattva turning around and looking for a halfway decent person from the eastern lands to get scriptures. Inverted anti-Tangama belongs to be. Lordly speaks when he is really funny. Myriad sound Bodhisattva was unmoved, and seemed to have made up his mind to sit with him. Li Yan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Myriad sound Bodhisattva, stop at an appropriate time. For me, a half-Buddhist, this kind of test is a bit. Are you taking this test? This officer reckons he can't stand up to such a test. Myriad sound Bodhisattva's eyes flowed, and in an instant, it was as if she had fallen into the infernal hell of a demoness, giving him a smoldering feeling. He couldn't help but cry out in his mind that it wasn't good. If the other side is tough, I don't know if my protection law will still work. Li Yan thought wildly while holding his chest in a nonchalant manner. Myriad sound Bodhisattva paused and laughed softly under her breath. Why does Lord Li need to turn people away? Li Yan snorted coldly. Where there is a scripture, there is fire, and where there is no fire, there is no scripture. To obtain the true scriptures, one must go through multiple trials and tribulations. I heard that in ancient times. There is a monk named Xuanzang, went to the west to get the scriptures, on the way, but experienced 981 difficulties. It. Myriad sound Bodhisattva casually obtains the true scripture from me. If others were to learn of this, would they not mock me for making this true scripture too worthless? Myriad sound Bodhisattva raised his hand and touched him. I wonder how much difficulty Lord Li has prepared for Myriad sound. Li Yan sucked in a breath of cool air. At the very least, it's going to be 99. Stripping difficulties. The lotus flower is too hasty to give up its spring blush. When Li Yan saw the light of day again and watched Miaoying sit on the bright lotus platform and leave, he only remembered. In a trance, the bodhisattvas sit on the lotus seat, and there is a place of scripture where there is no longer any fire. Chapter 63. Strange. I've at least practiced Buddhist techniques such as the Prajna brightness technique and the Rulai golden body technique on the side. And I didn't even bother to get a little hard against an alpha-level demonic creature like Bai Wei, who is extremely good at seducing people, and I didn't respect it at all. But why did I not withstand the temptation of this bodhisattva? Could it be that I like her? Faced with this flash of thought, Li Yan instantly gave a negative answer. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You call that liking? You're craving someone else's body. You're cheap. Li Yan did not believe in love at first sight. Just as he did not believe that Myriad Bodhisattva would mistake himself for life at first sight. It was just a deal. A deal with uncertain rewards. He'd injected hundreds of millions into mythical sound. And with luck he might produce a big sub. With bad luck he might get nothing. After racking his brain, he could only explain it in terms of relativity. The temptation of a Buddhist bodhisattva of great beauty, who has never swept the path of flowers for a guest, but has opened the door of the canopy for a gentleman. Far more unstoppable than the a pair of jade arms of 1,000 pillows. Half a little bit of the lips of 10,000 people taste of the demonic. At that moment, Li Yan was her hell and she was Li Yan's hell. If I don't go to hell, who will? In goes in. But in hindsight, it ended well. What there is a way to heaven you don't go. There is no door to hell you come, this kind of meaning that you will not have any good results. Half mockery, half threat words. Probably is a lie. After breaking open the gates of hell, didn't he still break through a pathway to heaven? Lord Li, did you just, for the matter of this monarch being forced to eat vegetarian food, fight viciously with this myriad sound bodhisattva in that lotus platform? Yamajun had a strange look in his eyes. Well, not bad. I fought her for 300 rounds. Exhausted. In order to free you from your vegetarian misery. How's that? Touching, isn't it? Li Yan replied back half-heartedly. It was a fight. Or the shirtless kind. But it wasn't about you. Overthink it. My lord. You. That is the second class of combat power of the Buddhist sect after the Buddha. Equivalent to the martial sage of your martial arts path. You simply can't win her. Why bother to fight her head-on for the sake of this? Little demon? Then you are underestimating this official. Li Yan laughed. This official has always eaten softness but not hardness. But this bodhisattva eats hardness but not softness. After a big battle, it sort of ended in a lose-lose situation. I lost a lot of essence, but I also wounded her and bled out. The Mountain King looked at him dumbfounded. His tiger's body trembling slightly, his voice low. My lord, don't hold on so hard, you have blood marks all over your neck. Ha! Li Yan subconsciously touched his neck, then felt a fiery pain, dumbfounded and embarrassed. Oh, worthy of being a Buddhist bodhisattva, this Vajra claw is really somewhat powerful, but I was able to form a strong bond with her without fighting. After sitting and talking, she liked my wisdom. You see, she even gave me a wrench before she left. He held up his trigger finger to show it off to the Mountain King. The Mountain King's tiger eyes were full of disbelief. This is indeed the object worn by that myriad sound bodhisattva. Since this was gifted to Lord Li by her, doesn't that mean that after some civil and military battles, myriad voice bodhisattva approved of Lord Li? That is to say, with Lord Li as a guarantor, one will never have to be a vegetarian again? Let's go. This official will treat you to a big bowl of wine and a big piece of meat. It was night, on the outskirts of Xiangshan County, in some abandoned and broken temple. Crack! The orange-red flame attached itself to the firewood and wavered, burning it with a moan of pain. The firelight reflected Luo Juanxing's country face. The gradually rising temperature made the skin slightly red, but never melted the grimness on his face. Swish! Swish! Two silhouettes drifted into the broken temple one after the other, and Luo Juanxing finished zigzagging, sitting around the campfire, before and after but an instant. Can the news be true? The two figures looked at each other. Elder Wang, will you speak first or will I speak first? You first, old Sui. These three people were the three great master elders who had come to intercept Li Yan in the name of Xian Sword Sect's patriarch, Li Changtian. They were Luo Junsheng, who was in the middle stage of great master, and Wang and Su, who were in the early stage. Elder Su coughed. What has been probed and determined to be true is that Yao Jijun and Haijuan have both been killed. During the exploration, I also inadvertently realized, a fox demon with broken arms was cleaning up the demon hunters one by one. It should be the fox demon subordinate that Li Yan brought. In that case, it seems almost uncontroversial that Yao Jijun died at the hands of Li Yan, and that his loyal subordinates were likewise purged by Li Yan's men. But Haijuan, that's up for debate. Not bad. Elder Wang nodded his head in agreement. Yao Jijun is only an innate sect master, and being beheaded by Li Yan is not surprising. However, that river monarch Jiao Suiyun was a demon general, and his strength would increase by a large margin after he showed his true form. No matter how strong Li Yan was, it was impossible for him to cut him and force him to use the blood sacrifice method. In my opinion, there is only one truth. He spoke with certainty. The myriad sound bodhisattva of the western region Buddhist kingdom just happened to be passing by and intervened in the fight between the two sides, and for some reason chose to stand on Li Yan's side and take a shot at the river monarch. The bodhisattva's battle power was extraordinary. Between a demon king and a demon immortal, that Jiao Suiyun was unable to defeat him and was forced to use the blood sacrifice method to fight to the death. However, it didn't have much use and he was still killed. After the incident, the bodhisattva was indifferent to fame and fortune, but Li Yan was greedy for profit. Both sides, you and I are willing to put all the credit for killing Jiao Suiyun on Li Yan's head, so that he can conveniently collect the reward from his superiors. Luo Junsheng listened carefully, his face expressionless, not saying a word. Elder Luo, what do you think? Should we make a move tonight? When Elder Su saw that he didn't say anything for half a day, he couldn't help but speak up and ask. Luo Junsheng pondered for a moment. Can you confirm that the myriad bodhisattvas have moved away from this place? The prying duo looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. Elder Su stroked his beard. Elder Luo is worrying that if myriad sound bodhisattva has not stayed away, and we set out to encircle Li Yan tonight, we will be mistaken by her to think that she is Jiao Suiyun's relative to come and retaliate? Well, it's possible. If it really comes to this, I'm afraid that the three of us, not to mention killing Li Yan, will all end up here ourselves. Old Su has a point. In a sense, that Li Yan and myriad sound bodhisattva are already natural allies in the short term. Elder Luo, in my opinion, it's best for us to stay put for the time being tonight. Luo Junsheng gave a soft then turned his head sideways. Since we have to wait for one night, then the news of our coming here must not be leaked half a bit. Have you guys taken care of it? Elder Su laughed. Don't worry, Elder Luo. I specifically sneaked into the homes of those living alone to ask. After asking, I killed them in their beds. No one is likely to find out until dawn the next day. Luo Junsheng nodded and turned his head to look at Elder Wang. Seeing that the other party seemed to be a bit coy, his face suddenly sank. Elder Wang, you left a live one? Elder Wang mumbled. Elder Luo, it seems unnecessary, right? I'm asking about nothing more than a widowed old man, a widow, and a few beggars who live alone. All poor people. Luo Junsheng coldly said. Things are accomplished by secrecy. Words are defeated by leakage. Elder Wang, don't you even understand this? Go back and kill them all. Don't make me say it again. Elder Wang hung his head. After a moment, he got up and left the broken temple. Crack! The last of the firewood in the campfire burned to the end. The only remaining glimmer of warmth was gradually swallowed up by the infinite cold. Chapter 64, New Subordinate. New Technique. In the wine shop where Li Yan and Shan Jun initially met, Xiao looked at the mountain monarch who was directly on his paws, grabbing large chunks of beef and filling his mouth with it, wolfing it down. His heart was puzzled beyond belief. When I first came here, I said, I don't eat beef, but I was pretending. I told you, there is no such thing as a cat that doesn't eat fish, a man that doesn't cheat on his wife, or a tiger that doesn't eat meat. Good man. In a flash, the whole beef leg meat was dried into its stomach. Li Yan looked at it with a smile from across the room, lifted the wine altar, poured out a bowl full of wine and handed it over. Drink up, Yamakuni. May you, at last, be a king. This official thinks highly of you, and I believe you will be promoted before too long. He means, the Mountain King will be promoted from the current Demon General to Demon King. As soon as Yamajun took the bowl of wine and was about to pour it into his mouth, he suddenly paused. It often comes to this wine shop to exchange vegetarian food, and it knows very well in its heart, this big table of good wine and meat in front of it is not expensive, and it is estimated that it will cost at least 5 taels of silver to start with. There is no free lunch under the sky. Eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft. In its heart, although it could be said that he and Li Yan had met at first sight and looked at each other differently, it had not reached the point of spending such a large sum of money on treats. He was bound to have other plans. At that thought, it put down its bowl of wine. But, Lord Li, at what cost? It's all. Li Yan did not hide it. This official would like to take Shan Jun under his command, at my disposal. What does Shan Jun think? In fact, this idea had arisen when he first met the Mountain King. It was inspired by certain events in his past life. For a while, the vicinity of the station was dotted with thieves from the west, causing headaches for the police force, until some resourceful person had the bright idea to propose a way to fight barbarians with barbarians. The police clapped their hands and immediately started recruiting police officers from the western region to deal with these unscrupulous thieves. The effect was immediate. The same out of the western region of the police personnel completely do not eat splash and roll the set. Big ear melon snap beat. Big head leather boots clunk kick. A second 6-stick non-limit. Beat the same clan straight screaming. Nowadays, with the increasing number of migrated demon folk, the conflict between the demon beheading division and them is tied up, and the situation is almost the same as in the previous world. At this time, if we can recruit a demon talent like Shan Jun, who has a natural bloodline suppression of ordinary demon people, we will definitely be able to deal with cases of demon people committing crimes. Yamaraja slowly put down his bowl of wine. Lord Li, this king is of the bloodline of the King of 100 Beasts. The King of the 100 Beasts will never be a slave. Li Yan laughed. But before you met this official, you were forced to eat vegetarian for 5 years. If it wasn't for me, you would have to keep eating. That should not be the fate of the King of the Beasts. Yamajun lapsed into silence for a moment. Times have changed. As Li Yan spoke, he glanced at the local demon hunter outside the door of the liquor store who had been ordered to do the job was poking his head inside, and then beckoned him to come in. That demon hunter had long been intimidated by his divine might and was obedient to him, and after receiving that order before coming to the wine shop, he ran off in a hurry to personally supervise it. Did you pick up the clothes? Fetch, my lord. The demon hunter respectfully offered the robes he held in his hands. Li Yan reached out his palm and sucked it in, and the Xian robe was immediately suspended in the air. This robe was obviously different from ordinary demon hunter's clothing. Firstly, it was much wider. The chest and waist circumference were exaggerated. Secondly, the 2 big words embroidered on the chest were not the traditional demon hunter's clothing embroidered demon hunting, but pioneer. Come under my command, and I promise you, in a few days, you will be known by all. Demon King, Tiger Vanguard. The mountain monarch was still hesitating. Lord Li, for the previous 5 years, I was forced to eat vegetarian food by the Bodhisattva myriad sound, and the food was so bad that it was no different from being in prison. Although I'm grateful to you for saving me from the Bodhisattva and getting me out of jail, but, I was thinking of enjoying a little more freedom. Now you're out of prison. But understand this, freedom has a price. Li Yan slowly pushed the Xian robe towards it. Prison will accompany you, and this robe is your new cell. Yamatsukun took the Xian robe in bewilderment, still hesitating. Xiao, is the roasted suckling pig I asked for still not ready? Li Yan twisted his head to urge. Coming, my lord. Xiao was very responsively carrying a yellow, golden, fragrant roasted suckling pig and quickly rushed over, gently placing it on the table. Here's the roasted suckling pig. Please enjoy. Li Yan reached out and tore off a hind leg. This official understands and admires the mountain monarch's never be a slave temperament. Still, I hope you'll consider the terms offered by this official, food and shelter included. The mountain king eyed the roasted suckling pig. Tears, uncontrollably, streamed down the corners of its mouth. Finally, it stopped struggling. Tiger Vanguard, willing to be driven by Lord Li. Li Yin smiled with satisfaction and was about to open his mouth to encourage it for a few moments when he then received a message from the system. Congratulations to the host for harvesting powerful alien subordinates and obtaining the reward, Feat Synthesis +1. The host can combine Tiger Bone Vajra Claw, powerful Bull Demon Fist and Rulai Golden Body technique into a new technique that combines both offense and defense, comprehensively improving various attributes such as attack power and defense power. Remarks: since the Rulai Golden Body method has not been raised to full level, the cultivation gained by the system in the following period of time will be automatically filled to this technique in order to complete it. Is it synthesized? Yes/no. Li Yan's heart was delighted. Reward for synthesizing new feats? 3 purple cards synthesized into a gold card? Unlike the previous Yellow River Heavenly Blade, need to spend a huge amount of cultivation enlightenment on top of the previous basic blade method Jin Demon Blade. Can directly synthesize the new technique? Synthesize. The host puts in Tiger Bone Vajra Claw, powerful Bull Demon Fist and Rulai Golden Body technique to synthesize a brand new technique, Beast in Buddha. Passive, vitality, attack, defense, evasion, and healing are increased across the board. Current attack is increased by 1.5 times, life cap is tripled, healing speed is tripled. The whole body defense is increased by 2.5 times, ignoring all attacks from innate martial artists and below, and dodging is doubled. Strength increased to double the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers, about 50,000 pounds. Active defense skill, Bronze Head and Iron Bone, rebounds melee attacks and causes enemies to freeze for a short period of time. Remarks: when the enemy's level is too high and its attack power is overflowing, it can break the Bronze Head and Iron Bones state and deal certain damage. Active attack skill, Cracking Claw. Your claw strikes have the ability to break armor, and even if your enemy has a body that looks like an adamantium, they won't be able to stop your full force. Secondary skill, like a tiger with wings. You can activate the astral air around your body to generate astral wings on your back for a short flight. Sure is a brand new version of something I've never seen before. Li Yin was pleasantly surprised. Almost could not help but say to the new little brother Tiger Vanguard, if you are a brother, come and cut me. To experience the Copperhead and Iron Bone. Chapter 65 Green Sky, Revised. Lu Jian was an ordinary demon hunter in the Xiangshan County Demon Beheading Division. His peers' evaluation of him was naive and honest. This was actually not a positive evaluation. To work in an organization like the Demon Beheading Division, being naive and honest meant behind the scenes, low emotional intelligence, not being able to see the wind, not being able to flatter, having no eyesight, and so on. Generally speaking, this kind of person usually receives the dirtiest and most tiring work. However, when things are done, the credit is not theirs in 9 cases out of 10, but it will be taken by the smart people for themselves. That's why Lu Jian has been in the Demon Beheading Division for about 10 years, but his position has not been improved, and he is still just a demon hunter at the bottom of the hierarchy. There is a lot of work, little money, time consuming, and so far he has not even gotten a wife. The downside is obvious, he won't get any favors from the top, especially if it involves some shady deals. He was not good at making deals, and it was likely that he would only be good at being a bachelor for the rest of his life. But it's true what they say, it's a blessing in disguise. Lu Jian, who was not involved in the deal between the former 100th household Yao Jijun and the river god, was lying in the messy kennel of his house, digesting the shocking experience he had had throughout the day, when a beautiful woman inexplicably appeared in front of his bed. The moment he met the beauty's gaze, his breath nearly stopped. So beautiful. It's a fox demon, isn't it? Isn't it the fox I saved before? Who took human form and gave herself in return for a favor? It was hard for Bai Wei to resist the urge to curse, if not for the fact that Li Yin ordered her to strike a weak blow at him before she left, showing her the horror of that all-seeing eye. At this moment she would have already killed this toad wanting to eat swan's meat demon hunter, and when she returned to resume her orders, she casually put this guy on the list of Yao Jijun's accomplices. But right now she wouldn't dare fake her way out of it. The boss's eyes were watching her back, so she forced herself to endure her discomfort, performed the charm technique, and after hastily asking a few questions to confirm that the demon hunter in front of her was an innocent and honest man, she casually knocked him out and turned to leave. When Lu Jian woke up, it was already half an hour later. This is demonic revenge? Recalling what happened before he woke up, Lu Jian only felt a sense of death. No, if the fox demon took revenge, why didn't it take his life? Puzzled, he chose to go out and prepared to head to the house of his nearest fellow officer, Wang Mazi, to discuss with the other party and see if he could solve the confusion. Within a short time, he arrived at his destination. As soon as he pushed open the door, the thick and pungent smell of blood greeted him. He retreated in horror, while gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist tightly, and peered into the room as if he were an enemy. The house was fairly clean under the dim oil lamp. Wang Mazi was lying on the ground, motionless, as if he had a hangover. Lu Jian took a deep breath and boldly stepped forward, squatted down, and reached down to turn him right side up. In the next moment, he screamed in horror and bounced backward like a startled bird. Wang Mazi's chest and abdomen was actually like a fish that had been slaughtered cleanly. The upper and lower holes were open and empty. He gasped for air and looked at Wang Mazi's face in shock. There, still stuck to it, was a piece of white paper printed in blood. Aiding and abetting the enemy, deserved to be killed. Staggering back a few steps, Lu Jian only felt his mouth go dry. Wang Mazi is dead. Who did this? No, we have to report to the officials. Quickly, no. He is the official himself. But his skill is only half a caddy with Wang Mazi. Wang Mazi died so silently. What could he do? Jiang Hao, Jiang Shaoqi. A person's name suddenly flashed through Lu Jian's mind. Now in the County Demon Beheading Division, Yao Jijun, 100 households, is dead, and the only one who can make decisions is Jiang Shaoqi. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to delay and stumbled out, running straight to Jiang Hao's house. A quarter of an hour later, Jiang Hao's house, looked it was tied solid, mouth stuffed with a piece of broken rags. Jiang Hao daughter-in-law, as well as the death of a dead, heartless, the same face is labeled with the words to help abuse, should be killed. Jiang Hao, Lu Jian fell into the ice cellar. Outside the door, hurried footsteps sounded. Lu Jian's nerves tightened, clanking, pulling out the demon chopper. Cold sweat on his forehead sliding down his square face full of stubble, dripping on his trembling tiger's mouth. Jiang Shaoqi, it's not good. I just went to look for Zhang Dong and found that he was attacked and killed in his home. His belly and intestines hollowed out. The visitor came up for air and shouted, stepping into the room. Then it was like a duck with its neck pinched, with its mouth dryly open, unable to make a sound. Early the next morning, Li Yan woke up in a daze and shook his head, only to feel a dry thirst in his mouth. When he raised his eyes, there was a mess in front of him. Beside the dining table, the Tiger Vanguard, dressed in the demon hunter's Shin robe, was lying on the ground, snoring loudly as he slept. He then remembered, after he newly received this new member of the True Tiger General yesterday, he was too happy and drank all night with the Tiger Vanguard, and ended up getting drunk in this wine shop. Junior, check out. He raised his hand and shouted. Junior didn't show up. The liquor store owner stepped forward with trepidation. Lordly, you don't have to pay for this table of food and drinks. Oh, why? Did the old Buddha Kingdom myriad bodhisattvas pay the bill for me? The shopkeeper shook his head in a panic. There is no such thing, my lord. It's just that I admire you for beheading the evil scaly scales and executing the dirty officials yesterday, removing harm from the people, and would like to take the initiative to treat you to this meal. Li Yan laughed dumbly, fished out a 10-tael silver ingot from his bosom and threw it towards the table. One size does not fit all. Your goodwill is appreciated by this official, but the money still needs to be collected. Is 10 taels enough? Enough is enough. No, my lord, I can't take this money. Bang! Li Yan clapped his hands. On the wine table, the one silver ingot was now deep in the wood, flush with the tabletop. The Tiger Vanguard instantly woke up and stood up in a tigerish roll. What's wrong, my lord? It's okay, time to go. Tiger Vanguard. Li Yan casually picked up an altar of wine and tilted his head back to wail and drink while lifting his leg towards the gate. It was only when he stepped over the threshold and removed the wine altar from his mouth without a hitch that he realized something was wrong. On the green stone alley in front of the restaurant, I don't know when it was filled with people kneeling, looking at the costumes. They were all demon hunters. Qing Tian Daliang, spare your life. The 30-odd demon hunters bent down and kowtowed in unison, their foreheads thumping the bricks. Some people sweated like pulp, soaking their backs. Some people's crotches spread dark-colored water stains, which smelled fishy in the morning light. For a moment, Li Yan wanted to shout stand up, no kneeling, but on second thought, in this world, the emperor is still around. Not allowing them to kneel is still a bit too unrealistic. Get up. Since you are here, it means you are qualified to live. Isn't that right, Bai Wei? What your lordship said. Bai Wei's magnetic voice resounded from the roof above the incline. Those who are guilty have all been put to death. Li Yan nodded his head in satisfaction and watched those spines that were originally tense like bowstrings instantly relax and collapse. This official will report this matter. You guys, you can go back and rest. Dozens of demon hunters bowed and kowtowed once again. Qing Tian Daliang. He suddenly laughed, then threw the wine altar towards the ground. The moment the wine altar exploded on the green bricks, the whole street was silent. Stand up and get out. Chapter 66. When I get to work, I'll kill you all. Above the avenue, Li Yan led the way, with a tiger and a fox escorting him on the left and right, following closely behind, on both sides of the road. As soon as the early risers saw the strange combination of theirs, they immediately stopped in their tracks and saluted, their eyes full of admiration. until one of them shouted Great Master Cheng Tian and was the first one to kneel down. All of them woke up as if in a dream and joined in. For a while, from near and far, it poured out two waves of people. For these spontaneous people, Li Yan was not able to harden his heart, like he had just treated the remnants of the demon hunters, and ordered them to stand up and get out of the way. Pretending to be invisible and not responding doesn't seem good either. So he had to recall and imitate the common movements of a certain great man of his age who was also known as the sun, or even more so, the blue sky. If there is an opera singer hummingly from Anchi, in exchange for a city of Snow White, want to eat light winter vegetables as background music, will be a killer, but unfortunately cannot be replaced. Retrieving his thoughts, Li Yan mechanically waved his hand and swept his gaze over the tearful people of Elephant Mountain. Wherever they went, no one dared to stand still. Even the beggars huddled under the eaves of the street struggled to get up and kneel. The vermilion door stinks of wine and meat, and the road freezes with dead bones. Li Yan subconsciously recited Du Gongbu's 1,000-year-old famous line. The tiger vanguard who followed him had his eyes lit up. Lord Li is truly a man of letters and martial arts, and his dishes are like springs of water. It felt more and more that following this Lord Li was a wise move. Other than that, at least the culture can be followed to learn a lot. Li Yan frowned slightly, wanting to correct its wrong use of idioms, but felt that wasting time on this was really a bit unwise, and then stopped. Yesterday, the adults and I ate in the restaurant full of brain fat. A large group of beggars surrounded the door shouting Big Master of the Blue Sky. The big heart is good. Took out two broken silver. Ordered the second to help buy a large batch of cooking cakes distributed to them, but also only saved a moment. Cannot save a lifetime? Cannot change the fact that they are not long after the fact that they froze to death on the roadside in winter and became dry bones. TSK, my lord. Look, that old beggar over there. He froze to death before winter. Li Yan was stunned at the words and turned his head to look in the direction it was pointing. There, an old man in thin, ragged clothes, lying on the ground, half motionless, contrasting sharply with the beggars kneeling around him. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. Then he strangled the reins, stopped his mount, rolled over and dismounted, and walked towards that old beggar. The crowd moved out of the way, presenting the beggar's body before his eyes. The hunched body was lying on its back looking up at the sky, a small smile frozen at the corners of its mouth. Li Yan crouched down. The official boots crushed half of the hard as a stone cooking cakes. It is yesterday afternoon this group of beggars gathered in front of the restaurant, kneeling down and shouting Big Master of the Sky when he took out 2 taels of silver. Ordered the second to help him buy to distribute these poor people. The 5 viscera are broken. The epidermis is not injured. He pressed his fingers together on the old beggar's throat. Between the astral air traveling, his pupils shrunk slightly. Xian Tian 9 turns. Sword intent hidden blade. Xian sword sex hand? Xian sword sect? Bai Wei spoke in surprise. Why would they lay their hands on an unarmed old beggar? Li Yan was silent for a moment and got up to look at the beggars around him. Did anyone have a conversation with this old man yesterday? A small beggar trembled and raised his upper body. His small face full of dirt couldn't hide his horror. My lord, I had a few chats with Master Wang last night. What was the conversation about? Master Wang has been mentioning to me about Lord Li's rich what merit, great what achievements. He used to be a scholar. He didn't get a merit after decades of exams. He became a beggar after his family's fortune was lost. And he speaks in a literal way. And I don't really understand it. And then what? Then he said, this Qingtian fame of Lord Li will spread throughout the world in a matter of days. He himself is an example. A quarter of an hour ago, a Taoist priest with a big sword on his back came to him to inquire about Lord Li's battle with the scaly dragon and his removal of the tainted officials. Okay, you don't have to say it. Li Yan stopped the little beggar in a deep voice. After a moment's hesitation, he threw a piece of broken silver at the little beggar. Go buy a bamboo mat and find 2 people to help bury him, just the 2 of you. He casually named 2 beggars. The rest will be divided among the 3 of you to buy some clothes and food. I will send someone to keep an eye on you. If there is any greed or snatching, I will not blame the overseer for being merciless. The 3 of them immediately cowed out violently and swore to heaven that they would never let down Lord Li's good intentions. After ordering the aftermath, Li Yan raised his head. The direction of the Xian sword sex mountain gate reflected in the bottom of his eyes, and the taste of rust rose in his throat. After sending out 3 great masters, do they still have to be so secretive and sketchy? Once again mounting his horse and moving forward, Li Yan no longer had the heart to wave his hand in greeting, and his face was gloomy. My lord, for the sake of my concubine who has served you well on this journey, please don't kill me. Just outside the city gates, Bai Wei suddenly flung herself to her knees. Li Yan was dumbfounded. Stand up and talk. When did I say I would kill you? What I'm afraid of is that, before the war starts, your excellency won't say a word and beheads my concubine casually. Li Yan thought briefly and instantly understood the other party's concern. He hacked Luo Dongping to death. broke Luo Jinfeng's arm, and made a deadly feud with the Xian Sword sect, since the other party had sent 3 great masters to take revenge. Luo Junsheng, who was the bitter master, was bound to be on the list. Once the battle started, although Li Yan had a tiger vanguard at the level of a demon general to help him, he might not be able to do well against the 3 great masters. At that time, he would definitely have no time to take care of Luo Junsheng's old lover, no matter if she escaped or turned against him. It was something he could not tolerate. The best way, naturally, was to cut her down first and get rid of this unstable factor. Get up. You're thinking too much, Li Yan casually said. This official said that I would take you to the Tsanzhou Demon Beheading Division, so I won't take your life midway. By way we're willing to believe that his 3 great masters, adults are certainly unparalleled wizard, and the Tiger Vanguard to help, but do not dare to say that the victory is assured. Are you not afraid that your concubine will take advantage of the opportunity to escape? Or, just 3 grandmasters who hide their heads and cover their faces. What does this official have to fear? Li Yan snorted coldly. But what you said is also somewhat reasonable. How about this, you 2 return to the city for the time being and find an inn to stay at. This official will leave first and lure the 3 of them out. After dispatching them, I'll rejoin you. If they strike east and west and sneak up on you, Tiger Vanguard, you whistle a long warning, and this officer will rush back to the rescue at any time. Tiger Vanguard and Bai Wei looked at each other. My lord, you're going to challenge 3 of their grand masters, all by yourself? Tiger Vanguard gulped. Isn't it a bit of a mantis? Li Yan touched the hilt of his sword and laughed kindly under his breath. 3 praying mantises, they also want to stop the dragon carriage? When Li Yan rode into the official road alone for half an hour, Luo Junsheng's trio, who had finished peering around and confirmed that Myriad Sound Bodhisattva was not nearby, finally appeared. Why don't the 3 of you come back later? Li Yan looked at the 3 people across from him expressionlessly. Hearing this, Luo Junsheng frowned slightly, a trace of uneasiness rising in his heart. Listening to this tone, he seemed to have known that the 3 of them were coming. With this in mind, Luo Junsheng, who was worried about a long night's sleep, took the lead, drew his sword, and flew down. Elders Wang and Su immediately followed. The 3 swords came out in unison, immediately sealing all of Li Yan's escape routes. Seeing that the other party had no intention of dodging, the 3 of them were simultaneously delighted. This was the power of 3 grand masters, fast, hard and accurate, so that the enemy will not be able to react in time. Clank! Accompanied by the crisp sound of gold and iron clashing, the 3 heavy swords simultaneously pointed at the invisible shield, slightly bending and lining the golden body of the ox and horse behind Li Yan, causing the originally elated Luo Junsheng trio to change color in horror. When I get to work, I'm going to kill all of you. Chapter 67 Heaven's net is wide-meshed and full of loopholes. Li Yan, who did not move like a mountain and had a big smile on his face, just gently threw out a sentence. Luo, Su, and Wang simultaneously withdrew their swords and retreated, looking at the magical images that each appeared in front of them in shock. Those are the things they think they're doing extremely clean and secretive. I didn't realize that it could be reproduced in its entirety in picture and sound form. Luo Junsheng suddenly realized that his hands were shaking. No, it wasn't his hands that were shaking, it was his heart that was shaking. He never thought to death, 20 years ago, the scene where he slaughtered the Jinwei Dart Bureau would reappear like a ghost. He saw the color of his eyes, looked at the chief bodyguard that has not yet reached adulthood, with her father to travel darts together to see the long knowledge of the daughter. Bright Xianjian sect background to pursue was rejected. Infuriated, disguised as a demon, the dartboard a line of people butchered to clean, and the young girl to implement the insults. At this moment, the maiden's dying curse, I will not let him go even if I turn into a ghost, was clearly transmitted to his ears from mid-air. A bone-chilling coldness could not help but rise in his heart. It's a hallucination, right? Yes, it must be a hallucination. He forced himself to be still. The clan has previously collected information on this demon hunter. For this Chao Si Late you, not to the point does not work. To the point of punctual dispersal of Li Yan, they just secretly mock. Make fun of the court's control has greatly declined, so that the remote places of the division of the demon chopper, there is this kind of groping and playing slippery officials exist. However, when it came down to it, he was forced to re-examine Li Yan. The 3 of them on their side combined their attacks, but instead of hurting the other party in the slightest, they were shocked out of their illusions. This is impossible. Elder Wang's right hand holding the sword trembled slightly, forcing Luo Junsheng to order him to return last night to silence those widows and beggars against his conscience had become his nightmare. How do you know that I killed those widows and beggars? Luo Junsheng frowned. He only saw the image of his previous indiscriminate killings, not Wang and Su's. At this moment, when they heard Elder Wang exclaim out in shock, It suddenly dawned on them, each of them could only see and hear images and sounds related to themselves. Beware. He has magic treasures on him that can confuse people and cause them to hallucinate. Luo Junsheng gave a conclusion after a brief thought. The fox demon's seductive powers can make the weak-minded feel as if they were in heaven, with questions and answers. This Li Yan, more than likely, was carrying some kind of evil magic treasure made from the demonic Dan of Fox Demon and Mirage Demon, which could make people hallucinate. If I'm not mistaken, that magic treasure on his body should be refined from the legendary Mirage Demon Dan. That is to say, he does not have any golden body phantom. What we see is just a mirage. The so-called golden body Dharma phase was just a blindfold set up by the Dharma treasure. The two elders activate our sex heart technique, and with a clear mind, we should be able to break through his illusion. A mirage? Li Yan was almost amused by his fanciful speculations. You don't say. This idea was quite thoughtful, and in the face of his own rebellious divine hangings as a disciple of the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, it could barely be called self-justifying. On his side, he couldn't help but laugh, but on the opposite side, Su and Wang, who were originally shocked by the images of the evil deeds they had done in the past, were as enlightened as if they had been enlightened, and panically pinched their knuckles to recite the incantation. At that time, the technique of heavenly eye insight ended. Seeing the image in front of them disappear, Luo Junsheng's three hearts simultaneously relaxed. Sidekick, pretending to be a god, Luo Junsheng, who had put his heart down, snorted coldly, the so-called "when I go to work, I'll kill all of you" remark is just a deliberate bluff to scare us off. Right, as you dog scum know you're not going to be able to beat us? Elder Luo, why waste words with him? It doesn't matter if he is a mirage treasure or a dragon treasure. Just smash it. Elder Su stared at Li Yan with hatred, thinking of the ugly face he revealed when he was hit by the mirage spell and thought his past evil deeds were exposed. Killing opportunities overflowed. Luo Junsheng nodded slightly, signaling that he could act on his own. Getting the leader's approval, Elder Su no longer had any scruples. He and Elder Wang exchanged glances, and with a heartfelt understanding, they swung their swords at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, pinning towards Li Yan. Clank, clank. Su and Wang were in a trance for a while, and once again the cow and horse golden body phantoms appeared before their eyes, as well as the unrepeated ugly past. The bull and horse golden body phases, as before, seem to be old bottles, and that unrepeated ugly past is like new wine in that old bottle. The two elders, continue. Sword Moku. Luo Junsheng's voice came from behind the two of them. This magic treasure of his is extremely flawed. It can only defend but not attack. As long as we keep attacking, sooner or later we'll be able to break it. Hearing this, Su and Wang seemed to have eaten a pill of peace of mind, completely not bothering to look at those illusions in midair that seemed to be able to fake the real thing, and urging the Xian iron heavy sword from afar to send out sword chi, attacking fiercely more than once. This yawn in the eyes of Luo Junsheng, who was supervising the battle with his sword on the opposite side, made him show a mocking smile. Sir, namely, even the strongest magic treasure can only be utilized properly by someone with a high level of cultivation. Even if you are in the turtle shell of the divine beast Xuanwu, without enough cultivation to support you, sooner or later, you will be broken by us. Behave yourself and surrender. This seat can still let you die a painful death. Li Yan looked up at Luo Junsheng. If I were you guys, I would definitely take advantage of the opportunity to escape, instead of staying there stupidly doing useless things. The sharp-tongued guy, dead to the world. The sixth hour is here. Right at the moment when the bull and horse golden body Dharma phase dissipated, Li Yan sighed and drew his demon beheading sword. Elders Su and Wang tacitly withdrew their swords at the same time and stood in a zigzag formation with Luo Junsheng. This was precisely one of the Xian sword sect's combined attack formations when facing a strong enemy, the three talents sword formation. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. In the face of Li Yan, they were unwilling to suffer any consequences resulting from recklessness and carelessness. Seeing Li Yan finally draw his sword, Luo Junsheng grunted grimly. As expected, do you also know that your magic treasure won't last long and you can only choose to break out? It's too late. He reached out steeply, pulled a soft, silky mass from his waist, and threw it violently into the air. Now, taste this seat's magic treasure, the heavenly net. Li Yan couldn't help but look up, only to see a square net with a bell falling from each of its four corners swirling towards him in midair. At first glance, the net was only a foot square. However, at second glance, it had already grown with the wind and swelled to more than a foot. In a flash of lightning, it had already enveloped Li Yan with his horse. Seeing that the magic treasure was about to work, a sinister smile appeared on Luo Junsheng's gloomy face. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened and his pupils plummeted, as if he had seen a ghost. His jaw dropped. That Li Yan, inexplicably, had gotten out of the heavenly net and was standing only a foot away from him. But all nets have gaps. After all, they are for fishing. Li Yan pulled a knife twist, but for the Yellow River water. That is, there are loopholes everywhere. Chapter 68, The Horse is Fast. Not panicky. Luo Junsheng was puzzled as to how Li Yan escaped from his own magic treasure heavenly net. It's impossible. His voice was hoarse. This heavenly net of mine is so sparse that you can't possibly escape from it. Li Yan swept a glance at him. It seems that you will not die until you see the Yellow River. In that case, this official will let you die with a clearer understanding. Come, cast another net. This official will let you see what is called Yellow River water comes from the sky. Human swords unite and melt in the river. Luo Junsheng reached out his hand, distantly retrieved the heavenly net, and once again spread towards Li Yan, while his eyes stared at the other party, not sparing every move. As usual, the heavenly net grew in the wind and soon enveloped Li Yan's sky again. Then something weird happened. Li Yan actually became a leaky fish again. What kind of speed is that? Luo Junsheng's soul was in a state of shock. He didn't even see it clearly, let alone Suan Wang, whose cultivation realm was even slightly inferior to his. Until this moment, Luo Junsheng finally realized, Li Yan's sentence, wait for me to go to work. I will kill all of you. May be true, not a false threat. If I were you, I would definitely take advantage of this good opportunity to escape. Is neither a taunt nor an oxymoron, but a sincere exhortation. This person truly had the strength to fight 1 against 3, and to go head to head with a hard steel. No, to strangle 3 of their grand masters. Originally, he thought that it was the 3 of them, the great masters, who surrounded Li Yan. However, it was not until this moment that he recognized the reality. It was the 3 of them, who were surrounded by Li Yan. Luo Junsheng took a deep breath and suddenly laughed coldly. The 2 elders? Don't be fooled by his blindfold. This was still his laborious mirage treasure at work. He's still stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. Let's 3 of us hurry up and get rid of him. Suan Wang woke up as if in a dream, and without saying a word, they swung their swords at the same time, slashing towards Li Yan. The 2 Xian iron heavy swords broke through the air, seemingly wanting to cut Li Yan into 3 parts. In the face of these raging double swords, Li Yan did not dodge, but just casually activated the active defense skill of the newly synthesized technique Beast in Buddha, Copper Head and Iron Arm. The tip of the sword quickly reached Li Yan's circumference and was about to pierce into the metaphysical robes, completely unlike before, when it was blocked by the invisible shield at a long distance from the person. But for some reason, Elder Wang vaguely felt that something was wrong. But what was wrong? He couldn't tell for a moment. Then he saw that Li Yan's body was steeply covered in a layer of gray. It was as if the vicissitudes of stone carving through endless years. At that moment, he almost cried out in shock, wanting to urgently retrieve the heavy sword in his hand, yet it was too late. Clunk! The sound of gold and stone clashing suddenly rang out. Along with this sound coming from the sword, there was also an indescribably odd force of recoil. For a moment, he was actually shocked and slightly disoriented, frozen in place. In a trance, he saw Li Yan's plain, unadorned blade that slashed straight down from his head. At that moment, he finally figured out what was wrong. Li Yan does not flash and does not avoid. Naturally, there are countermeasures. This is inevitable. This is one of them. As for the second, it was clearly Luo Junsheng who shouted 3 people side by side. But why were there only 2 swords stabbing at Li Yan? He did not have much time to think about why. It was because Li Yan's demon slasher was just too fast. The stiffness is short, but deadly. On the other side, Elder Su, who had also been bounced back to stiffness, had just recovered when he saw that the old king next door had been slashed in 2, and his heart and guts were suddenly split. Suddenly turned around, found that originally shouted together on Luo Junsheng, at this time even has drifted to 10 feet away. Shocked, but also angry. Luo Junsheng, you treacherous villain, none of you 3 are any good, and you expect him to work with you? Li Yan's mocking voice sounded from behind him. Elder Su was struck by lightning. Afterwards, he didn't dare to delay for a moment, not caring that his figure was not facing Li Yan at the moment. He fell to his knees before adjusting his direction and kowtowing frantically towards the other party. Lordly, spare his life. This traitor surnamed Luo is so despicable and dirty. Sumao and he do not share the same fate. As long as Lordly spares my life, I will definitely pledge my loyalty to you, Lord, and eliminate the Luo and the Xianjian sect. My lord, Sumao is no longer a great master, and living is still useful to you. Exempt. Li Yan laughed and casually chopped off his head with a knife. I rather think that the dead are more useful than the living. Above the official road, Luo Junsheng ran wildly with his horse. After seeing Li Yan's ghostly figure just now, he immediately realized, this Li Yan is a monster. The 3 of them would never be a match for this monster. Instead of combining the strength of 3 people to fight hard with them and end up dying on the same day in the same year and the same month, it would be better to let those 2 people act as a shield and escape first and return to the sect to deliver this important news to the patriarch. 2 elders, don't blame Mr. Luo for being ruthless. He smacked his mount's ass hard as he confessed to his teammates, who were presumably already on their way to the 9 springs. If you want to blame yourselves for not being as smart as Mr. Luo. Along the way, he didn't dare to look back for fear that if he turned back, he would see Li Yan's ghostly figure. He didn't know how long he had been running wildly until he vaguely glimpsed that his mount was already foaming at the mouth, and only then did he feel slightly more at ease. It should be fine. He slowed down his speed slightly and thought with palpitations, that Li Yan's cultivation level is estimated to have arrived at the martial saint realm. We 3 great masters. How dare we confidently lecture him about his bad luck? Ridiculous, lamentable. I wonder if he's still after me. It's okay, don't panic. Even though he's a martial saint, his horse isn't as fast as mine. Unless, run, why don't you keep running? Behind him, Li Yan's lethargic voice rang out abruptly. This sound, like a death wish, caused Luo Juinxing's heart, which had just been put down, to instantly rise to his throat. He stiffly craned his neck and looked behind him at Li Yan, who was suspended in midair more than a person high, his eyes dilated in disorientation. How is this possible? You actually really could, to gasify a horse? Li Yan froze at his words, and his heart was in a trance. Transforming a horse with qi? No way. There's even a horse riding do di in this world? Oh, it's this comical grandmaster who doesn't know that I've newly acquired the skill like a tiger adding wings and thought that I'd caught up with him using some strange technique. He couldn't help but smile derisively at the thought. Ahead of you, teasing clan, do you dare to dismount and fight me? Above the avenue, Tiger Vanguard and Bai Wei looked at the 3 fresh heads hanging on Li Yan's horse and were all jaw-dropped. Walk faster and keep up. Slowly, like maggots, Li Yan couldn't help but urge. Tiger Vanguard came back to his senses and said with some dissatisfaction, my lord, if you really want to compare, your horse is not as fast as mine. Chapter 69 Family affection is thin in an imperial household. Late at night, Yunzhou, Fallen Cloud Mountain, Xian Sword Sect, the moon and stars were faint, and under the shroud of night, the 12 peaks of the Sword Pavilion were hidden. On top of the square before the main hall of the Xian Sword Sect, Patriarch Li Changtian sat cross-legged. Around him, 300 ancient swords were suspended in mid-air, rotating non-stop, and the moonlight reflected on the blades of the swords pierced into the distance, as if signaling the boundless vicissitudes of this ancient sword array. Patriarch, the 3rd prince's men have arrived. Vice Patriarch Gao Mingyuan floated outside the sword formation and respectfully reported, ask them to take their seats. Li Changtian still closed his eyes and plopped down his knees as he blandly commanded. Above the mid-air, the originally bright night sky suddenly darkened, as if meeting a heavenly dog eclipsing the moon. At the same time, the ancient sword array that had been quietly rotating suddenly emitted a burst of ear-piercing buzzing, and the endless killing intent was hideous. But this killing intent was not released after all. A few moments later, the hurricane swept wildly, and several huge eagles fluttered their huge wings and landed on top of the square with a bang. A young man in a basil-colored python robe slightly bowed his head and stepped out from under the curtains of the building ship that the guards had lifted, drifting down and silently walking towards Li Changtian. Behind them, dozens of metaphysical armor guards, silently collaborating with each other, unloaded one gilded wooden box after another from the building ship. Patriarch Knight, it's been a long time. I've taken the liberty of visiting. A small gift. No honor. The young man had a smile on his lips and easily greeted Li Changtian. Li Changtian opened his eyes and stood up with his hands in the center of the sword formation, his snow-white beard and hair swept up by the mountain wind. Your Highness, the 3rd prince, you've come all the way here. What gifts are you bringing? He faintly looked behind 3rd Prince Wei Woyo. The gilt wooden box carried by the Xuanjia guards was quite substantial at first glance. I just don't know what your highness has brought. Is it a toast? Or a penalty? What makes you say that, Patriarch Knight? Wei Wuyo was surprised, and then he signaled the Xuanjia warrior behind him to open a gilt wooden box, the huge crossbow carriage with an ancient shape, but with a strange sense of splendor, such as the ancient beasts, was reflected in Li Changtian's eyes. Demon hunting crossbow of Earth Order. A great killing weapon that could break the astral body protection of a Grand Master level martial artist and easily decapitate martial artists below the innate master level. This was a high-end weapon that had always been equipped only by the elite demon suppression army and the Imperial City's forbidden guards. Li Changtian did not move and lowered his eyelids. Is this what His Highness the 3rd Prince wants? Or, Wei Wuyo's face was still gentle and elegant, with a harmless appearance. Patriarch Li is a smart person. He should know that this king traditionally only likes to hook the bar to listen to music and recite poems. and he's not interested in the internal fights in the courtroom or the border army's disputes. His meaning was obvious. Do I look like someone who can wave his hand and transfer such a big killing weapon from the army? Li Changtian actually knew it in his heart. However, there were still some words that he did not spit out. Duke Dong Wei Qianlong, arrogant and domineering, condoned his daughter's subordinates demon hunters to kill and injure my clan's disciples and elders, and afterwards, instead, he backtracked and claimed that it was my Xinjian sect that had defied the imperial court's law enforcement agencies, and used this as a reason to make an effort to prepare for the annihilation of my Xinjian sect. Soldiers, the country's major events, the place of life and death, cannot be ignored. Without His Majesty's approval, how could Duke Dong dare to do so? Wei Wuyo shook his head, looking rather helpless. Patriarch Knight is unaware that the first time father learned of the matter of Duke Dong preparing to mobilize his troops to besiege the Xin Sword sect, he categorically stopped it. But, you also understand that Duke Dong has a huge power in the dynasty and the border army. If he finds a chance to make a name for himself, even the father emperor cannot ignore the full court and the military, dictate and forcefully block. Speaking of this, on his face, there actually seemed to be a hint of grief. If Patriarch Knight thought that since my father is the current son of heaven, once his golden mouth opens, no one would dare to disobey him, then he would be very wrong. Throughout history, there have been emperors whose might was so great that no one dared to disobey them. There are also countless powerful officials who are so arrogant that they hold the emperor hostage and do not give the royal family the slightest regard. Those who insulted the Son of Heaven with such disparaging words as dogs foot me and sent their men to beat the emperor with 3 punches are still good people compared to those who slaughtered the royal family. Li Changtian frowned slightly. As the head of a clan, he naturally would not be ignorant of the situation in the imperial court. Mr. Wei Qianlong, the Duke of Dong, made a lot of efforts in supporting His Majesty's ascension to the throne 30 years ago, and has the merit of being a slave to the dragon. His Majesty, after his accession to the throne, naturally rewarded him and the heavy generals under his command in return. Initially, it can be a joyous experience for all. However, people in the world, since ancient times, are easy to suffer together. With the rich and powerful is difficult. After the initial rapport, a tangle of conflicting interests came to the fore. According to His Majesty, at that time, he did not want to compete with the former crown prince for the throne, and it was Wei Qianlong as well as his subordinates who egged him on. For this kind of argument, Li Changtian naturally didn't believe it. Whoever believed it was a cutie. It's a blatant case of being you're clearly half-assing it. In any case, after His half-hearted Majesty became the emperor, he looked back and saw that, goodness, the brothers who had supported his claim to the throne were now in a situation so similar to his own at that time. One day, Wei Qianlong under those strategists and military generals, if they feel that the official title rose to the head, not satisfied, following the example of the year, cold weather cloak yellow robe to warm up, such as what to do. Thinking of this, His Majesty immediately began to save for a rainy day, cutting down Wei Qianlong's power both explicitly and implicitly. To be able to laugh until the end amidst the bloodshed of the royal family's battle, Wei Qianlong was naturally not a cutie pie. He understood the emperor's elder brother's scorn for himself. Initially, he may have been trying to make peace with a retreat, but ever since he realized that every time he took a step back, a group of those under his hand were silently retreated, and after a few times, in the face of the cries and pleas of his remaining men, he refused to retreat any further. The more he refused to retreat, the more suspicious the emperor's side became, and the more serious the suppression became. A vicious circle is then created. When Wei Qianlong's wife died, the emperor forced him to give him a marriage on the grounds that he only had daughters and no firstborn sons to inherit the throne of the feudal lord. But Wei Qianlong flatly refused. The emperor was furious and took the opportunity to cut down his position as a prince and demoted him to the rank of Duke of Dong. By now, the conflict between the two sides is irreconcilable and well known to the public. The Great Li dynasty is on the verge of civil war, although both sides know the dangers of a big war, and are still trying to avoid escalating friction when they are fighting fiercely. Those who have a heart know, all it takes is a tiny spark and the fire could be ignited. The state that His Majesty and the Duke of Dong, at the moment, are in is almost no different from gambling with open cards. You know what card I'm going to play next, and the way you're going to respond to it is expected. Depends on whether you have more stakes or I have more chips. From the original unity of brothers, its benefits break the gold. Developed to later sibling rivalry, the same room, secretly, can only be said, the emperor's family kinship thin. Li Changtian gathered information in his mind. What does the third prince mean? That His Majesty wishes to see a firefight between my Xian Sword sect and the Duke of Dong? Chapter 70, No Solution to the Young Puzzle. Letting the Xian Sword sect and Lord Dong have a firefight? How could Patriarch Li have such an idea? Wei Wuyo looked confused. If not, how could His Majesty have sent you? Your Highness, To send an Earth-ranked demon hunting crossbow? Wei Wuyo shook his head repeatedly. Patriarch Li is joking. Duke Dong is my king's own uncle, the beloved brother of His Majesty today. How could His Majesty possibly look forward to a firefight between the Xianjian sect and his own brothers? This batch of Earth-ranked demon hunting crossbows was sent by His Majesty to bring this king to make some deals with Patriarch Knight. Trade? Li Changtian's pupils shrunk slightly. I wonder what your Majesty wants to trade. Simple. The Xian sword sect's techniques, sword formations, as well as, Wei Wuyo had a sincere smile on his face. The spirit herbs and war beasts that your sect has cultivated for many years, and so on. Li Changtian fries. Your Highness, the third prince. I'm sorry, Patriarch Knight is in no hurry. The value of this batch of Earth-ranked demon hunting crossbows is naturally not worth the feats, sword formations and the like that this king has just mentioned. There would be more to follow. Not just the demon hunting crossbow, but also other materials such as elixirs. Don't worry, Patriarch Knight. This king guarantees that the supplies sent will be equal to these items from your sect. Sounds like a good deal. Li Changtian sneered. But allow me to refuse. The smile on Wei Wuyo's face slowly condensed. Patriarch Knight should think carefully. Are you sure you want to refuse this favor from my father? A boon? Oh, this is not a gift. It's plunder. Naked plunder. This was to plow the Xian sword sect from the roots. As long as Mr. Li is alive for one day, he will not allow the Xian sword sect's 1,000-year inheritance to be broken. Li Changtian's body steeply erupted with a majestic aura around him, and the 300 ancient swords sensed his murderous aura and turned their swords in unison, pointing at Wei Wuyo as well as the Xuanjia guards behind him. For a moment, Wei Wuyo and the guards were unable to resist that pressure and almost fell to their knees. The several giant eagles behind them were even drilling the ground with their heads, trembling and wailing. It took a long time before Li Changtai withdrew that pressure. Wei Wuyo stood up in a slightly wretched manner, holding his half-flexed knees, a ruthless color flickering on his face. As expected of a martial saint, his aura is truly appalling. He straightened his shirt. For a moment, this king thought that Patriarch Li would leave the lives of this king and his guards, along with these demon-hunting crossbows, in the Xian sword sect, and then deal with the full force of the attack from Duke Dong and my father. Li Changtian glanced at him coldly. This seed is not a madman who has lost his mind, and is not yet so desperate as to make enemies on all sides in a time of crisis. Your Highness the Third Prince, please, I apologize for not seeing you off. He actually gave a categorical order of eviction. Wei Wuyo didn't avoid his icy eyes. Patriarch Knight, you really don't want to keep this batch of demon-hunting crossbows? Want to stay, but can't. Li Changtian only felt a wave of emptiness and loneliness. This is the elegy given to the Xian sword sect by the Emperor of the Great Li. Wei Wuyo laughed. Patriarch Knight is right. This may, indeed, be my father's elegy to the Xian sword sect, whether you accept it or not. Li Changtian turned his head horribly. What does Third Prince mean by that? The meaning is simple. Wei Wuyo's tone was deep and slow, like a blunt knife scratching at pork. If Patriarch Li accepts it, then he will use their strings to play himself at Sunset Peak. If Patriarch Knight does not accept them, then their crossbows and arrows will fall freely everywhere in the Xian sword sect, and the elegy will be played in your sect. Which one to choose depends on Patriarch Knight. Li Changtian only felt ice cold all over his body. It was a long time before he returned in an astringent voice. It seems that His Majesty is set on our Xian sword sect? In my king's opinion, my father has only given Patriarch Knight an offer that cannot be refused. Wei Wuyo once again revealed a kind smile. If Patriarch Knight is wise to the times, he should be clear that there are only benefits to this deal and no disadvantages. In addition to this king's subsequent dealings, other sects, too, will extend a helping hand to the Xian sword sect. Li Changtian hung his head. Prior to this, he sent letter crows to a number of sects to ask for help, but the end is very bleak. Those who usually say to each other one side is in trouble. 8 parties support, brotherhood. Watch out for each other guys. Each as a shrinking turtle general. To his plea for help turn a blind eye. Let him a clan against the behemoth of the Dongguigong faction. It wasn't as if he didn't don the benefits. At the moment of crisis, he even gave up the euphemistic hints and directly stated explicitly, today Wei Qianlong could hit Xianjian sect. Tomorrow he might not hit other sects. As we are all in the same clan, we should understand the reasoning of lips dying and not just sit back and watch. Today, Wei Qianlong strangled the Xian sword sect, and you didn't make a sound or offer to help because you don't belong to the Xian sword sect. In the future, when Wei Qianlong hits your doorstep, who else will lend you a helping hand? Li Changtian thought to himself that this was extremely reasonable. Nah, the other guy was pretty good at reasoning, and in a set way, too. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be survived. You Xianjian sect messed with Duke Dong's men yourself, and you want to drag us into this mess? No way. As the old saying goes, each person sweeps the snow in front of the door. do not care about others. Frost on the tile. Ah, it is true that the lips are lost and the teeth are cold, but as the old saying goes, too much rigidity is easy to break. Only softness can last. The teeth fall out, but the tongue will not fall out. What the third prince means is, you have convinced the other clans? Not bad. Wei Woyo no longer hid it. Weapons, rations, elixirs, and even the shortage of manpower, the other sects, will all help to replenish. There's only one prerequisite, that Patriarch Knight agrees to this deal. Li Changtian looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. How could he not understand that this was called a fire in the gates of the city for the fish in the pond? His Majesty and the Duke of Dong are the two chess players playing against each other. A chess player has the ability to choose a tempo, a queen move, or even lift the board, and can play a home move, a mundane move, or a brilliant move. He, however, did not raise his hand to seek the assistance of God in determining the full force of a particular player's defeat. If we have to draw an analogy, Xianjian sect is the chessboard in the hands of a certain emperor in history who was known as the Sage of Chess. The people of the clan are the pawns. If the emperor was annoyed by the game of chess and smashed the chessboard together with the pieces at the Duke of Dong, there was nothing he could do about it. Li Changtian had been very hopeful of borrowing the clan's assistance to fight Dong Guigong to the death, but now that his majesty was behind him, he instead became even more desperate. It was because he had already seen his own fate as well as the Xian sword sect's fate towards extinction. It's just that the manner of extinction is not quite the same. I'm sure others can see that. Regardless of whether it was Wei Qianlong, or the Xian sword sect, and the other sects behind them, they knew that the fight would not be beneficial to each other, and that it would be a lose-lose scenario, but they also had to jump into the trap. For this is His Majesty's masculine plan. Since the beginning of time, conspiracies can be broken, and masculine conspiracies cannot be solved. Chapter 71. You deserve to die. Tiger Vanguard. Above the official road leading to the headquarters of the Tsanzhou Demon Beheading Division, the strange combination of Li Yan and Tiger Vanguard, dressed in demon hunter's clothing, with a one-man plainclothes fox demon, Bai Wei, was quite striking. My lord, I'm hungry, Tiger Vanguard said in a jar. Hearing this, Li Yan's scalp tingled for a moment. Before taking in the Tiger Vanguard, he hadn't thought too much about it. He just thought that this guy's own battle power was good, and he had the bloodline restraints to deal with the unusual demon folk, and thought that it was a solid deal. It's worth spending 10 taels of silver to treat it to a big meal. But he never expected it. This one was just too edible. Not long after setting out, it cried out for hunger. After eating all the dry food that Li Yan had brought with him, he bluntly said that it was not enough to stuff his teeth. Li Yan was stunned, just opened his mouth to scold it for being a rice bucket. Finished all the food. What would he and Bai Wei eat at noon? This goods will be aggrieved, muttering, said what adults do not keep their words. I have put down the dignity of the king of beasts, sold my body as a slave, but you refuse to honor the previous promise of food and shelter and so on, so that Li Yan mumbled and could not speak bitterly. There was no way out, and before it was time for the midday meal, the group of people and demons had to find a humble wine shop halfway to feed the Tiger Vanguard and replenish their dry food in the meantime. In order to ensure that the next is not a bad thing, Li Yan is fully prepared. Nonetheless, the Tiger Pioneer fed his belly, and even had the shopkeeper prepare 2 more big bags of dried meat for the Tiger Pioneer to carry on his back. However, he still underestimated the Tiger Vanguard, who had just opened up after 5 years of vegetarianism. It's as if a strong man who has been abstaining from sex for 5 years can't hold back even a long-suffering head of a greenhouse. The Tiger Vanguard, who had a full meal, digested it as he walked, and his originally rounded stomach actually slowly calmed down. Along the way, it had been supervised from time to time, using the jerky it was carrying as a snack, and it hadn't been able to keep its mouth shut. Li Yan did not stop it, but every time, this guy will take never be a slave, unless food and shelter. In this situation, Li Yan felt that he was at a disadvantage on the one hand, and on the other hand, he also felt that, no matter what, he had just eaten a full meal, and by eating it, he could still eat all the dried meat in the 2 big bags, couldn't he? So it was just as well to leave it alone and let it go. And then, there was no more. This big stomach tiger has not only eaten up the 2 big bags of jerky, but has actually begun to cry out for hunger again. Lordly, you reap what you sow. This Lord Mountain Monarch was recruited by you using your own credibility as a guarantee. The Emperor does not send out hungry soldiers, and as a 100 tenant of the Demon Beheading Division, although you are no match for the Emperor, it's always not very good to go back on one's word. It's better to be from it. Fox Demon Bai Wei do not know whether it is generated. Li Yan said not to kill her will never kill her. Is really a promise of gold feeling? Get rid of the shadow of death, but also active, slyly talk about the sarcasm, on the sidelines to see the joke. You shut the up. Li Yan glared at her without any good humor. this official really wonders. Is this fox spirit of yours born with a cool nature or what's going on? Luo Junsheng, the Xian sword sex grandmaster who had been a dewy-eyed couple with you and ordered you to come against me, was just slaughtered by me? And his head is still hanging from Laozi's waist glaring at you. And you're actually still in the mood to joke around with Laozi here? Bai Wei instantly blushed. Seeing her slightly strange behavior, Li Yan instinctively felt that something was wrong. While he was organizing his thoughts, Tiger Vanguard temporarily forgot about his hungry stomach and asked in surprise, "What? Among the 3 great masters that your excellency just slaughtered, there was actually Bai Wei's husband?" Li Yan was interrupted in his thoughts by it. He was originally a bit upset. His face was about to scold it, but suddenly thought, when you are hungry, if you can divert your attention with chatting, you can delay it for a while. So he categorically changed into a smiling face. Yes, aren't you curious as to why Bai Wei, the fox demon, has a human husband? Tiger Vanguard was really attracted by this rare human and demon romance. It's a bit curious. Li Yan immediately began to play the role of a gossiping woman from a rural village in his previous life, bringing to light how Bai Wei had been abused by her former oafish husband, and how she had become acquainted with Luo Junsheng, the elder of the Xianjian sect. This pair of adulterers and adulteresses then told the story of how they killed off that turtle husband and practiced the turtle's shell into a magic treasure to add to the story, completely disregarding Bai Wei's face. But I guess she doesn't care about that herself. What's the point of setting up a house of cards when she's stealing behind her turtle husband's back? Tiger Vanguard sked as he listened, glancing at Bai Wei with slanted eyes and teasing, "Xiao Bai, you don't have a good eye for this. You picked a guy who's good looking but not useful. What grand master? A wolf's false name. 3 of them can't even beat one of our adults. If you ask me, you might as well have picked me as your husband, so you could at least fox around." Bai Wei didn't dare to do anything to Li Yan, but she wasn't too afraid of this new Tiger Vanguard, so she said unwillingly, "If Tiger Vanguard is willing, it's fine with my concubine, but when something goes wrong and Lordly cuts off your head, you can't blame my concubine." Tiger Vanguard was slightly stunned. "What do you mean? Why would I be beheaded by Lordly if I took you as my wife?" "Oh, I get it, the 2 of you had an affair and are adulterers. Lord Li's golden house hides a demon. No one else is allowed to get their hands on it. If you dare to make up about old me again, I'll chop your head off right now." Li Yan kicked the tiger's butt and explained without a good mood, "I didn't make it clear to you just now. Not only did she have a human husband before, she also had a tiger demon husband in the innate sect master realm. But a few days ago, they had also been slaughtered by this official. The reason is not at all what you think. It's just that they provoked me." Tiger Vanguard immediately felt a coldness rise in his neck. 3 husbands, and not one of them had a happy ending? You're a fox demon. You're a husband killer. Come on, let's just pretend I didn't say anything. It quickly stepped forward, wanting to distance itself from this heaven-defying fox demon. As soon as it accelerated for a short while, its spirit shook, stretched out its claws and pointed toward the front, turning its head to greet Li Yan. "My lord, there is an inn in front of us. We have a place to eat?" Li Yan looked to the official roadside of the lone inn. Crooked wooden signboard, "Peace Inn" and the peace word missing strokes, rather like uneasy, very suitable for his mood at the moment. It suits his mood at the moment. He gripped the dried up money bag, his knuckles pinched white, wishing that the kitchen of this inn would suddenly run out of water and a fire would burn the house clean. This idea together, he immediately cursed his own evil. People honestly do some small business. They cannot afford to spend money on people want to suffer. This idea should not be. "Shopkeeper, cut 20 pounds of beef and sauce first. Don't look at me with that kind of look. My lord has plenty of money and a good character. He will never take credit or renege on a debt." Tiger Vanguard shouted in a rough voice, followed by even more directly flashed Li Yan bright, "Lord, you are first shell out 10 taels of silver out to pay the bill well, so that they do not have to worry about the fear of exhaustion." Cam. Damn you, Tiger Vanguard. The evil fire that had just been extinguished in Li Yan's heart was instantly rekindled. Only this time, the target was changed, replaced by the Tiger Vanguard. It would be nice if a sudden mountain fire came and roasted this guy. Chapter 72, Unexpected Joy. "My lord, I'm hungry again." When the Tiger Vanguard once again spoke these liver-shivering words that were enough to make a person go for no money, Li Yan halted his horse and took a deep breath. "Tiger Vanguard, you used to be the mountain monarch, but now you're forced to call me your excellency. I think it's also an injustice to you. This official thinks about it. Why don't we change the title?" Tiger Vanguard was confused. "If not lord, then what? Great king?" Li Yan did not respond and reached out to point to the mountains not far away. "See that mountain up ahead?" Unsure, the Tiger Vanguard scratched his head. "I see, my lord. Then what? There is no tiger in the mountain, and the monkey is the king. If you leave, the mountain is bound to be in chaos. Do you want to go back and take charge? The tiger vanguard was unsure and was stunned. Your Majesty, are you letting the tiger return to the mountain, leaving no end of trouble in its wake? But this is not the mountain I stayed on before. How can this be called letting the tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless troubles? Laozi is now clearly keeping a tiger and eating the mountain. Li Yan was powerless to spit. When Tiger Vanguard saw that he didn't respond, he turned his head and asked Bai Wei, Xiao Bai, does the king think that I've eaten too much, and wants to renege on his word and cut his robe with me? Bai Wei wanted to laugh, but when she thought that because of a casual joke earlier, she was suspected by Li Yan as to why she wasn't saddened by Luo Juanxing's death, she hurriedly calmed down her emotions, and after searching her intestines and stomach, she was able to think of a reply that didn't offend Li Yan so much. Of course, my lord is not a person who does not keep his promise. My concubine guesses that my lord means, you can rely on hunting and killing wild beasts in the mountains before, and take them to the wine shop to exchange for food. Now you can still do this. For example, kill a few monkeys, wild boars, and so on, eat them raw or sell them for money. This can also more or less save some silver for adults. All happy. It's true that there are 3 of us. These words were like an enlightenment to Li Yan. He was still a little bit stuck in his own mindset, thinking that he would pay to raise tiger pioneers. He cast an approving glance toward Bai Wei and nodded. Not bad. This is what this official means. You hurry up and go hunting in the mountains. Tiger Pioneer grinned widely. What the great king and Little White said is true. I'll go into the mountains and catch a few monkeys, keep the monkey's head for the wine, and give the rest to the great king. No need. Li Yan had absolutely no idea of being the yellow-winged great sage. Whether it's the monkey's head or body, it's better for you to eat them all. Don't waste the ingredients. If we just eat monkey heads, how many monkeys would we have to kill to get enough? And, on second thought, great king is too vulgar. So let's change it back to lord. Yes, my lord. Understood, my lord. The tiger vanguard turned around and ran towards the distant mountains. Not long after, a tiger roared in the forest, startling countless birds. You've behaved quite well on this journey. Li Yan nodded his head in satisfaction at Bai Wei. Thinking back carefully, apart from plying other demons, you didn't harm human lives. Although not long ago for the Xinjiang zone that surnamed Luo sold his life, came over to seek the bad luck of this official, but unfortunately, the killing is not successful and was countered. Stealing the chicken is not a good thing. Counting your attempted murder. When we get back to the Sanzhou Demon Beheading Division, I'll try to put in a good word for you and spare you the death penalty. Bai Wei's pretty face contained a smile. Many thanks for your lordship's enlightenment. Li Yan was about to say something else when he suddenly heard a familiar beep in his head. Congratulations to the host for harvesting several alien subordinates and gaining 50,000 cultivation points reward. You have successfully reached the Grand Master, Middle, Realm. Since the Rudraksh Golden Body technique before synthesis has not been raised to full level, the cultivation gained will be automatically filled into the new technique Beasts and Buddhas after synthesis. Your cultivation level is sufficient to bring the original technique Rolai Golden Body technique to full level. So the new technique, the Beast and the Buddha, also reaches full level. Feats, Beasts and Buddhas, Perfection. Passive, increase in vitality, attack power, defense, evasion, and healing ability. Active defense skill, Bronze Head, Iron Bone. Active attack skill, Cracking Claw. Auxiliary skills, add wings to tigers. What's with this? Li Yan wondered and clicked on the panel. Current realm, Grandmaster, middle stage, 51735/100000. Current cultivation level, 1835. Feats and martial arts. Powerful Bull Demon Fist, full level. Demon Slaying Blade Technique, full level. Yellow River Heavenly Blade, full level. The Beast and the Buddha, perfection. Prajna Brightness Dharma, 4 levels. Looking at the freshly baked panel, Li Yan fell into deep thought. There was no error in the system, but he hadn't taken in any other alien henchman other than the Tiger Vanguard during this time. Could it be? Over at the Blackwater County base camp, a few centurions got the hang of it and admitted the Minotaur and Horseface Demon into the Demon Beheading Division? No, it is unlikely. Without the consent of himself, the 100 household, Zhou Hu, Zhang Bao, Yang Sen and the others would never dare to make unauthorized decisions. Is that Wei Qinghan? It doesn't look like it either. Even though she had Duke Dong as her big father, she had endured it all when she had called a deer a horse in front of her, causing her to lose face. Knowing that her attitude towards demons had always been to kill them if they didn't listen, she would never touch herself with such a thing. That's strange. Where did this sudden collection of alien henchmen come from? My lord? What happened to you? Seeing his sudden daze, Bai Wei was a bit puzzled and couldn't help but speak out, even wanting to reach out and shake her hand in front of his eyes. Then noticing that both of her arms had been chopped off by Li Yan, and she couldn't even do it if she wanted to wave her hand. She couldn't help but be gloomy. It was a good thing that Li Yan had been awakened by her shouts. It's nothing. This officer just thought of something strange. Bai Wei's face tightened. What? Strange things? There are some demons that don't appear to make much sense. Li Yan subconsciously voiced the doubts in his heart. And only halfway through his words did he realize that these secrets shouldn't be exposed. So he shut up. Bai Wei's face became more tense. Appear? Unreasonable? Your honor means, Great King, I've returned with a full stomach. Not far away. Tiger Vanguard's loud voice rang out. Li and Bai turned their heads to it at the same time. He saw the Tiger Vanguard eating with a rounded stomach, clutching a fresh monkey head in his hand, and a monkey demon about 5 feet tall behind him. Seeing this scene, Li Yan could not help but feel amused. This guy, did he eat too much monkey brain and grow a brain? I can't believe I know to carry biological rations anymore. He was about to praise the other party, but the monkey demon dodged out and knelt down to him. Subordinate Monkey Guiyu, greetings to the Great King. Li Yan was stunned and turned his head to look at Tiger Vanguard. What's this? However, he saw the other party cheerfully say, Great King, this is my new little brother, and this mountain is its territory. I am the king's little brother. It is my little brother. The little brother's little brother, naturally, is also the king's little brother, so it was ordered to come and pay a little visit to the king. From now on, all the monkey demons in this mountain will be your juniors. Great King. So it is. Li Yan couldn't help but look at Tiger Vanguard with affectionate eyes. I'm sorry, Tiger, I was hoping you'd have an accident, and I was wrong to drive you back. You're a real blessing to me. Who can help me cultivate? Only I. Great General Tiger. Chapter 73 Martial Sage. At this moment, Li Yan, looking at his own tyrannical Eclipse King Tiger Vanguard, completely lost his previous dislike. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and could not wait to hug it and kiss it fiercely. On the side, Bai Wei also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly continued this topic. That, Monkey Kingdom Jade, right? It ate your monkeys and monkeys' grandchildren, and you're actually willing to worship it as king? Do you think, in their eyes, you'll still be the Monkey King in the future? Monkey Kingdom Jade was slightly embarrassed, and after a moment compensated by smiling, I think I am. The implication, it doesn't matter what they think of themselves, it just feels like it. Monkey demons in this mountain, the higher the cultivation, the pinker the butt. It has the reddest butt of all the monkeys in the mountain. To it, none of the rest of the monkey demons could fight. As long as this Tiger King, as well as the Human King, left this place, it would still be in charge of the acreage here. It's still the king of the land here. Tiger Pioneer also stepped forward to ease its embarrassment. Little White, you are wrong. What I ate was just an ordinary monkey, not its family. Or rather, not considered its family. Bai Wei was puzzled by this statement. Are ordinary monkeys not family? Tiger Vanguard was momentarily stumped by the question. Still Li Yan understood the way. Stroking his chin and laughed. Is it that this guy, when he usually has benefits, he just distributes them to the monkey demons in the core circle and doesn't treat the ordinary monkeys as family members? When something bad comes to its door, such as a Tiger Vanguard asking for its family to feed it, these ordinary monkeys become its family? The Tiger Vanguard suddenly realized, and handed him the monkey head in his hand with a face of admiration. A great king is a great king, with inhuman wisdom. Great King, eat the monkey head. Li Yan face smile convergence, disgustedly staring at the bloody monkey head. The heart has orange hemp wheat skin. Do not know when the paddle is not paddle. Roll. Get out of here. I don't eat blood like you do. The Tiger Pioneer snapped and retrieved the monkey head, and with a pang of aggravation in his heart, he couldn't help but complain to the monkey head. Family members, who understands? I was a filial heart, but I was scolded by the king, and I was as depressed as if I had died. Alright, those who don't know still think that you've worshipped this official as your righteous father, and you're still as if you've lost your mother. Li Yan interrupted it with tears and laughter, then turned his head to look at Monkey Guoyu. Apart from the monkey demon in this mountain, how many other demons are there? Monkey Kingdom Jade respectfully said, reporting back to the king. Besides the monkey demons, other demons include deer demons, crow monsters, rabbit demons, and so on. The exact number is unknown. Li Yan's heart rejoiced. His face did not show any emotion. Very well, you two go back now and take the other demons under this official's command as well. Regardless of cultivation level, the more the better. Tiger Vanguard had a bit hairy. King, these small demons stacked together cannot carry me a roar. Put them under the banner. What is the role? In my opinion, it is purely a rotten fish to fill up the number. A stinky fish spoils the whole pot of soup. If I tell you to do it, you do it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Li Yan waved his hand. When this is done, wait until we get to Tsangzhou. This official treats you to steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted flower duck, roasted fawn, roasted sub-goose, dewdrops, marinated ducks, sauced chicken. Tiger Vanguard's mouth opened wide as he listened, and his saliva was flying down 3,000 feet. In the next moment, it vigorously wiped its mouth and reached out its claws to lift Monkey Kingdom Jade. Don't worry, Great King. I promise to complete the task. Congratulations to the host for subjugating 800 Raven Monster Henchmen and harvesting 4,000 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for subjugating 500 Rabbit Demon Henchmen and harvesting 2,000 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host for subjugating 20 Deer Demon Henchmen and harvesting 2,000 cultivation points. Congratulations to the host. Current realm, Grandmaster, middle stage, 61735/100000. Current cultivation level, 11,835. After stationing himself in place for an hour, Li Yan finally waited for Tiger Vanguard and Monkey Guiyu to return. Looking at the final data on the panel, he was satisfied. It looked like the first batch of Monkey Kingdom Jade and other monkey demons that were taken in had the highest harvesting cultivation because of their high cultivation level. The second batch of demons that he had now taken in were a mixed bag of good and bad, and the overall cultivation level was on the low side, which was to be expected. So he wasn't disappointed. I'm so stupid. Really? He cursed his own stupidity. I only knew that the Great Li dynasty had long had a precedent of accepting demons to join the demon hunters, but I didn't know that I could increase my cultivation after accepting them. If I had known this, why would I have stayed in Anshi County for 3 years? Luckily, it's not too late to find out about this benefit and mend your ways. In the next journey, every time he climbed a mountain and crossed a river, Li Yan ordered Tiger Vanguard to take in the mountain spirits and water monsters therein to increase his cultivation. Just like this, he walked to the state capital of Sanzhou, and Li Yan finally got what he wanted. Congratulations to the host for subjugating a number of alien henchmen and harvesting 20,000 cultivation points. You have advanced to Martial Sage, early stage, 3624/200000. You infuse your cultivation into the Prajna brightness method and raise it to perfection. Feats and martial arts. Powerful Bull Demon Fist, full level. Demon Slaying Blade Technique, full level. Yellow River Heavenly Blade, full level. The Beast and the Buddha, perfection. Prajna Light Dharma, perfection. Experiencing the abundant power around him, Li Yan finally understood why only experts at the level of Martial Saint and Human Immortal were able to survive the crash landing of the giant Eagle houseboat from a height of 10,000 meters. Hard. Too hard. A Martial Saint who did a freefall movement from 10,000 meters in the air was almost equivalent to a drill bomb that wouldn't explode. And even if it was a steel pillar or an iron plate, it would only be easily penetrated by it unharmed. Sanzhou Demon Beheading Division Headquarters. 1,000 Household Shixinzhong, with a group of 100 households, looked up and down at Li Yan, who had dragged his feet and taken a few more days to arrive to report on his duties, as well as the powerful Tiger Demon. As for Bai Wei, she had long been handed over by Li Yan and was said to have been imprisoned in the dungeon. Bai Huli, are you saying, you, alone, single-handedly took on 3 Xian Sword Sect Grandmasters and killed them all without a scratch? A Bai Hu surnamed Lu looked at Li Yan with indescribable eyes. Those eyes seemed to say, do I look like a little cutie to you? Do I? The few remaining centurions also exchanged words. Are you kidding me? That's a Grand Master. Or 3. Killing a good man and risking his life. Oh, with a dead rat around your waist, posing as a hunter. Young people nowadays, they can't even make a fake. And this doesn't show? Sure, Xinzhong certainly did not believe that Li Yan could really dry out 3 Grand Masters. But he also didn't believe that Li Yan would dare to kill Liang and take the credit for it. Chopping off the heads of 3 random people to pretend to be a Grand Master of the Xianjin sect, he looked to Tiger Vanguard. Shan Jun, you said that you were previously sensitized by the Buddha's myriad sound Bodhisattva and had been a vegetarian for 5 years, and that subsequently, 100th household Li won a debate with the myriad sound Bodhisattva and got the Bodhisattva to agree that you could be allowed to dabble with meat in the future. And that out of gratitude you threw yourself into Lord Li's service? Exactly. Sure, Xinzhong turned his head to look at the Buddhist trigger finger in Li Yan's hand. 100th household Li. This official is asking you a question. You only need to answer yes or no. And you don't need to speak a single word in excess. Are you an Archon? Li Yan opened his mouth. No. Sure, Xinzhong nodded. That should be it. Killing 3 great masters was originally the work of Bodhisattva and Mountain Monarch, but it was swallowed by this kid. Pity. This guy is a genius, but he's too greedy for success and doesn't know the truth of the heart is not enough for the snake to swallow the elephant. Don't you know that if virtue does not match the position, there will be disaster? Chapter 74, The Battle is Tough. Right now, a few of the 100 houses have arrived, and since all of those here are our own people, this official will not hide it. After confirming that Li Yan was not a Grand Master, but only an innate martial artist, Sure, Xinzhong first sent someone to bring the tiger vanguard, who was yelling about being hungry, to eat, and then opened the door and went straight to the point. All of you know that our Duke of State has already sent Sangzhou Generalissimo Yi Bufan, Marshal Yi, to lead the army to war with the Xian sword sect, right? Li Yan and several centurions have said that they are aware of this. One of the 100 households hesitated for a moment, but finally did not hold back and opened his mouth to ask tentatively, Lord 1,000 households, although my humble servant and a few of his colleagues are still cultivated and have barely reached the innate martial master realm, their main opponents on weekdays are the ordinary demons that have fallen alone. Gangs have been known to commit crimes, although there have not been many cases and the number of gang members is limited. Sure, Xinzhong cut off the conversation. 100th household Wu. If you have something to say, you don't need to beat around the bush. Wu Baido choked and hurriedly confessed. Yes, Lord Qianhu. What I mean is, several of us have never participated in large-scale military disputes, and if we are hastily integrated into the army, I'm afraid that we won't be able to play much of a role. He took the lead in pointing out this problem, which seemed to be deeply popular. Several other 100 households, including Li Yan, also nodded frequently, agreeing with his statement. Sure, Xinzhong laughed. Wu Baifu, and the rest of you, are being overly concerned. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts, with two armies set up and facing each other head-on. Things like attacking a city and pulling down a fortress should naturally be left to the regular army to do. Those of us who are there is no need to go to the front lines. Hearing him say this, several people from Wu Baifu were relieved, and smiles appeared on their faces. Li Yan spoke up at this time. 1,000 households, since we are not needed to fill the lines, is it possible that we were summoned here for another mission? Not bad. Sure, Xinzhong didn't shy away. Marshal Yi personally led more than 10,000 Jin demon army to attack Xian sword sect, and one of the tactics he used was to encircle and attack. Specifically, the main force will encircle the main peak of Lisha Mountain. In addition to separating small groups of troops to guard the various key roads, the Xianjian sect was originally outside, and now learned of the news rushed back to reinforce our elder disciples, as well as other sects of reinforcements to intercept, to prevent them from joining. Since the masters of the army had to accompany the main force in the attack, these small units lacked high-end combat power. The task of you, and the experts sent by the State Duke's office, is to make up for this shortcoming. So it is. Wu Baifu came to a realization. Another Baodo surnamed Zhao also laughed out easily. So it's such an easy task. I guess we won't be able to stay for more than a few days when we go to Mount Lisha. Marshal Ye's demon suppressor army is probably already attacking the Xian sword sect right now, right? I'm afraid that by the time we arrive, the Xian sword sect will have already been overthrown, and our mission will be over before it even begins. Ha ha ha, what 100th household Zhao said. I guess we'll go forward this trip and return home in time for the winter solstice. The battle is over before the division has arrived, and it makes the heroes cry. Several 100 households were laughing and joking, not noticing that Sure Xinzhong had no joy on his face. Gradually, Zhao Baifu was the first to realize that something was wrong and stopped the clamor. Soon, the others also noticed the abnormality and the laughter died down. Gentlemen, this official advises you, it's better to dismiss the idea of rushing back for the winter solstice before it's too late. If you're unlucky, I'm afraid you'll even have to spend the new year under Mount Lakha. When these words came out, 100th household Zhao and 100th household Wu were immediately shocked. What does Lord Chitos mean by that? Could it be that the battle ahead is tight? How is that possible? General Yi is a martial saint. Under his command, there are many peak grandmasters, innate martial artists, and other experts, plus 10,000 Jin demon armies, with fine troops, fine food, and fine weapons. It's not a handful to fight a tiny Xian sword sect? How could it possibly be delayed until New Year's? Lord Qianhu, Zhao Baihu stabilized his mind and asked, you're not, by any chance, joking with us, are you? Sure, Xinzhong looked at him coldly. Do you see this official as the kind of person who jokes about military matters? Zhao Baifu, Wu Baifu, and the others looked at each other, all stunned. Only after a long time did Wu Baihu ask in a hushed voice, Lord Qianhu, what exactly happened in the middle of this? Why did General Ye's side suffer a setback? Sure, Xinzhong sighed. This matter, it's a long story. Then please make it short and sweet. Chateau-sama. Li Yan was also curious about the reason for this and couldn't help but speak out to urge him. Sure, Xinzhong frowned and glanced at Li Yan, thinking to himself, why is this guy so unruly? How dare he use such a tone of voice to speak to his superior? But at this moment, Zhao Baifu, Wu Baifu, they all looked like they couldn't wait to wash their ears, so he couldn't care less about reprimanding each other. Initially, the battle went quite well. The residence of the Duke of Dong. On the first day, the two martial saints, Chief Soldier Yi Bufan and Deputy Chief Soldier Gui Zhangliang, sat in command. And it went well. Under the cover of more than 10 ground-level demon hunting crossbows, Shenzhen sect's patriarch Li Changtian and all the elders didn't dare to face the front line, and hunkered down. 12 sword pavilion less than half a day was taken down half. The entire Xian sword sect senior seems to have no intention to fight. The disciples under the door were even more crushed at the touch of a button, either abandoning their swords and surrendering, or running away. The demon suppressor army's morale is high, and its troops are pointing directly at the Xian sword sect's main hall. But that very night, the tide turned. The Xian sword sect, which was originally routed and about to be exterminated, suddenly launched a ferocious counterattack. Patriarch Li Changtian is personally leading the group, urging the three talents sword formation, seemingly to fight for his life. The sword formation alone is not enough to worry about. The entire Jin demon army was prepared for this, and with Vice Generalissimo Guo Zhangliang leading 3 generals and 6,000 generals, they quickly stabilized the formation and withstood the counterattack. Yet it was then that the Xian sword sect offered a hidden killing move. 20 earth-ranked demon hunting crossbows. Caught off guard, the 3 generals of the Jin demon army, 1 dead and 1 injured, the 6,000 generals, half of them broken. The rest of the low-ranking officers and soldiers, even more heavy casualties. Seeing that the battle was unfavorable, Vice General Guo had no choice but to order a retreat. The originally occupied Jianghe was surrendered in full. The demon suppressor army retreated back down the mountain, regrouped, and continued their attack. The Xian sword sect is not willing to show weakness, relying on the geographical advantage, relying on the ground-level demon hunting crossbow and sword formation for defense. Both sides are hard to distinguish between victory and defeat for a while. For a few days now, both sides are afraid of each other's demon hunting crossbow power, and don't dare to use their high-end combat power to lead the attack, and can only send low-ranking personnel to test each other, and engage in brutal physical combat around the mountain strongholds. Under the unfavorable battle, the other sects that were still waiting to see what would happen were foolish enough to keep sending more people to infiltrate into Mount Lakha and help the Xian sword sect replenish their battle force against our army. Your Highness, this is the battle report presented by General Yi. The old eunuch Ahai methodically read out all the battle reports. Duke Dongwei Qianlong sat in front of his desk, quietly waving a brush and splashing ink. It was only when he had finished the last drawing that he returned the brush to the inkstone. As I recall, the 5 senators equipped for Yi Bufan this time are all mid-range and peak grandmasters. And the 10,000 generals are all early-stage grandmasters as well. In one night, did you lose so many high-end fighters? It was no wonder that other clans had chosen to enter. This heavy punch that was thrown at the Xian sword sect didn't work, and the consequence is that it led to 100 punches. This is all because His Majesty is behind it. Otherwise, how could the tiny Xian sword sect suddenly come up with 20 earth-ranked demon hunting crossbows? Ahai pointedly and indignantly said, Your Highness, should we deploy experts from other places as well as heavy weapons to reinforce? Wei Qianlong slowly shook his head. To fight a tiny Xian sword sect and still have to deploy troops 3 times? Then I'm afraid that this lineage of this country's lord is going to become the laughingstock of the world. The ministry reserves. They can't be moved. If they move, hearts will float. When the people are scattered, the team is not easy to lead. Ahai, send an order to Yi Bufan. Write just 1 sentence. He said in a single word. I don't want casualty figures. I just want the Xian sword sect. Chapter 75 Li Yan, the soft eater. The situation is such a situation. A few of us, a long way to go. Everyone, not much else to say. Hurry up and get ready to go. Because Li Baifu this only in the 6 to 5 o'clock this time to march the reason. Jin Demon Army's War Eagle has been waiting for many days in this place. If we don't set out, we'll have to wait another night if Li Baido refuses to go to work at 5 o'clock. Continuously delaying the military opportunity. This offense, this official cannot afford. After Shi Xinzhong briefly explained the battle ahead, he casually nodded to Li Yan, Wu, Zhao Baifu, and the others gave Li Yan sideways glances. After they received the order, they rushed to Cangzhou Demon Beheading Division, and thought that they would follow Marshal Yi to start immediately, but they were told by Shi Xinzhong that there was still 1 person missing, and they would wait for the people to be together and then set off again. It was a wait of several days. After waiting for a long time, anyone would have emotions, and they inevitably complained about Li Yan, the one who was dragging his feet. While complaining, those with a careful mind naturally thought to inquire about this person's background from Shi Qindu to understand why he had the guts to delay being late. Shi Xinzhong didn't hide it from them, and in a few words, he told them about the fact that Duke Dong's daughter had sent a special letter to the Duke's residence, asking the Duke as well as the top brass of the Demon Suppressor Army to take more care of this Li Baifu. A few people then realized, this Li Yan, Lord Li, is emotionally embracing the thigh of the Duke of Dong's daughter and eating a soft meal. In this regard, they were envious, but they could not help but feel some jealousy and hatred. Therefore, they took advantage of the situation at the meeting in Hatsumomo, and you and I made cynical remarks about Li Yan, sarcastically criticizing him for claiming the credit. Li Yan knew nothing about it. He would never have thought Wei Qinghan would actually care about him so much, and even wrote a letter to his old father who had quarreled, begging the other party to take care of him so that he wouldn't have a problem in the army. Right now, in the face of Sure Shinjon's verbal dissatisfaction, he grinned and accepted it openly, because of his own sake, affecting others. As long as the other party's words are not excessive, he will be cheeky and silent on this. This is his common practice. People are affected by you for no reason. If you do not allow others to even a small complaint, the slightest dissatisfaction will be thrown over it. You have a way to take death. That is not too crazy. Criticize a point. Thank you, Lord Thousand Household, for your indulgence. Please wait for a moment. I'll go and call Tiger Vanguard here. Li Baifu. Wait. Sure Shinjon called out to him. Regarding this mountain monarch subordinate of yours, this official would like to temporarily call upon him to stay in the Tsanjo Demon Beheading Division to sit in on the town. I would also like to ask 100th Household Li to make it easier. Li Yan was slightly stunned. Lord Thousand Household is worried that after all the experts are out, the demonic folk and demonic creatures in Tsanjo will not be able to control the rebellion well. Thinking that the demon general level king of the 100 beasts has a powerful bloodline suppression against ordinary demon folk and demonic creatures, and thus moved to second the idea? Not bad. Exactly. Li Yan's heart was filled with joy. He was still worried about the Tiger Vanguard satiety just now, not to mention the fact that the pre-promised delicacies would require his wallet to hemorrhage once, and the subsequent replenishment of meat was a big old difficulty. Now that Lord Qianhu has asked to keep it to sit in the Tsanjo Demon Beheading Division, that would really help him save a lot of money. How long will it stay? Of course it's reserved for the day we return from eliminating the Xian sword sect. Li Yan's heart rejoiced, but his face pretended to be difficult. Lord Qian too. I have spent a lot of silver to take in this mountain monarch since this guy broke his meat abstinence. He eats 6 or 7 meals a day, and every meal requires dozens of pounds of meat. Before coming here, I also promised him that I would treat him to steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw and steamed deer's tail. How can I say this? I don't even eat as well as he does on his own. Sure Shinjong narrowed his eyes. What Bai Huli means is that he is unwilling to be seconded? Li Yan laughed. What I mean is that I have never looked at this mountain monarch as a subordinate, but rather as a brother in arms and a beloved family friend. Gotta add money. Sure Shinjong crowed. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. How much did it cost you to take it in? The Demon Beheading Division will pay for it. Your Excellency is wise. 50 taels of silver from Makui. Sure Shinjong's eyes were infinitely enlarged. 50 taels? You are robbing money. No, even robbing money is not as fast as you. After some haggling, the two sides finally settled for 40 taels of silver. Li Yan grudgingly accepted the silver inside. Lord Qianhu, please take my humble servant with you to the Yamen canteen. This guy is simple-minded and stubborn. He is too loyal to me. It won't work if I don't talk to it away. Sure Shinjong thought deeply. Not long after, the Demon Beheading Division's government office cafeteria. The tiger pioneer who was wolfing down his food was first confused when he heard that Li Yan wanted to temporarily second it to the Tsanjo Demon Beheading Division, and then shook the tiger's head violently. My lord, how can this be? There's an old saying among your human race. It's called a loyal dog doesn't serve 2 masters. I can't be a slave to 3 families. Li Yan, hold it. It's the 3 surnames. With your whole word, people would think I've done that to you. Sure Shinjong snorted. I didn't realize that Shan Jun was quite cultured. But you're wrong about one thing, you're not a dog. You're a tiger. You've been seconded here to stay at the Tsanjo Demon Beheading Division. You're just helping out. It doesn't count as changing your family. Tiger Vanguard turned his head to look at Li Yan. My lord, is he a man who speaks as a child? Thousand Household Lord is naturally childish. You stay here well. Nothing to eat, drink and sleep. Something to go out with them to sneak around. To scare a bit of treacherous criminals on it. Don't worry. In a few days, this official will be back to pick you up. Only then did it feel relieved. Following a group of low-ranked demon hunters to respectfully escort Sure Shinjong and Li Yan several people to board the War Eagle. That's fine. Don't worry about going. My lord, I'll wait here for your return. It will soon be the winter solstice. I miss my family twice as much at every festive season. I will miss you twice as much. Tiger Vanguard yelled at the top of his lungs. Li Yan twisted his head to look at it. It feels like it's being used right and not being used right. It should be gained 10 pounds every holiday season to be apt. Falling Cloud Mountain, a certain valley, where a unit of the Demon Suppressor Army responsible for fighting backup was stationed. Seneschal Lu Primrose frowned at the 2 Demon Beheading Division centurions assigned to him, the dislike in his eyes unable to be suppressed. You're Li Yan? After sweeping 2 eyes on each of Wu Baifu's and Li Yan's faces, he rested his eyes on Li Yan's face and slowly asked a question. I am none other than Li Yan. Lord General has met me? Li Yan was a bit curious. Haven't seen it before. Lu Primrose sneered. But the two of you, one of you is a big man with a full beard, and the other is a handsome little white man. Your features are too obvious. Of course this official won't recognize you wrongly. Handsome? Li Yan automatically ignored the three words white boy and lowered his head into deep thought. Who on earth leaked the information and leaked out such secrets? Beard. You go to General Lu Qian and deal with the enemy reinforcements with him. As for you, Li Baifu. Lu Snap looked at Li Yan and said contemptuously. Go rest in the rear tent and eat and drink well. Eat and drink well? Li Yan looked up. Lord Lu, my humble servant is here to kill the enemy. Your enemy is the army meals, don't get me wrong huh? I don't mean that in the sense that you're a meal. Li Yan also smiled. Lord Lu, do you have something against my humble servant? No opinion. How dare this official have an opinion? Lu Snap left with his hands behind his back. This official is just worried for you after hearing that you have a bad stomach and can only eat soft food. The conditions in the army are poor. The food is simple. If it hurts Li Baifu's stomach, please bear with me and don't complain upwards. Chapter 76, is this the 100 households of the Demon Beheading Division? Revised, a softie? Li Yan finally understood. This Senator Louis Primrose Louis had some sort of misunderstanding about him. The generals of the Demon Suppression Army of the Dong Guigong faction, if they thought that he was a soft eater, then the person who was being eaten by the soft eater cried out, Dong Guigong's pearl, Wei Qinghan. The problem is, he's quite innocent with Wei Qinghan. Other than having seen the curve of her fabulous ass in Goldbell's unflattering recollections, and knowing that she used to pee in mud to make bowls to serve tea puddles, it seems that nothing substantial ever happened. Could it be that the two guards, Kong and Bai, who went to White Camel Country to check the accounts and unfortunately died, had mistakenly thought that Wei Qinghan was interested in him before they were born, and spread the word recklessly with their big mouths, making it known to everyone in the State Duke's mansion? It's not that it's not possible. For a while, Li Yan felt as if, on the Wu Ba gang, he had been misunderstood by the demonic sex crowd to be the holy nun Ren Yingying's lover, Ling Hu Chong. Alas, being handsome is always a pain in the ass. Lord Lu, I have nothing with General Wei. You don't need to be because of her. Get. You don't have to explain to this official. You only need to eat and drink well here, and be at peace, and when the war is over, you will have your share of the credit. Ta Zhen Lu, you don't get rewarded without merit. This military honor. I still want to rely on this sword in my hand and earn it myself. Primrose turned her head and gave him a sidelong glance. Ha! Young man doesn't know the heights of heaven. Fighting against the strongest fighters sent by the great sex. Do you have that strength? Alright. For the past few nights, clan reinforcements have been infiltrating in groups of 3 or 5 every day. You really want to get credit. This official will send you. Tonight? Li Yan suddenly thought that he was in a rest period at night, not suitable for combat, and hurriedly interrupted the other party. Lord Lu, not at night. I have not yet adjusted the time. At present, only during the daytime, and it is the time from to you sure to have combat power. If I really want my humble servant to go to war, I'd better give another day for me to transfer to the evening shift. Primrose looked at him eagerly. Look, you've been given a chance and you're not using it. Give you a chance and you're no good. Throwing down these words, he no longer stayed and walked straight out of the military tent to inspect. The bearded Wu Baifu gave Li Yan a complicated look in his eyes and followed him away to report to the so-called general manager Lu Qian, leaving Li Yan alone in the wind. It's night. Outside the barracks, the sound of gold and iron striking, shouting and killing resounded from time to time. Li Yan didn't listen to anything outside the window with both ears and just huffed and puffed. The general surnamed Shen, who shared a military tent with him, was not so lucky. In one night he made 3 or 4 trips in and out, often, just after lying down for a quarter of an hour, and just about to fall asleep, he was woken up and called to battle. When the battle was over, he returned to lie down, and not long afterward he was called to arms again. The sporadic fighting finally ended when the sky turned fish-belly white. General Chen returned to the army tent, glanced down at Li Yan who was still dreaming, and smacked his lips enviously. Young people are good. They get a big hug and fall asleep. After saying that, he yawned and fell back to sleep, sleeping with Li Yan until the 6th hour. At lunchtime, the high-ranking officers of the entire garrison, including 2,000 generals, 5 generals, and 10 general banners, all came to watch Li Yan, the reinforcement of the Demon Beheading Division, who had been cowering from night to day and did not dare to go out to battle, as well as the mistress of the Duke of Dong's daughter. Dozens of gazes focused on Li Yan, envious, contemptuous, and mocking, to name a few. Li Yan also did not care, huffed and puffed and finished his meal, arching his hand towards the crowd. I've made you all laugh. You are not to blame. Mr. Lee is still adjusting his routine and will be ready to fight tonight. I'll let you all have a good time tonight. Bai Fu Lee is really bold. A middle-aged man smiled faintly at him. This Officer Han Tao, as 1,000 household under the command of Senator Liu. If you don't mind, you can follow me on patrol. In case there is a situation, you can also have something to look after. Yes, Chien Tu Han, my humble servant. Li Yan was about to agree, only to hear another man heatedly laughed. Old Han, I old Lu know your mind under the banner of mutual care, to win the goodwill of Li Baifu. In the future, if he remembers your good, no go rich and noble do not forget each other. You can help you upward promotion through the county magistrate to blow the wind. If he remembers you well and understands that we should not forget each other when we are rich and powerful, he can help you move up through the sheriff's office. But you don't think about it. You're only at the early stage of great master cultivation, but he's the one that His Highness, the Sheriff Lord, values as a red. In case you run into a mid or even peak great master foe and mess him up. Are you sure you can afford to take the blame? Han Tao immediately blushed, and then once again showed an awkward smile. Li Baifu, just now this official is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Li Yan. That night, the hour of midnight, Li Yan, who had adjusted his working hours, was in high spirits, and walked out of the military tent with his demon chopper in his satchel, walking east and west. He was quite lucky. Not even half an hour later, infiltrating clan reinforcements appeared on the periphery. For a while, the shouts and killings shook the sky. With a jolt of spirit, Li Yan was about to head to the place of the incident. Li Baifu, where are you going? Behind him, Han Tao's voice came. It's Mr. Han Chen. Li Yan turned around and smiled. I heard shouts of murder coming from outside and my hands itched to go fight. Han Tao lost his smile and shook his head. 100th household Li doesn't know. Every night at this hour, the clan reinforcements will send some low-ranking disciples to harass us, trying to trick our high-end warriors into going to war and consume our energy. So again, we will only respond with low-ranking officers and soldiers. 100th Manly, why don't you follow me to the senator's tent and drink there? Li Yan drifted off, feeling that there was some truth in what he said. This trip of his own to behead a few low-ranking sect disciples was not much fun, nor could he earn much face, and so the promise was gladly made. In the senator's tent, almost all of Lu Primrose, Lu Shi, and several of the rotating generals were present. At night, the war is said to start. They are the people who will wake up at the slightest noise, so they simply don't sleep and gather together to drink wine, so that they can choose people to fight at any time according to the battlefield situation. Seeing Li Yan's arrival, Lu Snapdragon acted as if he didn't see it and drank to himself. The others also just saluted, none of them initiating conversation. It seemed to be intent on drawing a line with him. Han Tao also felt a little embarrassed at this time, but since the person had already been brought by him, he could only continue with his head, pulling Li Yan to an empty seat and greeting him to help himself. Li Yan was not polite and grabbed a jug of wine, pouring himself a drink while listening to the sound of gold and iron clanking from outside. Before drinking a few cups, the sound of fighting stopped. The crowd had long been accustomed to this and continued to mingle. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the tent. Report! The messenger stopped outside the tent in a hurry. His voice terrified. Vidra sect reinforcements came to attack. The cultivation of the leader is at least above the innate martial artist. That Wu Baihu of the demon beheading division was killed by his empty-handed shock. There was a silence in the tent. Centurion Wu was killed in battle? Lu Primrose frowned slightly. Lu Shi, the cultivation level of this Centurion Wu, is it the early stage of innate martial master, or is it the middle stage to come? Back to the senator. It's a middle stage innate martial master. Lu Shi bowed his head and returned. Lu Primrose shook his head. After all, they came out of the demon beheading division and didn't go through the brutal test of the battlefield. The actual combat ability is really TSK, mid-innate martial artist. This? A group of experts in the army spoke out in agreement. This echoing sound, in Li Yan's ears, was a bit harsh. The demon beheading division was ordered to come to reinforce the army, so no matter how bad their skills are, they won't be ridiculed by their fellow soldiers after they are killed in battle, right? He put down his glass. Lord Lu, I'm going to fetch that monk's head and let the group see the strength of the demon beheading division's 100th household. Lu Primrose, however, didn't even look at him, casually ordering, Han Tao, go over there. Yes, Senator General. Li Yan leaned back. Okay. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Chapter 77, Heads Up, Bottoms Up. Li Yan was not a person who liked to hold grudges. If he has the opportunity and ability to do so, he usually chooses to take revenge on the spot. I can understand that Counselor Lu doesn't appreciate the strength of our demon-slaying division, but, he looked straight at Lu Primrose, the demon-slaying division was ordered to come to reinforce us, so no matter how poor our skills are, we shouldn't be ridiculed by our fellow soldiers after we're killed in battle, right? Lu Primrose's face hall, which was already as black as the bottom of a pot, suddenly darkened a few more points. He wanted to reprimand Li Yan for his rudeness, but Li Yan's accusation made it impossible for him to curse. After all, that's the truth that occupies the greater good, the quick sword that can hurt. 100th household Li, Senator General Sir has this temperament, a knife's mouth and a tofu's heart. He's actually looking out for your well-being as a baifu. Wu Baifu was killed in action, so you're just as likely to die if you go on? Han Tao, who was relatively smooth in the world, persuaded Li Yan in a low voice. Then, while moving, he asked the messenger, did the enemy from the Vajra Gate register himself? How long did Wu Baido fight with him before he was killed? Back to my lord, that bald man called himself Yuan Kong of the Vajra sect, and his external kung fu was extremely good, especially his arms, which were practiced to be indestructible, and were able to resist the demon chopper sword. After he had fought with Wu Baido for 20 to 30 moves, he blocked Wu Baido's demon chopper with his right arm, and then his left fist surprised him and shattered Wu Baido's internal organs and killed him. Han Tao nodded. To beat a demon beheading division 100th tenant who is only in the middle of the innate sect master stage and has little experience against the enemy, to take 20 to 30 moves and rely on a sneak attack, he should only have the middle of the Vajra realm cultivation, hold out for the peak, not enough to be worried about. He had been in the army for many years and was an experienced one, not a reckless one. In this battle, prior knowledge of the enemy's intelligence is fully in line with the general's concept of know your enemy and know yourself, and you will not be in danger in 100 battles. Lu Shur hammed and hawed on the side, old Han, we are the ones who rolled out of swords and guns, let's not lose face. Yes, be spirited. Han Tao turned around and smiled. Don't worry, I'll go fetch that bald donkey's head right now. Bravo! After Han Tao went out, no one in the tent opened their mouths to speak, and the atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Fortunately, the generals were all used to seeing big scenes, and after a few moments of silence, they began to spar with each other again. In the military, being able to drink is a privilege of a few masters, because, as long as their cultivation level reached a certain realm, unusual wine would not be able to intoxicate them at all. Being able to drink while two armies are fighting is a symbol of cultivation and rank. Lu Shur is holding up a glass of wine to find subordinates to spell wine. Suddenly heard outside the tent came rumbling a loud noise, and then pouring rain will be clattering down. He couldn't help but frown. How could it suddenly thunder and rain on a good day? Lu Primrose's face was also serious. This thunder and rain. It's not quite right. Could it be? He listened with his ear to the side. Then the familiar rush of footsteps was heard again. The difference was that this time the footsteps were less crisp, probably due to the rain causing the ground to be muddy. Report. The messenger Plum, with a body of rainwater half kneeling in front of the tent, Mr. Han Qian and the Vajrador thieves' bald round empty battle, initially prevailed, forcing the other side to retreat repeatedly. Mr. Han ordered the other party to surrender and hand over the corpse of Wu Baihu, and he could be spared from death. Yuan Kong's thieves and vultures pretended to surrender, and Han Qianshek stopped fighting for the time being, but unexpectedly the rainmasters ambushed in the dark suddenly interfered, creating thunder and lightning and torrential rains, and Yuan Kong took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, and when Han Qianshek was caught unawares, his right arm was broken by Yuan Kong, and he was defeated and returned to his own army formation. Bang! LV Snap slammed the table. Stupid bastard. I can't believe I can be earned by this bit of carving. Lu Shur immediately got up. The last general is here. Quickly go forward to meet them. Senator Lu. Li Yan's voice was as cold as a chilly wind, going on one by one. Isn't that adding oil to the tactics? Your level of command is really not something to be complimented. Lupus turned his head sharply to glare at him, his eyes reflecting the candle flame as if they were about to burst into flames. You're also worthy of talking about military tactics and tactics with this general? He slowly grinned, then turned his head and continued to command Lu Shur. Lu Shur, although Han Tao is wounded, he still has the strength to fight. You go forward this time, and together with him, at least kill that bald ass. Do you, by any chance, dare to make a military order? Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Shur laughed, then made a military order. If we cannot cut down that bald head of Vajragate, I will be willing to be at the disposal of the senator. Good. Lu Primrose signaled for him to raise his cup. Then this general will wish you victory and success. Lu Shur drank a full glass of the good wine, then slammed the glass to the ground. The last general will not dishonor his mission. Then striding headlong into the rain, inside the tent, a disturbing silence fell once again. The rain kept coming down and the atmosphere wasn't exactly cordial. LV Primrose was in a terrible mood at the moment. He had long been displeased with guys like Li Yan who were soft eaters. The death of Wu Baifu in battle just now gave him the right reason to taunt Li Yan. However, Li Yan appeared to be relying on the fact that he had the backing of Her Highness the County Lord, and even the Duke of State, and did not give him any face at all, accusing him to his face of mocking his fellow soldiers who died in battle and blocking him into silence. Not to mention, he now dared to mock him for his improper command and let his men go one by one. Lu sure, I'm counting on you. Lu Snapdragon's face was calm, but in his heart, he secretly prayed for Lu sure, be sure to win the battle, and save face for me, as well as the demon suppressor army. But as time went on, his heart was getting more and more lost, because, instead of stopping, the rain has been getting heavier and heavier. When another thunderbolt split the clouds, the blood-soaked messenger stumbled into the tent. General, Mr. Lu and Mr. Han have joined forces, but they are still no match for him. Mr. Lu is even seriously injured and unconscious. General Han Qian sent his subordinates to ask for help and gave the Senator General a message that Yuan Kong was deliberately hiding his strength before. He's not in the Vajra realm, but the Rohan realm. Lu Snapdragon's pupils shrunk slightly, but his facial expression did not change in the slightest. He was the main general, and he must not show any cowardice. But the generals in the tent could not learn this calmness from him, and lost their colors one after another. How can this be? Should the Lord Seneschal himself go into battle? How can this be? The three armies can't be without a commander. Let's go together. Bang! While the generals were discussing, they only heard the sound of table tapping abruptly, hurriedly shutting up and looking at Lu Primrose. Then it was realized, the source of the sound was not on the side of LV Primrose, but, the crowd looked at Li Yan in unison, only to see that he actually pressed the empty wineglass in front of him hard into the table, the mouth of the glass flush with the tabletop. Then he flexed his fingers and flicked them towards the jug. A thin stream of amber-colored liquid flowed out in a precise stream to the empty wineglass that had not made it to the tabletop. Before Mr. Li came here, he had taken in a tiger demon. When it drank, it liked to use a monkey's head under its drink the most. Today's wine, the flavor is too top-heavy, and needs to be served with the head of a Vajragate Lohan. Please wait a moment, Mr. Li will be right back. Lu Primrose laughed back in anger, yet in an instant, his cold smile froze at the corners of his mouth, because he just saw Li Yan's shin-colored cloak move without wind, and then the whole person disappeared. Back to God. The tent and a dozen oil lamps, actually all extinguished. When the generals hooted and hollered to relight the lamps, one of the generals listened to the wine pot that Li Yan had broken before he left still pouring wine automatically, and couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Damn it! Then, as if he had truly seen a ghost, he opened his mouth wide and stared at the table where the other man was sitting. The wine was not yet full in the glass that wasn't on the tabletop. But on the table, at some point, there had been a bloody bald head, as well as the hand that pressed this bald head. The owner of that hand was the one sitting in front of the table, the Demon Beheading Department's 100 Tenant, Li Yan. Chapter 78, why don't you guys shout after me? Ah, Generalissimo Lu, who muttered damn it, suddenly let out a scream. However, after he had finished lighting the oil lamp, he had not yet moved his hand away when he noticed that Li Yan had already returned to his seat with the head of Vajrasek's Rohan Yuan Kong, and in a moment of stunned silence, he was burned by the fire and caught his hand. This miserable cry was like a thunderstorm in the middle of nothing, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the tent. For a while, the sound of clanking and drawing of swords rose in all directions. Generalissimo Lu, what's wrong with you? But there is an enemy attack? Beware, this person's cultivation should not be below that of Senator Lu. Lu Snap stared at Li Yan dead on. The bronze wine bottle in his hand suddenly cracked a fine line. An amber-colored wine dripped down the tiger's mouth. Li Yan's speed was so fast that the scene of the strong wind blowing out the oil lamps in the tent was only vaguely seen by him. The main general. When this demon beheading Division 100 tenant returned with the round empty human head, the extinguished oil lamp had not yet been lit. And again, only he felt that strong wind. At this moment, he only felt his scalp tingling and chills all over his body. Only at this point did General Lu, who had caused the confusion, come back to his senses and hurriedly explained, it's okay, I was just burned by the lamp fire on my hand. It's not a hostile attack. It's not a hostile attack. It is Li Baifu. Li sir, he. His eyes were filled with fear as he raised his hand to point at Li Yan, but then lowered his fingers. It is extremely rude to point your finger at someone, especially towards someone who is by no means strong enough to defeat you. The rest of the generals looked in the direction of his finger, only to realize that Li Yan had somehow got a bloody bald head in his hand, and they suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air in unison. Primrose stood up slowly, This Senator General with the peak cultivation of a great grandmaster rolled his throat knots 3 times in a row before he could barely make a smooth sound. Why don't you take back your swords? Do you want to use your swords against our great hero, Li Baifu? Even after he issued the order to retract his sword, most of the generals were still in a state of stagnation. I can't blame them. It's just that the scene is so unbelievable. What the hell? Just now, Li Yan was still pretending to be an expert here, piercing the wine pot to pour wine, and threatening to go out to take the head of the enemy sheik, looking like there was no one else in sight. Immediately afterward the lights in the tent inexplicably went out. By the time the lamp was rekindled, he had a monk's head in his hand. Then the Lord Senator recognized him as a great meritocracy. What's this drama? Report! Outside the tent, the sound of a report came again. Only, this time, the voice, for the people in the tent, was somewhat familiar. Not the voice of the messenger who had reported several times before. Without waiting for them to voice their doubts, the blood-soaked announcer had already barged straight into the tent. It's the wounded chieftain Han Tao. Great joy. Senator General. The two of us, General Lu and General Lu, combined to attack the Vajra-Sect's Luohan realm thieves and vultures and the Rainmaster, and were unable to break the round sky's Luohan golden bell shield nor prevent the Rainmaster from interfering with it, and were gradually outmatched, so we had no choice but to retreat back to our own military formation. The enemy is being relentless and attacking our military formation, but he is stopped by a slash from our expert who suddenly appears. That thieving Baldy sensed that an expert was coming and had already sacrificed his immovable King Dharma phase as fast as he could in an attempt to stubbornly resist. But, one cut. Only one cut. He seemed oblivious to the pain coming from his broken arm, and only focused on his excited report. With just one slash, he chopped up the Fudo Ming Wang Dharma phase of the round sky and took his head, while at the same time heavily wounding the Rainmaster who was casting the spell in the rear, causing him to be forced to flee. With such a stance, it must be that the two martial saints sitting at the back had sensed that there were enemy experts on this side and chose to strike. I thought that it should be the Deputy Generalissimo Gui Zhanglian Lord. After all, Yi Generalissimo as the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, not to be moved. Outside the tent suddenly came a mountainous roar, and the previous messenger rushed in with a roll. Report! Senator General Sir, the brothers watching the battle are spreading. That Vice General Gui sensed that the battle was unfavorable, and came over single-handedly to reinforce the enemy, and broke the enemy with a sword. The brethren didn't see the silhouette, nor did they watch the Vice Chief Soldier make his move. They only saw a tens of feet long white-bladed sword astral slashing out, chopping off the head of the enemy's thieving vultures, and splitting apart the thundercloud summoned by the Rainmaster. Han Tao didn't blame the young soldier for stealing his words, he just sighed in relief and laughed. Worthy of a martial sage, Deputy General Gui is mighty. He waved his intact right arm and shouted slogans at his fellow soldiers in the tent. Before Wu Baifu was killed in action, he was wounded in battle and Lu Shi went to meet him, but he was still defeated. As a general of soldiers, he understood what this meant. With 3 consecutive defeats, morale was bound to be low to the ground. At this moment, the victory must be celebrated and the army must be encouraged. Deputy General Gui is mighty. The messenger waved and shouted after him, but whether it was him or Han Tao, after shouting 2 sentences, they came to an abrupt end in unison. Because, the atmosphere is not right. The 10 or so people in the tent, whether it was Seneschal Lu Primrose, the remaining generals, and Li Yan, the 100 tenant of the Demon Beheading Division, were all silent since the beginning. Not a single person followed them in chanting slogans and cheering up the crowd. What's going on with this? Han Tao was anxious in his heart, and it was difficult to understand looking at his fellow robes. What is going on with all of you? Why don't you shout along? Lu Primrose put down the already flattened bronze wine bottle in his hand and lowered his eyelids. Han Tao, are you sure that the one who made the move was our Deputy General Gua? What this general means, you didn't even see his face, did you? Han Tao was stunned. Is General Lu trying to say that it wasn't Vice General Gua who made the move, but Marshal Yi himself? Lu Primrose looked wooden. Is there a possibility that Marshal Yi and Vice General Gua, both of them, did not make a move? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Han Tao categorically denied. Although the two of us, the last general and Chancellor Lu, are of low skill, they are both Grand Masters no matter what. That thief-bald Lohan golden body, the two of us together have not broken. Not to mention the even more unbreakable immovable Ming Wang Dharma phase. However, the person who struck him chopped his immovable King Dharma phase into pieces with a single slash and took his head. The only ones who could achieve this were Martial Saint and human immortal level experts. Below the Martial Saint, I dare to say it bluntly, even if you, Senator Lu, were to personally do it, it would be impossible to do it. A glum look appeared on LV Primrose's face. You're right. Even if this general were to do it himself, he would never be able to do it. He took a deep breath, stood up, and cupped his fists towards Li Yan, who was sitting still. The Demon Beheading Division's Li Baifu is a god of great merit, and the Demon Suppressing Army's Seneschal LV Primrose, along with all of his fellow soldiers. Salute Lord Li. Han Tao's pupils suddenly shrunk. Only then did he notice that Li Yan, who was digging something from the table in front of him with his left hand, was holding in his right hand the very same head that had made him suffer so much, the head of Vajra Sect's Lohan Yuan Kong, who had died without resting in peace. Hail to Lord Li. The generals arched their hands and bent their backs toward Li Yan in unison, neatly organized. Han Tao suddenly winced as his pupils stung. The rightful owner of the blade light that had chopped up the Ming King's Dharma phase was reflected in his eyes, as if it had ignited his pupils, causing him to have eyes and no pearls. Chapter 79 Reactions of the Parties. Senator Liu. Fellow soldiers, why do you have to do this? Li Yan blew on the glass he had dug out of the tabletop and drank from it, then pressed his thumb down on the jug again to seal the small hole. I'm only a small Demon Beheading Division 100 tenant. Lu Primrose only felt a flash of heat on her face. It was like going back to the time when I was a child practicing throwing boomerangs with the hunters in the village. Beginning to practice. Every time he threw it from a distance, he would be hit hard in the face by the returning boomerang and get a bruise. He raised his head slightly and looked at the head of Yuan Kong's furious eyes on the case, suddenly realizing that the broken surface of that bald donkey's neck bone was as smooth as a mirror, which was this sword technique. It was simply divine. Right now, when he heard Li Yan mention his previous cynicism towards him, cold sweat instantly soaked through the triple inner armor. Lord Li is not to be blamed. I didn't expect Lord Li to have cultivated to the martial saint stage at such a young age. It's all the fault of your superior, Shi Xinzhong. He suddenly thought of the culprit and hurriedly pulled Shi Xinzhong out to take the blame, if it wasn't for the fact that he was full of nonsense, saying that you're not even a Grand Master, but just a guy who clings to Her Highness the Sheriff's thighs and specializes in eating soft food. He also said that you were lawless and bullying, and that you dared to falsely claim that you single-handedly beheaded 3 Grand Masters of the Xian Sword Sect. If he hadn't been slandering, the Demon Suppressor Army, on their side, wouldn't have misjudged and slowed down Lord Li. Li Yan laughed. One can't blame Shi Qinhu too much. After all, at that time when he asked me if I was a Grand Master, my answer, no. I'm afraid that following it up with an explanation of because I'm a martial saint, I'm not a Grand Master would only make them laugh. This is a ING martial saint? This is a ING martial saint? No one believes it. A few months ago it was a martial master. In a few days an innate martial master. And in a while, it would be higher than a Grand Master. You wouldn't believe me if I were you. Except that you can't prove your strength until you've taught them a lesson with your hands. It's just that I don't see the need for it because he doesn't really please me. I, Li Yan, have acted in my life. Why do I need to explain myself to someone who doesn't care? Lu Primrose lowered his eyebrows, not daring to utter a word. In the military, the strong are honored. Li Yan's strength was far above theirs. Even though he was only a small Demon Beheading Division 100, he deserved to be respected by them. Now, Counselor Louis, will you withdraw that previous statement? Lu Primrose did not hesitate. Of course, the Demon Beheading Division's 100 households have extraordinary strength. It was Lu Primrose who had the eyes to not recognize Mt. Tai. Please forgive me. Lord Li, a mountain forest 100 miles away from the camp under Lu Primus' command, a white-faced scholar-like Taoist priest was cowering in a tree hole and shivering, the thunder talisman in his hand already drenched in cold sweat. As a top rainmaker comparable to a peak Grand Master level martial artist, his eyesight and insight finally saved his life in the nick of time. He would always remember the figure that split the rain curtain, that group of incompetent losers from the Clan Union's intelligence division. The ones who said that the Demon Beheading Division had come to assist the Demon Suppressing Army this time were all unimpressive except for 1,000 household Shi Xinzhong. The 2 centurions assigned to Lu Primrose's side, Wu and Li, were both just mere innate martial artists. That surname Wu was not so bad. Yuan Kong deliberately pressed himself to swindle him, waiting for him to be fooled. A move to kill him. But what kind of innate martial artist is this Li? He only remembers that under the reflection of thunder and lightning, the young man who was as swift as electricity and vaguely recognized his costume as the 100 households of the Demon Beheading Division, just casually waved a knife. And then the thunderclouds he had worked so hard to lay down were all dispersed, and the raindrops in a 10-mile radius were all swept away into the light of the knife, which was like a heavenly river reeling backward. That mountainous astral air directly shocked his essence through the thunderclouds, causing him to spray blood furiously. Subsequently, that blade light flashed, beheading his rather recognized partner, the monk Yuan Kong, who had opened the Dharma phase of the immovable Brightness King, along with his person and his Dharma phase, in one go. If he is not far away, see the situation is not good, hurry to escape. At this moment I am afraid that will also be the same as the round empty, ended up with a body head. This guy, He's clearly a martial saint. The high priestess must be told. The Rainmaker shivered and crushed the thunder talisman in his hand, and an illusory thunderbird appeared out of thin air and flew to the outpost of the Clan Alliance hundreds of miles away. Outpost of the Clan Alliance. In the big tent. Bang! Sensing the aura of an expert coming from afar, as well as the contemporary master of the Vajra sect whose beloved disciple's vitality was severed, Bodhisattva Shangxian snatched the summoning thunderbird before the priest of the Voltaic sect, and hastily read the message. And with a shake of his hands, he actually pinched the thunderbird to explode it. Afterward, 18 beads of Buddha strung with relics were scattered all over the ground. Behind his back, the angry eyes Vajradharma rose up, reflecting the old monk's face as it flickered in and out. Round empty disciple's immovable bright king's golden body Dharma phase was even shaken into pieces by a demon beheading Division 100 households. A knife? High Priest Lu Fuyun of the Voltron sect gently stroked his long beard. A demon beheading Division Centurion can break Master Yuan Kong's immovable bright king's golden body Dharma phase? This son's cultivation seems to be quite terrifying. Bodhisattva Shangxian, we'll have to go pick up Master Yuan Kong, as well as my untalented nephew. Bah, it's late. Bodhisattva Shangxian let out a long sigh. My disciple Yuan Kong has already been killed by that demon beheading Division 100. With a single slash, Lu Fuyun could no longer control the expression on his face and shouted out loud. What? How is it possible? Could it be that demon beheading department's 100 households even have a martial saint level cultivation? Hard to say. The old monk suddenly stormed up, and the 9-ring tin staff heavily puddled on the ground. Pass the order down. From now on, all disciples shall not approach Li Yan within 100 miles. No, within 300 miles. The headquarters of the Demon Suppression Army of the Xian Sword Sect was under siege. The chief marshal of the Demon Suppressor Army, Yi Bufan, and his vice marshal simultaneously sensed that something was wrong. What a powerful aura. Old Gua. What do you think? Gua Zhangliang looked at the distance. This momentum. LV Snapdragon side. There should be an enemy martial saint raid. Yi Bufan frowned. Impossible. The news that came from the inner circle on the side of the various clans, the martial saint level experts such as the sect leader, vice sect leader, and patriarch of the more powerful few large clans did not come out. The enemies on Lu Primrose's side, the ones responsible for leading the group, were nothing more than the Vajra sect's master, Bodhisattva Shangxian, and the Voltron sect's high priestess, Lu Fuyun. If these two were to make a move, they would naturally have this kind of power. But according to my senses, the person who struck was using neither Buddhist techniques nor Taoist spells. Strange. Gui Zhangliang pondered for a moment. Could it be an expert sent from His Majesty's side? Yi Bufan nodded slightly. This is the only possibility. On Lu Primrose's side, it is estimated that he will suffer heavily this time. Your Majesty, does he really dare? The experts on his side, if they really fight with us and recognize each other, that would be an official declaration that they have torn their faces off with the Duke of State. Gua Zhangliang said in a deep voice. There's no time to think about this right now. Marshal Yi, I'll go and reinforce Lu Snap first. Yi Bufan nodded. I guess it's already late. But, in the end, set out. Chapter 80, Why Change? Gua Zhangliang is fast. After all, as long as one reached the martial saint level or above, the short-distance explosive power was already far superior to a demon horse. It didn't take long for the tent of Lu Primrose, which had been drenched by the pounding rain, to appear in front of his eyes. It seems that it is indeed already too late. Lu Primrose has most likely already been poisoned. He was depressed for a while in his heart, seeing that this muddy area is limited to a single camp. It should be the high priest of the Voltron sect, Lu Fuyun, who has struck. This guy is a chicken thief, knowing that once he strikes, he will inevitably attract me or Marshal Yi to come, so he immediately disappears far away after one strike. Oh, he slowed down, his basalt iron combat boots stepping on the rain-covered puddles and splashing tiny splashes. You can run for a while, but you can't run for a lifetime. Lu Fuyun, sooner or later, this general will sacrifice your head to the flag. This martial saint early-stage cultivation of the deputy general officer. A stomach of anger nowhere to vent. Deeply felt that clever woman cannot cook for no rice feeling of powerlessness. The current situation. The inner line is the main attack of the Demon Suppression Army and the Xian sect is defending. The outer line is the sect alliance is on the offensive. The Demon Suppressor Army was originally sitting on 2 martial saints, Yi Bufan and him, plus the 2 sent by Lord Dong, for a total of 4 martial saints. He and Yi Bufan sat at the center of the army, while the other 2 martial saints of the State Duke's house were equipped to the offshoot divisions that held the pass. But with only 2 additional martial saints, there were 3 gates to choke. No matter how it was paired, there was always a partial division that lacked a martial saint expert to sit on it. It can be said that if you prepare for the front, you will have fewer people in the back, and if you prepare for the back, you will have fewer people in the front. And if you prepare everywhere, you will have fewer people everywhere. In desperation, even though they knew full well that there were 2 Marshal Saint level experts on the front line of the sect alliance, they had to let the LV Snapdragon Ministry, which lacked Marshal Saints, to sit on the front line, sing the empty city trick, betting that the other side wouldn't dare to take the risk. If a Marshal Saint level expert is caught in an ambush prepared by the other side due to an attack on the camp, and is killed by the same level of expert with the military formation as well as the demon hunting crossbow and other sharp weapons, it would be an unacceptable loss. But never expected, the other party actually dared to take the risk and send out the High Priest to attack the Lu Primus Ministry. The location of the Marshal Saints Ministry is classified information. Only the Marshal and I know about it, and the other party could never learn about it. Did they, by sheer luck, really bet on that 1/3 probability? There are some things you can't think about. The more you think about them, the more angry you get. He was so angry that he could not wait to follow the example of the other party and attack the sect alliance's tent at night. However, it was just a thought. The other party had 2 Marshal Saint level experts in attendance. If he went to the sect alliance camp alone for a night attack, he would most likely be attacked by the Vajra sect master Shangxian Bodhisattva, as well as the high priestess of the Voltron sect, 2 Marshal Saint level experts, and he would not be able to get away with it. Steeply, Guo Zhangliang paused in his steps. Stunned, his eyes drifted unconsciously to the bronze flagpole in front of the center tent. There, hanging in plain sight, was the head of a monk without half a hair and with a ring scar burned into his scalp. Under the neat break, blood dripped bit by bit, obviously just shortly after being chopped off. Monks of Vajra Gate? This isn't right, is it? Why did the High Priest of the Sovereign Alliance attack this place at night, only to be left with the head of a Vajra sect monk? For a moment, Guo Zhangliang was a bit confused. Right at this moment, in the middle of the tent, a young but imposing voice suddenly came out. Guest outside the tent. I wonder if it's the Vajra sect's Bodhisattva Shangxian, or the Voltron sect's High Priestess Lu Fuyun, or is it all together? Clank, clank, clank. Inside the tent, including Lu Primrose, they all got up at the same time and drew their swords, as if they were facing the enemy. Their cultivation level was not enough, and they did not have the kind of superb perception ability that Li Yan had, so they had not even noticed that an expert was approaching. Outside the tent, Guo Zhangliang first froze for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, it had dawned on him, the Lu Primus Ministry did indeed have a Marshal Saint here to give out power. But the good news was that this Marshal Saint was a friend, not an enemy. Only at this moment did his hanging heart finally drop. This is Guo Zhangliang, Deputy General of the Demon Suppressor Army. Where is LV Primrose? There was a cacophony of surprise in the tent. It's Vice Marshal Guo. Hurry up and put the knife away. Soon, LV Snap walked out of the tent first, quickly stepping forward and cupping his fists. Last General LV Snap, meet Vice Marshal Guo. The remaining generals saluted. Guo Zhangliang's gaze traveled over the generals, pausing for a brief moment at Han Tao's severed arm before quickly skimming over it. A frown followed. Where's Lu Shi? Lu Primrose said, reporting to Vice Marshal. Lu Shi and Han Tao both fought against 2 Grand Master level experts from the Vajra sect and Voltron sect. Han Tao broke an arm and Lu Shi was seriously injured and unconscious. He is receiving medical treatment. Just 2 Grand Master level experts? Guo Zhangliang stared at Lu Snapdragon. Lu Snapdragon, could it be that you've gone blind after years of not being in battle? The reason why this marshal came here at a brisk pace is because he sensed the aura of a Marshal Saint in your place. Lu Shi and Han Tao were both Grandmasters, and the other party was also 2 Grandmasters, and they were unranked Grandmasters whose heads had been cut off by the 2 of them in exchange for injuries. You're telling me, 4 of their unorthodox Grandmasters mixing it up, and they're actually able to fight with the aura of a Marshal Saint? The Vice Marshal has misunderstood. Lu Primrose hurriedly explained. I was only answering the Vice Marshal's question about where Lu Shi was, and I did not say that they were the ones who chopped off the enemy's head as well. The 2 of them were not good enough, and were easily repelled by the opposing Luohan and Rainmaker, and returned to their own formation in defeat. It was the Demon Beheading Division's 100 households, Lord Li Yan Li, who lent a helping hand and alone fought the 2 great masters of the Vajra sect and the Voltron sect, beheading the Vajra sect's Rohine Yuankon under his sword. Who did you say? Guo Zhangliang couldn't believe his ears. The Demon Beheading Division's 100 tenant, Li Yan? Precisely, my humble servant. Lu Primrose and the others parted their sides like waves being cut apart by a lifeboat, revealing Li Yan behind them. Sanzhou Blackwater County Demon Beheading Division 100 tenant Li Yan. Meet Vice Marshal Guo. Guo Zhangliang stared straight at him, his aura rising around him. Li Yan body astral air also seems to feel, automatically converge in front of the body, without fear to meet Guo Zhangliang. The 2 strands of astral air collided together in an instant, issued a thunderous sound, As if the dragon roars and tigers whistle, Gui Zhangliang suddenly revealed a smile. What a good demon beheading division 110 at Li Yan. He took a step forward and patted Li Yan's shoulder affectionately. But the pressure of the martial saint implicit in his palm was silently dissolved by the swastika Buddhist seal condensed by the beast and the Buddha technique the moment he touched the other party's lapel. High-ranked Buddhist technique? Gui Zhangliang's gaze condensed, and the force in his hand increased by a few more points, as if he wanted to press Li Yan's figure down. Then he saw, the other party's body erupted with dazzling golden light, and behind him, the cow demon and tiger demon shadows rushed up to the sky, forcefully bouncing his palm back. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. Gui Zhangliang suddenly let out a loud laugh. Worthy of being the talent that Her Highness the County Lord has her eye on. Good qualifications, good talent. At such a young age, he is already among the ranks of martial saints. His future is unlimited. In time, you could be the youngest human immortal after the state prince. Vice Marshal is too kind. Li Yan's color remained unchanged. My qualifications and talent are not good, but I just have a chance encounter. Plus rely on my colleagues and subordinates to help. He's telling the truth. Humble and courteous without being greedy. Not bad, not bad. Gui Zhangliang's impression of him was a few points better. Report. The messenger suddenly reappeared. And behind him, a monk. The sect alliance has sent a messenger to request that the corpse of Wu Baihu be exchanged for the head of Vajra sect Yuankong. Lu Snap looked at Gui Zhangliang, waiting for him to speak. Gui Zhangliang, however, looked at Li Yan. Baihu Li, the head was beheaded by you, and Baihu Wu is your fellow officer. How about you preside over the replacement of the corpse? Swap the corpse? Why change? Li Yan said indifferently. Gui Zhangliang was slightly stunned. The Vajra sect's messenger was similarly stunned. I chopped off the head of Yuan Kong. If you want it, come get it yourself with your own skills. Li Yan took a step forward. As for the corpse of Wu Baifu, go back and tell your sect master I will personally go get it back. Chapter 81, Li Yan of the Thousand Households. Good spirit, good guts. Gui Zhangliang laughed openly. He could only use one sentence to describe Li Yan's overbearing and arrogant words. Heroes see things the same way. As a member of the Jin Demon army who has been fighting for many years, he has to say that the most disgusting point of the civil officials in the dynasty is nothing more than the front line fighting hard to fight down a large piece of territory and capturing countless resources. However, the rear civil official group and the enemy emissary a contact negotiation. Then all the benefits of these blood in exchange for the return of all the benefits. It was for this reason that he had given Li Yan the choice of whether or not to exchange the corpses. The head of Vajra Gate Lohan is a great achievement. Even if all the people at the moment, including him, the deputy general, could testify on Li Yan's behalf, even if they exchanged corpses, it did not affect the fact that he had been meritorious. But pale testimony and reports are ultimately less exciting and conspicuous than a great head. Did you hear that? Our marshal sagely said that he would personally go to the Zone League to fetch the corpse of Wu Baifu. Gui Zhangliang, whose thoughts were clear, raised his hand and slapped the emissary of the Zone League 10 or so feet away. Hurry back and inform Shangxian Baldhead, as well as Lu Fuyun, that pretender, that the corpse is kept safe and his own neck is washed and waiting. After witnessing the messenger from the clan alliance leave in a hurry, he turned around again and vigorously patted Li Yan's shoulder. Li Yan, don't worry, when Marshal Yi and I free up our hands, we will definitely come over to help you. Beat up the Shangxian thief Baldy and old Lu thief, and snatch back the corpse of your colleague. Don't get too upset. Ben will assure you, you won't be kept waiting too long. Well, I'm going to go back and report to Marshal Yi. And Qian Huli, I'll leave this place to you. With that, he turned to leave, leaving Li Yan at the back wanting to say nothing. Did he not express himself clearly enough? Or did he not understand? He didn't ask for help to retrieve Wu Baido's body, did he? Also, when he left, he changed his name from Li Baifu to Li Qianhu, meaning that he promoted himself on the spot? So, what about the original Qi Dori? Shi Shenzhong? Jin Demon Army's middle army tent. After listening to Gui Zhangliang's report, Chief Soldier Yi Bufan had already recovered from his initial disbelief and instructed the guards. Called Sangzhou Demon Beheading Division's 1,000 household Shi Xinzhong here. Not long after, Shi Xinzhong followed the guards into the tent. Marshal Yi, you called for me? The several centurions you brought in, their specific cultivation, can they be assessed beforehand? Shi Xinzhong was unsure, and replied in order, back to Marshal Yi. Before setting out, my humble servant carefully inquired about their cultivation. Yi Bufan interrupted. That is to say, you filled in whatever realm they said it was, without verifying it at all, right? As a veteran who had been immersed in the officialdom for many years, Shi Xinzhong immediately realized that something was wrong among the 100 households of the Demon Beheading Division that had been assigned to the various side divisions to help block the Zhonglian alliance. When he recalled the sudden thunder and lightning at the location of Lu Primrose's demon suppressor army just now, he instantly turned pale. The two demon suppression division centurions there are none other than Li Yan and Wu Qi. Wu Qi is in not much background. Even if he was killed in action in the battlefield, it is not enough to bother Marshal Yi personally. Excluding Wookie, that leaves the answer self-evident. Something has happened to that little white boy, the soft-eating Li Yan, who was favored by Her Highness the Sheriff. When he thought of this, his heart sank. Marshal Yi, humble servant. Humble servant indeed did not personally fight with them to verify. But, they should not be so bad as to hide their cultivation from me. If I have to say that someone is trying to deliberately hide it, it's only Li Yan, the 100th household of the Demon Beheading Division of Blackwater County. Oh, Li Yan is deliberately hiding it? Yi Bufan stared at him with interest. Gui Zhangliang was also curious. Pretending to be a pig? Tell me, why is he hiding it? Back to Marshal Yi and Vice Marshal Gua. This person, Li Yan, is a man of great joy and lawlessness. At first, when I heard that he defeated Fong Chang, the original 100th household of Blackwater County, and convinced the other party to willingly give up the position of 100th household, I was a bit skeptical. A sneaky fellow who only goes to work 4 hours a day, and who, when he held the post of junior flag in Anchi County last year, was still only a master of arms. According to the report of the last chief flag, even if he was gifted and promoted to an innate martial master within a year, he should only be in the early stages, or at most in the middle stages. Fong Baifu, such a veteran demon hunter, who had been through 100 battles, would not lose to a brat who had just been promoted not long ago, and willingly abdicated his position to give way? I was very tempted to refuse, but heard him talk about, this Li Yan, is the Sheriff's Highness's quite valued talent, only then understand his pain, so pinched his nose and agreed to him, so that Li Yan took over the position of his 100 households. In the end, he was just a guy who clung to Her Highness the Sheriff's thigh and specialized in eating soft food. Marshal Yi and Vice Marshal Gua don't know that when this guy rushed to Tsungzhou to join up with a few other 100 households, he had the audacity to falsely claim that he single-handedly decapitated 3 Grand Masters of the Xian Sword sect. He only wanted to push the fault as much as possible to Li Yan's side, in order to reduce his own responsibility, lowered his head and said spittle, oblivious to the fact that Yi Bufan and Gua Zhangliang, two people at this time, face odd. Look at him as if looking at the little cute. It seems that you didn't believe him at that time and reprimanded him, didn't you? Yi Bufan asked indifferently. Sure, Xinzhong shook his head. Naturally, humble servant does not believe it. A reprimand is not a reprimand. After all, he is one of Her Highness the Sheriff, and I don't want to offend him too much. Gui Zhangliang interjected. And then what? You wouldn't have simply not inquired as to what realm he was in and directly reported him as being in the innate martial master realm because you were biased against him, would you? Vice Marshal Gua. Of course my humble servant wouldn't dare to act in such a haphazard manner. The steps that should be taken are still completed in order. When I saw him bragging about single-handedly killing 3 Grand Masters of the Xian Sword sect, as if his cultivation was very powerful, I immediately asked him if he was a Grand Master. He answered with 2 words, no. That's why my humble servant is certain to report his realm as an innate martial master. Yi Bufan and Gua Zhangliang glanced at each other and simultaneously shook their heads and laughed, causing Shi Xinzhong's body to become hairy. Shi Qianhu, do you think that if a person's realm is not that of a Grandmaster, besides being lower than a Grandmaster, is there another possibility? For example, that he is higher than a Grandmaster, a martial saint? Shi Xinzhong snapped his head up, his pupils shocked. Marshal Yi means that Li Yan he is a martial saint? No, it can't be. Absolutely not. Why is it impossible? Gui Zhangliang snorted coldly. Just now, there were fierce sounds of killing coming from Lu Snapdragon's ministry. Marshal Yi and I thought that it was a night attack by the other party's martial saint level experts, and we expected that our ministry would suffer heavy losses. However, when I arrived at a fiery pace, I realized the other party only deployed 2 Grand Master level experts, and although they made a slight gain in the early stages, killing one of your demon beheading division's Wu 100, they were then blocked by Li Yan's efforts to behead the Vajra Sex Lohan, and frighten off the Voltron Sex Rainmaster. This general has slightly tested that aura of his body, which is neither an innate martial artist nor a Grand Master, but the real deal. The martial saint. Shi Xinzhong only felt his eyes go black and his body swayed, almost failing to stand still. This 1,000 household of yours, your vision is a little too clumsy. Yi Bufan shook his head slightly. According to this marshal, you and that Li Yan, it's better to exchange waist tags. Your commander of the Demon Beheading Division should have no objection to this overstepping of my marshal's authority. So let's get this done now. Shi Xinzhong's eyes were lifeless, like a dead fish. Yes, Marshal, Primus Lu's tent. Li Yan, who was hard pulled in by the generals to drink and celebrate, looked at the messenger who was specially sent from the center army side to hand over the 1,000 household belt plate to him and replaced the 100 household belt plate, and felt quite emotional in his heart. Sure, Qianhu, the preconceived notions in people's mind is a big mountain. You didn't let go of this preconceived notion. The way forward, after all, is blocked by this big mountain. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the rank of 1,000 households, and the number of employees under his command has greatly increased. The host will be promoted to the middle stage of martial sage. The host obtains a new Buddhist technique, 1,000 hands of goddess of mercy. Skill, 1,000 fingers, you can form 1,000 arms behind your back and send out your own astral air in the form of a finger gun for a large-scale ranged attack on the target area. 1,000 fingers? Li Yan crossed his eyes. Martial saints are on the same level as bodhisattvas, 1,000-handed goddesses, finger guns, and how, when you combine these, they feel especially like Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? Chapter 82, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 Roots of Purity, Astral Air Bomb. Congratulations to Brother Li on his promotion to 1,000 households. Lu Snap, Han Tao, and Lu Shi, who had been rescued from unconsciousness, raised their glasses to toast Li Yin. Li Yin belonged to the Department of Demon Beheading and was not under the same command as their demon suppressor army. So even if he beheaded the Round Sky Rowan, Lu Primrose, as his temporary superior, had no way to give him any positional rewards. The only two who were qualified to reward him were Yi Bufan and Guo Zhangliang. Guo Zhangliang shouted Li Qiandu when he was leaving, and in the view of this group of people, the reward was already a certainty. Therefore, he was dead set on pulling Li Yin, not letting him go out on patrol and drinking in his tent, in order to wait for the reward to arrive. The truth is as they expected. 1,000 household Li, I, Lu, would like to honor you with a bowl. Lu Shi stood up and raised his bowl towards him. My old Lu had no eyes before. I didn't see that 1,000 household Li was actually a martial saint. I've offended you a lot, but I still ask 1,000 household Li to please not forget about the small man's fault. Let's drink up first. With that, he tilted his head back and poured an entire bowl of spirits down his throat with a gulp. Li Yin smiled and raised his cup to share a drink. He did not care about these trivial matters at all. The men who fought in the war, who all hope to run into God teammates, who all hate to be assigned to pig teammates. When you find that you have looked away, just be straightforward and show respect without being tough. Then you can continue to work together. That night, a sleepless night, the generals had all the fun. The following evening, under Lu Snap's special care, Li Yin, who had finished the night shift, or to be precise, who had been drinking and groping the whole night shift, slept until he woke up naturally without being disturbed. After finishing his meal hastily, he wiped his mouth and walked straight into Lu Primrose's tent. Qiantu Li woke up from his nap. Has the meal been eaten? Want a drink? The generals in the tent scrambled to greet him. I've eaten. You guys eat and drink well. Li Yin sat down in front of Lu Snapdragon in a big way. Counselor Lu, where is the Clan Alliance command post? Lu Primrose laughed. Qianhu Li has only just made a great achievement. Why should he be in a hurry? Oh, this general has neglected to do so. Qianhu Li must be remembering that Bai Hu Wu's corpse is still with the clan and has not been retrieved. Forgive me, forgive me. As he spoke, he got up and guided Li Yin to the map. Qiantu Li, please look, our current location is here in the Chioha Valley of Lisha Mountain. The Sect Alliance command post, to the southwest of us, is about 400 miles. Li Yin raised his head and stared at the red dot on the map, silently estimating it in his mind. 400 miles? Get there. It's almost time to go to work. At that thought, he nodded. I know. Senator Lu, please also prepare a top-quality demon horse for me. This is good to say. Is Qianhu Li going to Marshal Ye's side to thank him for his promotion? That's not true. Words of thanks can be said afterward. There's only one thing I'm thinking about right now, and that's snatching back the corpse of Wu Baihu. The smile on Primrose's face froze. He twisted his head to look at Han Tao, Lu Shi and the others who were also frothing. After confirming that he hadn't heard correctly, he turned his head with a look of disbelief. Could it be that Qianhu Li wants to, tonight, go to the Zone League's camp and snatch Baihu Wu's corpse back? Exactly. The entire tent was suddenly plunged into a death-like silence. Pop! One of the generals was so stunned that he failed to hold the wine bowl in his hand and dropped it on the ground. The sound of the bowl shattering was especially loud in the silence of the tent. Primrose looked back and grinned. Qiantu Li can really joke around. Come on, drink! Li Yin frowned slightly. Senator Lu, as you know, I'm a person who doesn't really like to joke about big things. Lu Primrose sweated coldly. No, Qianhu Li, are you for real? That was a clan alliance camp that had 2 martial saint-level experts, the Vajra sect master, Bodhisattva Shengxian, and the high priest of the Voltron sect, Lu Fuyun, in attendance. If we go this time, in case the other side sends an expert of the same level to pester you, Another martial saint level expert will be able to get into no man's land and kill the rest of us in a field of corpses. Li Yan lost his smile and shook his head. Senator Liu, and all of you, don't panic. I didn't say that I would drag the group forward with me. Senator Liu was right, with more people, I can't take care of everyone very well instead. Han Tao couldn't help but lose his color. Qianhuli, if you say so, do you want to, single-handedly, go straight into the Zone League's camp? The crowd looked at him in unison. A dozen faces full of incredulity. Exactly. Li Yan spoke lightly, but in the ears of the crowd, it was like a shocking wave. Make no mistake, Brother Li, that's a big camp of the Sect Alliance, with 2 martial saint level experts, high-level crossbows, and military formations. Even Marshal Yi wouldn't dare to go in alone. If you go by yourself, aren't you giving away your head? Li Yan smiled faintly. Don't worry, gentlemen, I have my own measure. Outside the tent, Lu Primrose, who failed to convince Li Yan, looked at the other party riding away with a worried face. This Lord Li, he's a bit too eager and too big-headed. He is the intended recipient of Her Highness the County Lord. And right now, he is even the red man that Marshal Yi and Vice Marshal Guo are looking at. If something happens to him, won't I be left holding the bag? Generalissimo, what are you waiting for? Rush to report to Marshal Yi and the others and ask for support. Oh, that's right. Men, prepare the horses. In front of the Sectional Alliance tent, Li Yan arrived on his solo ride just in time for work. Bodhisattva Shang Xian and Lu Fuyun, who had sensed his arrival long ago, had been waiting in front of the tent for a long time. You should be the Demon Beheading Division's 100th household Li Yan who beheaded my Yuankong disciple, right? How dare you ride through the gate alone? The Bodhisattva's Dharma phase condensed into an 8-armed Ming King behind Shang Xian, the important land of the Sect Alliance. Those who trespass will be killed without pardon. Watch the old lineage overtake you. Bodhisattva Dharma? Coincidentally, this official also has it. Li Yan smiled faintly as the 1,000-handed goddess of mercy Dharma appeared behind him. Bodhisattva Shang Xian, who was about to overtake his opponent, was shocked. Buddhist Dharma? You're actually a member of my Buddhist sect? Amitabha Buddha. Good, good. Li Yan put his palms together and recited the mantra, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, universalizing all sentient beings. Chapter 83 Chapter 86-87 3,600 revolutions in 1 second. Great compassionate degradation of the world. Gatling Bodhisattva? Bodhisattva Shang Xian's gaze fell on Li Yan's right trigger finger. A pair of long white eyebrows locked. Amitabha Buddha. I have sensed the aura of the western region of Buddhism on the trigger finger on your hand. Dare I say you're a disciple of the western region's Tianlai Buddha? But did the heavenly Lai Buddha send you to come undercover in Dili, to blend in with the demon suppressor army under Duke Dong's command, and then strike a fatal blow to him when the time comes? The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. The philosophy of the Buddhist kingdom in the western region has always been the equality of humans, beasts, demons, and Buddhas, which is contrary to the theory of human supremacy propagated by the Duke of Dong, Wei Qianlong. Thinking with your buttocks. It is also impossible for the Buddha kingdom to support Dongwa Gong. So this young Gatling Bodhisattva is basically certain to be an undercover agent. No wonder he came alone and exposed the Bodhisattva's Dharma in front of himself, saying, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, universalizing all beings. It's a code word. It's a sign that it's one of us. What a fool you are yourself. Amitabha Buddha. After fighting for half a day, it turned out to be a big water rushing over the Dragon King temple. A family doesn't know a family. Li senior brother this time to come, most likely is for the old line loved disciple Yuankong's death to sue for the crime, right? Alas, since you are an undercover agent, this matter can't be blamed on you. Li Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. Shang Xian Bodhisattva's self-talk not only stunned Li Yan, but also caused Lu Fuyun to fall into confusion. He looked at Li Yan in disbelief and couldn't help but ask Shang Xian in a low voice, Old monk, aren't you being too wishful? Just because he could offer up the Bodhisattva Dharma image, he could be recognized as a member of the Buddhist sect? Don't forget, Wei Qianlong, the Duke of Dong, is also a Buddhist and martial artist. I've heard that this kid is quite close to Wei Qianlong's daughter, so I can't rule out that Wei Qianlong is the one who taught him the Buddhist technique. Bodhisattva Shang Xian shook his head repeatedly. That's not true, Scholar Lu. That Duke of Dong, Wei Qianlong, although he is a dual practitioner of Buddhism and martial arts, in the end, he is mainly a martial artist and is supplemented by Buddhism. In the martial arts path, he was a human immortal, but the peace of Buddhism, he had not yet cultivated to the level of offering the Bodhisattva Dharma. To be able to teach such a disciple, there is no one else in the world to think of except for the Buddha kingdom of the western regions. Tianlai Buddha. Lu Fuyun still had doubts, but under careful consideration, he felt that what Shang Xian Bodhisattva said was extremely reasonable. and for a moment he didn't know how to refute it. Just then, the trigger finger on Li Yan's hand suddenly lit up with a faint golden light. Li Yan's heart moved. Following the spell taught by the Bodhisattva's wife earlier, he silently recited the incantation to lift the trigger finger seal. In the next moment, the silhouette of myriad sound Bodhisattva appeared in front of the three of them. The shadow's marvelous eyes turned and saw Bodhisattva Shangxian as well as Lu Fuyun in front of him. Then he formed a seal with one hand. Amitabha Buddha. No wonder Miaoying just sensed the killing intent from a Buddhist powerhouse. It turns out to be the Vajrasex Shangxian Bodhisattva. Seeing the myriad sound Bodhisattva's silhouette, Shangxian Bodhisattva became even more certain, and the last trace of doubt in Lu Fuyun's heart dissipated. Amitabha Buddha. Good. Myriad sound Bodhisattva. This is all a misunderstanding. Lao Di now, in no way has any hostility towards Senior Li. The myriad sound Bodhisattva's silhouette turned its head to look at Li Yan. Li Yan, is what he said true? Li Yan laughed and laughed for a moment, and after thinking about it for a while, he could only nod his head. This old monk didn't play deceitful words. Right now he does have no animosity towards me. Amitabha Buddha. This is very good. The myriad sound Bodhisattva's silhouette nodded slightly. In that case, the poor nun will leave. Li Yan, if you encounter danger, don't try to be strong alone and send a letter in time to seek support. After saying that, the shadow slowly dissipated. Shangxian Bodhisattva and Lu Fuyun bid farewell to the shadow at the same time, as if the myriad sound Bodhisattva's voice is still there. Amitabha Buddha. Senior Li, I don't know if you and myriad sound Bodhisattva, are you senior brother and sister, or senior sister and brother? Shangxian Bodhisattva smiled on his face and set up a close relationship. Li Yan only felt like crying and laughing. This appearance of myriad sound Bodhisattva in turn caused the misunderstanding to deepen once again. He shook his head helplessly. Myriad sound Bodhisattva and I, we are neither brother and sister nor master and sister. Oh, so she's yours? If I must say, she's me, the baby's mom? At these words, Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun were stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. It was only after a long time that Bodhisattva Shangxian said inarticulately, Senior brother Li really knows how to joke, but monks don't lie. Senior Li, I advise you that it would be better to make fewer such jokes in the future. Li Yan looked at him lightly. Old bald donkey, when did I say I was joking? The smile on Bodhisattva Shangxian's face faded. It was only after a long time that he stared at Li Yan incredulously. It's not a joke? It means that you guys, yes, we have a child. Li Yan admitted baldly. It's not born yet, but it's probably already gestating in her belly is all. Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun simultaneously opened their mouths so wide at an angle that they could almost stuff 2 goose eggs. Lu Fuyun was dumbfounded. 2 bodhisattvas, who actually engaged in having a child together? Are you practicing the Buddha of joy? A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that myriad Bodhisattva had offered herself in order to develop this undercover agent? Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, he decided not to dwell on the issue of the child. Senior Li, right now, since we have already confirmed that we are our own people, you may as well go back and continue to go undercover. First, who's on your side? Li Yan was too lazy to let them continue to misunderstand and directly showed his cards. I never said I was an undercover agent. This time I have come here, and I'm not matching code words with you, but to honor my previous promise to retrieve the corpse of Wu Baido. Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun froze in unison. What did you say? You're not undercover? How is this possible? Bodhisattva Shangxian shook his head repeatedly. If you didn't come from the Buddhist sect and had cultivated Buddhist techniques to the Bodhisattva realm, how could you possibly offer up the Bodhisattva Dharma phase? It's all due to my personal efforts that I, Li Yan, am able to be as strong as I am today, with my invincible qualifications, with my heavenly wisdom, Gamma, Kaden. As he spoke, the arm of the Guanyin Dharma phase behind him skyrocketed, like a merciless beast that was about to choose someone to devour. The protecting Gamma and the 6 Jins and 6 armors were, however, completely out of sight. It turns out that your Western region Buddhist kingdom is secretly harboring evil intentions, playing with the idea of messing up the Great Li dynasty and reaping the benefits. As things stood, both Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun had come to realize that they had been deceived, or rather, they had been deceived by their own wishful thinking. No longer could they deceive themselves and treat him as one of their own. One after another, they activated their gong methods and prepared to meet the battle. All disciples, each form a formation to meet the enemy. Facing this fellow who dared to attack the camp alone, Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun did not dare to be careless. Their 2 martial saint-level experts did not need to worry about their own safety, but the sect alliance disciples behind them were not of sufficient cultivation, so if he managed to sneak attack them by sounding out the east, they would definitely suffer significant losses. The sect alliance disciples had been waiting for their turn since Li Yan appeared, and when they heard the order, they immediately formed all sorts of formations in an organized manner. Li Yan, I'd like to see what makes you take Wu Baido's body from my solidly fortified zone lead camp. Shangxian Bodhisattva was seated on the lotus platform, and the pestle and mortar held by the eight-armed king of brightness Dharma suddenly paused in midair, because he saw that the Xian robe behind the young man rose a thousand-handed goddess of mercy. Each fingertip emerged from the golden light of the swastika, rotating non-stop. This is not the thousand-handed goddess of mercy Bodhisattva Dharma I remember. Could this be the long-lost, the machine-breaking technique of the divine machine sect? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a Buddhist technique be fused with the divine mechanism sect's mechanical brace technique? Li Yan, what you cultivate is not orthodox Buddhism at all, but an evil method. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 roots of purity astral air bullet. Li Yan's closed hands suddenly formed a gun trigger seal, and the Dharma thousand hands behind him simultaneously stretched out their fingers as guns, blooming with golden light. Buzz dash. The void cracked open with 600 golden bullet holes, raining down swastikas. For a moment it seemed as if the sky was raining. The golden rain. Look out! The high priest of the Voltron sect, Lu Fuyun, bellowed, his body's Taoist robes automatically moving without wind. In an instant, 7 ice walls more than a foot thick and 10 feet in length and width each were laid down one after another in front of him, blocking himself and the sect alliance disciples behind him. Zip, zip, zip. Countless golden swastikas poured down like rain, hitting the ice wall above. After the violent impact, issued a ZZ sound. Lu Fuyun was horrified. He was proud of his defensive weapon, a single layer of the ice wall barrier that could easily stop a low-ranked demon hunting crossbow. But surprisingly, under the first round of contact, the golden swastika spewed out by the thousand-handed goddess of mercy was consecutively pierced through. In the blink of an eye, the 7 layers of ice wall barriers were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Put! Lu Fuyun couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. Bodhisattva Shengxian came back to his senses and hurriedly urged the 8-armed king of brightness Dharma to help. In a matter of moments, the 8-armed bright king set up 4 shields of Buddha's light that were glowing with golden light, urgently replacing the ice wall that had turned into pieces and blocking Li Yan's attack. Do. The golden swastika seems to be at the end of its strength, flocking to print on the shield of Buddha's light, finally dissipated into thin air. Seeing this, Bodhisattva Shengxian and Lu Fuyun simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yan, however, laughed. Good ice wall, good light shield. Surprisingly, it was able to resist this official's first round of fire gathering. First round? Bodhisattva Shengxian and Lu Fuyun looked at each other. It was surprising that such a powerful wave of attacks was not exerted by him at full strength, but merely that the first set of fire? One breath of 600 revolutions. Great compassion for the world. Along with Li Yan's chanting, the thousand-handed goddess of mercy Dharma once again ejected countless golden swastika projectiles. Both of them felt bad at the same time and hurriedly laid down a second round of defensive ice wall and Buddha light shield again. Lu Fuyun, who had just received a heavy blow, even gritted his teeth and urged his life essence blood to further reinforce the ice wall, doubling its thickness. Do. Zip, 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 zip. The shield of Buddha's light that the 8-armed king of brightness Dharma phase had hastily erected was instantly covered with honeycomb holes, and the Buddha's light dimmed. Lu Fuyun scattered blood to urge the life essence blood reinforced 7 layers of ice wall, but also a touch of collapse, directly be bombed out of a personalized gap. The front defense was broken, and the army formation formed by the sect alliance disciples at the back was instantly confronted by the golden swastika. Their military formation, although it had a certain amount of defense, was still outmatched compared to the Buddhist shield of light and ice wall of a martial saint-level expert. In an instant, the foremost disciples of the sect alliance were beaten into sieves by the rain of golden swastikas. Just the second round of golden swastikas rained down on the sect alliance disciples, killing hundreds of them. Chapter 84 Chapter 88-89 Breaking the camp. Witnessing the heavy casualties among the rear sect alliance disciples, Bodhisattva Shengxian was enraged, and the purple and gold robe on his body exploded, revealing a chest covered in scriptures. I'll fight you. He shattered the little finger of his left hand and spilled Bodhisattva blood into the air to condense into the blood Buddha handprint. The ground of the entire sect alliance camp suddenly surfaced with 500 Lohan reliefs, each of which opened their scarlet Buddhist eyes. Li Yan looked at Shangxian Bodhisattva's big move with a rather playful expression. He was about to open his mouth, when he suddenly saw a fist-sized pearl with golden light suddenly rising from the sect alliance camp behind his opponent. The precious pearl was not large, but the Buddha's light emanating from it was both bright and far away, hovering over the camp, the Buddha's light illuminating the earth below. The sect league disciples who had just been beaten by Li Yan's Gatling Bodhisattva and whose legs and arms were broken, miraculously stopped bleeding and their wounds healed under the light. Even their broken arms and thighs grew back. Ha! Isn't this my official's magic treasure? I didn't expect that it would actually be stolen by you guys. Amitabha Buddha. Scholarly is really good at turning black and white and slandering good people. One of the monks from the sect alliance reached out to retrieve the treasure bead and looked at Li Yan angrily. This is clearly the Dharma treasure reincarnation bead given to me by the sect master's master. And it also bears the monk's Dharma name Yuanjin on it. Yuanjin really, right? Li Yan looked at him with cold eyes. Why do you want to imprint your Dharma name on my Dharma treasure? Yuanjin was so angry that he nearly turned his back. Scholarly, don't try to show off your tongue again. Bodhisattva Shengxian said. These 500 red-eyed Luohan of the old lineage can subdue dragons, subdue tigers, and subdue devils. Monkly, be a good boy and be captured. Subduing dragons, tigers, and demons? What a big mouth. When I break your angry eyes, let's see if your low-browed bodhisattva is in a hurry. After saying that, Li Yan waved his hand and withdrew the thousand-handed goddess of mercy Dharma, replacing it with the Shou Buddha Kung Fu. The ox demon and tiger saint Dharma phases with beast heads and human bodies took turns to appear and roar at the sky. Scholarly is indeed an evil demon. Bodhisattva Shengxian's eyelids fluttered. I have never seen such a Buddhist Dharma appearance. Li Yan let out a loud laugh. Then you have opened your eyes today. Come on, battle it out. Li Yan, don't be wild. While the two of them were sniping, Lu Fuyun, who was on the sidelines, finished regulating his breathing, and not caring about the dishonorable reputation of bullying the small by the big and bullying the small by the many, lifted his hand and threw out a purple and gold gourd. Originally a hand can grasp the hulu, rose against the wind, and soon turned into a 10-foot-long giant gourd, hanging in mid-air. The gourd plug has long been pulled down by him. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed in front of the entire sect alliance camp. Clouds and mists blocked the sight. Not recognizing the oxen and horses, wind and rain obscured the five senses, making it difficult to distinguish between the east and the west. As Bodhisattva Shengxian maneuvered the 500 blood-eyed Luohan, he also waved his hand and threw his own magic treasure, the floating golden bowl, into the air. The golden mantle likewise floated in the air and became larger. The mouth of the mantle was inverted, hanging directly above Li Yan. The golden light emanating from the edge of the mask covered his entire person in it, as if to prevent him from escaping. Lu Fuyun pinched out a greenish-purple lightning trick with his fingertips, suddenly suspending the raindrops in a 10-mile radius in mid-air. 3,000 azure blue thunder snakes drilled out from the rain curtain, actually intertwined in the void to form a prison dragon shackle, and went straight for Li Yan's spiritual cover. At the same time, Shengxian Bodhisattva's guilt scriptures flashed all over his body, and the 500 red-eyed Lohan reliefs were at the same time, with fire flickering in their mouths. For a while, in front of the sect alliance's camp, with Li Yan as the center of the circle, wind, rain, thunder, and fire mingled, stirring the battlefield into chaos. Prajna brightness method. Before the opponent urged the thunder snake, Li Yan had already secretly run this Buddhist technique with the nature of prediction. In the blink of an eye, after Lu Fuyun's 3,000 thunder snake main attack, the specific siege orientation of the 500 red lotus karma flames that the red eyes Rohan emitted from their mouths was displayed in front of his eyes like a movie. In the next moment, he moved and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, no matter whether it was the 1,000 thunders or the red lotus karma flame, whether it was the main attack, assisting, feinting, or attacking, all of them fell short. Bodhisattva Shengxian and Lu Fuyun glanced at each other, simultaneously displaying shocked expressions on their faces. This was a combined attack technique that they had discussed beforehand to deal with experts of the same rank. Even if the chief commander of the demon suppressor army, Yi Bufan, arrived in person, I'm afraid that he would be forced to fight hard against the two of them. But how was it that this young 100 household of the demon beheading division, they didn't yet know that Li Yan had been promoted to 1,000 households, was able to anticipate the direction of the two men's combined attack and dodged it with ease? In a flash, the two men coincidentally raised a similar thought. This son has a great terror. If he can't get rid of him here, in time, he will become a great danger to the sect. Thinking of this, Lu Fuyun on the one hand mobilized the magic treasure raider gourd to desperately call out the wind and rain. On the other hand, once again attracted the thunder, creating the thunder yoke. The old monk stepped on the lotus flower of karma fire and ascended into the air. The 500 red-eyed Luohan fell downward at the same time, and the divine palm descended from the sky. Devil, let's see the Buddha's 500 Lohan's tiger vamping seal. Volt your ancestors. Li Yan snorted as his body's bones exploded, and the tiger saint Dharma phase roared up to the sky, shattering the thunder snake shackle. The giant tiger-headed figure even opened its bloody mouth and sucked the wind and rain out of the sky. revealing the originally clear night sky. Immediately after that, the demon chopper at his waist was finally sheathed. The light of the sword was boundless, and it rolled across the stars. At the edge of the battlefield, Yuanzhen, who was watching the battle, suddenly covered his ears. That blade light like a heavenly river reeling backward chopped on Master Faustus' golden mantle, emitting a deafening roar, and actually shocked half of the lower-ranked disciples in the Sect Alliance's camp. The next moment, something even more frightening happened to him. Originally regarded by him as indestructible, ranked number 1 in the door, and better than his own reincarnation treasure pearl, the magic treasure Faustus' golden bowl was actually chopped in half by Li Yan's knife. Not only that, the master behind the 500 red-eyed Luohan, but also at the same time in the light of the sword body head, howling in unison, smoke disappears, such as the fall of the infernal hell. Madman, how dare you destroy my magic treasure? In mid-air, Bodhisattva Shangxian sprayed blood from his mouth in shock and anger. Nowadays, his original magic treasure has been broken, and the 500 blood-eyed Luohan summoned by him have all been chopped up and annihilated in the void, so he can't fight anymore. However, he still failed to suppress the indignation and despair within his heart that his years of hard work had been destroyed, and he actually wielded the 9-ring tin scepter with his physical body regardless, and rushed towards Li Yan. Master, no! Yuanzhen, who was still able to maintain his composure and had offered his magic treasure reincarnation bead at the first opportunity, preparing to treat his master's injuries, was greatly shocked. Master is confused. Even a magic treasure like the floating slaughter golden mantle could be cut off with a single slash. This Li Yan, obviously, was no longer an ordinary martial saint. It would have to send out a peak martial saint like the sect masters of the 10 great sects, or even the patriarch of the first-named sect, the Heavenly Dipper Sword sect, the human immortal Dugu Wui, in order to eliminate them. How did you, a crippled martial saint whose magic treasure had been destroyed and whose dharma phase had been annihilated, dare to go up to the other party and find them in a physical fight? But sadly, it was he who was awake, not Shangxian Bodhisattva. As soon as the word "must not" was uttered, Yuanzhen was like a duck with its throat pinched, frozen in place. He saw it, his own master, with his dragon subduing, tiger subduing, and demon suppressing conviction and aura, rushing forward towards Li Yan's master. In a single glance, he was chopped off by the other party together with the 9-ring tin staff, and was then directly swallowed into his stomach by the tiger-headed phantom. Puff! Yuanzhen could no longer support his body and fell limply to his knees. The reincarnation treasure pearl that had originally risen into the air also dimmed at this moment and quietly landed on the ground, slowly rolling a short distance and stopping at his feet. Li Yan didn't notice all this. At this moment, his attention had long since shifted to the high priest of the Voltron sect, Lu Fuyun. At the very moment when Bodhisattva Shangxian was defeated and died, Lu Fuyun's entire body was like an arrow out of the string, shooting electrically towards the multi-treasure gourd that was still suspended in the air. The moment he rode onto the gourd, his heart was broadened, and he immediately urged the gourd to jet backward with a gust of wind to boost it, so he wanted to escape from this place. But in the next moment, he suddenly felt a coldness behind him, and then his entire body froze in mid-air. In mid-air, as the multi-treasure gourd cracked into 2 halves, each carrying a portion of the willow floating cloud downward. The 2 halves of Lu Fuyun's left eye and right eye are looking at each other. Puff! Both halves of the willow floating cloud landed at the same time. At the same time, the Sho and Buddha Dharma phases behind Li Yan disappeared and were replaced with the great compassionate Gatling Bodhisattva. The golden rain sprinkled down once again, shooting towards the desperate clan alliance camp. After the 2 rounds of flanking shots, the entire sect alliance camp was in shambles as if it had been hit by a volcanic eruption. Mudslide, earthquake, tsunami, and tornado all at the same time. Not far away, listening to the loud noise coming from the direction of the sect alliance's camp, Yi Bufan, the chief soldier of the demon suppressor army, was as anxious as hell. This kid, why is he so youthful? If I had known this, I should have transferred him to the center army and watched him personally. Alas, this is bad. If he has a long or short, the Duke of the State, the County Highness will certainly not give me a good face. He berated himself as he sped up and ran wildly. Chapter 85, The Condition of the Exclusive Magic Treasure. Yi Bufan was really anxious and panicked, so much so that he refused Vice Marshal Guo Jingliang's suggestion to go and help, ordering him to sit in the center of the army and come to his aid himself. Fortunately, he could still hear the great commotion coming from the other side of the sect alliance camp. There's a big commotion, which means the big battle isn't over yet. The Great War hadn't ended, which meant that Li Yan was still alive. There's no better news than that. However, before he could be happy for too long, over at the sect alliance's camp, all the rattling returned to silence, giving him a blow to the head. The war is over? Li Yan, Was he killed in action or captured? Yi Bufan began to desperately pray for the latter. As long as Li Yan was still alive, there was hope. He could do everything he could to change this kid back. The Duke of Stateside must be holding the same idea. Even if the Xian Sword sect is spared from suppressing such conditions, I'm afraid that they will still agree. He was anxious to get there fast, he thought, but the moment he saw the scene in front of him, Yi Bufan instantly froze, almost thinking that he was dreaming. The sect alliance camp was razed to the ground, with corpses all over the place, even including the high priest of the Voltron sect, Lu Fuyun. Li Yan floated in the air with his feet on the two halves of the gourd dipper, the one that had been split in half and originally belonged to Lu Fuyun's treasure-grabbing gourd. On top of that, his left hand was cupping a fragment of the floating golden mantle that had originally belonged to Bodhisattva Shangxian, and his right hand was playing with the precious pearl of reincarnation. This is a sweep of the magic treasures of the experts in the sect alliance camp here? The line of sight shifted downward, and the demon horse directly below Li Yan was carrying a corpse dressed in the costume of the demon beheading division. Needless to say, it's the fallen Wu Beidu. After rubbing his eyes and confirming that he wasn't dreaming, Yi Bufan's entire body was confused. It wasn't until Li Yan saw him and tentatively asked, "Is the demon suppressor army's Yi Bufan Yi chief soldier in front of you?" "Exactly, Yi Mao." Yi Bufan came back to his senses. "Xian Huli, if I'm not mistaken, these hundreds of people here in the sect alliance's camp, all of them have been killed?" Li Yan collected the captured magic treasures and landed on the ground. General Yi didn't make a mistake, including the two martial saint level experts of the Vajra sect's master, Bodhisattva Shangxian, and the Voltron sect's high priest, Lu Fuyun. Not a single survivor was left behind? Right. You did this alone? Yes. No other help? No. Yi Bufan drew a breath of cool air. How did you do that? Shangxian, Bodhisattva and Lu Fuyun, but two martial saint level experts. I know, but these two martial saint level experts don't seem to be very strong. They tried to kill me, but they couldn't beat me. Isn't it only natural that the winners survive? The losers eat dust, and the losers are buried in the dirt? Yi Bufan was silent. He felt as if what Li Yan said was somewhat reasonable. Although the Vajra sect was similar to the Xian Sword sect, both being upper middle class sects in the Great Li dynasty, and the sect master, Shangxian Bodhisattva, was a martial saint level expert, but as the saying goes, there was also a gap between martial saints, and he wasn't the kind of martial saint with extraordinary battle power. And compared to the heads of the 10 most prestigious sects, it was still a lot worse. As for the Voltaic sect, it was ranked as one of the top 10 sects, but this time they had sent nothing more than Lu Fuyun, the high priestess, not the sect master himself. But even so, that was still two early-stage martial saints. Yi Bufan asked himself, by virtue of his own strength, the two martial saint-level experts, Bodhisattva Shangxian and Lu Fuyun, together with the hundreds of disciples in the sect alliance camp here, all of them were chopped off without missing a single one. This kind of thing, he would only dream about it. No, he wouldn't dare to imagine even dreaming about it. Who'd believe me if I told you? He muttered. Suddenly, Yi Bufan's heart stirred and he looked at the trigger finger in Li Yan's hand. Before this marshal arrived, did Myriad Sound Bodhisattva ever appear and speak to Shangxian Bodhisattva and the others? Mayan? I guess it counts if we're talking about appearances, right? Li Yan thought for a moment and nodded. She did say a few words to the old bald donkey and asked if they were going to be unfavorable to me. After some Hyun bald ass and Ryu Fuyun denied it, she left. So it is. Yi Bufan came to a sudden realization. That makes sense. According to the news from Her Highness the Sheriff's side, as well as the report from Sher Xinzhong's 100 households, this guy must have 1,000 connections with the Buddhist side of the Western region. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why he knew Buddhist techniques and why Myriad Sound Bodhisattva was so defensive of him. In this great battle to eliminate the great camp of the sect alliance, Myriad Sound Bodhisattva 80% had contributed a lot. She left after hearing Sun Hyun and Yufu Woon's denials. Old Baldy and Nubizi are cuties if they believe it. He, Yi Bufan, is not a cutie pie, much less believe it. Sometimes, the brighter the sect, the more insidious and cunning they acted. Because I am a member of a prestigious family with high moral standards, I can use unethical means such as sneak attacks and backstabbing, bullying the few with the many, and so on, in order to uphold justice. What you have sacrificed is only your life. What I have sacrificed is my reputation and morality. No wonder he wanted to exterminate all the people in this one sect alliance camp. Myriad Sound Bodhisattva, and even Heavenly Light Buddha, did not want to be targeted by the Great Li dynasty when they learned of their involvement in the Great Li Civil War. Dong Guigon sighed. Could it be that he had already detected this Buddhist undercover agent and was clear about their idea of groping for fish in muddy waters? Which is why he sent His Highness the Sheriff to serve in Anchi County and made early contact with Li Yan, who topped the post of the small flag of the Demon Suppression Division. The next operation is nothing more than to tell, to reason, to entice, and even to use beauty, Her Highness the Sheriff, and power, the current sheriff horse, the future emperor's son-in-law, or even the future emperor. The Great Li dynasty is respected by the martial arts. There is not enough force to ascend to the throne. Facing other martial arts saints and human immortals, can only rely on the same level of experts to escort, but also to beware of whether they will betray, on tenterhooks. So once the Duke of State changes his dynasty, after 100 years, he will most likely pass the throne to Li Yan, not his own daughter. After all, he was originally from an imperial family and did not dare to test human nature easily, letting the county princess be the empress. In case Li Yan had bad intentions, her life would definitely be in jeopardy. In that case, it would be better to send him the throne ahead of time and let the sheriff be the empress. Worthy of the Duke of State, Yi Bufan analyzed and simulated Wei Qianlong's operation and couldn't help but secretly admire it. While Yi Bufan was thinking diabolically, Li Yan was wondering in his mind if he could put the two destroyed magic treasures back together. It's the kind of thing he's not good at, but I guess it's a piece of cake for the system. System, can you help me repair them or simply fuse them to make an exclusive magic treasure? Non-powerful magic treasure. No repair necessary. If the host wants to obtain an exclusive magic treasure, he can take over 9 large clans, solve the problem of squeezing disciples, and fully implement the 8-hour workday. If you can fulfill the conditions, you can be rewarded with an exclusive magic treasure, Hourglass of Lawkeeping. Law-abiding hourglass can be used during the workday without affecting the offense. When activated, it is immune to all damage, including the full force of a human immortal level expert, and fully recovers from injuries. Law-abiding hourglass? This is indeed a good spell. Li Yan was satisfied. As for taking in 9 large clans, the Shin Sword sect was definitely not among them. The Thousand Household Lord had a small heart, and he wanted to run away after offending the Thousand Household?